Monsieur Nervilette. How are you? I haven't written in a while, so I thought I'd send you an update.
Siege Wing.
The Duke tells me that you're always asking after me. Please, don't worry. Everyone at the Fortress of Meripede is really nice to me.
Walsey, we've had it with you!
What even is this? It's completely inedible!
Suck it up and eat it!
The food here is delicious, and the people are super friendly. The other Melusines come by to visit me sometimes. They're always full of praise for the fortress, and they get along great with everyone here. Sneaky sticker for you. This one's really cute. Let's give it to a cute person. You once said we have to discover the meaning of life for ourselves. I think you're completely right. Life at the fortress is often pretty uneventful, so my infirmary is empty a lot of the time.
He's down! He's down! Ha! Too easy.
But everyone trusts me, which is really great. I really like being a head nurse. Anyway, the Duke and I are planning on taking a trip out, so we'll definitely see you soon.
I look forward to it.
Hope you're not too busy. We're here. Kitty, Kitty, where are you?
Worry, confusion,
My flowers aren't...
anxiety.
How come my plant is dying already?
All these emotions are like the aroma of a long night of endless rain. But add a drop of something unexpected, and you never know what can bloom. Life is like a soft breeze that sweeps across the land. abundant. It all comes down to careful selection. Water. Yes, the most important part of perfume is the easiest to overlook. Pure water. With no color or odor, all other ingredients have nowhere to hide. Removing all distractions allows the true form to take shape. Then I think I'll combine the air after it rains, the nectar of a feisty flower,
This new perfume is
and
really popular. Wanna try?
fried food?
Here.
Ah, with a base note of pure satisfaction.
Alright, hello chat, hello everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Prince Cup Pacific. And very excited, especially for the second half, like Z Quimlet versus Dio, and then the winners in the lower bracket. So we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, right, Mango versus Ninjago, and then KDF Onkoy versus Chikwa. Whew. Still, the one that I'm looking forward to most is Z Crimlet, right? Z Crimlet versus Dio, and then whoever wins in the lower bracket, right? So we'll see. Alright, as for the bingo card, yeah. I don't think we haven't got a sign overload mirror match yet. I haven't checked the VOD from yesterday. But yeah. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I will join the TFT gang for the watch party and all that stuff once we get into the game. All right, here we go.
After an incredible day of battles and duels between worthy challengers, it has been proven that knowledge, strategy, wit, and confidence reign supreme as I welcome all of our wonderful travelers watching from home to Day 2 of the Prince Cup Pacific Region 2024 knockout stages, where we will have another bevy of incredible battles for these players to move on to the final day of the competition. My name is Stafa. Once again, I will be your host for this incredible event. And after yesterday, our top 8 challenges have been narrowed down to our top 6. At the end of the day, we are going down to our top 3. And that means that the competition is only going to get even more intense with even more heated duels coming your way that you do not want to miss. Not to mention plenty of prizes from raffles and the such. So I think you know what that means. I think it's time for us to kick off Day 2 of the competition. And of course, who better to do it for y'all than our wonderful casters. So allow them to take the stage and present you incredible battles. Once again, guys, the time is yours.
Hello, travelers, and welcome once again to the 2024 Astro Carnival Prince
you're not
Cup
getting another
Pacific.
component. After
I am
stage
Coach
5, you
Creations
can't get another
Warrior Cast
component,
today.
so
I'm
just
very
throw the bell
excited
on
to be
somebody
joined by
random,
none other
like the
than
Blitz Crank or
Sumi.
something.
Hello everybody, it is I, Sumi, your favorite player turned caster, and as Stafa said, after only a single day
Alright, of course they're
competition,
playing
8
TFT.
players now reduced to only 6.
Alright.
And both of us respectively casted the other 2 halves, so we got a taste of both. And my goodness, I ended up watching 2 grueling best of 5s with Flex going with win and way out. But how about you?
I mean, now my matches were comparatively faster. The players I casted really did like their aggressive decks, and it's going to really be a clash of styles here in the lower bracket because we have Nkoe, who really enjoys more aggressive decks, very decisive, versus someone like Chico, who brought a lot of slower decks to grind down their opponents.
Oh yes, absolutely, and I'm quite familiar with Chiku's more stall gameplay, but I'm absolutely ready for any of that, and I hope you all are ready to scan that QR code right below. You can see it on the table. If you have any feedback for us as we're getting started on Day 2 of the Prince Cup Pacific.
Yeah, and what an exciting day it is going to be. Even if the matches are long, the strategic depth in it will give us something to talk about and something for you to look forward to, as well as our wonderful raffles, as Stafa mentioned earlier.
Absolutely. And I think both of us are all a little used to a bit of a slower game because we've been doing this for about 2 years, the entire lifespan of Genius and Vacation Team. You and I have been casting for the community for quite some time.
Yeah, it's been certainly a long road, but that makes it even more exciting to be here. Van Egem, the wonderful owner of the Hotel de Bar, has welcomed us here to comment over his games, to give his guests, his patrons, the wonderful games they deserve.
Absolutely. So here is the schedule we have today. First up, we're going to be seeing Mango versus Inzaghi. Next up, it is going to be KDF Nkoi versus Chikwa. And afterwards, Z Crimlet versus Dio, where we'll flip over to the other casters. And the last match is to be decided because we need the bracket to advance a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, starting off already, it's going to be a banger match to start off the day. Mango and Inzaghi, if you didn't know, were actually practice partners. Before the start of this event, they were cooking decks together, seeing what worked, what didn't. So facing each other right now this early, it could be super interesting if they decide to bring these wacky counter picks.
Absolutely. And here's a rundown of the bracket. Once again, if you missed it yesterday, Z Karimlet takes down Mango in the uppers, and KDF Nkoi versus Dio. Dio moves on in the upper bracket, and unfortunately in the lowers, we can see our fallen comrades, our fallen players, Minty and CJR, who unfortunately knocked out in the losers bracket.
and then set 4.
Yeah, I mean, sad to see them go, but
Yep.
they do still get to hang around and enjoy the wonderful scenery we have going on, and hopefully cheer on their fellow players as well. That is what we're all hoping for. The camaraderie, the sportsmanship, that is what a tournament like this is all about.
Absolutely. And then once again, seeing the players where they ended up, and we're going to be moving on to that side. But I'm quite excited to see this first match because it should be, Mango, right? I do wonder, how things are going to go out and what decks they are bringing around this time because players can actually switch their decks in between their sets.
Yeah, it's certainly something to look
so
forward to.
that's
I know
the
Katie
new
and Koi in
rule
particular
for
said
this
that he's really
Prince
trying to
Cup
snipe his
Pacific
opponents.
is
Find a
that
deck that they really
the
like or play
players
styles
can
they
change
need
their
to,
deck
and then pick a deck
in
that counters them.
between,
We kinda saw something happen yesterday
set
with Chico versus CJ
or
Hart.
series,
Chico brought
which
a
is
very
something
unconventional stall deck and
great.
managed to
Like
get
they
a
can
good matchup
adjust
in
their
game 5
strategies,
against a
their
very aggressive
decks,
deck brought over by
snipe
CJRs,
their
and he just put it
opponent
right
with their,
through.
matchups
CJRs
and all
did their
that
best to
stuff.
adapt,
So
play around some
it's
of the
really
bugs, unfortunately.
nice
It's very difficult
compared
practice
to,
install when it
you know,
hasn't been around,
Atlantic,
for a few
where
months at
you
this
can
rate.
only have,
install
you
is
know,
also one of the hardest deck
these
archetypes
4
to
decks
pilot.
for the
So,
entire of
trying
the
to get
tournament,
practice and also
unless
against
you
something
make it
that's
to
very
the grand
difficult to fight
finals.
against,
Like,
you're fighting a bit of an uphill
yeah,
battle.
It
this one's
absolutely
nice.
is, Coach. A solid deck that
Absolutely.
takes a long time for games to conclude. So when you practice against it, your practice takes longer, so you get less reps in, and it's also a rather unpopular archetype towards some of these players because the games do go long and they do require a lot of mental resilience.
Absolutely. Now, as for their opponent, are you expecting them to bring anything in particular? Any of these 4 players that we'll be watching today for our 2 matches that you're excited to see them? Make some changes
obviously,
to their
Whale
lineups?
will get banned
Well, I mean, Inzaghi
100%.
is the combo master. He is
We
our
might
champion
even
for
get a
the
bingo
Southeast Asia
because of
Macau
that.
Hong Kong
Damn.
won Prince Cup, the
Like,
first
this
seed. He
one,
won the
0
entire
whale
tournament,
games,
facing off
100%
against
ban
Magnus'
rate.
practice partner, the Korean Prince Cup top 4.
We'll see what
I expect
happens
to maybe
in
him
the
go
grand
over
finals
some comfort decks,
tomorrow.
just
See
saying,
if
I am better than you. My placements are higher than yours, so I can
either
pick
we
comfort
get
decks and I can still
a
afford
whale
to
mirror
beat you.
match,
And I guess
or
the
you know,
mental
0
block of just
absolute,
playing
like
something that you're more
actually
familiar with,
0
like
whale
combo,
games
can
at
help
all.
advance
Like
even if the
actually
decks aren't quite
100%
as
ban
good.
rate.
Yeah,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah.
One thing I'm definitely looking at is that Inzaghi ends up bringing the double dragons again because that was the one deck that he struggled on a lot, with their first matches, and they were able to clutch it out in the end. With
Okay,
a
let's
very
see. So
lucky
they
pull
can
of the
change their
freshman
decks,
freedom.
right?
Otherwise,
So I
they
really
would have
hope
gone
that
home just
someone
yesterday, and that's so
in this
insane.
day
Have
will
such a
bring
high
Bagu
stakes in this
Kenki
tournament because if you don't
SC
know, or
deck,
if you're
Navia stall deck, maybe. Maybe Chico will bring Navia stall deck this time. Who knows? And yeah, round 2 OTK, Rainbow Dice, Sun Overload mirror match. There's a lot of stuff here that we can check out for bingo.
Hotel that we're in, I'm sure, to get some yummy snacks later. That wonderful Fontaine
Oh,
cuisine.
Inzaghi is now wearing the arm sling.
Highlights here at the Hotel de
Because he
Bar.
didn't
The wonderful
wear his
desserts
arm
and pastries we
sling
have on the side
during
while
his
the kids
game,
just
so
watch
now
the
he's
even
wearing
more
it. That's
wonderful
nice.
games.
I've been in that situation before. Oh my god.
Set up right now.
But now my arm is okay. It was my left arm.
Inzaghi's
Yeah.
brought out the notebook.
Oh,
Luckily,
yeah.
it was
He's
not my
cooking.
right arm because my right,
Only we could
you
see
know,
what-
my
no,
right
sorry, that's
arm or
Mango.
my right hand
Yeah,
is
that's
the
Mango. We're
dominant.
looking on the other side, flip flop.
All right, here we go. Yeah,
Looks like
as
the players are
expected.
currently figuring out what deck they want to pick.
Ban,
We do see
ban.
the conventional ban
We have
of
Crab
Whale.
for
See you
Mango.
later. Unfortunately, the Whale will not
Kunali,
be
Sign
showing up for the hotel
Overload.
today.
And you know what?
Herald
Something
Chang
else that's
Yun.
not showing up
Kunali,
is
wow, we are getting Kunali
unique
mirror.
list. They are
Holy.
bringing
And
the stock
then,
standard that we haven't
yeah,
seen throughout the
Chang
tournament.
Yun,
Just
Sayu,
bringing a
Herald.
Sayu deck, a
Okay,
Kuki
there's...
deck, and also a Sayu
Sure.
deck. Although
Let's see
some
what
of the
the
variations they chose are very, very
TFT
different.
gang has
Yes,
to
this
say
is quite
about this. I don't know if
interesting.
they're
On the side of
still
Mango,
playing
we have
TFT, but we'll
the
see.
Sino Crab, and on the side of Inzaghi, we have Sai Noverload, and we actually got to see this matchup
I think they're still playing
yesterday.
TFT.
So it'll be really
I mean,
interesting to see.
we're
if this
not in
ends
the
up
game
happening
yet,
once
so-
more, but it's so interesting to see how Sino ends up in a
Gunblade
deck that
heal,
is stall,
heal,
and then
heal,
one
heal.
that is pure aggro.
Gunblade
There's
heal.
no in betweens.
Yeah, they're still
Well, Sign
playing
Overload
TFT.
does have some
They're-
combo
they're-
components, but yes, it
they're
is
gonna
a-
join us once
an
the game
aggro deck
started.
Through and through. It is all about finding that
Alright.
early aggressive potential and then sniping.
Because
a
there's
character with
nothing to
Pyrus,
talk
removing
about
them from the
other than their
equation, and
decks.
then winning from there once Sino gets the 4 stacks
But
and
yeah.
overwhelm them with the damage.
Absolutely. Now, the other deck that I'm definitely surprised by is because I didn't end up getting to see it yesterday. It is the Kuki, Nahida, and Linny deck because I personally think the deck is all right. But when we were
Kunali,
seeing
yeah,
Atlantic,
Kuki,
only a few
Nahida,
people
Linny.
brought it, and otherwise, they're like, like, oh, maybe this will work out, maybe not. But I think for the most part, since both of the players are bringing it, they're definitely confident in its abilities.
So I personally think it is on the weaker side of decks. It is an aggro deck very similar to the finally official Nahida lineage that was very popular back in 4.1 and a little bit of 4.2 as well. It has a lot of the similar concepts where you get early electro.
I really hope that we're gonna get some 3-0 series at least. Just like in, you know, Atlantic. Atlantic was pretty quick. Like, it was like 7 hours. Dude, yesterday, day 1, it was like 10 hours, dude. Like, freaking 10 hours because of the last set with Chikawa and Seiji. Jeez, man.
You know, there are things about saying that, you know, maybe you do an overload opener, maybe you do a
but yeah, who knows? I really hope that this series will be like at least 8 hours maximum.
Happen a lot now because of the Herald decks.
I really hope
or
so.
The Cryo Cube decks. A lot of people want
because there's a lot of stuff that I need to do. And yeah, like Cat's-Tail Gathering, all that stuff.
I mean,
especially Cat's-Tail Gathering, because I couldn't focus on Whale Mirror. I mean, I'll be honest, my Whale Mirror matches are kind of unlucky. It's honestly a coin flip. I mean, that's pretty much mirror match, right? It's just coin flip. Like, whoever high rolls win.
Especially with how much damage the deck already has, it's very easy.
I mean, it's not just high roll, more like 60% high roll and then 40% like skill for the matchup, mirror matchup.
Just because of how the cards were the way they were, Herald, Yao Yao, and or someone else, and then Kuki, right? And now you see this switch over, but to an extent the same mentality. I wonder if anyone's going to be bold enough to bring Kuki talent.
We did see some of that.
Oh yeah, right, Cookie talent.
So strong, you get the damage.
So some players did bring Cookie talent, and then some players don't.
When you tank one extra attack, no matter the circumstances, being able to outlive just 3 extra dice minimum.
But I guess having one Cookie talent is not bad. Like, I mean, it's a free revive, like every round.
The thing I'm most surprised by that talent is the checkmate.
It's a game changer, that's for sure.
You're, you know, doing your best to field on Nahida and Lineage.
All right, when are we getting game 1?
Depends if they run it this time around. I assume not. The I haven't lost yet, and then of course hiding the talent card, you know, just waiting to strike, and then they have quick.
But yeah, once again, I'm looking forward to the second half of this stream, which is Dio. Dio versus Z-Crimlet, and then the winners in the first half or in the lower bracket. All right, here we go.
Wow, look at those opposes. These players are ready to go. And like you mentioned earlier, since both of these players have been at both the Korea Prince Cup and the Korea Invitational and the Asia Invitational,
they just
multiple
take an
times.
early game
together multiple times. So this is a really interesting matchup, and it's very unfortunate that this
whatever I get,
in the lower bracket.
You have to.
Yeah, these guys are practice partners for this tournament too. I think
And then
some
you
great
get what I
games, some
actually
great
want to play.
fundamentals from these. So you need to know how to play all your decks. For
Get to A, I'll
here,
4-2, and then
sad to see
build
no
my
wacky
actual
counter
form.
picks.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
just
But
think
you know,
that
Whale,
units
unfortunately,
for
is in the
Final
common
Cup
use
build.
deck tab, but it's
Yeah,
not
you
going to be
have
played. But we
units
absolutely
mostly
will
like
see
Zillion
that
and
Herald the
stuff.
Claymore deck once again proving its worth. I do wonder which variant they're running, because I know Inzaghi, being a combo master that he is going to be
need to find.
solo
You don't want to lose too much health, so you need to find item holders for the units that you look like.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, they have swapped over to, I believe,
to
after
make
seeing Kevin
Like if you're playing going
that
Fiora,
version
find
over
someone
in
to
the
hold
Prince Cup Atlantic.
Bloodthirster.
That deck runs a little bit of.
Like,
It doesn't have the
it's a
second
good-
gravestone, right? So if you
They're
are
still
having
talking
issues
TFT, by the
They're
way,
still
for those who don't know.
But we can talk about that a little bit in
Dude, I just realized we got Inzaghi. It's
that very coveted,
commonly used
doll
deck.
that Inzaghi
It's a
talks about
combo
in
from
the
last
review.
year,
You can also see
and then
a good
the
blast from the past
this
year.
infamous
Wait,
Pinky, Oceanid, and then Shell.
Hey, he got the slot tag.
It was a
What is
really
this?
pushed him all the way forward into showing
Wait, he got the sloth
the
tag?
Prince Cup
What?
that he
How?
is truly the combo master.
What the hell?
He
He got the sloth tag, interesting. Oh, he removed the
has
sling,
shifted
the arm
towards
sling.
dive
Okay.
generation with weapons, as opposed to just pure burst damage with the follow-up.
Oh yeah, you guys didn't see it. My bad, my bad. I forgot to to do this every now and then.
Tag.
Absolutely.
One
I know
Atlantic
Ben and
ball.
Double Revive struggled a little bit in Atlantic,
Cut,
but it's doing
cut.
a little better this time around, and it's really interesting to see
Yeah,
possibly
TCG
the different
gone, right.
playstyles within region and players that are causing this to be the case.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens with that, though. I'm excited to see the games progress, but the players, I believe, have something to say to us.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think
Great.
we have
Oh, yeah,
a little bit of player
interview.
interview, and you'll be
Okay.
able to see, what we were just talking
I'm
about.
Injagi. I'm from Indonesia, and my favorite character is Kazuha. The group stage was particularly tough for me. I lost.
Oh
the
yeah,
first
he hasn't.
best of
He
three,
did
and
brought
I went to the
Kazuha
lowest bracket
SMH.
right away. So to qualify, I had to win 4 best of 3s in a row, and 3 of those were on the same day, back to back to back. So it was really tiring, but I was very proud of myself. So after my first loss against 8, I reviewed my games, and like every other Genius Invocation TCG player, I told myself that I got unlucky. So what I did was, the community knows me for having a Sloth plushie that I bring to every live tournament for good luck. So I took my Sloth and I gave him a last name. So I called him Sloth Lumen. So at the beginning of every other game, I would take my plushie and pray, and I was blessed with Lumen Stones in my starting hand every game. With every live tournament I go to, my goal was always to make it to the live tournament. So once I'm here, I'll just do my best and enjoy myself. There's not really a particular player I want to face. Being in the lower bracket, if I'm going to win, I'm going to have to basically face every other player.
All right, that is some wonderful words from Inzaghi. And we can see here, once again, the full deck lineup and the first picks that we're getting into the first round. Sino,
copied all
Crab,
your
and
lists.
Harold Claymore on Inzaghi's side, respectively.
Mango
This is gonna
copied
be a
all your
very
lists.
tough matchup for Mango. As we all know, Harold
In
Claymore
fact, everybody's
is known
copying
for
your
2
2V deck.
things. Wolf's
What is
Gravestone
this?
and a
People
lot of
think it's
dice.
good?
It's
And you
easy to
know
play.
what Wolf's
It's
Gravestone
solid.
does?
It's
It
just a
hits
solid
people
deck.
who are
No,
at
it
6
sucks,
HP
man.
or below, you're going to get a +2 damage
says
bonus on top
after
of all the
losing to
damage
it,
that you're already doing.
Let's clap.
Guess how much max
You
HP Crab
countered
has?
the-
Only 6, and unlike the whale, you
counterpicked
can increase their
me.
HP. Crab only.
I didn't even
increases
roll.
those
I rolled
shields,
average.
and
You
like
high
the Crab being
roll.
with the shells,
Let's
you will be able
clap.
to crack it
Yeah.
down.
What do you
with
mean,
that
he
gravestone.
high rolls?
As
Ting
you said,
high
Kojo,
rolls.
This is a very, very difficult round
You
one
can't say
for
anyone
Mango.
high
He's
rolls
going to have
aside
to
from
fight
Ting.
tooth and nail for every single advantage. Although, of course, this is the spicy crab variation as opposed to snow crab, so maybe you can do some work on Sino.
Absolutely. And now that we are on the second
Oh,
day, we
Harold's
have
most
some
used
card
character. What a
statistics for you all. The
surprise.
most played character cards sitting all the way down in 5th place
Harold
is
Sayu
Dea,
Chong.
4th place Sino, and
I
then the
know,
yeah. Harold just
trifecta
plays
here,
Harold
Chongyun,
Sayu Chong.
Sayu, and
It's
Harold
also just
all
a
in
solid
the
deck.
top 3.
Harold does have a
Very
slight
intuitive.
edge on the pick raise as he is used in other decks and not just
Rook is also
Harold
very
Claymore, which
easy to
Sino
play
mentioned
and very
almost
intuitive.
exclusively
very-
used in, but still
I don't
very,
know.
very
Sino's
high
easy to
usage rates for
play.
all of those characters.
I know,
They're
it's
all
a-
very strong in their own
It's
right.
less intuitive,
You know,
yeah.
it's
I
really
think
interesting,
Suffolk
like,
is
you know,
easy
I
to
talked
play.
about this in the online series for Pacific, but it's really interesting to see how this sort of Hydro, Anemo, and Cryo deck has evolved over time, all the way back when Mew was
The
super
side is
popular.
also a bit more
And we can
targetable.
talk about that later, but ban rate time coaching at 100%.
Wow, tech broken,
I bet
please,
you
nerd.
did not expect to see that
What
one.
is
Oh,
this?
yeah,
I
me
think that
neither.
the problem is
100%
pitching,
ban
not
rate
this
alongside
whale.
the
Yeah.
whale as well.
Yeah,
And
can we
Cryo
nerf the
hypothesis,
king?
of
Two
course,
damage
being paired,
kill. Like, jitters the
sometimes with
card.
the
That's
whale,
too good.
and then Layla, it's almost a 50-50.
Can
on
we
those
make it
banners
so
that you
she
wish to
generates
apply.
only
Good
once
Yeah,
per
nerf
turn?
Kaching,
Yeah.
real.
Will 100%
Kaching
not
too
being
broken.
supported.
Actually, that's
Online
some-
stages, it was like at 90.
No,
Jeez.
why are you
But
even
yeah.
considering
Oh.
Look, we need to
That's
nerf
good.
whale.
Good
This is about
even
as
though,
high as
like-
we saw it in the online series. Liven making
Whatever.
the return
Gamblers
once
is
more,
this fine.
which is super nice. And then also Countdown
Yeah.
to the
Yeah, I guess
show,
Gamblers is-
I mean,
showing
Whale's
up
getting
once
banned.
more
Every
with
other deck takes Gamblers.
71.4%
Look,
use rate.
to
My
nerf whale,
So
we can
actually,
just
another thing I want to point out
nerf
here though, is that
Keg.
Leave It To Me has actually
Well,
increased its
salad.
usage rate. I think it used to be 4th or 5th in the online stages. Gamblers shooting up as
This
well. We're
price
getting
hard.
Cavalrina
I
as
guess
covered
people are
for
cutting
Salon.
hard.
And Countdown to the Show, our newcomer here, is actually the newest card
Like,
here to pop
everything
up
is
at
Simon's fault. It
71%.
messes up all
wasn't
these
actually there in
numbers.
the online Pacific
Nice
stage.
clap.
It was a tech that was brought in at the tail end of Group C to
Like,
help
otherwise,
create more
Hard would be up
consistent
here.
openings.
Conveyors
Yeah,
would
and
probably
we can
also be
see
up
even
here.
in a slower deck like this with Crab, you have the Initiator, the General Mahamatra Steiner,
Oh,
making use of
wow.
that Gamblers, and that's why that Gambler rate is shooting all the way up.
What?
It is a very strong card.
Interesting.
Give you 2 dice after
Okay.
you knock down one of your opponent's characters. If you play it
The
immediately, get
rest
that
is
passive
standard.
right away. It is
But
plus
wow.
1 dice. If you pre-equip it, it is effectively +2. And
Wow,
Sino being able to do as much burst damage as he does.
Inzaghi, yeah, same
great
list
use of
from
it.
yesterday.
Absolutely. Moving on to the side of
Parametric.
Inzaghi, we have the
Yeah.
Arrow Claymore deck, not running the Wagner's Weapon banner. I'm
Same
personally a big
stuff.
fan of Double Gravestone. Gives you so much checkmate potential, assuming you draw it. I don't think you have a hard time with it. And then Inzaghi, once again,
Yeah.
always
Yeah,
being the
it could
combo
be
master
wrong.
with double parametric.
The parametric, the double parametric in particular, actually is a
Funny
new
to see it,
innovation from
say,
this
after
patch, because last patch, of
people
course,
just
Lumen
have
Zone was
problems
all the
drawing
rage,
it,
but
huh?
after its recent change, it's not as viable in a lot of decks. So we bring in the parametric.
Still running
I think
Courtyard,
Two
really
Ghost
good.
I bet
Absolutely,
two.
yes. So this should be
He's
really
not
interesting.
enough.
It's
I
actually
think two
interesting
Ghost
to
is not
talk
enough,
about this
I
matchup because earlier,
Okay,
right
game
before we were
one.
getting started, they're like, yeah,
You-
know,
you
I
actually
probably
And
break
so
grab,
it
so I should bring
begins.
Sayu into it. So we should probably be
Oh,
A-okay.
quite
I
a bit.
wonder if
Alright,
that's
I'm
the
actually
mentality
rooting for Inzaghi
was
on this
capturing
one.
going into this matchup.
Well, mentality aside,
So
that we
they're
can
allowed
see
to
both
change
players
their
are
decks
super
between
nervous.
each
The game
other,
hasn't
right?
even
Yeah,
begun,
they
and
can
both
change
players
that
have a
between
very
every
healthy
match.
120 and 140
Oh,
BP
we don't get
on
to see
their
them
heart
all
rates
again.
respectively.
Oh, Mango
They
roll
know
shit.
what's at stake.
but
If
they're
they
not
lose
because
this best of 5
Vana
contest,
talent and have
they
swap is
are
insane.
out.
Are
Yes,
there 4
absolutely.
matches a
We're
day?
burning
Like,
with
and
anticipation
Yeah,
to
it's
see
the exact
how
same
this will
schedule
go. And
as
I'm
mine.
sure you all at home are burning with anticipation to see
tomorrow.
your ever so
It's
wonderful
over.
segment.
Wait,
of
I'm looking at the
these
chat and
sitting in
I
the
just see like
competition.
90%
The raffle should be
Inzaghi.
going on around some time. Look for a moderator message,
Yeah,
and
what
they
the
will tell you
fuck?
how to enter.
He's
Yeah,
the
I will.
best.
Go.
I would
Yeah,
also
I'm
go
rooting-
with
I'm
Inzaghi.
betting my money on
Yeah, but
Inzaghi.
I didn't think it would be this high.
1,000 primo
Do you even play
And
strat
if you
here?
do like these Primogen
Okay.
raffles that we have, you're going to see
That's
pure
not fair.
colors
He gets
from
conveyed.
the player
He gets
board.
conveyed.
Let us
Watch.
know what
He's
you want
Inzaghi.
us to do. If you want more rounds, if you want bigger
He's not-
rounds, if there's anything
he's
else
not
that you want to
paid.
improve on or you want to see.
I would just double live
Absolutely,
it.
but
Okay.
we're
Or
getting
not
into
double
the
live
game.
it. You play
Inzaghi,
Tomates
a very
and live
classic
it.
opener using
Yeah,
the
Tomates
companion
alive
engine
it.
through
Play
the
the
means of
side.
Dunerzad.
Yeah,
Starting
Tomates
on
live it.
Chongyun,
If you wanna
though,
be
is
high,
a form of
you can
counterplay,
double
to take
proc
off any
your live
elemental
if you're
application
high.
on important characters like Herald.
Yeah, I mean, Herald,
I think
No,
there's
you're
a
not, you're not
way.
double
most
point.
damage because he has the revive rate. Able to take a lot of
This
it.
is
No, you
the
don't.
game's gonna go around
Like,
30.
with-
Don't want him to fall too
With this
early because that
dice,
first on the
ain't no
other
way you're
is
going
so,
for
so powerful
double
on
live
that
and
talent.
proc.
You do wanna make use of it
I
if
think going to
possible.
round 2
I
straight.
believe
I think you want to
Inzaghi
do
there was
some around
debating
2.
whether or not he wanted to play the
You want to
second
do a
line,
lot
as
in
he
round
did
2,
have
but
6
also
pass
every
over,
other play
or whether or not he
sucks.
would
Just
choose
do
to go
this.
for that to
Yeah,
pass.
it's a high
The
play.
color
I
is
call it
6
high
live and
priority.
opener. It is quite
Okay,
high
good.
rolly and a little risky to do, to be honest, especially with your fighting with someone I'd like to call the archetype of an
You
initiator.
There really much
Simon,
thinking
you
here.
can
I would just
immediately
snap
pop
play
off
everything.
round 2. There are not a lot of cards
Yeah.
that can do stuff like that.
Well, and speaking of pop-off,
But also,
Chongyun
like,
would actually
Mango,
get
like,
popped
what was your
out of
move?
this
Vana,
game.
you
Look
don't keep
at
Vana.
Mango's hand.
You don't even
Pyro
play
resin
Paul.
starting
I think
on
Paul is
Toma.
just...
Toma's skill
You only
is
need to kill
damage.
one. You never
Wait,
need
wait,
to
wait,
kill
wait,
one.
what
With
if-
Pyro
what if-
with Overload,
what if
we'll do a
Inzaghi
grand
gets
total of
Pyro
8,
as
and if you do the
FPK?
math, 10 plus 2
Hold.
equals 10. Wait, 8 plus 2
On
equals
Chong?
10.
Yeah.
Chongyun has
Oh, it's
10
gonna be a
HP.
Oh
bit
yeah,
annoying,
absolutely. This
yeah.
is the very scary part about
I don't think
fighting.
it's that
You know, in
crazy.
general, the higher
not that-
power reactions like
it's not
overload,
that
but
crazy.
also
Okay, the reason
some
why I
pretty
think
annoying.
Inzaghi
like
will
Saturday
easily win
night.
this is because Wolf's Gravestone, like Wolf's Gravestone against Crab,
I mean,
6
honestly, you
HP,
could swap.
that's like, dude, plus
You
3
are
damage for
stupid.
free.
Yeah, and because
I mean, if you're
Skill,
scared.
she's super vulnerable. Yes, because it is a prepared skill, you are able to double
I
kick
would
her
never
with
be
Gravestone
scared of
passive, and that is
Inzaghi.
one
Yeah, I
of the
wouldn't
strengths
even
of this
consider
deck.
the
But you're
possibility,
also
probably.
leaving her out to dry in range of something like a Pyro Resonant.
Not even
Leaving the
hard.
heart.
Inzaghi looks like
Whoa.
they're going for
No
the
hard.
live
I think
live
full wrap or
opener. They
something.
have all the companions that they want. Could have held on to one more dice, but I think it's A-okay. Now
Does
it's
Mango
the
just
question if
kill here?
Mango
Not
sees
even
the
a
line
heart
of the
on
overload
Chongyun.
is going to go
Okay.
down on Chongyun.
Another thing to consider.
And his hand is so shit. So what, like,
I mean,
What do, right? Just do.
Inzaghi's probably expecting Mongo
depending how bad your hand
to
is, I feel like
one live
it's
it, the second
round
live will get
8.
2 dice, so it won't pop this round, but it will the next. And just are you able to deal with the amount of dice you're able to generate? Because once again,
Especially what you
I mean, you can go like
deck is also a hyper magic deck. You're also able
Which
to generate
I don't
you can go
think-
like skill swap
like
Tomea's
the Gilded Dreams, like
mana.
Golden
It's
House, like
fine.
I think it's
So
challenge.
you
Do you
easily
challenge?
get up to 14,
Skill.
I think
16.
challenge is good.
Absolutely. We see the Toma
Oh, no
skill
challenge,
going right
okay.
there, and that was actually the thing I was gonna
I guess
comment
it's
on as
playing
well.
challenge.
The opener is a little
I
wild.
know
Looks
he's
like
actually
they're probably
going
gonna
for
go
it.
Oh, he's
outside
going
of
for
our
it.
window.
Oh wow.
Going for it.
Oh my, oh my. Okay, Pyro
Chong
Res,
is dead,
here
damn.
it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Should be a big boy strike, and
What do you
Chongyun
do?
will be out of
Wow.
the
Yes.
game.
Okay,
What do we do?
interesting.
All different cards are so valuable. Tomea's is going to let us get our artifacts for free, especially in a deck like
What do you
Shield
discard?
Stack is so important. You need that tenacity on the board.
Vanarana?
But,
I would
mean,
discard
Free Top
Vanarana.
is great as well,
Well,
but
we're
if you're
just
doing Vanarana
playing
right now,
Dana,
you don't get
right?
half dice.
Timaeus?
No, I don't think
Timaeus
it's
is quite old.
Yeah, sure.
Boom! Out goes Chongyun, and now it is just Harold and Sayu's game.
Wow, first blood.
Inzaghi
Wait,
accepting the fact that his
dude.
opponent is down. Now look at his
I should have
character.
put that on bingo. Actually, like
Like,
round
oh, I can't believe
one,
that he
round
had
one
that.
kill. Damn.
It should be a lot better than
They can
yesterday
test
because
The
you know,
dude
is
when
dead,
Inzaghi was
yeah.
fighting Minty, he sort of just threw his hands up in the air when Minty
Oh,
had
it's just
double
a
tenacity in the
Wagner.
middle. It's just like, come on, man. Those are the most
Oh
valuable
my
cards
God.
you can get. So I'm very surprised Mango ended up tuning
Oh,
that Timaeus. I
dude.
personally
Oh,
would
this
rather
hand
keep it to make sure I can
sucks.
draw
What
out
the
those
hell?
shooting artifacts.
Oof.
I'm.
Problem for Inzaghi. No
I mean,
Wolves, Grace
bro,
from
look at the
Jesse, and
dice
when
as
you're
well.
go
It's
hard
not
skill.
that great.
Start
Meanwhile,
of
it's
turn two,
Jaggy.
I would start
desperately
with,
need that weapon to even it
Timaeus.
out. Of course, Timaeus and Golden
No
will
Wolves
help us
Gravestone
generate some
in
more
the
for
deck.
Jaggy.
Aren't the arties the
If he
good
has
cards?
Wolves Gravestone, I think that'd be
At
great.
this point,
For the game.
I don't think it's a
Yeah.
good card.
What
at
I'm
this
suspecting
point.
here is
Like,
that Inzaghi is
seriously.
going to
Wolves
try
Gravestone
and field
and
out a
four.
little
Okay,
bit with
Harold
Harold and
skill,
just try
yeah.
and trade
Apply
the
Hydra.
values, swap
Like, there's
back
a lot
and
of
forth
better
between
cards
these
here.
two
And
characters.
what's
And
another
then
guild
from
is
there, if
doing
they can
now,
generate more
or like a
dice from the
hard.
Magic Engine, that'll be their
They're
best bet before
quite
they can
literally
get that Claymore.
useless.
Oh, but
Yeah, I
disaster
think.
for Mango. Sino doesn't actually have enough dice to do the skill. So
Yeah,
it's next turn,
Pyres.
he
So
will
it's
not
3
be at
plus
the very
2
critical
overload
force
plus
snack
3
break,
Pyre
but we'll
resonance.
need to wait
So
at least
yeah.
another turn or use 3 more dice to charge that up. This will be a slower turn for Mango, and Zagi's going to have a great opportunity to even out the odds.
Absolutely. You can feel the difference of not having any ramp or those
Why
tenacity
not
of the
go
Millis,
crowd?
which will generate you 1 dice if you get hit. And now pretty much I think the entire turn for Mango is just going to be an elemental
Oh,
skill from
this is
Toma. And
tough
after
for
that,
Jaggy.
they kind of have to
Freaking
hang
hell.
on.
Yeah, you have
and
no
see
choice
what
but to
happens.
You
swap.
only need to kill
With
it
the
once. You
multiple
only
dice
ever
generations
to kill.
they
You
have.
can't even kill 2 back to back. It never
Free
happened.
Timaeus, what do we get?
Well, fortunately,
Okay.
it is the Golden Troops reward. You would definitely
There's
want a
Golden
second
House,
Gilded.
but there's
Even
no
if you
second,
probably won't be able to play it this
Guild-
turn, Golden Troops
Gilded
reward
Dreams.
is not going to help too much. You only have 2
Good,
characters
good.
remaining and only one
Go
of them
again.
can use it.
I mean, as long as you end your turn on hill, you can pop that over to Sayu, and it will give you +1 dice to work with next
Just
turn.
What does Mango do
Right now,
then?
though, if you
Swap?
do want
I mean,
to-
it
you will
sucks
need to go
that
over towards
Sayu
the
will
power.
get
Yeah, most
applied by
I
Pyro.
instantly
Okay,
think
goes
that
for it.
Inzaghi
Sure.
may be playing a lot more confidently because you can only ever have 2 resonance
It's a
wovens
bit
inside your
spooky
deck, and of
against
course
both
Mango is playing a
Greystone.
resonance deck, so they already
You can
spent
double
1. So
skill.
the chances of 3
So
cards
revival
and
proc.
having another woven isn't too likely,
Okay.
so they're just okay kind of sitting on Herald because of course Toma will probably proc the
And
revive
then
by using
Sayu's
elemental
swirl
skill,
will get
but
with
afterwards it's not really
Gilded,
going to be much.
Great
and
choice
then
here for
Golden
Inzaghi.
Troop,
Just staying
maybe,
on him, doing
but
the
yeah,
elemental skill. If
onto
Mango skills on Toma to generate shields
onto
for her,
Herald.
will overload onto
Yeah.
Sayu, in which case she can do her prepare skill of her own and instantly get that swirl.
Actually,
because she
Sayu
cannot
can
swap
do
up after
skill
the match unless you
twice
play a
here
card
if he
like
if
Onset
Inzaghi
Res
wants
or
to.
E when the crane returns, but those
Like
those
4
are-
dice,
Both of those cards are
4
very
dice plus
unpopular.
2.
Yeah, absolutely. You won't be
This
seeing
skill?
any of those
Really?
shenanigans. You'll just see the other Mondstadt card, the Freshman in Freedom, which honestly, I mean, it's not going to come up anytime soon
Okay.
because Mango only has 2 dice to work with. Inzaghi, the field is all his to mess around with.
Really,
We
the
are
plan
now
is
on
to
Sayu. We could equip that Gilded Dreams to get
swap
some more dice
Crab
to work
and
with as well and
Talent
do a skill. It will
afterwards,
draw
then.
some cards to work with as well. Hopefully the Gravestone will be a talent to work with.
Yeah,
on
for
top of that.
cleanse.
We are unfortunately
no
only able to
Pyro,
do a
though.
single skill this turn with the cards we currently
Oof.
have in hand, but we do have a live and ready
The
to
dice
pop
break
as well,
points
so
are
we
not
can
nice
pass the
for
remaining dice over to him.
Don't really make
Yeah, I'm
sense.
suspecting a Gilded Dreams, generate a few extra
Best
dice, and then
way
send the
to-
rest into Liven, and I don't believe we could play
There's no best
Countdown.
way.
Hold
But
on.
honestly, I think it's
I guess
worth
you're just
it.
throwing one.
Two skills,
You
that's
just swap
good.
back
That's very
Herald.
good, actually.
That kind of sucks too,
Absolutely.
though.
Get those double swirls, and the great thing thing about Sayu is that
Swap,
first his animo,
and
but if you make sure you hit
oh,
an element,
countdown.
Hey, you dropped something
start that
good. I don't
element,
know.
and then hit it again, guaranteeing that all
So
characters
no
will
live
have
and
the
swap.
the elemental application.
Ooh, unlucky. I believe that countdown was trying to pull
No second gilded, but get 2 golden house.
Would make a second gilded free, and we also got a
Wolf's Gravestone. Too late.
Okay.
I mean, not too
Super
late. Not
nice
yet.
Top deck off the gilded. We have a Wolf's Gravestone. That's going to be great.
Not yet.
Unfortunately, we cannot use it just yet. No dice to play with it right now, so we will need to wait. And hopefully next turn as well, we do get our Ancient Courtyard. Another thing that Nzagi needs to be careful about is his deck is very, very full. He cannot pop the life right now, otherwise he will overdraw. He needs to get rid of some cards in his hand right now.
I think you would board.
I would probably take out the seed box, right?
Board double RD.
From there, you can probably
Board hard.
most, but you couldn't take out the 0 stack to Maze, because to Maze you have to wait every single turn for him to gain 1 stack.
What I would
still
do,
make use of that 1 stack, but you know, more than likely you'd rather just.
Yeah, Nzagi can still go for that as well.
Yeah. There's a gilded left, right?
Yeah, there's a gilded left. So like, if you got another gilded, you can play Liar can pick up the golden house back.
Golden house, golden
You would
house.
love if you could kill
But
someone.
unfortunately, Liven is on 2 stacks. So
Actually, Nzagi can go for one
very,
golden
very
house
key in our victory
only.
later on.
Because with
Absolutely,
board,
that
that's
extra
plus
dice generation,
2.
especially when Mango has none. One of the things I'm super scared of Mango
Like
top decking
heart,
is, of course,
nothing
Sino
for sure.
talent
Golden
and fast
troop,
swap. Those two things
golden
could
house
push Inzaghi to
into
a very
Wolf's Gravestone.
Energy.
Yeah.
Well, first
I think it's, yeah.
Definitely.
Very, very powerful, but it doesn't actually
Oh, actually, it could go for double golden house instead. Yeah, to proc dive it. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
It seems pretty hard.
This is one of the pain points of Spicy Crab. You don't have something like
Double golden house. Yeah.
Prospector's Drill.
Just replace these two
You have to do
with
everything
golden
in
house.
Double golden house.
Yeah, absolutely.
Play Wolf's Gravestone for
One
1, and then Liven will proc.
You
Just go for it.
don't lose value.
They're probably
Yeah, there
gonna
you
go
go.
for a Toma version
Because
at some point, so they can really
Yeah,
make
If you
actually,
delay
yeah.
your golden house, you're
Sino,
losing
but
golden
if
house
not,
value.
They're gonna have to just
So-
hold out on Toma and Crab, and that will start to lose
That's
tempo.
nice.
And Zagi will take
He
massive
just
advantage
joined.
of it.
Emerge.
Oh, there's the second gravestone. Unfortunately, cannot use it. And
Was that a soundboard? What the hell?
Replace the Gilded Dreams that was sitting on side.
Emerge.
I'm not sure if it is still there, but if we did
Right
replace
here,
it,
right
Wait,
now.
did he replace Ice
RT?
RT?
No, no way, no way.
Talent. Herald Talent?
Okay. We
Okay.
have Herald Talent available,
Oh.
and thanks to Golden Troop
Talent.
being on them.
Wow,
getting
Herald
onto
Talent
quick
for
Herald
free
Talent
because
here,
of
it'll cost them
Golden
0,
Troop. How
and
funny.
Mango spent way
Mango
more dice.
do or got mid dive
As well. That'll
only
be
for
more shields
usable.
going over to Crab, and it will also give a Pyro
Yeah,
Ball
2
attack
NAs on
a
Sino.
normal. So Sino could very well start
Let's
to
start
hurt
it
right
now.
now. And 3 stacks as well.
How
A
do you
single
live?
skill will put him over the edge to that critical 4-stack breakpoint, making every
Yeah,
single
2
skill
NA on
of his
Sino.
do
Look at the
plus
you
dice.
go here, you die. You have to
no extra
swap.
cost.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm getting quite
Or
scared because,
NA.
like I mentioned earlier,
Man.
the
NA
fast
is
swap is now available
too
in Mango's
spooky
hand.
to go
Sayu
for.
will live for one more
NA.
turn, but
I don't think
after
Sino
that,
can
it is
even
gonna
kill
be a critical
How
breakpoint for
funny.
both.
Is it
Oh
too
no,
tricky
no,
to
wait,
go
it
for?
can. Because of Toma Burst. Yeah, sure, I guess.
Usable
cost
dice and
GT.
only 4 cards in hand. This
Okay.
is a terrible
GT.
time to break. This is the time you need to take to try to win. Sayu is vulnerable. She has
Sayu-
Pyro, almost at
You
4 stacks.
always-
This is
Okay,
where
Inzaghi
you
has
feel
to
like you can't
close
get
this
But did you
game
really
in
replace
this
it?
round. If Mango cannot find the lethal in this round.
To do a few normal
Because you have, like,
Okay.
Sai's already equipped with Wolf's Gravestone,
Do we count down?
Parametric.
Yeah, we're going to count down. We're going to
Yeah, and we use IR countdown, I
It
think.
is the onus
So we
is
can
on
play
Inzaghi
boar.
currently. It is his
Like, there's
turn.
one more
He
guild in
really
the deck
does
which
want
we have to
steal
draw.
on Sayu, get
Yeah.
that damage
There's a
down, but
boar
he's
left in
worried
deck,
about
which
a
we really
fast
want as
swap
well. There's like
skill
2 dice
from Sino
cards.
empowered by talent that will be enough to snipe
Courtyard
off.
also 2
Unfortunately,
dice.
we know that Mango
Actually,
doesn't have
Courtyard
it.
is useless without
Very
Gilded.
nice. Looks like
Or another
Inzaghi was able
Liar.
to hold on to that Gilded.
Another Liar is
They were
also
doing some
good.
board replacements earlier to make sure they could proc the Liven. So they're
Yeah.
gonna have
We have so
at least
much.
2 more dice to do another
Not that
max.
much.
Get
We don't
into
have
lots
that
of
many
play.
I mean, there's
Like,
gamblers
do
as
Yeah,
some
not
well.
many
put
cards
down
in
the
deck.
I think you
But
might
a
as
lot
well
of
go for
cards
countdown,
we want.
see what you
What
get.
if you just
Boar,
swap?
So first we played Liars
Boar,
because
second
if Liars is
Gilded.
your first card,
Especially
Probably
Boar.
Talent,
Boar's
right?
really good. Like,
You
Boar is
Talent.
plus
You're
2.
only afraid of
If we're
Sino
still inside
NAs.
here and
OGR
Mango
Talent.
does have that fast swap Sino talent. She will fall. Looks like we are.
Are you only
Okay.
afraid of Sino NA?
No countdown?
risky.
I would be scared of Sino's kill into NA.
See the side skill. Are we going to play Paramagic Inzaghi? It is the combo card of the
Don't
century.
play skill.
If anything, it would
Jeez.
actually be Herald Talent into Paramagic.
boy.
Just
You
put it
literally
in UI as
die.
well. make sure to stop any form of dice that
Mango
could possibly use.
We are really considering that Herald talent because if Mango does have that fast swap into Sino
you
talent,
can't scale. You can never scale here.
It's always countdown. It's always countdown swap.
No matter
no,
what.
you can wait for your opponent.
We might want to play that.
You don't have to count on now.
If Mango has it, the game's over. We need to play around.
You're always gonna double. You have one board left, and you're always gonna put it.
What's the point of countdown? You can always get the dice later, like whatever you're drawing.
Looking at some of the alternatives,
Sure.
right? If Mango is not able to attack much, of course,
yeah, you're playing Para. You definitely don't want to count down.
Yeah, you want to count down after your Para proc.
At any point, you have to tank.
You also want to keep the threat of
Herald.
You want to keep the.
Aren't you afraid of? Aren't you only afraid of NAs? I swear this Herald talent is trolling. Just minus some dice.
As long as Mango does a singular skill, and if
Whatever.
he does not, that's fine.
Yeah, Herald talent.
Did you just click skill?
Seriously?
Toma is hanging by a
The breakpoint sucked too.
Ooh, yep, and we
You
have
just
Herald
lost.
talent played as well.
You found the
So
only
now
losing
it's up to
line.
Mango to work
I mean,
with
NA
the
is a
very
skill,
little
right?
dice that they
Like-
have already, and all of their skills and bursts costing 4.
Ooh, that Lyra
That's it.
that we just top decked is actually huge. It will
And
give
it's a
Zagi
skill, and
an
then-
additional dice to work with as well. So hopefully,
Yeah, swap might have been way better there.
What?
Guarantee a parametric proc on his own with no
I
help
don't know.
from Mango. This is very, very.
I don't
nice.
even
And
understand
now
where
with
the-
that
What-
first
what-
increment,
Thoma
there is
and
no
A,
way
and
Mango
then
actually
Sino
has
skill?
enough
Yeah,
dice
Thoma
to
and A,
twice this
I know
round.
skill.
And also swap
I don't
Sino
understand
in order to
how.
claim the game.
What?
Yeah, absolutely. This actually is a really interesting, like you said,
You
the
just
Lyra
end on
summons
You might
grab.
still
for another reason
win.
as well,
You
because
might
now
always
that
win.
Toma is sitting at that dangerous
If they don't
1-0,
see it.
if
With
at any point
parametric-
Mango
Wait, he has
Sino
Gambler.
and Crab,
He
they
didn't
will
use
be
it,
swirled
but-
off
Yeah, he
and
did use his
and
Gambler.
Inzaghi will be able to pull back their Gilded.
Gilded is
Gambler
also
and gain
gone.
even more dice. He's really pushing
Wait.
his dice advantage to his limits.
Yeah, right. He didn't use
Surprised a little bit
gamblers.
is that
Huh,
Zagi
You
did
need
not
interesting.
choose to
4
replace
actions to kill the
artifact
crab.
on site
4
with the
actions.
Gambler's earring.
That's
It
a
is
lot of
free right
actions.
now
And
if
then
Mango
one more
decides
action
to
to kill the
stay on
Sino.
Toma. It would have been a free +2 dice on the reset, and we
Okay,
are
no,
expecting
wait.
at least one character
No,
to
no,
fall
no,
this
15.
turn.
Sino can do
On
5.
the fresh wind.
No, you only need
Maybe
one
that's
action.
the one
Skill,
character
tune one
that Mango
NA,
does
tune
give us.
3
It could have given us
skill.
more dice to work with as
Just
well.
win.
Yeah, that is a great point.
A
Wow,
lot.
Mango
You
even
need
tosses
exactly
away
4
their
actions.
own fresh win because at this rate,
Yeah,
they're
exactly
really
for-
starting to
yeah,
struggle
you're-
to
Wait,
get
no,
into
you
the
should tune-
target.
no,
They
tune
just
one
throw
X,
out an attack,
bro.
give Sayu.
No,
pretty
no,
long.
no,
At this
shit,
rate,
you messed up,
Sayu
you
can
messed up, you
absolutely
lost
take out
health.
Sayu regardless of what they do.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, you
More
didn't.
dice going over to Crab, but because Sino is locked
No,
into
you-
Periscope,
you
this
can't-
does
you
let
can't
No, no,
Sino
they
take
messed
the
up, they
field.
messed
But
up.
with that
They lost-
first
they lost-
undercurrent, Sino
they
is
lost
only
health on
able to
Crab.
do a
FGT.
single
No, you
skill.
can't crab talent. You can never crab talent.
It is nice that Mango earlier did
Oh,
put
right,
the
you have to-
golden
okay.
troop on top of Sinus, so you can see the skill cost is actually
You
the
don't have
same.
enough use for
Oh
it.
wow,
You were
okay,
one dice short.
perfect. They're able to drop it
And
out.
also,
But
you
one
need to
dice
put this,
remaining and
Herald
one
on.
Herald.
One.
will
Wait, do you
it'll
count
be
down?
We need to watch
I
out
don't
the
think
Herald.
so.
But that
Player
is the
countdown
parametric
now.
drop, and Mango has no dice.
Do you?
Herald with his
You're never
revive
winning
pop now
without
does
it, so-
5 damage
I mean,
on
that's
skill.
true.
That is enough
Like,
damage
Oh,
to
this is
Herald
hard.
alone
What
can do
buttons
15
do you
damage.
click here?
Mango
Yeah,
has that
Definitely
Well,
17
then you have to equip gamblers first.
plus 5. Yeah, it's not
Mango,
enough.
pretty much the
Not
only
enough
thing-
damage.
they couldn't even
Alright,
play
GG,
cards
Mongo
at this rate
wins.
because their crab talent
It
cost
is
them
what it
pirate.
is.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's amazing.
Okay, he didn't draw more. He needs
A
more.
Gilded
How many cards
Dream,
left?
another
Right?
parametric,
Is
and
that
the
always
ancient
positive?
Like,
courtyard, so we
even
can
if
start equipping for
Inzaghi can
days.
do, like...
Lots of
Think.
free dice here in the hand of Inzaghi, and also a second.
I mean, with
parametric to
gamblers,
work with
it's
as
kind
well.
of possible.
Inzaghi uses- if he wants to pop the
Maybe,
parametric
like,
round,
25
nine
Just calculate
dice
how
He
much
needs
you have.
25
Not
damage.
enough dice. You don't have enough dice.
11.
You need more
With
dice
his
here.
current dice, I'm not sure it is possible. He also needs
Which
to
means
plus
3,
11
You need
dice
one
to
more
show
die.
he plays
Let
it.
you kill
Doesn't
Sino.
actually
5, 10, 15...
But he obviously he won't
Oh,
let you kill
wait.
Would
Sino.
you be willing?
5
because you're
Oh, wait, you have
5
Para.
to 15,
right? Would you be
20,
willing to take
25.
versus
Yeah.
Herald
Okay, this should be enough, right?
15 dice?
Yes, the action.
You need 15 dice for this shit. Is it enough?
Wait.
It's true, but I don't know how much I like
Yeah, it
Inzaghi
should
digging
work, it should
even
work, yeah.
deeper. He was at, I
Oh,
believe,
did
11
he lose
dice,
a dice?
10 dice before this. Now he's back on to 7, of
9,
course, with the parametric.
11. It might work.
It's exactly
He
enough.
just had more dice
No!
than if he went for the slot
Wait.
gamblers replaced earlier on.
Yeah, no, I agree
it
with you
just
because the
swapped.
big thing about
What?
parametric, right,
Wait,
is that
gambler?
it is going to give you
Because stack
those
here?
stacks when you
Oh,
do
wait,
an
no,
elemental
yeah.
reaction
There's no
or
point
elemental
gambling. It
skills,
doesn't give you an
and the big
extra.
thing is that
there's
you're
no
Like, Mongo will just
Yeah,
swap.
just swap,
Mango
just
has
swap.
no more
swap.
dice, so Inzagi's gonna have to fully
Wait, no, it does
on
give you another
himself to
extra. It
proc
gives
this
you an extra
Paramount. And of
action.
course, Harold having a prepare skill has a funky interaction with Paramount.
Oh, he has courtyard as well. I just realized.
So the first hit
which
will
means
pop it, but the second one will
because there's still
not.
burst
So
left.
only getting
it's
one
plus
sack
2. Wait, hold on.
Wait, no.
but both hits are buffed.
6 plus 9, 14. That's, you need 9 dice to kill Crab. So Inzaghi can go for plus 2 with Darsong Courtyard. There's Parametric.
I think
it's enough. Let's see if it's actually enough.
It's just gonna be maybe
Courtyard, Gilded, Parametric Claw.
Is able to get 2 more skills. Will be 10 damage.
He actually got unlucky with the bottom deck 4. It was the only. Okay, it was that and.
Oh, decked out as well. Just realized. Wow. Okay.
that was -1.
All Mango needs to
Herald
do
Tower
is
was -1 die.
Herald is at 4 HP. A single
There's a lot of ways
will be more than enough to
wait, did he win?
Absolutely, and unfortunately, looks like this is going to be just a little
one dice away. He was 1 dice away.
That 1 extra dice that Mango happened to have was enough to
He's
save
actually 1 dice away. Unlucky.
It was a Herald Crab 1v1.
He messed up. He played Herald Town. There was no reason to play Herald Town.
Yeah, no. Oh my god.
And hey, that's what I was saying.
A single
Okay, he did kill. Mango did do kill.
Mango only needs 1 usable dice with the follow-up attack from Telma. So
Mango could have played Trap Palette if he didn't play Herald Tower.
Even had the board
And I'm just saying that much. Which would have actually changed. It would have actually made it so Inzaghi still wouldn't have lethal here.
There's no winning here, buddy.
There wasn't Herald Tower that lost in the game.
Just
will cost 3, so unfortunately
skill.
1 dice short of victory.
I think no matter what,
and we might see the
he didn't
come in a little bit into the
because he would have needed Gilded plus Liar plus the Courtyard. Like he's gonna bottom pick one of them.
What if Mango ended Sino and
I
played
just needed
Tower?
more dice.
Mango knows this is his game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Inzaghi just a singular dice
you can't one shot
able to claim this one.
that.
I think it really did come off the bat.
I mean, okay, no, it's probably win.
Well, yes, Mango in turns 2 and 3 really did struggle
This
with
is
that
better.
dice, but because of how massive
Yeah, 1 dice away.
man, able to leverage that from there.
Unlucky.
You know, it is unfortunate because I was thinking about.
He was so convinced you couldn't lose this matchup.
But Mango still.
I'm just saying,
in the
he lost
as
it.
the standard
Isn't good for
apply. And look at that,
not good
actually,
for
Inzaghi is out of
Mango had a
cards.
show.
Yeah, Inzaghi's
Swamp did nothing.
entire deck, but
Lotus on the
still
ultimate
1
bad.
dice short here. All Sino needs to do is a
Alright.
singular normal
Doesn't
attack.
change
And
the
for
fact
stack, that will be more than enough damage.
Inzaghi threw this game off a cliff.
I'm pretty sure you just won round and extra die.
Probably not,
That's
because
it.
they
Like
can't
that's
actually
the.
draw
The round
He just
1
wants to
kill
back
on
your
Chong
guy.
Yun though.
He can
That was
press
something.
For funsies, because this game is sealed.
He's upset.
Alright.
Lotus is quite low impact, in my
Has
opinion.
been judged by the general. He's locked into a defeat.
Yes. Unfortunately, the game one, you were just 1
Like the
dice
difference
short.
between Lotus
Looking
and
pretty
a,
good.
I don't know,
boy.
a card,
Starting Inzaghi,
like a
you know,
Woven, for
finally picked up
example,
all the momentum they could, but
it's
unfortunately,
2 dice.
those endgame
Like, 2
dice
dice,
points just
like
1
almost an
short.
entire action.
It was
like,
a
those
great
dice,
round 2 for Inzaghi.
it's just more
despite
valuable
Chong
to have
being
action
felt early, perhaps gambling on the Pyros a
than
little bit too much. It
a
is
card
some
like Lotus.
fortune for Mango though. If he didn't have that, I think it would have easily been Inzaghi's game, especially with how well he played the rest of it.
Absolutely. You know, it's a really interesting
with the
to
hand
see,
he had,
you know, Sino and Crab and how they interact with each other, because not only
Okay, but honestly though,
ends up not really going for their
Sand was
original
bad
game
enough
plan
that it
of
was
doing the stacking up.
Okay,
if
you
one
chose
thing
to
I'm sure
keep the
you
bad
have participating
hand.
is
Chose
the
to keep
raffle
Crab
winner
talent,
right below here. You can
keep
see if that is your
Anna.
UID. Congratulations, you just won 1,000
He
primo.
plays Swap
Congratulations
that he ended
to
up
our
tuning.
two winners,
This card
both
is
from
tapped.
the
Don't
North
play it.
American region, so
You never need Swap. You only kill
congratulations there,
one.
but
You only need to kill
was
one.
the
You
game
can't
one
double
between
kill.
Inzaghi and
Double
if
kill never
only
happens.
Inzaghi swapped to Herald before Sayu got killed, I feel like that could have been a game changer.
You don't even need to double kill.
Like,
Yes,
especially Sayu with Wolf's Brimstone equipped already. Like, dude. Oh man.
And just making an iron
Inzaghi probably threw that. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Its mechanic works. It will just
But the fact that Inzaghi skilled Sayu's skilled instead of Swap,
Let's play.
I don't know.
I can go back to Silver 1.
Yeah, it's surprising that that even through the means of Wolf's Gravestone. Of course, Sayu did fall a little early there, but you know, even that probably wouldn't have been able to tear through.
I can go back
about
to silver
11 plus 5 and 6 HP.
He's literally silver one Gravestone, right? Is it is plus 3 damage on every single instance of damage that you do if your opponent is below 6 HP. So first hit of Sayu does 1 plus 3, which is 4, and it'll be 2 plus 5, so it'll be 9 damage per 3 dice. It would have been more than enough to rip through crap.
I can't even say that I got
the protector was there to eliminate.
You got first by yourself just now.
The initiator, as I'm starting to call this new archetype. How do you feel about the idea of initiators? But we'll put that side for a moment.
Mirror match. Oh boy.
I can't say what's by myself.
Herald and Claymore, both very popular decks. I'm sure these players have got their reps in.
Wait,
but
do they
this
get to
is a
change
mirror that's
stacks
all
between
about setup. Both of these are combo decks. It's all about collecting your pieces,
first series and the
collecting your
next
dice,
series?
collecting your Tamases, finding your guilds, finding your Lyre Songs, and then comboing that one very big turn with infinite dice and infinite damage with the gravestones. But whoever gets that first will be in a lead, and whoever doesn't will unfortunately be sentenced to a loss.
Oh yes, absolutely. There's a lot of interesting factors we can talk about in this matchup and the players, right? Because you know, like we mentioned many times already before, is that Inzaghi and Mango have seen each other multiple times thanks to the Korea Invitational and Asian Invitational, but also Inzaghi is a combo master, but he does not like mirror matches.
Is it 6-0?
I mean, mirror matches is a battle of both luck and skill. It is about who can
Honestly, Sino Crab is really strong. Underrated, definitely underrated. That's okay.
There's really nothing you can do.
No one trusts.
You can pull because you are playing the exact same deck.
But it loses against Whale.
I'm not saying it's good. I think this thing
is
all I remember is like 3-0ing
you do, your opponent can do also, assuming they're playing the same list. So you know, whatever they do, you see a line that's like, oh hey, I can do that too. It makes all the card counting a lot more easier, right?
Just know that he plays Whale
exactly what this deck can do, and you also
okay, well, we ignore that.
how to play around it. Both of these players are extremely familiar with this deck.
I rolled all 3 games and I rolled
on top on the
actually bad
absolutely. You know, it's actually funny. Well, maybe not too funny for the players, but they were dreading this matchup of the Sayu mirror earlier. So you know, it would inevitably happen because nearly everybody is playing this Herald Claymore deck, right?
I have seen this mirror go very, very wrong.
What if Mango is playing your version?
One of them just rolls poorly, no ramp turn 1, 0 usable dice turn 2, and then the other guy's got pass A, got double Liben, double Tamaeus, and you're just rolling in 16 dice turn 2 and you just win.
Rolling as in Sayu doing the rolling bowling ball?
No.
Either way,
it's free value.
Absolutely, yeah. But Mango cites themselves as the unlucky.
Free value,
so hopefully that's not the case. But let's take a look at their deck here.
He's already playing no tech.
Nope, he's not.
Double Wolf's Gravestone.
He's playing the better
Wagner's
version.
Weapon Banner.
He
called this better. This version.
Never mind. He's running double Herald
did skip on this. We'll let us draw more cards, of course, if we do.
Double fast.
Other players haven't been doing
he doesn't run enough
recently.
gas. He doesn't
but
run
only
enough
a single
gas.
talent does add that inconsistency element for it. But
At the very least, he doesn't have Wagner.
Especially when we aren't running the
Wagner's
Weapon
so
Banner to find our Gravestone.
So good. Just think about it this way: you can get a free Wagner. It's basically like you already had Courtyard.
Once you have it, being able to draw to every time you score is
I'm not
ridiculous.
Except that you're just gonna get 0 duns and just
I mean, you have to get that first swirl
You have to run
but just
3
free draw every time you do, especially with how much of it you do.
What do you mean
with the swirl and the
break?
application afterwards on her prepare skill is ever so threatening.
Otherwise, not too much out of the ordinary. One Lotus for defensive utility. Hopefully, we get to see that because Lotus can be an absolute clutch. Of course, staring down the gravestone, maybe not so much. You may have to,
Wagner,
avoid
you're
some kills
basically
there.
playing with
Otherwise,
cards
this
in your
is pretty
deck.
standard.
Yeah,
you don't have
more or
to
less
play
it's all about the dice generation. Curious though that we are not bringing over the parametric transformers that Inzaghi did, instead preferring to bring over a second Herald talent and of course the Sayu talent which we were talking so much about earlier.
Absolutely.
It is also just
I
free value.
think, the parametric transformer is just very unique to Inzaghi being the combo master because not only is the ultimate combo card, but he just plays it super well, and we will see his deck in just
because I can't
my goodness. I don't know. I really is
okay. In the mirror, if one person
is more of a
floats
high
A,
rolling card if you're able to get
are
the
you
right time,
supposed to, and you
so
have
much more
enough
dice
dice
for
to
you
skill
to
swap
use,
skill.
but you do sacrifice the slowdown
You're
potential
just
of a Herald
skill swap
talent and
skill.
also the draw of Sayu.
Flipping over to refresh ourselves on Inzagi's deck.
I
Only
feel like
a
you
solo
want
Herald
like
talent,
something.
2 gravestones, a
to go
little
along
bit of a
with
high
it.
roll, but I'm sure he'll have no problem drawing these cards out. And the consistency card
Like something
of the
decent to
Ancient
go along
Courtyard
with it.
Arcane.
If you just have,
I mean,
if you just go for
consistency in the
skills
sense
or
that you
skill
always
with
get your first hand,
nothing,
but it
you have
does
2 action around 2.
kind of sacrifice your mulligan because you always
you're in a
draw
pretty
your
shit
first hand, which
spot.
means you always throw it away, and that is one less opportunity for you to draw a live.
Like you want to be able to set up something.
Turn 1, so it can help you.
Ideally, like you have
equips, but it will
gilded,
also
into,
really
like,
hurt your early game if you
I don't know, light
if
golden
you
house or
struggle to find
something.
all of your ramp cards.
Absolutely, and with these strategies that players
Like
do,
I don't know,
with the Hydro
if you
Abyss
go for
Herald
skill
being, of
slot,
course,
you're
that
looking
countdown to the
for like
show
a total of
into
8
Livens, and at least
actions.
maybe a Dunyarzad, maybe a Timaeus. That is
By end
what
of round
the
3.
golden hand is.
Okay, what if one of these
It is
parametrics
certainly
was a
one hand. It
Wagner?
lets you get so much dice
Hold
for so
on.
little cost. It is
Like,
free
both of
gilds,
these
free dice,
parametrics
free
as a
draw,
Wagner,
free
and then we take
everything.
out
No,
Of course,
we
but
don't
you
run
need to
Wolf's-
find
we-
it
we
first,
still run
which
just
is where
two
the
Wolf's
countdown to the
Grace
show
Stones.
comes in.
We
Free
run
dice
one
is a steep
Wagner.
cost, but if you play it turn 1 and you sit on Herald, you
Oh
can take
my
all
God,
of the
this
damage
guy
and
is
find all your
genius.
combo
Holy
pieces.
shit.
Now you only have
to an extent,
one
maybe this
brick.
is a little bit
Exactly.
you know, we were very familiar with all the way
Stop
to start
calling
the
Wagner,
game,
it's the power
Noel,
card.
you equip the
It's an
Wolf's
OP
Gravestone and
card.
Artifact and all of that shenanigans, and you're just supercharged. And to an extent, I think
OP
Sai
is one way
really,
to put it.
recapturing that role, right?
The great thing about this
Literally
deck over
OP.
Noel, though, is that you don't actually need
Okay,
to build
but
towards
actually,
burst to do
one
big
Wagner
damage.
to
And
take
of course, you
advantage
also
of
have
your
more
dims.
discounts to work
It
with as
does
well,
just-
so the
you're
burden
gonna
on your
draw
dice
into your
is a
weapons
lot lower.
anyways when you run 3
Here
weapons.
is the matchup. You know what?
To
That's
the point
funny.
where
They
the
are
draw
doing a
effect
little
from
bit
Wagner
of the
isn't the
reverse
most
line of
important
Mango
thing in
is
the
sitting
world.
their
So just
Herald
run
on
2 Wolf's
the
Gravestones,
right
1
side while
Wagner.
Zagi is on the left.
It's a big question of all.
I mean,
No,
this
no,
is
no,
the
it's
micro
genius.
optimization.
If you don't play, okay, if you only want to play like a
we haven't
side,
seen a lot of it here, but we did see CJR's bring
I don't
yesterday.
draw
Whether
payoff.
the players will
If
choose
you want
to
to play
bring it
Wagner to draw
again will be a
payoff,
different
you're
story.
better off
The
just
micro
playing
Optimization became a
like
thing in
is
Sayu
for
because
the
we
overload,
hate
so
it-
which
hate
character you
Lumen
want to
stuff.
swap to after you get force swapped off, as well as crowd cube, which one you want to tank the crowd hit
yeah,
on.
we can't play Luminous though.
Okay.
Pretty decent.
Game
He
2.
has the Herald talent and
Mirror
the
match.
Rampart, and then
Mango
Mango
Herald
goes
Sayu
away.
Chongyun.
The Sayu
Oh
talent.
boy.
We're going
Oh,
to be
he's going
able
for
to
skills
draw
with
our
spell,
entire
probably.
I'm
as
hoping
long as
Injagi will
Mango
win
does
this.
think
that.
Come on,
I think
Injagi.
it's
You
just
can
a
do
solid
it.
hand.
Really want turn one,
Don't
but
let this
Sayu
be a
skill turn one isn't
3-0 for
ideal, because
Mango.
first you do
Come
have to
on,
apply
man.
the
You
core, and
can.
then you need to
I
swirl
know
it.
you can
So
do it.
It is
Come on,
Yeah, I do go
Injagi,
for
let's
turn
go.
Liven, or you can go for
but it also sacrifices your ramp as skill swap skill is 6 dice,
Gilded.
7 dice, sorry, leaving you only 1 to ramp.
Absolutely, but you know what is going to be consistent, Sumi? The raffles that should be
Oh my
happening
God.
around this
Okay.
time.
You
Go
see that
into
side
the
talent?
Astro Carnival
Now
YouTube channel,
imagine
type in
that was a
"Let's
Wagner.
Go," your player that you think is going to win, and
no.
your UID, and you could win 1,000 Primo Gems.
And if you see the QR code right there in between the players' portraits, be sure to go give that a shot.
Yep,
Let us know
the
what
Wagner would
you
suck.
like to see,
I
whether you
agree.
want more raffles, bigger raffles, or just anything on the stream you
Well,
can improve.
look,
Absolutely.
if we have Wagner
Wow.
here, like,
Yeah, I know, I'm
Did
joking.
the
Good.
countdown to the show, and we got some interesting cards. But like you said, you know, as much as I really like these, it's not really what you want in your opener.
Unfortunately, Mango struggled to find a Timaeus or anything of that
Yeah,
sort.
this is not
Only
good.
a Liven to work with and the Gravestone, but we
Yeah, you
cannot play
probably
both as that would be
talent,
6 dice.
Liven,
We are unfortunately 1
Art,
short.
which
We
is
can Liven
kinda
into the
bad.
Herald talent, but that still leaves us
It
with
is
1
kinda
dice to
bad.
use. So unfortunately for Mango, he did not find the ideal start.
Yeah, most definitely not. I think
Oh, yeah,
Inzaghi
Inzaghi
conversely
got
is doing, you know,
people
relatively
speed.
okay.
Yeah,
you
he's
can use the
people speed.
Junior
Even
Zod
Gilded,
and
probably
the
just
Liven
been
combination to
Liven.
draw
Do you play the
hopefully a
Liven
Timaeus,
to
but
draw?
from there,
What if you
they
draw
may
second dim next
respond
turn?
and
You
kind
feel
of
like
actually
shit.
just Herald talent, or
No,
maybe
don't
even
Liven.
skip
Oh, wait,
you
no,
know,
of course,
it's
It
that's
really
cool.
does depend
Titan.
on what that Juniors are
Yeah.
does
Yeah,
draw
I'm
out. You
done.
do
Then
have
you-
the
then
line
you
to
pay for a
proctor
companion.
once per game companion search.
Like,
That will
it's
help you
that
out,
or
give you
you
more
draw one
options.
Gilded.
But it
which is
really
probably
does
the
still
same
depend on
thing.
the RNG.
Now, how do you feel about Mango? Like I said, the ramp turn maybe isn't the most optimal, but they now have guaranteed Sayu talent, Herald talent, and the Wolf's Gravestone, all very key / and or helpful cards that are going to be able to push down their opponent and slow them down.
They are certainly great, but unfortunately we can't play any of them. We want to discount the Gravestones. No, Golden House can't do that. Just the Gravestone naked is a huge investment, and I mean, Sayu talent, Herald talent, they're great to have as well, but you don't have the dice to consistently
Yeah,
skill
absolutely.
on Sayu anyways if you don't have that ramp.
Yeah, Mango's still just taking their time. The 20-second timer, though, should be popping up about now. All right, we get down the live, and Herald Talent looks like we're going to hold out. Yep, and just the artifact. All right.
What shall Inzaghi respond
Alright,
with?
now
though?
you
That
go
was
skill
an
swap skill.
unfortunate turn 1 for Mango, but Inzaghi's could, in theory, be bricked just as
imagine it is a lag.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, the Junior Zod does not low roll. I highly doubt it. It is such a low chance of that ever happening, but we don't want to jinx it. So he's just calculating through the lines, hoping that something could go in his favor to really have a high advantage over Mango.
If that Junior Zard rolls into a second Junior Zard, Inzaghi will be in big trouble because he does not have another companion in hand to trigger it. As you do need to put Libin first.
Wondering if he should.
They're saying as if he rolls into a second gen if it's
unlucky.
a bad thing.
Oh no!
Yeah,
that's
literally
no
great.
longer the curse of the undercurrent.
Okay, it's not the best
unfortunate.
answer.
Okay, you need to draw another
Not the
companion.
worst thing in the world, though. We can still Herald skill play talent, also pass 1 dice into the next round.
Otherwise, like Timaeus is always
looks like it's like
you
the
always
auto
need
dice there.
Timaeus. You just need to draw Timaeus
Used
from
the unaligned dice of the animal dice.
What
We
are
will
the
need to
casters
tune
on?
again if you
I
want to
hate
pass
this.
dice over
This is
to
fine.
Herald. Unfortunate there. Maybe we just go
I
for
mean,
the skill swap
they don't
skill
realize
and
that you want
guarantee
skill
our
swap.
What I was
full
complaining
hydro
to
on the
Subi
opponent.
about
'Cause, I
after
mean,
we were
both of the
playing
ramps aren't looking that good.
Yeah, as much as it's
BOTC
incredibly
and
unfortunate,
IRL
I
is
am okay
something
with
like
the skill swap
he's-
skill line, getting your
too
hydro
confident.
I think
application early,
he's
so
wrong
that way
the
you
same
don't have
amount
to
of
worry
times
about
as the
later,
other
because if
casters, but
both
he's just
players
way too
decided,
confident.
to pass
Yeah,
the
no,
ramp
he's
over,
wrong.
of course, you will
He's
still
always
get that
right.
application on each other, but other times they might start to avoid it,
Whatever.
and that is very
I don't know.
annoying for
He's not
Sayu.
humble
If you
enough
do
about
go for the
being
line
able to be
right
wrong.
now, you will be able to knock Herald
No,
out of his
but mute,
revive immediately,
please.
but with
Thank
no
you.
ramp to deal with the curse, the undercurrent is going to be a real pain.
Know what you're
Though
leaking.
you are able to get guaranteed swirls later on, or freeze depending on how it goes.
Absolutely.
You just NA?
Looks like they just went for a
What?
normal attack to actually fix their
Inzaghi?
dice. While we're
Are you
on the
serious?
subject,
Oh my
could you tell us a little
God.
more about the auto
I thought you
dice
can't
and what
skill
that
them.
means for our players at home?
So basically what auto dice means is that when you play a
What? You
companion
got so
or a support or a weapon or whatever that needs
Oh my
dice
God.
based on a skill, because that will always
I-
be to align dice
Oh
anyway.
no.
So
Yeah,
things
that
like
I mean, you had
sucks.
it. You had the skills
particular
to go
dice
for a good
uses,
setup.
when you use it, you can actually choose which dice it consumes, and it will the game will automatically make it choose dice
Oh
that
my
your characters
God.
cannot use for their elemental skills, and that comes up in situations like that where because Inzaghi took unaligned dice,
What?
Man, if you had
Libin
skill
needs
swap
to
skill here, you would be able to
unaligned
throw
dice.
this
He
turn.
wasn't
He's so
actually able to
nice.
pass
Oh
the
my
dice over to
God.
him.
Yeah, absolutely. That dice management is so key to ensuring that you do not
It's
spend the
fine.
wrong one. I myself have made it happen
What does
many
Mango
times.
have here?
And what are we doing here? Pulling back the heart.
There's no
top
need to
arena?
do that
Are
if you're
we trying
skilling.
to bore Princess into the Gilded? I don't believe.
I
that
guess
should work
okay.
out,
I guess
right?
if you didn't want to stream run.
Don't need to do it just yet. It
This is
will
your
just be a
one, too,
replace
one.
on the Cavalry, and just in case Inzaghi punches back for now, we don't
Like,
need the dice.
this can miss a
this
draw.
point in
This
time
can
in
miss a draw.
particular, so we will just
Second
save
to
that.
man.
Might
discounted
be
Gilded
better to
Dreams
just
for a
do
rainy
one.
day.
Yep, and unfortunately, no second Timaeus from that. I guess it's not the biggest deal, but a second Libin, you're probably
Skill?
not going to
Seriously?
deploy it anytime soon.
Really?
You have a Gilded Dreams in Inzaghi's
What's wrong with skill?
And a two
Would you rather
golden
swap?
Ooh, never mind. I stand correct.
I honestly don't know.
Ooh, that is really big. That Gilded Dreams in conjunction
probably
with
just
a
like-
golden
I don't
house
know.
plus the ancient courtyard will be
I thought
a
this play was
pre-equip,
fine.
which will
Okay, I'm
let
surprised he's
Inzaghi
skilling
match
now.
Mango's dice for
Like,
the
if you're
most part.
skilling, I thought like why not
You're
just skill
talking about
last
the
time? I
consistency
don't know.
of ancient courtyard. Of course,
swap
it does
to
mess with your
Sayu's
mulligan a little
skill.
bit. Now that you got lucky enough to draw
The
into
Wolf's
it, of course,
Gravestone?
ideally
No.
you would want it for the Wolf's Gravestone, but hey, you can make perfect
Or you
use
can
of
go
it here.
Chong. Chong
You
looks
can,
annoying.
and the onus
but-
is on Mango first to make it.
First
He
is
really
Sayus.
doesn't want to steal again
Sayus
on
looks a
Herald
lot
because that is
better to
kind
me.
of a waste of dice. You really want to swirl something, but right now the Herald of Inzaghi is not locked into a prepare skill, so if he swaps over to someone else without the Leave It To Me in hand, Inzaghi will just swap off in kind to avoid that reaction.
Absolutely. This is the swapping and avoiding the elemental reactions I talked about earlier, is that when you have these openers that don't do anything
I
in the
think I
first
would
half,
want to
you can
rotate,
accidentally give someone else the advantage and make
I-
them mess
I think I would
around,
go in here.
with your
Something like
tempo.
Mango.
And, as much as it's not the most ideal to just
I don't
move
know about the
around, it
DP.
really can mess with the matchup, because then players will be locked into a swap
Why do
style
like
match
this?
until
Like
they can
just
find
replace the
that
DP
opening.
on.
You're
I think
putting
Color was
everything
better.
onto that
Whatever.
site. Looks like we had a fast
Doesn't
prepare
matter.
last one. May have been free play.
Yep, very nice. We ended up getting that already, and the Sayu talent. Mango is about to draw out.
Okay,
more
Mango
what do we like
wins.
to do here
Go
first?
next.
Ooh, second
What are you
game.
looking
It's
for?
Jover.
Lotus is okay
Yeah,
as
Mango
well, but
wins.
we also popped the revive
Like
on
2-0?
Herald, which
Oh,
does mean the
man.
Cursey Undercurrent is also now applied onto
It's like
Mango's
first,
side.
to be honest.
Yep, absolutely. So
actually, shit, that's pretty bad. Oh, fuck.
You never burst
their
Herald.
You don't have that much. You have Golden House Guild.
They don't really have a lot of guild.
Yeah, probably have the swap Chong. Wow.
Yeah, swap Chongyun, skill, go Sayu.
You take 3 on
losing 2 is so bad.
Yeah, this sucks.
So, like, going down to 2 against 3 is so
his
bad.
character is going to take a lot of damage, but he can't stay on Herald because
And
Sayu
then
I have a hard time seeing how you win.
potentially Mongo
greater than 4. So which
will
I think you could
swap.
still swap Chong's skill ramp.
before Mango consumes even a single stack
You
of
would
the
hope,
creation
yeah.
card, so
Really?
when it reapplies, it will only
Just pray you can
It'll
outdice
technically
Mango
do
next
nothing,
turn
waste a little
because
bit
of
of
Herald
value on
Talent.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of
I
the
mean,
sort of
Niagara
scenarios
Pocket's
that
own
I
Herald
saw
Talent.
yesterday. Not the specifically mirror
The double
matchup,
burn
but
here, so it's
when
really
fighting the crowd,
worse,
Kiku also
but-
captures the same mentality of staying
Is that
still
you
on
can't
one
actually
character,
draw
but
that
only
much,
Hydra application
so-
is available on Mango's Herald.
If you can't draw,
if
you can't find
Inzaghi's
the
Herald
card
falls now,
generate
it's going to be an uphill
like, you need
battle
Flyer
ever trying to
or-
actually target and get that swirl.
On the other hand, though, if we
Most
swap
great
off
then
our character,
too,
it's
so
going
you
to
can
take
use
a
these
lot
discounts
of
for
damage.
something.
Just playing the Golden House for time for now. What do we choose to do here?
Absolutely, it's a difficult decision. I think ultimately,
I think there's a
I
one
think
where you
ultimately I
just
would not want to give.
kill.
I wouldn't want to give
You mean
a
burst.
free
You always
lethal
burst
onto my
first.
character. I would
Burst.
rather just swap over. I
Burst
think
into
Chongyun
side
is
skill
okay
into,
to take one.
You
hit.
can't
But
skill twice, that's
Mango
the problem,
most
because
likely
Herald
cannot
talents.
generate enough dice. At worst, Mango will do
Might
one
as
more
well.
What do you mean?
It is what it is.
You just Herald Bird the side skill and then in the live
at the moment.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
Very good.
But how do you win from
that
there?
ancient courtyard?
I don't know.
because he gives
You can
freedom
always,
to tune
you
away
can
the
never,
Golden House, and Herald goes down for the
you
sacrifice.
will
Size
always get close to
skill.
round
Alright, so
or
the
round
problem with
3.
Herald going
If-
down was
if
that you
Niagara
were going to
wants to.
struggle with the Hydra application, but with that burst, that's
You
no
can
longer
never
a problem. There's
push
Hydra on
round
Sayu now,
3.
and if we do a skill on
You
our
have to
own
play for round
Sayu,
4.
that will be Hydro Swirl. All of Mango's characters will now have Hydro.
Yeah, thankfully, a very
Also, what do
lucky
you
break and making
remove?
sure to use that burst because it's a lot more
Good.
powerful, but also refreshing that curse of the undercurrent. And now both
Oh,
of the,
D3,
both of the
not
players
bad.
have a 4-cost burst and skills. My goodness, it is an expensive matchup.
It is, but it is advantage for
Yeah,
Mango.
Mango
He
is one
does
die
still
short
have
for
a
their
rather
action.
healthy HP advantage, but more importantly, he still has his Herald, which means he can use it to tank another hit, and when Herald falls with talent equipped, it will actually refresh the curse and undercurrent
Drop
for Inzaghi.
Chong. Probably.
Absolutely. Yeah, here,
I'll beat
you know,
swap
Mango
Chong.
is just assigned to do
And then they just
with
start by
their
skilling you
last
next
dice.
turn,
They don't
and
really
then
have much
fast
they can do.
swap
They
overs.
can feed it
NA,
to life, and you
you
can
can't
free
win.
equip a Gamblers. I would not recommend that.
I mean, you
But
win if they don't have
otherwise,
enough
Inzaghi
dice.
just has 3 dice.
I
and
think
really
Mango
don't
has to go
see,
Chong.
them doing another skill because they don't
You
have a
do-
Wolf's
don't
Gravestone, so
even-
they couldn't cleanly take
you
out
don't even
the
win from
opposing
that.
Sayu.
Deciding who
Right.
to swap here to, you actually can't
Maybe.
stay on Sayu. The
Do
follow-up
you?
hit
Like,
of
your turn
Inzaghi
just gets
will put
skipped
Sayu
and
down
you're
to
very
3
low on
HP.
HP.
And he does have 3 dice
Yeah.
thanks to that Gilded
And this
Dream,
is
so a
just if
single-
Mango
the
only
number
has
skill
2
will be more than
actions,
enough to eliminate
which
her,
is
and she has all the investment, right? She has the
a
Gravestone,
bit
has the talent,
optimistic.
even has the Gilded Dreams equipment. We haven't drawn our second one yet. We need to swap over to someone else.
Yeah, there is still chance for Inzaghi to win
Even just
this
2 actions
because
alone.
Mongo doesn't have
Very hard about it.
gas.
Mango
Which is the
running out of
problem.
I mean,
time,
problem
almost
there
10
is, I mean,
seconds
there's
on the clock.
Larsong,
What will they
so Mango
decide?
has
Will they do
10
live?
minimum or
Okay.
3 actions minimum.
Oh, Herald?
Herald?
Interesting proposition here. If Inzaghi does have one more action,
Wait, now
that
you
would be
could-
enough as well.
NA.
So Inzaghi
Or-
here has
yeah,
a
it's
decision
NA,
to make.
no?
Do you normal attack
Huh,
and
you
lethal
still
Herald,
get as Inzaghi?
consuming the stacks of the curse undercurrent and making sure he
Do
doesn't
you
get,
NA?
Mango
I think
doesn't
you
get
do.
bonus
Oh,
value
let's
because
do-
there's still
yeah.
2 stacks.
Sorry,
when
do
Gale
NA
Herald
as
refreshes,
Inzaghi.
it will
You
still
can
be
NA,
4
you
stacks.
can
It doesn't
NA.
go beyond
But
2.
NA is a
Or
bit.
would you play the live and just
I
bear
mean,
with
yeah,
the
NA is a
actual
bit.
usage
You
of the curse
could
on
just,
undercurrents?
Yeah,
I don't know,
It's
live
Mango
and
ends up hitting
toss?
Inzaghi's ball in the park. Normal attack. I
Yeah,
don't know.
NA
I think,
here.
I think ultimately I would want it because make
Do you
since
NA?
your Herald is already down.
I think you do.
I think I want to put them on
so that
second
way you're
fast
more
one
even
by,
in the HP.
I think you do.
I would
Mongo
try
has
to put them
Boar.
on second fast one,
Sayu
but
at some
not
point
NA.
on
Oh.
Mango's side.
But I know.
Okay.
Choose to go
From
live,
this
and I
perspective, I
do
don't.
So,
understand this 'cause
Mongo
Herald
can
curse
do
undercurrent is
skill.
live and gives you plus 2 dice, so more or
Actually,
less even,
wait.
and
Larsong first.
What does Mango do here without fast
well to
one?
refill on
Larsong
hand.
first, Boar skill,
And we can see
Herald.
the differences in openers really. Because they talked about how, I was okay.
and then
Yeah,
Mongo
skill,
can
right?
easily
But,
get
they have such
4
a strong
actions.
hand, and they've barely
Yeah,
been
skill
Oh no,
is
wait,
fine.
with
any of these
curse,
cards that Timaeus is just sitting
it's
there
3.
unplayed,
It's
is not
3.
able to decost any of their artifacts until they throw it out there.
Yeah, Live
It's
was
three
able,
actions.
Mango was able to get a slightly better opening, but just unfortunately not finding a lot of the combo pieces.
Or you NA because
all
you know,
bottom
you have to use
Yeah,
something.
there you go.
This deck at this point, though, so they should be
Gil, Larsong, Boar, skill.
Or Princess,
Very
because when
strong.
Herald falls, the artifact will be considered
Yep.
destroyed, and it'll give them an extra
If they
dice.
skill, I don't
Should
mind
be just
clicking
going
Sayu
for
skill
a
myself,
skill
to
or
be
a
honest.
normal
Or
attack to put a little
NA.
bit of
And
damage
it's not
onto
bad,
before they say
actually.
Goodbye.
But
Alternatively, though, we can
it's
keep
still the
Herald
same. You
off
still
for a
do
little bit
3
longer,
actions
And then always
just
do
a little bit
for
You will live
Mongo.
on 1 HP to a Strom. You can have
I guess you have
What do you
to
do?
take a hit from Sayu.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's
On the
nothing
side
else
of
you can
Inzaghi, I
do.
do wonder if he goes for that countdown to the show, the 3-cost Linny card, you know, because they did
Meanwhile, in
use it last
Zhagi,
time.
I feel
Did
like...
you lose
They
it?
pull out the rest
No,
of it, but
you.
at this rate,
Oh no,
I think they're
there's
holding
also
a pretty
Chris.
I was gonna ask if you
advantage.
lose
What I'm
it.
worried about is the Chongyun sweep.
I mean,
Mango
yeah,
just
3
goes
actions
down.
as well
Worried
for
about here, if we
Inzaghi.
play the countdown to show for Inzaghi,
Inzaghi needs
we could
the
search for
fucking
Graves, that
sword.
would be
Dang.
good, but we don't actually have a lot of dice to work with.
Needs a lot of
10
things.
right now.
He
We
needs
burned a
something
lot of
he
our
uses
magic last
fifth
round, and there's
pounds
also
on.
the
he run
curse of
loaded?
the
Or-
undercurrent to consider.
No.
We can also
Yes, no
use the
loaded.
refresh as well if we are
He's like
Mango
me,
to
a
put us
loaded
onto
skater.
effectively minus
3.
3 or maybe even minus 4 dice depending on how the game
I
plays
hate
out.
tech cards. Tech cards are
Absolutely.
bad.
You know,
I
once
think you
again,
want pure
timer
dice
is ticking down.
advantage.
It's a lot of things to manage and
It's 11
consider.
Inzaghi
dice.
You
thinks
must
the
make a
same.
decision eventually. 10
Except,
seconds
like, you,
on
okay,
the
you need
clock,
the
and
one tech
Mango,
card. You need the
what are
one
we
fast swap.
thinking?
You need fast
Will
swap,
just
and you
be
need
another
one tech
skill
card.
inhaler,
Like, one
perhaps
tech
we
card
swap off to
is it.
another
You hate
tech
tech
card.
cards, but you need
Fast swap
tech cards,
in hand as
so-
well.
You
We
need,
freeze
your
this
every
one
deck
up
needs a
front.
fast swap.
Yeah.
Skill.
Every deck needs the
Element
fast swap, but then
skill,
you
and
play
that
like
will
one
most likely
to same
seal
card.
Mango.
I feel
Only one.
NA would have been way
Inzaghi,
better.
I
I
imagine
could
they
be
would not
wrong.
pass on the opportunity to lethal
You
Herald.
don't need more. Don't play more.
Thing is, though, if we want to
Because you
keep down
save
Herald before
dice,
his second follow attack, we will
plus
do normal
it makes
attack.
your
Simon's computer
actions
skill only
less
does 1 damage
predictable.
on the initial hit, which
I think
would
one
actually be
to
enough.
same card.
Yeah, without
is
that gravestone, it's
perfect.
going
I'm
to be a
just
bit of a
saying.
challenge. And then from there, it'll be a bit of a freeze trade because most likely Mango would simply swap over to their own Chongyun, freeze Sayu, but then otherwise, Inzaghi would probably fast swap and also freeze their Chongyun respectively. It's a bit of a freeze battle.
Dice being evened out, though, Mango did consume one of the
Let's
stacks of the
play
curse
here.
of the undercurrent, being it a 4-cost
Okay,
skill, with
well, you always-
only
you
came into
always
the round
lose
with
the
8
fast
dice
or-
in total, so being put down to 4 is a
If you kill
huge,
here, you go
huge
back up
deal.
to 6. You know there's a
Absolutely. They have at
liar.
least one Gilded
There's
Dreams to make a
gamblers,
little bit of that
but,
back, but no
that's
Timaeus to
7
spare,
dice.
so they could reduce it
I
a
don't
little
know.
further.
Inzaghi is currently operating at a dice advantage, recognizing
That is
the
7
fifth
dice.
countdown, trying to search
Wait, that's
for
actually
a
really
gravestone.
good.
No gravestone.
Boar,
Nothing.
Larsong
I mean,
again.
okay, you do
Unfortunate,
boar.
They do
but-
have the seed box and parametric
Oh, I actually drew a
combo,
lot.
but
Never mind.
outside of that is simply strategizing. From there,
I think-
you really have to rely on your Gilded Dreams to draw out
Can
that
Inzaghi
card
can
that
do
you're so
4
desperately
actions?
searching for.
Can't afford to go
You have a lot of
just to
dice.
dig
Yes.
even deeper.
Plus 6
Inzaghi
dice here, plus
needs to
gamblers.
try to do something now. Ooh,
Let's
Plus
go.
2.
Okay.
All right.
Wow,
Okay.
Wolf's
With
Gravestone
Ancient
coming
Courtyard,
in
that
clutch.
is
Why are they
sealed. This is gonna
excited
buy an
about that?
additional 2 dice, so it is
I
a
mean-
free gravestone.
Does that
goodness, that
help
was out for
really?
Yeah, that's relevant.
Is it?
Even
I don't know.
so, Inzaghi spent a
I don't
lot
get
of
it.
dice doing that. It does have some magic in hand to even it up.
If
We'll have a
Inzaghi
rough
Wolf's
time going forward.
Gravestone
Yeah, absolutely.
skills
You know, I do
here.
wonder, does
No,
Inzaghi
you
ever
don't
put
Wolf's
down
Gravestone,
the
Sayu,
parametric?
no
You can make
shot.
it 1 cost, but you know,
Or
there's
Right.
a
do you?
You can send Mango
No,
Wolf's
no, that
Gravestone.
can't
Even
be,
though
Mango
right?
only has
6
one
dice
action.
remaining
He
is
Wolf's
not a lot
Gravestone
to
on
work
Chongyun instead,
It's
not on
effectively
Sayu.
less than that because
Wait,
there is still the double
are you
curse on the
actually for
undercurrent to
real?
deal with as well.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There we go.
Only have one
Okay.
Gravestone off the ancient
Okay, if you
courtyard.
kill Terry,
Are
you
we
lose
gonna
the
do
thing.
that parametric and
Right.
Really?
Wait, how can Mango
It's a very
do...
brave
Oh,
option to
yeah.
equip the gravestone.
You just
If
Wolf's
we actually
Gravestone
do
kill,
choose to
and
do the
then...
skill, if
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
Chongyun
choose to
just
equip
freeze.
a gravestone
4
and
actions.
skill, which is
Then
a lot of
4
dice
actions
granted,
kill.
it will
Chongyun
do
freezes.
second
Too much.
knocking out
And
Sayu
then-
Inzaghi on solo
Like you're going
Chongyun
fast-
could be a
oh no,
very
wait.
risky
As a
play.
skill. Plus 2
Absolutely.
from...
This
You know,
is
I
Plus 2 from
wrong.
Gilded,
It's hard to
plus
say
2
because,
from
Nah.
if you don't
Gamblers.
want to use
Plus
all
2
those
from
dice,
Boar,
I
plus
think
2 from another.
3 actions,
just do
right?
normal attack 'cause it still
Does
takes
he have
out
enough?
Herald, but
Yeah,
then you don't
Chongyun
get the
freeze,
gravestone
swap,
that you wanna
Sayu
ensure that
skill.
Mango Sayu has Hydro application, so your own
that will
Chongyun
bring
can
down
start to
Chongyun to 4 HP. I don't know, man.
This liar.
And then you have the Chong skill outside you later as
If
well.
he does, that will be 1 extra action. Gamblers as
Oh,
well.
not liar.
Why not liar?
Wait, what?
funky dice breakpoints, and they go for the elemental skill Hydro on both of the characters, but Chongyun is locked and loaded. Here it comes.
I don't know about Wolf's Gravestone, Sayu. I don't know.
It's such a huge,
maybe it's just not.
especially now with gamblers equipped.
Okay.
He's one dice short from too many things.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Mango, you know,
He's
they
not
may
one
be
dice short, he's
considering
just
putting
short
on that Wolf's
a
Grace.
lot of-
Most likely not.
There's
because there is no
Gilded.
means
No, I'm
to
just thinking of the
fix it
break
right now.
points here.
Yeah.
If we can get up to 7 dice, that's it.
Inzaghi needs a
Gravestone
walking.
skill,
Do you
that's
play
Saigon.
Wolf's Gravestone?
Absolutely.
Chongyun?
Could they capitalize on the
Skill,
gamblers as well?
size,
Not looking to have a
dead.
Boar Princess
He's
available.
14
Would
die.
be quite
14
expensive,
die.
I believe.
To end the game,
But, I mean, that
which is what he needs to do.
Sayu with the Gravestone out
I
of play
don't know,
for Inzaghi, and
dude.
after that, he's just solo Chongyun, no weapon equipped. He can
Wow,
get extra action.
I mean, if
okay.
you're Mango, surely
but
you
I
go
don't
for
think
this.
it's
Yeah.
actually enough to win this
Goes
turn.
for it.
Absolutely. Inzaghi
Ah.
sits back in his chair a little bit.
14
darn.
dies.
Got punished by that. Very
Not possible.
unfortunate. But
I'm
they may be
Inzaghi.
able to hold the dice advantage all the way through because now they're going to freeze Mango
Mango's
Chongyun
saying-
and have a
That
parametric
was-
block.
I don't know.
You
Mine.
should,
Is that with the curse of the
Inzaghi
Undercurrent
just
still
float
2
here,
stacking
right?
with Herald just had fallen,
That's your only
resetting
chance.
it. I'm not entirely
Okay,
sure
they
if
have no
it is enough
fastball.
to actually give Inzaghi another action. And even if he did, with no weapon on Chongyun,
I mean, you
Skill,
countdown,
countdown,
you
probably.
You know
I
you don't
don't
have
know.
game on
Mango's
board.
Chongyun lives
Yeah, I
to
know.
next
You
turn
play
no
countdown.
matter what.
Actually, no, you pass. You just pass. But then again, fast
I
swap.
mean, it's so unlikely, but it's the only play you can go
Yeah,
for.
it is. You know, Chongyun,
Wait,
it's great that he
you
has
just-
a
Inzaghi
force
can
field inside of
win.
Inzaghi when you
No?
have no more friends
Inzaghi
available
can
and
win.
facing down 2
Just
characters.
Need
pass.
14
It is
dies.
quite
Like,
hard
you
to
Just
win
pass.
this freeze.
Countdown
near
pass. Yeah, countdown pass.
Mango as well will
Need to
always
skill
have
NA.
Because there's
skill
Hydro. Like, you don't want to
14
skill here, obviously. Oh, was Gravestone. Okay.
Oh my, yeah. Inzaghi
Okay, equip was
definitely had
good
to go
for
for a
pass,
little bit
easy.
of a desperation play. Uses the
Or
countdown
just go
to
for
the show.
Timaeus
Did pull
into
another
Para or Wolf's
gravestone.
Gravestone.
Yeah.
Are they gonna end first? I
Okay.
think they are.
This is a smart play for Inzaghi. Mango actually has no dice to swap back over onto Sayu, which means that if he
Unlucky,
skilled and freezes
Inzaghi.
Chongyun actually lives on 2 HP, making it so Mango has to swap over.
Okay,
onto Sayu,
actually,
and we get a
if
skill
Mango
there,
doesn't
kill
draw
her, remove her from the
anything
game,
at
Oh,
all.
Chongyun
Lotus.
then win with the extra dice from Perfume.
No, wait.
No,
Mango throws a wrench in the plan.
Even with Lotus,
Oh yeah, absolutely. And there's also a guild.
I think
mean,
Lotus
NA
or
You don't have to
Chongyun.
worry about dice too
Whatever.
much this turn. It's going to be a question of
Wait,
if
who
that
goes
leave it to
first?
me is going to be enough to seal the deal of the game.
Inzaghi, right? Yeah.
This is the start
I
of
would
this
just
turn.
keep
Play
it.
freeze.
Inzaghi should just go for the skill. There is not much to think about unless we do want to play that second.
Inzaghi
parametric
wins,
transfer
no?
For the extra
Or,
dice.
oh,
I
Could use
think
it,
Additional
actually.
judgment.
wait.
Could use that the extra dice from transformer.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I think
Where
so.
Lotus
That would be
Inzaghi-
useful.
Inzaghi's got a
Inzaghi
big
will
winner.
Or
push
Inzaghi
the
can
dice
win.
advantage to its
Lotus
absolute limits,
Inzaghi,
give Mango
Lotus.
no room to
You still
breathe
lose,
the 8
actually,
dice
never
that they
mind.
have
Oh, no,
because they're
wait.
out of the curse of the undercurrent now, so everything's
Frostfield.
back to
Oh
three
my
cost.
god.
You lose because you played those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fast swap.
Elemental skill and
Freeze
burst.
Freeze
Inzaghi
Chongyun,
I don't know
yeah.
if
discount that a little
Yeah.
bit.
Not even long
No,
either.
he lost
There we
no
go.
matter
There's
what.
the on Chongyun, but Mango.
I forgot,
they've
I
been
forgot.
going
It might have
for
been
this,
some
a
way.
fast swap. The leave it to me in their hand. We should see it come out. Yep,
I
there
want
it
to
is.
complete
This is why we see that this card has
And
a
a
75% pick rate. If it wasn't for
I
that
think it was
card,
that was a pretty.
Yeah.
Inzaghi would have actually been able to win.
GG.
I think he just
Enough
messed
dice
up the
to
wrong
do
one.
skill,
Like, that was
and
pretty
both of Mango's
terrible.
characters are within gravestone range, but he knows
Like, the
with
NA
that
just
freeze, it's over. There's
does
nothing
not
to do.
He's playing off.
Yep,
Man,
absolutely.
not
And
my
Sayu does
Inzaghi.
their final bowling the ball, the paraskill, the parametric triggers.
Yeah,
But
the
it is not
NA
enough.
on
Inzaghi
Herald
sits in their
was,
chair for a 1-1 score.
something.
Yeah,
Congratulations
Tana
to
wins
Mango
here.
for
We're-
taking
Nobody's
the
saying to
second
win
game.
Tana and Sayu though.
Mango is now
Yeah,
on
dude,
the
imagine
verge of
Tada.
victory, 2-0
Damn.
over Inzaghi. He's on the verge of eliminating the first seed from the
Oh my
second
God.
stage of the
Inzaghi's just
Hong Kong
getting
Taiwan
maximum
Prince
screen
Cup.
time, I
Oh yes,
believe.
absolutely. It is
Genius.
quite the struggle to
Genius.
see a 2
Haddad didn't even
going
win there.
on down
Haddad didn't
to
even win
our
there.
Prince Cup
He was just
champion
Lotus.
for first place
That was
in
just
the
Lotus to play on
Southeast Asia,
Haddad, and then,
Hong
like,
Kong,
you don't win
Macau,
anyway.
and Taiwan. Because oh man, but although you know yesterday with the game with Minty, we saw an absolute comeback from Inzaghi. He was able to hold it
Yeah,
down and push
I
through
think-
all odds.
I mean, Inzaghi in Game 4 and Game 2 as well, with a series of very fortunate rolls,
I wanna be
was able to bounce
optimistic.
comeback
for Inzaghi here, but how the hell do you reverse sweep from 0-2 to 3-2? Like how? I don't know how, but
and you will not be upset because you have just won 1,000 premium.
If
you have your UID right
Inzaghi can come back, that would be an absolute cinema again, just like yesterday with Minty. But
we have sort of that underdog or the game 4 boost in a best of 5.
I don't know why, but that felt scuffed. Oh, it is, yeah, like round 1 NA on Herald
with everything.
And especially
from Inzaghi, I don't
he's
know.
on his last deck. He cannot play the decks he's won with, which is this is his
not taking into account Live It To Me's kind of suck.
Inzaghi can utilize his advantage. He still has all 3 of his decks remaining. He can absolutely push for another game.
Absolutely. And we have explosive matches still coming your way because we have that Linny, Kuki, and Nahida deck because that is going to have very strong
so that's the last deck for Mongo.
Really strong opener.
You guys are
finale.
Oh wait, that's true. Oh my god.
It really runs this team very, very quickly. You don't have dice generation to work with. Really only have 8 dice to work with every single round. So once you do your 2 skills, that's it.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see the matchups that the
will Inzaghi run it back
going forward. I believe Mango should be locked
with
down just right?
Mango has 1 and 2. He's run 3 decks, so yes, on a single deck.
Herald
this one, and then he will advance in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Inzaghi still has some options, right? So do you think that Inzaghi could snipe any form of a counter pick matchup, or it's just not likely to happen?
I mean, you do still need to win with all 3 of your decks anyways. Inzaghi could be like, alright, I'm just gonna get the bad matchup out of the way. If I lose, I'll probably lose anyways, but if I win, it's going to be very easy from this game forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see, this is literally what SI does when you tell him the posture shot. He says, I've checked my posture, and then that's it.
That would pretty harshly punish the Kusanali deck.
Well, I mean, this deck is very, very weak against stall. Very weak against lots of sustain. So maybe if we see Inzaghi bring out Chikwa's Ningguang stall deck, which we know, of course, he doesn't have, but this would be a very good matchup for him. If he can find a way to slow down his opponents, he could very easily claim Game 3.
Do you think that Herald Claymore
would have just enough,
slow down capabilities
reverse
to push against a deck?
He'll make every series a 3-2 for Max. He started in the losers bracket, and he's gonna make every series a 3-2.
Work with 2
for maximum screen
4 + 4, that's 8 dice.
You don't have to start.
Yeah, we saw how hard that was punishing them in the last mirror. That's probably the most value I've seen Herald out of any of the matches.
If you started losers, you get more
earlier today.
No, it's not.
The tournament, a lot of people
if you
haven't
play
seen
winners
Herald
and
fall
losers,
too early before they could ever get an elemental burst or that talent card out.
The strong point of Herald Talent is that you're always guaranteed to get value somehow. It only costs 1 Hydra dice to play, and your opponent has to go through at least 2 dice.
No, he started in losers.
Yeah, it is so expensive. It's been cool, to see the existence of Golden Troop really finally making its return because I've sort of not valued Golden Troop and Golden Troop Reward. Those are the 2 cards respectively, right? That will reduce your skill cost. More and more people now being able to actually utilize it. It's really useful to stop things like Curse of the Undercard.
Every single one. Okay, not the first one.
Okay, Sayu's gonna get swept, and then we get all gonna say Sayu's bad.
A little bit of setup.
Okay, not my list. No one played my
list. He is able to play a deck that is able to benefit from that, but here is Game 3 with Inzaghi's back against the
your
wall.
word.
Absolutely, it is going to be. We'll see if we get the losing boost. We could come back.
Who did Mango beat yesterday?
Doom. Here we go. The pick, of course, Mango needs to play the Kuki, Nahida, Linny, or the Kusanali deck. And then Inzaghi once again picks the Herald Claymore. And, we did say that this matchup would probably, favor Inzaghi a little bit. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, looks like Inzaghi will run it back.
That's when you take your chance to go in. Inzaghi has struggled with this deck, currently down to 0-2, failing to win against Spicy Crab, and also failing in the mirror. He either needs to turn the tide of this game, or it will be all over.
Cookie's alright.
Absolutely. The matchups between Kusanali and the other decks, may go a little bit in other ways. Maybe still in the favor of Inzaghi's court, but regardless, having to always be, struggling a little bit with the Kusanali deck is going to be difficult because, if you get a flimsy opener, what are you going to do about it?
Historically, this deck has suffered. It is an aggro deck as opposed to a combo deck. In Zagi's, as we said, it's all about gathering all of your puzzle pieces and putting them together one by one to complete the game picture for your win.
You can never.
It's less about that. It's about taking what pieces you have and then making them work.
Absolutely. And then if you get all the other, all those puzzle pieces that this deck runs are more of just a supplement. Most of the characters can work, just with their elemental skills and bursts. So I'm really interested to see what Mango actually has inside their deck this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if you were putting it into gaming terms, Inzaghi is playing a RPG game where he needs to go through his side quest to beat the final boss. Mango is playing more of a sandbox game where he has a bunch of tools to work with, but it's all about how he uses it to complete the picture.
Yes, indeed. So what you're saying is that the whale is a teapot where you build a bunch of cards, right?
Not really. Whale is whale.
Whale is whale. They do their own thing. We won't see that because right now, here we go. The Kusa Nali deck. Kuki, once again, Nikita and Lenny. That's why we call it that. Double Gilded Dreams, my favorite card, the Veterans of Visage, and then some Chef Mao and food to top it off.
I think
it does bring a little bit of sustain to mess with breakpoints. This deck is all about gas. It's how to get that just extra bit of damage out against your opponent. But it is all temporary advantage. Once you use your food, once you use your liars, once you use your gilded, it's gone.
Absolutely. And we do see the I haven't lost yet, but no Kuki.
I tried. Okay.
Card. So we could see the checkmate endgame come out because, of course, Kuki's burst still does a lot of damage and heals herself, but we won't see that double revive to really mess with the opponent's breakpoints.
It has a lot of early game damage, but once it does all of its stuff, it will fall out. And one of the big detractors from that is the lack of draw. We'll need to see if that comes up, but here, once again, is Inzaghi's Herald Claymore list.
Yep. Once again, if you need a refresher, that double parametric that he's been able to roll into quite consistently, hopefully, the dice are a little more kind, or just in general, the game is a little more kind to him because he's going to need a lot of these puzzle pieces to make sure that Mango doesn't just blast them with a massive overload, right?
Last game, Inzaghi really did struggle to find that Wolf's Gravestone, and he was lacking in the damage department because of it. Hopefully this time he is more fortunate. This is why we do run the countdown to the show. It has a massive amount of draw, and Tameas and strategists as well will help us search for our components. And Tameas and Dunyazard in particular will thin our deck for non-Gravestone related cards.
Absolutely, yep. Ooh, and now we have some pre-match data. The strongest single strike, not too high, but max dice spent in the first round. That is such a fun statistic because can you believe that this is the game now that before I only have 8 dice, but we have all these cost of reductions.
Yeah, it is max dice spent in one round. Sorry, a little correction there for you, Kojo, but that is a lot of dice. For those of you who are unaware, 16 dice is actually the maximum the dice count will go towards. If you get more than 16 dice, you will actually not gain anything. So if you want to spend more than 16, you have to get a lot of dice, spend it, and then get more dice.
Yeah, absolutely. What else do we have here? Average card draw in rounds 1 through 2. 15. Okay, not bad, I'd say. And then what else? Anything interesting?
It draws around half his deck, which is pretty good. That's a lot of chances you have to find what you need. And round 3 is when games end anyway, so that does mean that you are more likely to find what you want by then.
Absolutely. I have a feeling that when we flip over to Inzaghi statistics, the parallelogram or the five-sided shape will be a lot bigger once we see it because, during Atlantic, we saw players just their shape ended up filling. Yeah, there we go.
It's very different. Strongest single strike jacked all the way up. Actions taken per turn jacked all the way up. Average cards drawn jacked way up, and max dice spent in one round. It is all the way up to the highest setting possible.
Yeah, a little bit of flex with these stats. We're going to see them increase more and more.
The only low one is average round.
Taking games back from their opponents. But this is such a fun statistic in contrast to the online because there are some things that we can see in the live show that we can't really see otherwise.
But this does point to Inzaghi's role of being the combo master. Pretty true, right? Strongest single strike is all about finding your adeptus and whatever and putting it to practice. Average cards drawn. I mean, combo needs to find its tools, right? 20, that's most of your deck.
Yeah, that's pretty much
max dice. It means he has a lot of gilded combo going on, and also more actions means more dice spent.
Absolutely, yep. But we are getting into the game here, and I would like to remind all of you that the more games we do, the more raffles we can get. Go ahead and check out the Astra Carnival YouTube channel. You could win 1,000 Primo Gems. Look for the moderator comment. Let's go. The player that you think is going to win, Mango Inzaghi, and your UID, and you have the chance to win those 1,000 Primo Gems. gems.
This is game 3 though, Mango versus Inzaghi. Just like in game 1, I will give the matchup advantage over to Inzaghi, but it's all about how we draw and how we make use of it.
Game 3. Is it gonna be the final game in this series or not? I hope not. I hope Inzaghi will win. And then maybe reverse sweep somehow. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm rooting for Inzaghi. Come on.
His opponent in Mango did roll quite well, finding the pieces he needed exactly when
I mean, getting a 3-0 series would be great because time-wise, but I really hope Inzaghi wins this, and then potentially, you know, we're gonna have a grand finals with potentially Z Crimlet and Inzaghi. Like that would be the dream grand finals. In my opinion, so
we can pass over. We can just find a Timaeus or something similar.
Here we go.
Good enough.
It's definitely something I want to talk about with the juniors on Timaeus available on Mango. Hopefully they end up drawing the Veterans Visage, because I did mention it's one of my more favorite artifacts, and for a reason, because it can fit into decks that don't even necessarily play around its style. As long as you take damage or heal yourself, you are going to gain 1 dice and then 1 draw afterwards.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We do. I mean, Parametric can allow us to pass 2 dice into the next round, so it's not that. Oh, that's even worse.
Oh,
whoa, seriously?
Yeah, not too hot.
Exactly why?
You know, at least you can play the Golden Troops Award and the other artifacts, and have Liven scoop up the rest. But this is a very weak, and this gives Mango an opportunity to go for a pretty good setup or snipe.
Inzaghi not really finding what he wants. The thing is, this Kusanali deck.
Like, if you get Zen or Timaeus, you can't. I guess you can play Timaeus.
Minimum 3 actions
you can just Timaeus.
Skill swap skill on Herald is also kind of wasted because, I mean, he's the dispensable character here, especially with that talent on right now. You don't want to deal with the curse on the undercurrent just yet, and we do have Dunizard plus Timaeus in order to get some ramp going.
Imagine if this goes 0-3.
It is a bit of a lucky break that Inzaghi was able to draw the Herald talent, so that way at least if Mango decides to pop a revive, it will ensure that they will be punished for it in the latter turns. What do we get here? So yep, there it is. Veterans Visage for free.
Very nice draw to get on the side of Mango.
I can definitely tell, or maybe I don't know, but I feel like Inzaghi is tired. Like mentally tired from yesterday and then today, like.
Or you just veterans. You veterans,
yeah.
To get live.
I know that feel.
Now because of course Kuki does 2 piercing damage to yourself that gives you a perfect dice break point to swap over to somewhere else. As for how you use it, not too sure. Like you said, you probably need to do some tuning because you could swap over to Nahida and then do a normal attack, but that's not very valuable.
Not swapping is.
No, I don't think it's a great idea right now. We also could just pass our dice over onto alignment if we are to top deck that from strategize or something along those lines. We need to see what Mango chooses to do here. Right now, his cards aren't the best in order to pass dice.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a little bit of a luck sack if they can get something off of the strategize. If not, just play it out and then also play the Dunizard. Maybe you get another companion, but after that, let's see what happens. No.
Ooh, that's not great. Not getting what he wants right now. We could still swap, get that Electro over onto Herald, also draw the extra card as well from the healing from Veterans Visage. But after that, what do we do?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to take this swap to Nahida, get the Electro application down, make use of it as soon as possible. Oh, they got the Liven, but it's 1 too late. Mango's like, come on, man.
This is still okay. We have that Dunizard in hand right now. If we can play Liven, we can draw out one of our other companions. And as long as it's our second Timaeus.
Yeah, Dunizard Liven, get companions.
50-50 right now. We are golden.
Yeah,
and just like you predicted it, Timaeus
actually, you could play Timaeus here.
Do
you play Timaeus?
Another one of our Veterans Visages, equip it to
Mango's debating it. Do you play Timaeus or not?
Simply by getting
or over what, rather?
We should replace one of our Dunizards here. The only companion left in our deck are the Chef Mouse and
not the other Timaeus? Really? Okay, fair enough. I mean, to be fair, like,
unfortunately,
you're not running Wagner anyway. I already run to Timaeus, so I guess it makes sense.
has pretty much their entire artifact engine set up As for discounting it, you may
It
struggle
also
a
helps
little
with
bit,
the
but this is
Lyre
good. Mango has
song
lots of
and all
tools to
that
play
stuff.
with.
Yeah, sure.
Very critically though as well, that is going to be a free Gilded Dreams this turn. That is plus 2 dice in the hand of Mango. And in a deck like this, that's all about damage and early aggression, that will be very, very critical.
Absolutely. Looking over onto the side of Inzaghi, you know, they did have a bit of a rough opener, but they have a lot of things that they could do here. We have the Golden House. We also have Seed Box and Parametric, so we can get that to line in as well. As for what they'll do, should just be, it kind of has to be the Herald skill, right? There's no way you don't Herald skill.
You need to apply the aura over on the side of Mango, so yes, Herald skill will come out. It is 2 instances as well, so that will help Side get more consistent swirls if Mango swaps off. Although I am expecting him to just do a skill here instead.
Yep, there we go. We get one of those in there. What else are we looking at?
We should just do the skill on Nahida.
I want
Not
a
really
fast
reason not to.
swap
It will give us that
or
quick
like
and
you
stack
skill
HP,
and then
Herald is
fast
locked
swap
into that
mini.
prepare skill. If we skill again, it will apply Dendro, which is nice as well if we want to do reactions off that later.
But the
more
question is how
critically,
you
will
do
spread
it.
the
There's
seeds
two ways
content
of
to
doing
all
it.
3
You either
of Inzaghi's characters.
free cost
Yep,
skill
that
and
crucial
fast swap
mechanic
mini,
of
or you free
Nahida.
cost skill
If some
and you swap
person, at least one person gets the Seed of Skanda debuff,
And then
everybody
fast swap
can
mini.
get it and join in the fun. Looks like they played Gilded Dreams just to get that reaction buff. Is that a 5 cost? It is.
You just swap
Oh, this is great. I mean, the 5
It's
cost
really
with
good if
Quicken
you skill
does
again.
exactly 5 damage with the extra Seed of Skanda. And
If they
I guess
swap,
you can save an extra 2
doesn't work
dice
out as well.
over because you didn't need to skill twice. Although that does sacrifice an additional energy for Nahida.
Absolutely. Yeah, and now they're starting to get a little bit critical.
Okay,
The
now
curse of
what?
The undercurrent is now here, so all of Mango's
Went for
skills are
5 cost
super
instead. I
expensive.
hate this line a lot.
Yeah, that is a rather hefty tackle
I
on
hate
the side of
5 cost
Mango, and it's
instead.
not like he
Doesn't
has
make
something
any
like a very
sense.
powerful
Like, Mango
weapon
got
to use with attack
cursed.
or to
No,
swap
5 cost
to
can
level
make sense
5.
with this deck.
Sorry,
If you go for
pop
cookie
a
skill
Herald
and to swap
without triggering
Linny,
Fast
another
swap?
reset
Or-
on
yeah.
the curse.
let's say
If you went Linny
swap Linny Ram,
and you got
yeah,
burned.
you go Linny first,
What are they going to
then
use
it
it
makes
for? Okay,
sense.
we move to Linny.
Okay.
Otherwise, I
Oh,
think it's
wait.
pretty bad.
The Electro. There we
Normal
go.
attack
Prop
does
arrow.
too if we want to do that over
Prop
arrow.
arrow's
Wait, prop
3
arrow counts as
cost.
a normal attack. Hold
Yep.
on. It's
Prop-
not taxed.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I was
so
thinking about that. I'm
basically,
like,
we
hey,
say
prop
this is
arrow
not
actually
taxed
counts as a normal
for-
attack, so yeah, you can simply just do
True
that.
that.
Prop
And
arrow
tune out,
is
probably
not
get rid of the
skill
sweet damn, you probably don't need it at this
or
rate.
elemental
And then
skill or
Linny should
elemental
be able to
burst.
knock out
Therefore,
we
you're
trade
not
2
gonna
cards
get
in hand.
affected by the
Literally
curse
positions that
from
does. Gil Sans
Herald.
is the least
We
useful
tuned the-
one.
So it's
Others
really,
are
really
all
good.
two
Tuned
characters don't
2
benefit from
cards
the
in
most part,
hand.
but in our
Play 2 cards in
Lotus Flower
hand
Crisp,
and
Just
the Lion
tune
and
Sweet
Gil
Madame,
Von
probably,
Rana,
maybe?
which one
Do
Keep
you?
piercing outside.
Or
you could do
Vanarana,
that.
I would choose Vanarana.
And both of those cards do not interact the best with each
Which
other.
seems like a
Not.
pretty
Even
shit
if
Just
you
play.
choose
land in the
Vanarana.
front
Yeah,
of the
there you go.
boost, You need to spend, or well, really pass all those dice over, and boom,
Oh,
there goes
okay.
Herald. And
Yep.
now only Hydro is applied to Nahida. It is an aura management battle. Ninjagi is starting to wipe his head, sweat a little bit.
Wait,
This
was
is
that
getting
Gambler?
rough.
I didn't pay attention.
A lot
Okay,
of
at
dice to work
least-
with,
Oh, it
so
is.
we are still
Whoa.
firmly in the driver's
Crazy.
seat for now. But Herald
Okay,
did not
with
play
Womb's
nearly as much
Brimstone,
Hydro or as he wanted, so you
no
cannot get a
courtyard
swap
though.
on Linny right now.
Absolutely not. And then, of course,
Womb's
Wait, this is running from
Brimstone,
that.
Golden
one
House.
action they can use all 3 dice to swap around. Most likely they're going
I
to swap
feel
over
like
to
in
just
Juggy-
try to hold out from there.
If he gets
To
Mao,
make things worse
Madame Mao
as
is
well,
plus
Inzaghi
2 dice.
didn't get any
Very
TPaces the previous
strong.
turn, so all of his Gilded Dreams in hand are full cost right now, and no Ancient Courtyard either to discount even further. He also can't equip Gravestone at a discount.
I think
so
you go
he's
for
having
it.
a lot
Like
of dice. It is
Golden
not
House,
enough
Womb's
to work with.
Gravestone,
Absolutely.
triple
You'll see the
skill
massive
because you have
differential,
11
you know,
dice.
depending on how Inzaghi
So yeah,
ends up
I mean
playing
with
here, because
three
without all these extra
actions
discounts,
with
it just
Womb's
makes
I think you just
it
go
so
ahead
easy
and
to
just
not only
roll,
regenerate dice,
right?
but also get that
I
damage.
would just roll.
I think that's a good play.
But then
Get
Sweet
the
Madame
Gravestone in as early
Lotus
as possible because you'll still
like,
take good amount of
dude,
advantage of it.
actually
But 9
cooks
dice
you.
to work with. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, Inzaghi
Okay,
just
here we
pushing the
go.
Gravestone, foregoing the reactions that will cost him extra dice, just going for the pure base damage of Sayu. Even if a character
So
isn't
Mango
below
can
the threshold, that is
Lotus,
still 5
Sweet
damage on the
Madame.
skill. And then when someone does get below that threshold, we can start doing 11.
Okay, what's the best way of doing this?
What else are we looking at here? You know, there is something that's kind of funny that Mango could do. Probably
Lotus
not
on
worth it, but
Linny,
Linny,
yeah.
when he uses his elemental skill, the Bewildering Lights, of course, doesn't know what the dice to do it, but it will be able to heal him for the
But
amount
that
of
will
prop surplus
still
tax you can see that
kill
stats right
Linny.
below his
I don't
foot.
know.
But, you know, I imagine they're going to want to hold on to that.
I don't
for
think you
more
swap
explosive
Cookie
endgame.
here either.
Doesn't want to
No.
use it just now.
Or you could
You're
just
right,
not box
Kojo.
blood.
I guess we just...
Yeah, okay, there you go. Swap
Alright, I
Cookie,
think we really
sure.
would have liked to pass cast those 3 dice over
Okay,
onto live, and
There was a one where we just
Lotus. I think you Lotus. Yeah, you okay? You absolutely Lotus.
This is why I like this card
Or-
so much. You get so much value, and there is the single proc of it, drawing him out another life, and you don't need that.
Unfortunately, though, we aren't able to stay on. If we stay on Kuki, she will fall, so we aren't able to get her burst out, which is a very strong one of this team.
Yeah, what?
Lose the Veteran's Visage as well.
Like Injagi's skill can kill Kuki here, what?
One of his characters, and Kuki at the moment is the least valuable.
Wait, Injagi can go for double kill here. Okay, Injagi wins. Easy.
First status you can see
Yeah,
below
Injagi
her card,
wins.
so that way Mango still has Electro application to be
Okay, you
used
go
in
Lini
the next
100%.
turn. They just need to swap over to someone else.
You 100% go.
Did Inzaghi
I mean,
equip
either
Gambit? I
way,
believe
like
not,
how
right?
the
Should be a
fuck?
guild that dreams over on
How the
Decide.
fuck
Inzaghi
Mango
has
wins
yet to
this?
draw his
You
Gamblers,
don't.
No Timaeus or anything to search
Oh
for
my
his
god,
deck for that
178.
either, so only a
Holy
single
shit.
skill.
Oh my god, 180. What
But
the
even so, a
fuck?
single skill is more
dying.
than enough to actually eliminate
Yo!
one of Mango's characters.
Oh yes, absolutely. Wow, Mango going for a very bold play because
Are you
Lini is
okay,
effectively
man?
inside a deck like
Oh
this because
my
it does
god.
get that amount of damage
Seven
and actually
damage.
increase it,
I
unlike
think they
the
need to
Kuki.
call.
But you really wants to prevent that
paramedics.
swirl on Sayu to stop the Chongyun freeze endgame.
Holy shit.
He should have played Lotus. He went for the live and greedy play. Ah man, that
This
sucks.
way you
I mean, he doesn't look like he has 180
damage, but
right now.
it's enough.
Yeah, most
looks
definitely.
pretty-
It's going to be pretty much up to
pretty
let's,
normal,
let's
pretty
do some line
stable.
calcs, right? Most likely Lini will drop in a skill in the next turn.
Jesus,
Pyro will also
look
be
at
Yeah,
that.
applied.
7
Animation.
diamond. Why do we
Lini
do
lives
that?
on 1 HP.
Mhm.
Not in
Ah.
gravestone range right now, so it is 2 into
He's
5.
nervous.
No, that is 7.
So Lili's dead.
No, math
There's
does
still
math out.
Hydro,
Going to
Which
swap
which
over.
means
Look at that.
Inzaghi will fast
No,
swap.
math does
Just
math
swap
out. If you
over
want
and
to live, you need to be at 1 HP
take
healthier.
people down
Mango
online.
already
Huh?
used the Sweet Madame, so
Lini
free
or
healing,
something.
and he
Anyone else.
passed online, but could have eaten the Lotus Crisp.
Yeah, perhaps
Wait,
a little
June?
too
What?
You get the veteran
greedy
dice anyway.
with doing all that, and there goes a
I mean, I guess he can NA.
The Hida solo, not
NA
very
and
confident
then
in this one,
Chongyun skill, whatever.
No, I don't think so. Especially because we can't use the Sanctifying Ring. And the great thing about Kuki is
I
she
mean,
also provides
sure,
healing and 3
whatever.
instances of Electro, just like Fish. Sorry, 3 instances of Electro and damage, just like Fischl. But she also has the
But
extra
shooting
healing as well
fast
for Breakpoint,
walk,
but we
that-
can't actually use it if we can't
There
swap.
it is.
Okay,
Yeah, so you
whatever.
gotta be, with your partners, our bond is strong.
Oh yeah, there's still
Unfortunately,
Lotus,
there
the
are no more
Lotus
bonds
Nahida.
left. So it's
Mango
a
has a
Mango
good
solo
chance of
with
getting egg
Nahida.
from his
Inzaghi just needs to make
Oh
sure
my
they
god,
can crack through
190.
the Lotus
Yo.
that they have in their hand. and they should be
190?
A-okay for this game.
A single skill will be all
Oh
it
my
takes for
God.
Wow, Mango 191, that's the highest I've
Oh yeah, they're like, oh, shoot.
That is by far the highest heart rate I've seen from a player.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Oh, double Mao.
There we go.
Okay,
Chef
okay,
Mao.
double Mao.
Probably the second Chef Mao as well to get out those free foods. Let's see.
I mean,
that
even
on
still,
top.
if you fast swap Chongyun, freeze
A
Nahida,
single skill, it will
like
be
it
all
could have
takes.
fast
Nahida
swapped
doesn't
back
burst yet
to
either.
Sayu's skill with Wolf's Gravestone and all that. I don't know, man.
We don't have a fast
round. We used it in order to get its effect.
Yeah, interestingly,
Oh my god,
Inzaghi
dude.
is praying right
Are
now.
we gonna get a
Is
200?
it the egg? Why would they be scared of egg? Because I
Dude.
feel they still would have enough.
Did
damage
reach
to push
200?
through,
I
no?
missed it. I
Not
didn't.
entirely sure
I
what
didn't-
we're
I
hoping
didn't,
for right now, but yeah. No, Egg would
I didn't pay
actually get some-
attention.
May not have enough dice. Nahida takes 2
But
attacks
dude, oh my
here,
god, we might
minimum.
actually get 200.
She can live 2 attacks.
Guys,
Sayu
if they got through,
one
if
skill,
Mango
she
got
lives
through 100
that,
heart
and then
rate,
skill burst
screenshot
like
it,
fall.
post it on
I
discord.gg
think I understand what the problem is here.
slash
If
GITCG.
you egg, oh no, okay, well the pyro application is done, but you're
Stream
gonna
is
be
not
able to make use
sponsored,
of
by the
Kuki's
way,
skill
but
again,
yeah,
right?
sure.
That may be enough breakpoint and electro application to actually completely mess.
No, we have.
Oh, I just said an A then. Sure.
Right.
It currently only does one damage. We would need
okay,
to make it
yeah,
two, but we also
just-
can't swap with a Chongyun here, which means that our Sayu will
NA
fall,
board,
and afterwards we can
let's
egg
plus
swap
2,
and
sure.
We actually
the extra
don't have
damage
enough
from
dice
these
to egg swap.
Nahida bursts, to plus
Golden
1 damage reduction with
House,
the
Wolf's
burning
How much dice does
Gravestone.
Inzaghi have?
Maybe at that point it's hard
Oh,
to
Inzaghi
say.
Yeah,
Also, another
sure,
thing to consider
whatever.
as well is that Mango might not have enough dice to do that.
Liar,
most definitely.
poor.
They're still
DT is at
having
2
the
right
Curse of
now.
the Undercurrent. One more stack. They do have a Liar
That's
Song,
2
Board
from
Princess, and a
DT.
Gilded, but no discounts available, unfortunately.
2
I
from
think they
Gilded.
can get, maybe a little bit extra dice out, but it's, it's
You
not
could
really worth
burst,
it.
how funny.
Does depend.
Huh?
We'll need to see what
Oh,
goes
it's a
on
heart.
right now.
Yeah,
Inzaghi's
okay.
going for a combo of
2 from
his
board, 2
own.
from Gilded.
His Sayu will fall to the next attack of Nahida.
why?
Just needs a single skill in order to eliminate her, but the Curse Undercurrent is coming really big here, forcing him to spend extra
Wait,
dice.
why?
He can't actually do the egg. Well, no, he can still do it.
Yeah.
He can't skill burst into the egg play is the problem, though.
Yeah, what? I mean, Inzaghi could have just bore NA and then just.
What are we gonna do if we can push through this end game? It's
push
so
a lot of
difficult.
damage. Just freeze. Just freeze Nahida and you win.
Get the first
no?
hit off
What?
on her skill.
And
leaving on to Chongyun. Chongyun's skill with no gravestone.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, sure.
Right now,
you have 6 dice though.
Huh?
Yeah, okay, swap over to
okay, swap. No fast swap.
You know, even
you can't even go for Adeptus Burst. Burst only does 4, sure.
Or unlikely, but that way they can gain 1 extra dice to close that end game.
Wait, I don't get it. Am I missing something?
186 in the heart rate monitor. Gotta think about it.
Nahida is just
no,
1 HP off of being able to be egg swapped skilled and having to see this gone to take her out. She will live on 1, and for that, man, you can't go for that play. I guess we just burst because it's the most damage over onto Chongyun, but if we do that, our Nahida will get frozen. We can't swap onto the character we egged as they will be on a single HP.
Honestly, I was thinking of the words on how to say it, but you know, shout out to Mango's top deck discipline, right? Because they could just as easily throw out the egg. You know, they may have to do
egg.
To have a little bit extra time, but you know, a lot of players would just see that and go for the move immediately.
Okay, yeah, still,
they have an element.
Wait, play here.
Is Inzaghi playing around egg?
Is on 4. Egg swap.
Really?
Ring is 1 plus 2 from that. 3 from burst. 4.
I can see it.
No seed. So Chongyun
egg
will
clutch. Dude, we might get an egg clutch for bingo.
That is 7,
my
SI.
I don't think that will happen.
Depends on whether.
But if that happens, then holy shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Uses the Gilded Dreams to just fix their dice. Still stuck at only 6.
Dice for Mongo though.
I think you can tune some of your food.
Nah, no shot. I don't know.
No,
you could keep a Lotus.
Oh yeah, cursed as well.
To play on one of the other characters, but outside of that,
oh, that's why slow swap. I see it because if ever Mongo plays egg,
30 seconds, but yeah, whatever.
Cannot swap off.
Fine.
Yep, there we go. There is the burst holding away.
Slow swap.
Why do you tune the?
Now it's up to Inzaghi. Just make sure they can finish the job. Do
yeah.
they have a chance?
Slow swap. Sayu double skill. GG.
I mean, he will have more than enough to swap back to
like
Sayu.
we manually
it's all
tuned
about
the tag.
whether or not he thinks Mango has more dice as well. Because Curse of the Undercurrent is gone. Mango just needs a single extra dice.
Oh, top deck double Gilded. My goodness.
I mean, Inzaghi has already drawn all his other artifacts already, so that was the only one available. Right now, though, if Mango has a single extra dice, as Inzaghi swaps back over to Sayu, it is game over. So we're playing around that single instead, making so that's
egg.
not a
Hello.
Guaranteeing the freeze.
Absolutely, but that gravestone probably seals the deal. This is why we love running just the 2 gravestones short. You can't consistently draw it, but you know, for the most part, you have no draw power to pull it out anyways. And now both of the Claymore people can use.
There's no seed. There's no seed on Chongyun, which is huge. If there is seed on Chongyun, I think Mongo could have got the egg clutch.
Extending the series just a little bit further.
Absolutely. Yep, goes for the egg revive. Really wanted to
I think Mango would have had it if he just didn't let the characters die.
So, you know, we will
like
go
literally,
if
he just beat the damn anyone else. Like I don't know, he know or maybe he had it.
So even with the egg,
oh yeah, I mean, never mind. Yeah, Inzaghi can go for double skill. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay. Gilded Dreams actually being drawn off. That really does set off everything. I was still operating under the idea that no Gilded Dreams available.
Yeah.
But there it
There's
goes.
that as
2
well.
HP Linny. Can you stand up to the gravestone? No, you can't.
Damn.
Unfortunately, Linny was just barely
close match actually. Wow, Mongo maintains that 190 heart rate. Holy. Jeez, man.
A bit of food there, we could have taken the game, but if we did that with the Curse of the Undercurrent, we wouldn't have been able to skill it twice.
Okay, 2-1.
Yep, there we go.
Not 3-0 at least. Okay. Nice one,
Inzaghi. This could be the comeback that he is hoping for, but the stress you can see is starting to take a toll on these players.
His tournament life is on the line right now. A single mistake and he is out.
GG,
he
yeah.
2 more games to win as opposed to Mango, which he only needs to win
I don't even know if I can beat 200.
It is very difficult to look at that situation. Even as much as it is hyped to see for the U viewers,
I don't think
it is all the more stressful to have to play out all
Okay, let's see when Joggy has to play next. Because they are playing somewhat mirror, right?
Just a single mistake is difference between Inzaghi staying in the tournament and unfortunately being
I
forced
forgot.
to drop out.
What was Joggy playing?
The pressure though will be up to him.
Was it Sign Overload? I think it was Sign Overload, yeah.
Claymore is out of the picture
Has to
now.
be.
What do you think he brings into game?
So it's going to be Sign Overload versus Kukinali?
Option of Sign Overload, I believe.
Or
I think
Kunali, I mean, sorry, Kukinali.
It does so much upfront damage and there's not really a lot of counterplay. You know, there is a little bit of a caveat there in the fact that they do have
man, I voted for Inzaghi for the raffle, but come on, man.
We can go into that later when the players have decided their deck. We have our raffle winners currently on the screen. Congratulations to you.
Yep. If you see your UID here, you just won 1,000 Primo Gems, and of course, because Inzaghi won, we are taking it to a game 4. So that means another Primo Gem raffle is under its way. So stay tuned and
wow,
stick around
1,000 Primo Gems.
Madness.
Yeah, our lovely moderator will tell you how to enter those wonderful raffles. When we get into the game, of course, be sure to follow their instructions if you do want to participate.
It's Sign Overload, right? Let's check it out.
Sign Overload is definitely the
oh yeah, there it is. Kojo mentioned it.
Everybody's playing.
Yeah, so it's gotta be Sign Overload versus Kukinali. Sign Overload for Inzaghi, and then
is it Pyro?
Yeah, the last deck
Kukinali
for Mongo.
No, I have two shapes.
Probably one of the best character cards in the game.
Oh no, I was just confused about what you said.
It is vulnerable to freeze, we can't fight your Tadas, and it is also vulnerable to a lot of burst damage as well.
Absolutely, and I believe Mango should be locked in to their deck right now because you have to win with 3, no?
Yeah, you need to win with all 3, and currently the one deck Mango hasn't won with is this Kukinali deck, so he needs to win at least one more game in order to advance.
Absolutely. I do wonder if they're going to be able to pull out, you know, maybe they switch up their mulligan a little bit because I think they were doing pretty okay, but it was at that end, like you said, it started to run out of steam, and especially with the Curse of the Undercurrent was really stopping them from making a lot of those interesting plays like the egg.
The good news here for Mango, though, is that you cannot deal with another Curse of the Undercurrent. And Inzaghi won with his only deck with that character allowed currently. So, no longer a factor. You won't have to deal with dice taxing on you anymore unless Inzaghi brings something wacky in his action card list. But for now, we are safe from the menace that is the Abyss Herald.
Still best tank.
Banished back to the Abyss, cursed away. I do wonder, one of the clutch cards that could definitely come up in a Sign Overload matchup is the I Haven't Lost Yet, because you already know that Sino is probably just going to stack up to 10 damage and knock out your character. So that I Haven't Lost Yet can come in super clutch.
It definitely could, I mean, especially if you're able to get a surprise I Haven't Lost Yet burst. As you mentioned, that is up to 7, potentially more damage coming in on Sino, maybe knocking him out instantly, because there's a lot of damage amplification in that deck, and piercing damage mixed in as well. And the drill on Sino, the Prospector's drill, it only reduces one instance of damage 2 times, right? So it is very, very weak to just massive amounts of damage coming in all at once.
Absolutely. You know, because we have a little bit of time right now, do you want to go down the full list of the Prospector's drill? We can kind of trade off, because the description that this card does is super, it's incredibly long, but also it makes a lot of sense. Why? Because despite being a 2 cost, it really only works on Chevreuse and Sino. If you put it into any other deck, it is an active hindrance.
Yeah, it will kind of discard the cards you want. So the way it works is it costs 2 aligned dice to play, and when you equip it onto a character, it doesn't actually give you damage amplification like the White Tassel and many of our other weapons. It's like in the newer line where it doesn't give base damage, but it can give you an extra effect to work with. And what it does is that every time the character equipped with it takes damage on field or off field, as long as it's not piercing damage, that doesn't count. It will reduce the damage you take by 1, discard the highest cost, original cost card in your hand, and then it will also give you a stack, stacking up to 2 stacks per round, but I think the stacks itself do go infinitely. And then the next time that character does damage with a skill, it will increase the damage by 1 and also draw you cards according to your stack amount.
Absolutely. So at base, or a quick summary, it is going to be able to discard a card for you, give you a damage bonus, give you damage reduction 2 times, and that is just so much all rolled up into one weapon, no?
And the reason this is so great in combination with Chef is because when you do an overload with her in your team, she doesn't even need to do Mango herself.
I wonder
She
if they're
exists.
taking a break
She'll give you an
after.
overcharge ball from her passive, which is a
It feels like
really nice card. So
it's going on for longer
pretty
than
high cost in
usual.
general.
They're
And if you take
stalling.
damage with Sino, you can have the
Mango's
prospect
dying.
discarded, and then you'll have
Yeah, I
rocket
actually,
overload.
like,
obviously.
maybe
Worst
they
game
take a
4,
break
hello?
because they're actually
just like Chev versus
worried
passive.
about
Heart rate.
Maggot
Need
heart
to do
rate.
anything
Yeah,
specific
I mean, it
about
was
her
way
as
too
long as
high.
you
It was
trigger
actually way too
overload,
Oh
high.
yeah,
you're
they're
able to
probably
get
checking
that
the heart
overcharge
rate.
ball
Yeah,
It's
it
a
was
worry heart rate.
abnormally high.
So that
Like
is a lot of
almost
fun. I'm really glad they
200.
designed her in that
Jesus,
way.
dude.
I really am enjoying the new line of characters
Okay, here we
that
go.
Koyo is making. They're taking the game design in a different step. Where instead of just
Okay.
giving them strong numbers,
Yeah,
you
look at
add
it.
these
There's
mechanics
2
that
staff
are weaker.
surrounding
but other
Mongo.
things make a beast of a unit.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think the most interesting thing of the evolution of Sign Overload, because Sign Overload has been something that we've always seen as we're getting ready for this match right here.
Oh, probably
the heart rate.
interpreter.
But the problem with Yoimiya, right?
Referee,
is that, like,
interpreter.
You only have it for 2 to 1 rounds.
Oh,
so
they're
They
probably
don't believe the
then and
number,
there,
but what if
you're
it's
pretty
true?
much stuck on a solo
They're
Sign
recalibrating
Overload.
the
That's
heart
not feeling great.
Yeah, and especially because
the
Sino
heart,
before
yeah,
needed
for the
to
heart.
wait turns for
I
his
see it, I
passive
see
stack. You
it.
couldn't really just increase it
I was
by
like,
yourself
wait a
by
minute,
doing the
200,
skill.
what the
It made it
hell?
very clunky
How?
to use, and the setup was just not very easy.
Surely that's not real, staff
It's
said.
like so
So,
cool.
yeah, they're adjusting the
I really like the concept of that. I
heart
wonder if in
rate
the future we
device
can see
monitor
more characters
on
It also looks a
Mango.
bit
That's
stressed.
that's why
being
it's taking
able to
so
hold
long.
on to the
They're so
power of
slow,
application. We always
yeah.
sort of joked, you know,
They're
in
probably,
TCU, it's like, what if you
yeah,
had, like, a
because
fireball that you could
again,
throw
Mongo
out, you know, and
did
just do,
reach
like, you know,
200
1
like
damage.
heart
Here it is,
rate,
you know, in the form that's
and that is
very well
abnormal.
implemented.
That is not
I
normal.
do love it. I mean, it's very
Like
specific
reaching like
combination of cards, and if
almost
you just play
200
as
by
its
the
own
way,
thing, it is
almost
rather weak, so
200
you
heart
do
rate. Like,
have a deck built around it, and I do
Dude.
love characters like that.
of course the
Absolutely.
staff
Yep.
will
Looks
be
like the player needed a
concerned
little bit more
about
time
that
just to take a breather.
whole
Once again,
situation.
it's a very stressful match in the lower bracket. You
Take
know,
a
both these
breather,
players
okay.
are on their tournament lives.
Yeah,
already.
Mongo might
Is
taking a breather.
Just
Yeah.
give them a chance to breathe, right? We have plenty to talk about while we're waiting for their match to
Just
come.
dude,
Just a reminder,
200,
Mango
almost
is
200
forced to play
heart
on
rate.
Kuki
The
now.
casters are
Kuki,
onto
Lenny,
something.
Nahida, or as
Jeez,
Zagi
man.
has
Yeah,
two
the staff
decks
is
to choose from,
concerned.
either
It's like,
Kukinali
okay,
on his
before
own,
we're gonna start the
or
match,
Sign Overload
I
deck
wanna
with Sign
see
Overload
Mango
Chefs,
to
and
cool
yeah,
down,
whether he
like
goes
make
for
it
the more
160,
aggressive
140
deck, or
heart
perhaps
rate,
go
and
in
then
for
once
the
we
mirror
reach
match,
like
it
around
goes
140
outplays
heart
the
rate,
opponent
or the
or
heart
outplays
rate
opponent,
is
will
low,
remain to be
and then
seen.
we can start the
You know,
match.
personally, this is a
And
good time to
yeah.
actually talk about if the game 5
Because
scenario
if
comes
you're
up, because
getting
personally, I
almost
think that
200
Sign
heart
Overload
rate
should
and it's
clean
not going
sweep
down
Kukinali deck.
during the
But how
entire
do you
this
feel about
next
the mirror
game,
between
like
those two?
that
Because
could
mirror used the finally mirror back in
raise, you
4.3,
know,
but now that things are a little
issues,
different, the next
potentially lead
generation
to
isn't
bad
as high.
reputation
Do you think it's a pure
towards
viral
the
matchup?
the tournament organizers
Aggro
here.
decks and
So
mirrors in
Bad
general
for
will always
Sino.
have that
Respect.
role aspect to it. If someone rolls poorly, someone rolls
respect
good, you
to
are
the
That was
tournament
dominating.
Funny tricks or
organizers,
anything,
of
Somehow.
course.
the one who rolls better typically will have
Because the players here are VIP, obviously.
Of course, but unlike
So,
something like Combo
yeah.
Mirror that's super reliant on setup, an aggro deck is able
So
to make
yeah,
use
the
of all of its
casters are
resources
stalling,
whenever it draws into it. So it will be just who can
because
use their
yeah,
hand
the
better,
match
and that
hasn't
was the scope of
started
the
yet.
opponent in
So
that.
yeah,
Absolutely.
I cannot
Also,
believe we're
will be
getting
interesting to see, when
someone
Zagi
200
actually
heart
has
rate.
inside their
I
own Kukinali
cannot
that they can
imagine,
have
but
something a little
holy
different
shit.
like talent, because honestly, talent is such
Alright, are
that
we
really big
okay? We are good.
curveball
Okay,
that could
here
really
comes.
turn around the game. Of course, Nahida's
Here
super
it
debuff, or the
comes.
seed of Skanda, as we call it, is going to be an issue. Oh, what do we have?
Whoa!
The mirror. We were just talking about it.
Alright.
Kukinali mirror
Great pick
instead
for
of
Nagi. He needs to get this mirror out of the way eventually
Sign
if he wants to
Overload?
win, and
Really?
Sign Overload, as you said, Coach,
Really?
is the typically advantage deck in this matchup. So
Wow.
now we got our confidence back. We won with Herald Flame where we were strong.
I do feel like Ijagi
regained our
is.
confidence. We're going into game 4.
How should I say this? Confident in this mirror? I don't know.
Round 5.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, it is a little bit of a debate if you go with the stronger deck first or the
But
deck
going
that, you know,
mirror
because no matter what,
for
you always say
Inzaghi
you
instead
do
of
have
playing
to
Sign
always play on every
Overload?
single deck that
Interesting.
you have. So maybe Inzaghi will be able to knock out Mango right here and then have a very
If
you know, a lot
Inzaghi
more
wins this
favored
mirror,
game 5. It's gonna
there
help out
is
lot to
still a
have someone
chance.
like that.
Actually,
depend on
like
how the
actually,
game
there's
goes.
still a
You have
chance
to go into the game. Not even a single
for
round
Inzaghi
has
to
passed.
make a reverse
What will
sweep,
happen
actually.
for this game remains to be seen. It will be up to the
And
players
that
to decide
would be
their
something.
fate.
You know, honestly, it is interesting, you know, in this meta that character order has started to become much more relevant. Number one, because of the existence of Overload, right, which pushes you to the rightmost character, but also the existence of Cryo Cube, who can target characters with its Elemental Burst Summon.
It is like a funny mind game for your opponent because, of course, if you're playing Cube, right, it's like, oh, I put this here to snipe this character, and your opponent foresees that. It's like, okay, I'm going to do this ordering. It says they can't
Why
do that.
mirror?
Like, oh,
I don't know.
Wait, but they're going to do that ordering because they know I'm going to do this order, so I'm going to do this
For
ordering.
some reason,
really
Inzaghi feels confident going mirror against
only
Mango.
Having 3 options. I think this is definitely the funniest
way
to put it. To really
thing.
throw a wrench into this entire meta is if we had things like Wanderer much more relevant. Not to say that Wanderer is any less weaker.
How
it's
should
just
I
that
say
these
this?
decks are much more solid, much more reliable than what Mew can
I feel like
do. So.
Inzaghi is definitely way tired. Like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go mirror. Whoever high rolls win, and whoever low rolls just lose the game. Sure, whatever, right?
Of this deck, we have the veterans Vicious. They were
Inzaghi pretty much said, "Fuck it, we ball."
Max value of that, and all of the food with the Chef Mouse. They can generate extra dice and draw more. Adeptus, Lotus, Sweet Madame, and the Tevat Fried
Alright, let's see if the
Egg.
list is the same.
Tevat Fried Egg has
for
always been a constant state of debate among the players.
Sorry about that.
Its revive passive is very, very unique. There's not another card in the game that can
Alright,
do
let's see if
it.
Inzaghi has cookie talent. If Inzaghi has cookie talent, that may be a game changer in this mirror match.
It's pretty accurate to the main game when I revive against a boss, and then I immediately get whacked out. But you know what? They tank the HP, and that is the most important part. It's really interesting that that is how the TCG players have ended up using this card. Very similar.
Inzaghi did bring cookie talent,
there's the
no?
swing potential in that egg. Maybe like this character has a tool I need that will let
me
win
there
the game,
it
but I
is.
don't
I
have
knew
it.
it.
But we can talk about that more in the game itself. Here is Inzaghi's list.
Yeah,
might be a game changer.
Very similar to Mango's list, but that talent, that talent, I will be very excited to see that, especially with the combination of I haven't lost.
If Inzaghi is able to pull off cookie talent, then that's really good. But sometimes cookie talent can be scuffed because you have Nahida here, right? Like if Cookie got inflicted with the Seed of Skanda from Nahida, then
I think the funniest thing
then the talent is just nothing.
Breakpoint card that players always sort of memed on. It is the only
you get what I mean, right?
food that I will actually
I mean, same goes for the other characters that has revive. That's why the characters that has revive hates Nahida so much because of that Seed of Skanda. Like it can just pierce through the revive, and the revive can be nothing.
As long as they live, will allow you to mount a comeback with their skill. So very, very crucial in this matchup.
Pretty much, just nullifies the revive. Well, except for Herald. Yeah, the Abyss Lecter.
One random element.
The Abyss Herald, Abyss Lecter. Yeah.
They're just stalling because Mango actually died.
So
if they don't know what to
treasure,
do.
I suppose, like scuffed treasure.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm always a big fan of the chef.
Game 4. Let's see if we're gonna get Game 5 with Inzaghi's cookie talent. Let's find out.
Inzaghi. The game of 4 scenario. Will they be able to pull it out, or will Mango send Inzaghi home?
Well, I mean, step one will
I keep getting second against multi-strikers because I'm playing these fast 9 boards that are really good in the front to back.
Like Harold Claymore, you don't have a lot of draw to work with. So what you have in hand in turns 1 and 2 is basically what you have to work with for the rest of the game. And if you have to tune those very critical resources in order to do your skills, you will quickly find yourself running out of steam.
Absolutely, yeah, we should definitely
I have no idea if
see
this order is
similar openers across both of these players, but I know that there's a common opener that we always do at the start of these rounds, and that is going to be the Primo Gem raffle. Go ahead and head over to the Astra Carnival YouTube channel, and you can win
I'm betting on Inzaghi.
Look for the
Let's
moderator's comment, type in
sure, Game 5.
Your
Let's
UID and the player's name
I really hope that
Inzaghi
will play cookie talent at the right time. Alright, here we go.
There will be a QR code popping up occasionally. That is for
Alright, let's see it. I'm curious.
So be sure to let us know what you like about the
Alright, starting hand.
Raffles, bigger raffles,
Oh boy.
anything in general you want.
They haven't mulligan yet.
Absolutely, mulligan already looking a little funky. And once again, sunken into their seat. They were able to take the last game, but they're still hanging on to a tournament life. The amount of stress and pressure required to battle through all odds
obviously
is immense.
Get rid of the food.
Do
you keep double strat?
Still one more opportunity to even out the game and potentially amount
obviously
to
keep
reverse
Libin, no
sweep
shit.
against Mango.
Absolutely, and that is something that comes to fruition. Honestly, it is an incredible
Do you
story to
keep
have because
okay?
Inzaghi did talk about
Keeps
it in
away
his
Chef Mao makes sense. Yeah.
told us as well,
Well,
the fact that
absolutely.
you know, like, this is basically the ultimate
Keeps
they've
everything?
ever faced
Really?
in a tournament.
Or
When they got
maybe
knocked
Mongo
out
already
earlier
finished
in
it
the
again.
online series down. They had to win
Wait,
4 best
I
of
don't
3s
know.
in a row. Didn't
Did I
drop
miss
a
it?
game there, and now they have to win 4 best of 5s,
Let me
and then
check.
finally in the finals a best of 7. It is
Oh,
going
he
to be
did
a
keep
struggle.
everything.
It certainly
Huh.
will, but his
Mongo
hand
did
is
keep everything.
looking good. Hopefully to mount a
Interesting.
comeback
Okay.
right here, right now. Does
Yeah, double
Timaeus
strat,
Libin,
skill,
the 3
Libin.
companions right now.
Yeah.
He draws into another one with
Okay,
the passive
sure.
as well. It will set
What
him up
is
for a
happening
very,
right
very,
now?
Okay.
nice turn 1.
Absolutely, and Mango, unfortunately, not rolling too good.
Tune
It is
egg.
okay, you'll be able to
Does
work
that
with
come
it,
up in
but
this
Timaeus
matchup?
and Libin,
And
no
then Libin
juniors to
pass.
reduce it at all, and then a bunch of food with
Inzaghi
no Chef Mao. Not
needs to
looking too
discard
hot.
1 card to
Plus
get cookie skill. Unfortunately. But Inzaghi has Junior Zard, which is really good. You really want to get Junior Zard round
From the
1.
heart of Cavarina, they were able to drop a Libin,
Yeah,
so they
there
will be
you
able
go.
to cleanly
Libin.
push the dice into the next turn, but they drew
Chef
another
Mao,
food and
okay.
no chef to cook it all. Meanwhile, Inzaghi got in the Chef Mao
basically
and
anything but
reduced
Libin
Timaeus,
was
so
good.
we can
That
play
would've been
with
the
our
best one
food.
to say.
Very nice here. Unfortunately, not drawing
play
into a
this
second
Timaeus.
Timaeus or another
Just play
Libin. Chef
Timaeus.
Mao is less
just play
effective as
Timaeus,
a ramp
obviously.
option
You're always
early
playing
on
it
in comparison
anyway.
to the other companions. But even so, we do have a food to work with in our hand, which I do believe is egg. So he could come up quite
Yep.
big.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Got the Veterans Visage.
Hey, veteran.
Perfect. Exactly what you want.
Oh,
You do need to
lucky.
tune 1 card in this scenario, but ultimately the value that Veterans Visage gives you on Kuki early
Egg
is
isn't
just so
that
much.
valuable.
It's really the best thing you could ask for.
I mean, turn 1 especially is so critical. If you 1 more dice and also 1 more draw.
Okay,
Draw
choose
value.
board.
More
Whoa.
value in the coming
Yeah.
Yep, here we go.
Which one do you use now?
Use it.
Skill
Veterans Visage
swap,
gonna
Libin
turn 1
pass.
Can
Over
play that
egg.
Chef Mao and let
Yeah,
Libin
over egg.
scoop
I mean,
up
egg
all
can
the dice.
clutch.
Wonderful turn.
I can see
Really?
that, sure. I don't know.
I think you're more scared of not
Pass
being able
the
to
dice
do enough
alive. You also
damage
get the
than
donations are discounted
getting
next round, so there's no reason to
killed.
drop the Chef Mao
I don't
now.
Fair
know.
enough.
And you will also give Kuki
Like
a
board
You
can
know you want
be
to play
plus
egg
2
because
dice.
you
That's
gotta play
like more
lasers or
damage.
something
That is a
not
good
die.
point, you know. The only argument I
It's
really make
very
against that is the fact that
bad
Mango is probably
card
never swapping
value-wise.
back to Kuki anytime soon, especially because they don't have talent. But it's definitely a good point to make. You know, Junior Zod will always be there, be your best friend, so they will always be able to discount companions
Do you
in the
mount here and
future.
then swap,
It all
swap
really
second?
depends, because if we do
No.
swap off of our own Kuki,
Oh, that was
Mango
that, by
does
the
have
way,
the
but-
I think you
priority,
swap
so
now.
if he will
Yeah, I
swap
think you
off
swap
first, 'cause
now.
after
Lose the
this,
electro,
not
but
much
get the
to do
heal.
on her, unless you do want to eye velocity at burst, but
Yeah,
you
I think
can't
it's-
I mean, you
turn
proc
2,
veterans if you
of course,
swap.
one of your characters
Yeah,
have
that's
to
true.
swap,
Yeah,
so you cannot get
veterans.
that extra
Not
energy or
veterans.
dice.
Plus
So
1
if you
draw.
swap off to
I
another
think
character,
it's
one of
swap.
our other characters will
Or
give
actually,
you that
no, not
electro aura,
onto
and they are
Linny.
much more
Well,
valuable.
onto Nahida, for
Absolutely,
sure.
yeah. That fast swap in Mango's hand is quite scary, despite them having a little bit of a mess up.
Okay, I'm
Mulligan.
joking.
They
Wait.
will do this, right? And like you said,
Okay,
now the
Linny,
turn priority is
sure.
pushed
Or go-
over.
Okay,
If
I'm not
Linny gets
complaining.
electro applied and then
You
moves
got-
over to their Linny with
you
a
got
fast swap,
Super Dad,
they'll be able to
that's
push them
super
right
good.
back to Kuki, and we're back to
Yeah,
square one.
wait, can you just...
Even so, that's not too bad, because
Mouse
if we do
Madame
fast swap
on
onto Linny and do a
Kuki
skill
plus
for
2
the
dice.
overload,
Yeah.
it will also
Wait,
apply
now
another
going
electro
for it,
aura onto
okay.
Now,
Linny
like,
of
now you want
Mango,
something
and
like
we saw
Libin.
Fortune here
I mean,
as well.
I
Yeah,
guess you have
it's a
Junior
huge
Zard,
chunk of
sure.
damage. We also apply electro onto
Yeah, for
her
next
as well, so
round,
lots of
yeah,
damage
you
to
can...
work with.
Skill swap or prop
Hopefully we get
swap.
better dice
skill,
off of this.
skill.
Not looking too hot. Woo! 3 on
Oh,
me
okay.
and a
Nice
2
dice.
Dendro.
For Injagi, not bad, not
What
bad.
you want turn
Solid
2. This
dice.
deck really does like to go
Okay,
to
Mango's
Nahida
heart
as a second
rate
character,
is,
get the damage
Okay,
as
why
run
did
back
he
to
steal that
normal.
from
That's
Nahida?
good.
First damage on Nahida,
A while
also
ago it was
sanctifying a ring damage as well.
190
You're gonna
plus.
prop
It was
it because
crazy.
otherwise
Rough
you're gonna
for
waste
Mango will
Pyra
definitely be
very
able to do
likely.
a Linny charged attack.
Mirror
Maybe
again?
the skill
Yeah,
is feeling
well,
so silly, but of course
that's
players
awesome.
There,
don't have
there's gonna be a
lightning
lot
clocks,
of
so we have
mirror
multiple
in this
dice to work
tournament.
with. Once again,
That's for
why
sure.
are they getting a
But
buffet of food and only,
Injagi
like,
did
one
went for
chef
mirror
out?
instead of side overload
Timaeus as
against
well in the
Cookie Nolly,
hands
but
of
I don't
just
know
go for
why,
Linny.
but I guess Inzaghi's feeling confident. Ah, he has the sloth.
Mango does.
He's hugging the sloth for good luck. Oh man. Okay. Oh no, I forgot the raffle. I forgot to join the raffle. Wait, did I join? I think I did.
Because like I said,
I did.
Square one
Okay.
if you respond like that. So from there, I don't know. It's a bit of a stalemate situation.
I mean,
you also got life.
why did I stress over that? It's not like I'm gonna win the raffle anyway. But you know what? If there's a chance of me winning the raffle, then so be it, right? Better than nothing.
He is this deck's late game anchor.
Okay, let's see what Mongo will do here. I mean, obviously you swap. I mean, you could argue Timaeus into veterans on Nahida, maybe?
Unfortunately, you cannot do that right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, we put that.
He's actually doing it.
What
wow.
are we fishing for? Oh, another veteran. That's
another
wonderful.
prediction corrected by me.
Yep. Okay, so we're swapping.
How did I know? I don't know.
Very interesting that we're not going for the linear line. Just gonna do it slow, keep it slow, and see what Inzaghi does.
I mean, that's yours truly, your boy Art. Now, who is an analyst, and commentator, caster, whatever you want to call it.
Her damage application to see this to help with breakpoints. She's much more valuable as a character early on than Linny. Then her damage is just greater than his at the moment.
Absolutely. Yeah, we should be seeing the quicken and the speed.
Swap Nahida, yeah, makes
sense. Looks like Inzaghi handshakes to that. It's like, all right, you're gonna put your Nahida onto the front line. So will I.
Ah, no wonder. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, you swap Linny so that Linny catches the Electro Aura, and then you swap Nahida. Yeah, makes sense. So I don't think Mongo will swap to Lenny because you're already like committed with the veterans onto Nahida. So I guess might as well skill and then potentially swap. Yeah, okay, Lotus.
Mango even anticipates this and puts on the Lotus to make sure they stay safe.
This will prevent a little bit of damage incoming out. Keep Nahida healthy, let her build towards the burst that much safer. Even so, though, Inzaghi can respond, has a Lotus on his own, a Sweet Madame as well as Chef now being discounted by Dunyazard. I'm not sure if we're thinking about doing skill, which we do have the skill burst, which we have the dice to do, and
yeah, 5 cost or 3 cost. Let's see.
Or whether or not you prefer to do the
3 cost. Yeah. I mean, Inzaghi can go for 3 cost into burst. That's not bad.
3 cost. I was thinking about 5 cost.
Okay, Mongo will definitely swap to Linny, considering the dice. I mean, ain't no way you're gonna discard 2, right? Yeah, no shot.
Realizing that can't do
you have Sweet Madame, you could Sweet Madame to Kuki, but you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Which will apply even more power or
wait.
Mango to use.
I mean, I guess Mongo can play Liben to avoid overdraw.
Simply off of swapping. All you need to do to really mess around with someone's game plan is swap, and then you can get potentially 2 reactors and use a fast swap as well. So they could definitely do that and push them off the
You could Sweet Madame on Cookie, get +1 dice, Electro dice.
Into play. Linny will be next up to the plate, and he can
Chef Mao first though.
Punish him back.
Especially considering that Inzaghi still has enough dice to do a skill into
Chef Mao.
That will chunk out Mango.
I mean, it's not like you have to play it right now. You could play it later. Like after Nahida's skill. You don't have to play Chef Mao right off the bat.
Without the bonus quicken damage, the reaction damage itself will be.
You could think later, like, what am I gonna do? Okay, skill. Okay, think again.
You could go
immediately starts jumping from 90 to 107. Oh my goodness, it is getting intense. These players truly do react within what is happening.
To Nahida, I don't know about that.
Later on in the matches. Oh my
there
goodness,
it is. +2.
Oh, this Adeptus
it's really nice.
So huge. This allows Inzaghi to skill into Adeptus burst, knocking out Mango's Linny.
You know what's the funny thing?
To find the extra dice to swap off. This could be very, very dangerous.
Inzaghi could play Liar.
You know, Nahida's burst very powerful.
Transfer veterans onto Nahida and then Sweet Madame Nahida.
Into a knockout. And
that would be like
your very crucial Linny
+3 total.
Mango side.
And that's like 3 actions as well.
Yeah, it is a bit like that.
Is that a 5 cost?
Skill, yeah.
I think this deck is
was 3 cost skill coming out.
It's 3 cost, and then potentially you could go for burst. Sure.
Or
do you go for burst?
No, like win on game 2 kind of.
I think you swap back to Cookie skill.
Right now does do 8 damage. So
because the dice, unless Inzaghi wants to discard 2, but what do you discard here? Fast swap? I feel like fast swap is good. Adeptus is good. Egg is good. Lotus is good. Sweet Madame, I guess you could count that out, but you have Chef Mao. I don't know. Larasol is too good as well.
So if we do go for the Adeptus,
yeah, I think Inzaghi will swap back to Cookie skill, and then potentially swap to Linny actually. Okay, goes Linny.
Yep, looks like they decided to hold Adeptus for another day, and looks like they're gonna allow themselves to be pushed on to Kuki later, because actually that's a pretty safe spot. She's at a healthy 10 HP, has a Veteran's Visage, so you'll generate another dice for it in the next round. So this is a pretty great position.
Do you discard 2 and then prop arrow?
Beat madame.
I feel like these cards in Inzaghi's hand is too valuable. I don't think you want to discard here. I mean, okay, you could discard Fast Walk, sure, and then Sweet Madame, and then keep everything else, and then you push damage, sure. Okay, there you go, yeah. But, okay, fair enough, yeah. Staying on Cookie, so that the double pyro application will go to... Wait, huh? NA? Not skill? Why?
There's nothing in your hand you want.
Really?
Right now. Lotus be great for breakpoints.
Really? Okay. I mean, pushing more damage. I mean, it's 2 damage. Sure. Whatever.
Absolutely.
But,
oh my goodness.
Really? Really? I think skill would have been way better there. I don't know.
It's not a bad spot to be in, but...
Okay. Okay, no Cookie talent still.
Absolutely. And all this dice
Alright.
Like, okay.
Okay, Mango has fast walk.
Mango, what do they need to do to play out that Gilded Freeze right now? It's unfortunately just a Liar Song, I believe.
Oh,
I feel like you should scale, right? It's just 2 to scale.
Discount it by 2 dice instead of just 1 dice.
Swap to Swap will overload to Nahida, and then what?
One of the artifacts on your
oh, Nahida burst?
Absolutely. You know,
oh no!
I've seen a few
no seed! There's no seed.
I think the best thing they could do is try to push Inzaghi into a little bit more of a critical position, use the fast swap and Cookie's Grass Sanctifying Ring, move over to Nahida, and then, you know, do a little bit of damage. Most likely just skill, so you can spread the Seeds of Skanda across all of
Is it fast swap?
If you swap
it might be fast swap actually, right?
Yeah,
fast swap, skill, spread the seed. Yeah, spread the seed to Linny Cookie. Sure, sure. Yeah, I see it, I see it. And then
absolutely.
With
if you choose to
oh no, wait.
You know, letting that
you know what's funny?
You on your own side will not be able to
if
make use
overload,
of
okay, to Nahida, Cookie's skill will go to Nahida as well, that's 2 damage. And then Nahida can burst, kill Nahida without Adeptus Burst. You don't need Adeptus Burst. Unless Mango plays Lotus. I think Mango should play Lotus here. If not, I think Mango through. That's what I'm thinking. So Mango has to play Lotus in order to get Nahida burst out. For sure, for sure.
In order to even out the game.
Absolutely. I think
you have to. Okay, you know what's the funny point? Okay, even with Lotus, sure. Okay, Inzaghi will respond with Adeptus. Like Adeptus burst. Yeah. Well, oh my god.
Because personally, I think that is much
yeah,
more
this is
important
cooked.
otherwise, because the chip damage that it can provide in the end game is quite strong over this elemental burst.
Are you sure? Because Elemental Burst is 4 damage. That's enough to knock out one of Inzaghi's characters outright, especially in conjunction with the Adeptus Temptation.
So 4 base, plus 1 reaction, plus 1 seed, plus 3 Adeptus. That's 9. That will exactly kill Nahida here, who is 6 plus 9. Wow, nice. Oh, not 6 plus 9, but 6 plus 3 equals 9. So yeah, there you go.
Linny respond on the other side, right? Because thankfully there's no gamblers out
Mango's
just
heart
yet,
rate spike.
so that way, you know, if even
190
Inzagi's Nahida
is not
goes
a
down,
fluke.
they're not actually going to get much advantage off of it.
I would say it's absolutely worth. You take out that Nahida before she gets her burst out. Mango, you just used his second lowest flower crest. That's completely out of the game now. And if he wants to clap back, he needs to go to Linny. Kuki right now doesn't have burst.
Strategize, okay.
So that means Nahida will live and get another quicken off of that.
Inzaghi should go for Adeptus Burst here. I think Inzaghi is hoping for gamblers from that strategize. Inzaghi can go for
Sleep and Dam is another
really
two
see a
dies.
situation where we could lose.
Yeah, Timaeus, get gamblers, there it is. He finally got it. The one card he's looking for, okay. So, gamblers, Adeptus,
they'll be able
burst,
to hop over to
and
maybe
then
really so
it's
desire and drop in one of their, you know, or be closer to their elemental burst.
I think the correct
I would
answer is always gamblers.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm,
And then gamblers for free, yep.
With this play, I do
Easy.
not see a world in which we lose. No matter
No
what
Kuki
Mango
talent
does, it benefits
still.
us in some
I think
way
that
at
is
the very
also
least.
one card that Inzaghi is
Here
looking
comes the
for.
elemental burst, the Shrine of Maya, boom! And there goes the opposing Nahida, the piercing damage taking her out, going across the board, hitting the Linny.
Okay, Inzaghi
Now
wins
it is
easily.
Mango's chance to try and push
Like,
back.
And now it is
yeah,
time
like Kuki can
for
burst.
Mango.
Linny is at full health still, like holy shit.
Go Kuki in order to eliminate Nahida. Needs to go
Like, bro, yeah. And Nahida burst out with Quicken as well. Yeah, this is cooked. Okay, Inzaghi wins.
A lot of work, but this is a Kuki with no talent, right? Mango
Wow,
does not
Inzaghi
play
wins
his
this.
deck, which means she is a much
Impressive.
weaker
Dude,
final
now
pick
if
that she
Inzaghi wins next game with Sign Overload against Mongo's Kukinali, now that would be an absolute cinema, that's for sure. Definitely another peak TCG moment right there.
Linny to help out right now. No, there's just, I believe, a Sweet Madame. That's not too
Wait.
great.
Sweet Madame will not
No
help
board?
with breakpoints. Kuki right now should
Okay.
do
I
7
mean,
damage
board's not
on
gonna
her
do much
elemental
anyway.
burst.
Sure,
Inzaghi
whatever.
should
I
absolutely
mean, if we had Lotus
right
here,
now,
it would have
it'll
been
be
nice.
left
We
on
had
just
Sleep
a
and Dam
Kuki
on
solo for
Nahida.
Mango.
That would have worked out.
Even if Linny used the higher skill with their bewildering lights to heal from 2 from their box triple stacks, that still is only 7.
No
it's not
Kuki
going to be enough to
talent.
pass through
Liar.
that Kuki burst. Inzagi's actually
I
decided, though,
think
because
as
they don't have talent, they
Inzaghi,
really want to hang on to it. Interestingly enough. Nope, no, they don't. Never mind.
Another line we could have gone
do you
for
burst?
is
I
to
think.
do the skill
Sure.
on Linny, the 3 damage one,
Sure, you
because
burst.
with trying to mine
Kuki.
with reaction, once he just gone it would have done enough damage in order to knock out Mango's
No
Linny.
talent though, but
And
that's
better than
fine.
burst for Mango's
I don't think it doesn't
Kuki,
matter.
But just deciding to invest
It's not like
now
Mongo
Absolutely.
like can't do anything. Like Mongo doesn't have Avalanche yet, so no burst. So I guess Mongo can just do NA or potentially ramp with Liben. I don't think he can even ramp with Liben because you have 2 Electro, so that's
I'm gonna
tough.
alternate keep
No
Live
matter what, we should
Yeah.
eliminate
Come
Linny
up.
from play on the side of Mango. If
Okay.
It forces our opponent
what-
onto just
what's
a
the thing
single
we're gonna do
and
to
it
keep
takes
us
away
here? It's
what
just like-
options they have remaining at a comeback.
Why? He missed a draw.
What exactly do he just
Sufficient liar
prompt?
song into the Gilded Dreams.
He
Getting
didn't miss a draw, he already
off
fucked the
of this
veteran.
lethal as well. Super duper nice. Yeah,
He
there's
already
actually no
fucked both
gamblers, but I guess
veterans.
at this rate it doesn't
Oh, he already
matter.
popped
Only
both
running one
veterans,
gamble
yeah.
in the deck,
So
but it really
going
doesn't matter.
last song with the
There's
Gilded,
always
yeah.
enough dice for
makes
Inzaghi to do
sense.
2 actions no matter what.
Alright, we got the
Really?
Lotus Bolt
Okay.
just to make sure we are nice and protected. 2 healing,
Oh,
7 damage.
the reason why
Yeah,
Inzaghi did that
yeah,
because
yeah.
Inzaghi is
Kuki
playing
solo on
around
Mango's side. It is
Avalanche yet
looking
into
bleak.
potentially,
So we
you
need that
know,
Lotus there to play
Adeptus
around
burst
the Ivanhoe
from
and
Oh, wait, we
Mongo,
can't.
but yeah, there you go.
Oh, we
Okay.
gotta
Done
force
8
that part.
damage with that Lotus puts us on 9 effective HP.
NA, what's the point of
In
NA?
that play. And
One
now,
energy,
Mango,
sure.
no Timaeus tech, no discount, even with Ivan Lost Yet, only puts
Swap
two
Linny,
dice. So if we
Linny
want, we can
prop
safely
arrow.
swap over to Linny, and then Ivan Lost Yet and do our prop arrow. And after that, it
Yeah,
should
you
just
definitely
be
do
our
prop
win.
arrow here.
Absolutely.
You know,
That
it kind of
Shrine Maya, we
sucks
haven't
that
gotten to see it too
I mean, I don't
often,
know.
even in the finale deck.
Like
way back
that
and forth,
one
because it's better just to make sure
round
you
where
see Zasconda hit
Inzaghi
one,
NA
but
onto Linny
in
instead of
this case, it's
skill
gonna be
from
enough extra
Kuki.
elemental
No,
reaction
that
damage
kills
to
Kuki.
push you over. Whoa, what are we
Wow,
doing?
egg.
Oh my.
Really? Okay, fair
I think I
enough.
actually kind of like
Oh,
this play.
I see where this is
We just actually
going.
have nothing
I
to
mean,
win
Mongo
this
doesn't
round,
play
so we
talent
bring Nahida
anyway,
back
so it's
as
Nahida
whatever.
doesn't die.
we can then play the
We'll put the
Ivan
bag
later at some point to charge the burst. And if we need to, we'll have the extra quicken damage from Nahida
Yeah,
as
do you...
well when we
I mean, okay, yeah, fair enough. You swap Nahida, sack her again,
worst case scenario,
for
she is
Nahida,
not lost yet,
Oh,
babe.
right,
then-
yeah, never mind,
In
never
an
mind.
endgame
Yeah,
situation
yeah.
like
and
this,
then you
that
play
is more valuable than
Haven't
just doing
lost
another
yet.
skill.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can agree
Easing
with
On
that.
to
now.
potentially
Another
Lenny.
needs to proc your I haven't lost.
Yeah,
And also,
sure.
just make
Lenny
sure
as
that all
well.
the damage and application stays away
What
from
is
the
this
ever-present
playing
Mango.
around?
Even without talent, Kuki has plenty of
Hey,
healing, and of
I
course
guess.
this deck runs food,
This
so you do
Nahida
have
dies
that extra
to-
to make sure you can outlast a very
A
small
skill
enemy.
on Lenny.
Veterans?
Oh, I think Inzaghi is a bit. I don't know. He's just a bit lost.
Yeah, I think Inzaghi is
Shouldn't matter too much,
nervous.
like,
A little bit nervous.
Like, he's still pretty ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very hard to lose from here. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
better
okay.
to be-
Inzaghi's just making sure
Better
scary
to
solo
play
bubble.
safe, right?
You know, right here, Mango will actually knock out.
So Inzaghi is
Inzaghi's
doing
Once
just
again, not the
fast
biggest deal
swap
because
safely
Nahida.
as possible,
onto our
fast
own
swap
securing
Nahida.
that, you know,
Yeah, and
guaranteed
from that, you know, maybe just
victory
throw in a
against
skill
Mongo
for the
here.
funsies, and then it is a
I
Lenny,
guess, yeah.
10 HP facing down a Kuki with
Nice
no
dice.
extra abilities.
For both
It
players.
is
Okay.
currently Inzaghi with turn priority, though. He will be able to act first.
Okay.
Nothing the leave it to me as well.
I hate to
Obviously,
do that.
swap
at least one
Nahida,
skill
sack.
off.
Or actually fast swap Nahida,
Yeah,
not
yeah,
bad
really
as
nice.
well.
And
Like you get the seed,
Can't
you
do
get
pretty
the
well.
quicken refresh as well. That's actually really good.
Yeah, are
Like,
we
seriously,
scared of
though.
the
Veterans,
Adeptus burst
or
from
could have
Kuki? I
healed
don't
Nahida
believe so,
too,
right?
or
There's no
could have done
extra
both.
boosting that we have.
Adeptus Burst on Kuki will do 7 damage, enough to eliminate his Kuki and Nahida, but not
You
Lenny.
could
Probably
actually
from Mango,
argue
yes.
Lenny may
to
not
Lotus
have the
Nahida
prop
so
stats,
that Mongo
but, you
will
know, it's
bait,
still ultimately okay. I
or
think
rather,
we're just
so that
being, you know,
Inzaghi
make sure
will
to be
bait
very careful after all this is, once again, a
burst
game 4 situation where Inzaghi is
from
on their tournament like
Kuki.
Mango only needs to win one to make sure they can
Because
make it
Mongo
through
has
and move on
Adeptus
into
right
the bracket.
here.
So you might as well be a little
And
safe
if
just to
Mongo
make
only
sure that you don't
NA,
miss anything.
there's...
Even though it looks very advantageous right
I mean,
now
I don't
for
think
Inzaghi,
it will
it's still
kill
a very
Nahida,
usable
or
game.
Lenny
Kuki Burst
here,
does
sorry,
a
but
lot of damage.
yeah.
Also, it will also provide an extra bit of healing
Either
as well to
way,
mess with Inzaghi's breakpoints.
I don't
And
see
two of his characters
Inzaghi
are
losing
super
this one.
low
Like
HP.
Inzaghi's
If he plays this
way
wrong,
way
it is
ahead.
not impossible for Mango to mount a
Actually, we
comeback.
still have
Oh,
a
yes,
cookie
absolutely.
skills thingy.
So-
Think through all your lines. What is the best play here?
I think
I think. Do you ever Kuki normal attack or Nahida skill?
I think if you were to do that, you would not have played the
So
Ivan
Lotus
Lost on
Cookie
Kuki
skill?
last round. If we just played the egg and held
Alright.
the Ivan Lost, we could have went over on
okay, fast swap.
the Nahida.
Okay,
kept the Ivan Lost
do you
for
play
later.
Lotus
This is still fine.
to
with
bait
pressure cooking. You're just trying to mine into
to bait the
greatness, while you
burst
also
or
exercise
not?
the Scott
I think
Never
you
played
do.
it,
I think you
yeah.
do.
damage later for
I don't know.
Yep, and once again, Shrine of Maya and Quicken. That's a big
Okay,
hit.
sure.
5 damage. My goodness. Oh, and a strategize. We're gonna have
You
fun
can
today.
get another Mao.
Alright, 3 HP Kuki, but Burst does provide a
I
little bit
lost, yeah.
so she will be brought back.
I mean, you
on
can
5
always
HP.
play Lotus like
Dunyarzad, what are we
when
trying
you're
to fish
when you're
out?
going
We probably
to
have
Lenny.
oh,
Sure.
another Dunyarzad.
That will
Not like
negate
this.
Adeptus
Would
for
have appreciated
sure.
that second
Yeah.
to Maze to pull us out,
Absolutely.
hopefully a Gilded Dreams or something we could use. Even so, they would not have let us play it for free. Maybe we were pulling for a second Chef Mao or something along those lines. Either way, though, Mango is struggling in terms of the HP department. I mean, a skill, if we burst on Nahida, we waste the damage of the burst, but it'll make it so a skill
Then
from
there's
Inzaghi's
only
characters
really
will
one
not
more
be able to eliminate
veteran.
him from the game
Okay.
just yet. But that
No
will mean
egg.
we have less burst
Oh yeah,
initiative
wait.
if we want to try to eliminate Lenny.
Or whatever.
Yeah, and to an extent, they're kind of forced to because there is no healing food. It is only the Adeptus. So it's really not going to help you out in that department. So I think you're forced to burst here.
It is really sad though, because Nahida is just 1 HP. I would have really much liked to prefer it if invested.
Oh yeah,
onto Kuki,
right.
Even though she's 4
I
HP,
think
the overload
either
burst
way,
off
I
ready,
think
or
you have to
the
go
Lenny
for
staying
burst
healthy
for
at 10
Mongo.
HP. We
Because if
really
you
do not
NA,
want to put
then
that damage
Lenny
on
will just
1 HP Nahida.
3
Could
cost
you imagine if we had
and
talent
kill
card
off
here? Because
Kuki.
talent card, you know,
Yeah.
still has yet to come up on Inzagi's side.
So,
but there
yeah,
is the
either
CS
way,
debuff, of course,
right.
but it could have been very
It
useful
just
in this.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm winning with a Zoe carry.
What will Nzagi go to? Probably the lineage. We just need to skill twice at this point, and we win 6 dice is more than enough to do that. Skill will do exactly 6 damage.
Or you could go for prop arrow into skill. I mean, it's still the same. Yeah, 6 damage, whatever. But yeah, GG. Wow, are we actually gonna see a reverse sweep here? Holy crap.
With your charged attack first, but you just do 3
like sign overload next match versus Cookie Nolly.
We'll also do the extra damage in the end phase plus. I mean, I think prop arrow skill is better because you get that 1 extra damage in the end phase anyways to make it 3, but you also get the extra prop surplus stack. So you technically, if you do prop arrow into skill, you do 7 damage as opposed to 6, which is more value overall. And the 1 piercing damage doesn't change breakpoints in this situation.
Yeah, it goes for prop arrow into skill. Same thing, whatever.
Boom, boom, boom. 4 dice to work with. Kuki is on her last leg. What are we gonna see from you, Mango? Throws out the Adeptus to just get 1 more dice. They know it is over.
There is no chance for Mango, but this is Nzagi claiming game 4 in the Cookie Nally mirror match, bringing us onto our game 5.
Yep, there was definitely a little bit of a low roll, I would say, on the side of Mango. Yay, the sloth! That is the personal tag of Nzagi that they made sure to craft up. And I think, you know, like they said in their player interview, it is the one that kept them lucky. We're going to a game 5 situation with the
wow, game 5 in this first series of today.
And Koi fell down 2 games early.
Damn, man.
Was able to bring it to a game 5, but unfortunately.
Okay, I feel like Nzagi is now feeling confident going next game. Like no more mirror and all that stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, and Nzagi already had to do a reverse sweep yesterday against Minty. They were just getting shaken, rattled, and rolled all over the place. But this is their chance for a comeback because, like I said, the mirror match is very awkward to play against, right? And now we are sitting on our last deck, Sign Overload versus Kukinali. How is this gonna work out?
Sign Overload has been one of our standout decks. There's lots of combo pieces working together to make it super, super strong, but it also has lots of burst damage. And unlike other aggro decks, it doesn't face the same draw problems because you have Nature and Wisdom. The Sumeru are Resonance card that lets you mulligan your hand to search for the cards you need.
Come on! I didn't win the raffle.
Fresh from the Sumeru Academia, we have our Primo Gem raffle winners. If you see your UID there, you have just won 1,000 Primo Gems. And of course, it's game 5, folks. We have another raffle coming for you.
Yeah, I mean, Nzagi was able to bring it back, but so far reverse sweeps when you're down 2 and need to make it 3 games in a row have not been forthcoming. And
from 0-2 to 2-2, unbelievable.
Down into the lower bracket. Nzagi could
I think Nzagi is feeling really, really good right now, especially going to next game. Oh, absolutely.
One of the hard matchups early, it's just going to be a matter of you can draw all the stuff.
Nzagi really has to play slow, think,
early, so
plan ahead,
how things go. But can you believe
especially for next game
5 scenario once again? This is something that I cited yesterday
because there's a lot of things to play around against Kunali.
You can see that there's a more equal skill difference between the 2 players.
It shows that like they're evenly matched, right? These are 2 big name players and they have been performing to our expectations, trading matches back and forth, although perhaps in a bit of a delayed manner.
Absolutely. You know, there's also another thing that, you know, I was talking with the players earlier about, you know, different formats of tournaments. You know, like the online series, it was just a 3 best of 3, but this one's best of 5, and a lot of players said that, yeah, you know, I could take a best of 3. I know you would take 2 matches, but this is where it just gets stress inducing, and we'll probably see a little bit of that stress go onto Mango's camera. Here is the deck selection, like we just
apparently unwinnable for
game 5. Both players only have a single deck waiting for the conquest format. They are forced to play.
He was complaining that he never won this matchup on the Sino side.
He is currently 0-2 on this deck against Nzagi.
I don't know.
Needs
I
to
think
win,
it's
otherwise
close
he will
to
be
even,
eliminated
like maybe
from the
slightly
tournament.
favored
On the
for
other hand,
Kuki.
Nzagi bring in the fresh deck
That's,
here.
Sign
Overload very, very strong. We've seen it struggle a little bit yesterday, but
slightly favored Kuki because of the I mean, to be fair, Kukinali has sustain with food,
I think it's close to even.
Lotus, Sweet Madame, all of that stuff. So
you put the Sino on.
If Mongo gets Chef Mao very early to the game, round 1, round 2, then that's really, really good for Mongo, and I think Mongo might just win with that, you know, Chef Mao engine.
Kind of like how I lost
Stay food, get dice, and yeah,
struggling
man.
on this deck.
I don't even know.
There must be so many things running through his mind, so many concerns, so many doubts, but he needs to
when you did the
stick
double
it
strat
through.
into countdown.
Absolutely. You know, it's really interesting that we've been more oriented to combo and aggro archetypes because the Whale
if you
has
lose
been
one of your
so
characters like
consistent
that,
because
it's
Whale I
pretty
consider to
bad.
be more of the mid-rangey and stall archetypes, right?
Will doesn't really have the same healing factors of like swap stalling and all that, so it's more of a mid-range type of deck where you have a slower early game and then build up to this big mid-game finish. But if you also can't capitalize off of that, you can very easily fall off in terms of dice, in terms of damage. But yeah, Will is able to capitalize great into a lot of matchups just because of how consistent it is, and mid-range typically
They wrote a new
struggling
story
with things
for,
as it's great.
for
Well, it has
Pacific.
things to do at every
Unless
stage
we're
of the game.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've already covered this matchup that we're about to see kind of ad infinitum, right? Because, you know, we know how Sino Overload goes, right? As long as you get, you know, just enough of these just prospects is really enough to really push you
It's just
over
they
the
can be
edge
the
and make
underdog.
Sino an absolute
It never
powerhouse.
was
If not, Sino himself can just do a lot of damage, so are you really worried about it?
The name of the game here for Inzaghi on this Sign Overload deck would be to snipe a character and then wait for 4 stacks. If you are able to do either of these things, you should be a very easy.
So the chances of winning for Inzaghi is going to be 40-60. Obviously, Kukinali, as mentioned by Kevin Z, is slightly favored.
What Mango has, and yeah, I do believe
for
it is
Kunali
just one of the
here,
action
I mean
cards they had a bit of
Kukinali,
a
I
change
swear,
in
man.
between. Maybe it was a single boar princess, right?
Against
Sign
Sign
Overload.
Overload.
Hopefully they don't roll into a buffet this time.
Also,
because they got
no
all that
Cookie
food,
talent.
but they could barely make
I mean,
use of
Inzaghi
it,
did not
effectively.
was not able to play it, but it's not. It doesn't matter anyway, so
that was
whatever.
removed on the side of Inzaghi.
Okay.
This is Mango's list. The Faunarana lets him
I
carry
played like
these
20
more
games
dice
with the
over
deck
into the next round because
against,
opening is
like,
bad, but this
not
is an
NPCs,
aggro deck
and
through
it didn't
and
come
through.
up
It'll
a
be
single
all
time.
about how Mango can
It could have
use
come
the
up
first
once,
7 cards he's able to draw in his
but
hand.
it didn't. And the reason it would have come up is because he would have done 1 damage.
Because it is a bit of a debate card if you need to put this in, because it's always going to be super duper solid. But at the end of the day, if you're not passing dice, I mean, just feed it to Wyvern, or okay, you don't need it.
It all depends on whether or not Mango passes dice of
White
honor.
Glove.
If yes, it's a great card. If not, you should play something else. But it always has that consistent value that the clutch factor in that card, being able to carry extra dice forward, is super great and should never be underestimated.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Inzaghi's Sign Overload looks like. It should be pretty standard with what we've already come to expect from most of these decks, right? But it is always the potential that players can roll in some curveballs because we do have the ability to change decks between sets.
I will say that the Mango's deck is just weaker at sniping characters, especially against a deck like Sign Overload, where it's reliant on a singular character. Being able to do massive amounts of burst damage onto that one character and removing them from the equation is super, super important in this.
Oh yeah, I
deck
also forgot to do the poll, right?
The mirror,
I'll do the
even
poll
so, the Ivan Lost
in the next set,
is a lot of damage,
which
if Mango can
is
bait
Chikawa
Inzaghi into
versus
eliminating one of his characters, and
Ankoe.
having that combination of cards in hand could very easily turn the tides of the match.
And we can see finally Inzaghi's
Dude, I swear.
Sign Overload
Okay,
deck
here's what I'm gonna
looking
do.
pretty standard. We got the
If for
Catherine
some
and
reason,
double
again,
Ultimates to ensure that you can get the fast
Chikawa
Fresh
brings
Winded
stall,
Freedom
I mean, he
Prospect
has
is Pyro
to,
Red,
right? I
and
mean,
all that
we're
damage
talking about
boosted from
Chikawa
Sino's
here.
talent. We've
Like,
got the
Chikawa loves
whole
stall,
shebang.
right?
Yeah, this is a super consistent deck.
Asia
It knows what it
Invitationals,
wants to do, and it has
Jesus.
all the pieces
And
to do it.
yeah.
It's a lot more draw than your typical aggro deck. The countdown to the show is
So we might see a different stall deck, maybe, could be Navna stall deck, that would be great to see. But if Chikawa plays the Ningguang stall again, but yeah, sure.
Of course, the characters
But
are a little
if that
different the other
happens,
way around,
okay,
because Inzaghi's
don't
favorite
expect
character
me
is
to
Kazuha in
commentate
the main
the
game.
whole
So
series
it
a
is
lot.
interesting, right, that we have
That's
Sino
for
and
sure,
Dag who were
because
in
I got
that
something
trailer,
to
and then we're
do.
facing
And
off
what I'm
against
looking
Linny,
forward to
right?
most,
Linny throws off
again,
the big
what I said
fireball at Deo
earlier,
before
is going to be
Sino
the
rises
upper
up and then
bracket,
tosses the spear
Z
at the
Grimlet
opponent.
versus
So maybe we're getting a
Dio,
little bit
and
of a
then
repeat of the trailer, no?
the winners in the lower bracket, which is this one, right?
In his
Which
deck,
is
so it's
to
the
be
opponents
decided.
working
So
together to triumph over
we'll
it.
see.
But Inzaghi
But yeah.
does still first need to win
I
in
mean,
order to advance.
Ankoe
this is
is,
something that
like
I
I
think
said,
we
KDF
saw in
Ankoe
the
is
Atlantic with the
a
Macarons, right? If I pronounced that
professional
correctly,
player.
you
He
can correct me
came
on that,
from a
but,
professional
it definitely
team.
came up
Like
with
you
wins,
guys
but
can
otherwise
search it up
hasn't
on
gotten a chance
Google,
to shine
type
too much over here
KDF,
in
and
Pacific.
yeah. It's a legit professional team, and he did play professional tournaments before this one, before Genius Invocation TCG. It was Legends of Runeterra, which is another card game, LOR for short. But that game is dead, so he's not playing anymore. That's why he's playing this game. Alright, last game for this series.
Here we go into the mulligan. The game
gets Chef Mao, one Chef Mao, so needs another Chef Mao very early, like round 1, round 2, potentially round 3. That's really good. But I mean, one Chef Mao is not bad, but if Mongo gets 2 Chef Mao in this game, that would be really good for Mango, that's for sure. Okay, Inzaghi has Catherine, White Glove, Countdown with oh, nice dice, 3 Pyro right off the bat. Yeah, you definitely go Dea's skill here. Oh yeah, nice dice.
Sino is very loud. I do think that Mango stays condemned, but opening is not the lots of cards you want.
Yeah, it's
Cookie
definitely
skill,
a veteran's vision.
swap. Oh no, you don't swap. You never swap. You either play Chef Mao, Liben Pass, or maybe strategize into Liben Pass. I think you play strategize. I think you always play strategize. You never play Chef Mao because you only have 1 food anyway. It's not like you're gonna play food extra anyway. It doesn't matter. So wait, did Inzaghi countdown? Interesting.
There's no drill, no pirate.
Yeah, no drill. Unlucky.
I mean, you can strat gamblers, so
yeah, strategize gamblers pass. Sure.
There is no easy means to swap.
You don't Liben or Catherine. You never Catherine here. You only play Catherine if you need fast swap, snipe somebody. Like that's the only play you play Catherine. Otherwise, you don't play Catherine because slow swapping is really good. You don't want to fast swap always because that can screw your gameplay really bad. So there you guys have it.
But once again, it's an aggro matchup. These decks end by round 3.
So you need to strategize, gamblers, White Glove. Oh, drill!
Nice.
Wait. Hold up.
Okay. Oh my god.
Okay, Woven. Wait.
I don't see what happened. What do you have?
Got drill, gamblers. He got drill. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can play with gamblers here. So he got drill. That's so good.
That kind of feels bad as we do not have an overcharged ball for to discard just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to make sure
just enter the raffle at the right time before it closes. Damn.
Some card that is okay with being discarded, because if not, like I said, it is a detriment to decks. It'll
come on, Inzaghi. Can you reverse sweep this? I think you can. I think you can. It's gonna be difficult though, but I don't know. Yeah, Woven. Yeah, I see it. Woven drill. Getting drill this early is really good. Plus, you have countdown to discard. Oh man.
But Lotus is always nice.
Unlucky.
Another great thing about the White Glove and the Fisherman.
I've been thinking that A just maybe just bad, and then hash is just better. He should play like even that one hash.
So I think what Inzaghi will do here is he swap Chevres, apply Pyro to either Nashida or Lenny, depending on what Mongo will do here. So yeah, and then ramp again. What do you ramp though? I mean, you have Liben anyway, yeah. What?
Alright, you got the man.
Do you go to Sino ever? Like,
so you're not as reliant on just a singular
macarons will get discarded. Countdown will get discarded, which is good, right? But do you want macarons to get discarded? I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, actually, you could maybe play macarons. Okay, like let's say swap, skill, Macron's skill. Oh no, wait, yeah, Macron's skill. And then if Nahida skills again to spread the seed, then these one cost will get discarded. Right? So I don't know about that. But considering the dice he has, these usable dices, I think that's what's gonna happen.
Be one of those tank and soaker characters. All she needs to do is
I think that's what's gonna happen. Like double skill on Nahida, absolutely.
All they need to do is
Do you ever? Oh my god, double Chef Mao. Okay, it's Joe over. Okay, Mango wins. I'm sorry, but I think Mango wins. Like double Chef Mao this early, this is cooked.
Inzaghi did not like to see that.
Yeah, double Chef Mao early, that's cooked. That is absolutely cooked. I'm sorry, Jaggi, but this is so bad.
Yep, there we go. We see the swap on.
Now the odds actually for Jaggi to win is now actually really 40%.
Yeah, I'm not sure what line Mango is trying to go for here. This doesn't make sense.
For Inzaghi.
Like you recall, then what?
And then yeah, 60%.
Increase his stat count by 1. So that will accelerate how fast he can get his transformation as well.
Absolutely. Waken the wolf within, the sacred right wolf.
Okay, Inzaghi's calculating.
Just move to Chevrolet, like
okay, what do you
do? I don't see any reason to stay on day. You don't have the dice for it.
Do you swap?
Go onto someone who can actually make utilization of all of this.
Okay, fair enough.
With that Catherine down there, will let us guarantee at least one skill.
But swap Sino's skill.
We did choose Sino's
and then what? How do you live in here? How do you run? Oh wait, okay, I see it. You play Macrons. So Nahida's skill.
They'll also be able to discount
Inzaghi, Macron's Sino, and then swap Chevrolet, and then with Catherine, like next turn, whoever this Pyro will go to, like potentially Inzaghi can snipe whoever, right? Whoever's applied with Pyro by Dea Summon, yeah.
Have a rainbow just like Mango up here. Hey,
that's actually not bad if you think about it. Actually not bad. Okay, there you go. Wait, you killed Macron either way, huh?
Very nice.
Drill discarding the countdown to the show, reducing the damage Sino takes as well.
Wait, that's scuff.
You did that, you also dance around the drill.
We can see a chance for
no way
maybe wants to go for another elemental skill and
okay, never mind.
No way Inzaghi would stay.
That, you could also pass
yeah, no shot Inzaghi would stay.
But Mango has 7
I
dice.
think
Too much to work with.
Yeah, it's so much, and we expended so much dice, and we didn't.
Yeah, swap Chevrolet.
Mango.
Play gamblers, I guess. Yeah, sure. Then what? Float one. You obviously keep Lotus for Sino. Absolutely. I guess you play Liben. Fuck it. Why not? Might as well, right?
He is gonna keep applying Dendro and those seeds.
I don't think you play Lotus on Chevrolet. I don't think so.
So we can swap off to another character and do a skill. In this case, most likely Linear, because we have Dendro, Electro Aura on all of Inzaghi's characters.
No
so
shot.
Guarantee at least one reaction in the end phase, and also an extra aura as well.
Absolutely. If we can get, Linny does make the most sense because, there's not really a point in applying Seeds of Skandra to the entire party because Dea is not really going to do much in the end game. She's more of a protector than she is going to be able to dish out a lot of damage.
Inzaghi would just play gamblers onto Sino and then play Liben. Fuck it for one dice, sure, whatever.
If Inzaghi does swap over to Dea, there is an argument to just burst
you never swap to Dea here because that is free quicken. Why would you do that? So yeah.
Very, very big.
Just end first, go first next round, and then whoever this one goes to, if Inzaghi gets Pyro Resonance or even Sino Talent, he can snipe somebody, that's for sure. Like either Cookie, Linny, right? Definitely not Nahida, no shot. Unless, okay, unless maybe Mango will end on Nahida. Let Nahida get overloaded to Sino because Sino doesn't have any element. And that would be kinda scuffed for Inzaghi. But then Inzaghi can go for skill with overcharged ball, which is kinda scuffed. I don't know about that. Lotus? I don't know about that. I don't know. I feel like, you know what's funny? Like, Mango can just pass. Just ignore the Lotus.
Give us a burning as well.
NA or something.
Okay.
As well.
Okay.
Alright, Lenny,
Tune
what you got?
Tune,
Probably a tune into prop arrow. That's really the best.
Prop arrow?
I cannot
Okay,
imagine
that's
ever
not
doing
bad.
a
What is the
actual
other
normal
card you
attack,
tune
which
here?
only does physical damage.
Shouldn't do
The one
Nice.
worry here,
You
though,
tune-
for
you know what
Mango
Tune
is that
Liar?
if you do tune to skill on Lenny, you have
Boar
no
is
more
also
dice to
really
swap
good.
off.
Yeah,
And the
Boar
reason
Liar
they
is
counted
really
for
good.
Inzaghi
Good
guaranteed
just
to
the
Sino
opposite.
right now, his prospectors
Well, that's
Probably Adept.
one
No,
damage
Adept
is
is
just one
good.
card.
Oh,
And if he has a
hard.
Pyro
Wait,
Res that
how?
will do
Wait, where do you
9
play?
You can do
damage.
that.
Yep.
Or-
Wow, using the guild
Oh,
powers
Liar.
to fix up their
Okay,
dice.
yeah,
Very
Liar.
interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know,
okay,
maybe
this
a
is
bit of an
fine.
expenditure
Yeah,
of
I think this
resource,
is
but you know
better.
what? I guess if it works, it works.
Sure.
There goes the prop arrow and 2 summons coming on the field, burning and
Okay.
the
Let's see if Inzaghi gets Pyro Resonance or Sino Talent to snipe off Lenny here, because I think that would be huge advantage for Inzaghi here. Like from 40% win rate, I think that will bump up to at least 55, if I do say so myself.
Double leave it to me. Adeptus in
We'll see
hand.
what happens.
Nahida
But if
burst,
he doesn't
ready
get it, I mean,
and also if we skill on Sino
I mean,
kill
2
Lenny,
stacks,
he will
not
also
4.
eat- I mean,
I don't
Sino
think
will eat the
Inzaghi will
sacrifice
play.
as
No,
well,
wait.
so that might actually bring
Oh.
him below breakpoint range for Adeptus burst on Nahida.
9
Oh, I see your
HP.
angle. That's actually a pretty good point, you know, 'cause we've been looking around a lot of it. Just very
With
scared
drill,
of
there's
Sino,
one
but there is a
stack of
potential thing
drill.
that you can do here, thanks to
So
having those
that's
double
like,
fast swaps
okay,
and
let's
being able to have
count.
full maneuverability and just being able to crush Sino
3
beneath your
plus
heel.
1 from weapon
Looks like Mango
plus
isn't going to
2
I'm not sure
overload.
what we
I should have
should
done that. So that's
Okay,
6.
I guess it actually
With
live like
Tandoori,
that.
that's plus 2.
Put him up
With
more.
White Glove,
Oh,
a cleanup,
that's pretty good. I like to
that's
see that.
9.
And he doesn't have enough.
Is it worth it?
More dice can never go wrong, and also the true cost counter. on this
Base,
Okay, this is it. Inzaghi, load of truth.
Weapon, overload,
Then we get to see
Tandoori,
exactly what
White
show
Glove.
exactly what we want.
Oh yes, absolutely. Ooh, the
That's
dice are looking a
9.
little
Yeah,
funky
3,
on
4,
the side of
6,
Mango. You know, you
8,
can
9.
definitely
Yeah,
still
yeah,
utilize it,
yeah.
but those are mostly for Nahida and not so much your other
Is
characters.
Inzaghi going for it? I feel like Inzaghi
you have
should
it, you have
play
it. If you don't have
countdown
it,
first at
Priority. We
least.
also have a fast up
Maybe.
with the count, and whether or not we
I
choose
think
Does it look good for
Inzaghi has
you?
to play countdown.
Okay, if you max
Either
out, you can still live.
fish for Sino Talent
Still
or
live
Pyro
with that
Resonance. If Inzaghi is
exactly.
able
It
to
is a
get
little bit
one
of
of
a hard argument
those,
because
yeah, there you
you
go.
get
the fact that we aren't
10.
having
Okay, yeah, there it is.
that
GG.
works too.
So with
Yeah.
Sino Talent,
With
let's
the damage
count
boost,
again.
we're gonna be okay,
3
but in
base
general,
plus
you know,
2
the
overload
fact
plus
that
1
no
weapon
levels have been
plus
generated on the side of
2
Inzaghi. It makes
with
it
the
really
Sino
difficult
Talent.
to actually
So that's
justify
3,
going
5,
with
6,
Sino
Oh, you
8.
can
Now that we
kill
have
You
it, of
just
course,
need
it's
to
gonna be
play
A-okay, but
1 cleanup. Yep,
otherwise, you know,
that's
from
9
there,
damage.
it's just
Yeah.
Oh
Lenny,
yeah.
and then we're gonna have to try and whittle down
And then, oh no. Wait, wait. If you kill,
This is a look good for Inzaghi.
yeah, this is okay. I see what's happening. If Inzaghi kills,
here's a really
Cookie skill
chaotic
goes
play,
to
okay?
Sino,
If you swap
and
on
then
to Sino,
potentially
play the
Nahida
and tune the other
can go for
talent.
Adeptus Burst. Oh no,
Let me just play
wait,
into
no
it.
you don't. Oh no, this could be losing for Inzaghi. Okay, forget that 55%, it's still 40% win rate for Inzaghi, unlucky.
Double mount.
A little bit of a
Yeah,
50-50.
Yeah, a bit of a 50-50. Honestly, too
I-
much
I-
dice risk to make
oh,
so much
man.
shenanigans overall.
11
Just let it
HP.
be,
You have to
pretty
max
much.
out, I think. You
But
have to max
with
out.
that, that's
So a lot
3
of
damage
damage,
plus
even
your
if you don't
Scandal, so
discard the
minus
overcharge ball.
3.
They-
Yeah,
you
like
limit
3
yourself to one
quicken.
action.
Like that's like 5.
She has Pyro on her, so
Like
nice.
4 plus 1 because quicken. Plus 3 Adeptus. Yeah, that can kill Sino.
Yet, because
Oh, no,
Cookie
wait.
will be the one who overload to
Okay,
ensure
all
his
these
Pyro
actions.
Is
on her.
it?
There's no
Wait,
point
Drill
in
has
first ball
plus
attacking
2.
onto her right now.
Okay, place the... Okay.
Just play the talent, keep the second one, and then overcharge while we save for Nahida.
Okay, with macarons, okay, Sino will live somehow.
Line, but we're definitely gonna knock out Linny for sure.
Okay, Sino talent.
Tune right now.
That will kill, yeah. Okay, Sino lives. No matter what Mango does. Okay, goes Cookie anyway. Sure.
It is going to be
interesting.
Versus the General
Okay, that's fine.
Mahamatra. Can they do it?
The gamblers we pre-played onto him earlier.
No ball. Oh, that's why he swapped to. Oh no, wait, no what? Okay, no, never mind. I'm capping.
I would.
The gamblers as well. Yeah. Keep.
Okay, no.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, hold.
I know.
Wait, with Wolf. Inzaghi can do crazy stuff. Next turn.
The gambler's chain is not going to be the case.
More importantly, though, Sino is finally at 4 stacks.
You know that he doesn't have a talent.
I think Inzaghi wins.
Discard one.
Right?
So right now on his skill, he
like just sack Nahida.
6 damage base.
No, not Nahida. Sorry, Dea and Severus. Just sack. Like sacrifice both of them, and then next turn you go forth. Like talent.
Absolutely.
Like like dude, come on.
Work with that,
Holy.
but that's still going to be a ton of damage and pushed on to Nahida, and then from there they're gonna have to figure out how they can push to that end game. And honestly, it is looking quite bleak.
I don't think you're dying this
especially because Nahida has.
Yeah, I don't think you die here this round as Inzaghi. No shot. Okay, sure. Adeptus Burst from Nahida, sure. But that doesn't accomplish anything. It's not gonna kill Sino, sure, but you will deal a lot of damage, sure. Yeah, there it goes. Mango's committed to it, okay, sure. That's 8 damage. Sino will live, how many? Four? Yeah, 4 HP.
Massive damage, 7. But
Overloaded
comes out, pushes you back.
Yeah.
But there's no defenses here. Sino should just take him.
Oh yeah. Okay, just swap.
One day short of actually winning this game, but yeah.
Swap Severus.
Into calling for cleanup.
And then if Severus is dead, you go Dea. If Dea's dead, then you. It's just whatever. You have Catherine anyway.
Honestly, it's worth it because you got Catherine and she's gonna be refreshed.
Dude, are we actually gonna see a meme where you just lost to Catherine? Let me bring that up.
Game 5.
Oh my god, we might actually see it. Oh my god, not again.
You actually do have the damage to do and keep Sino
definitely
alive.
Don't end on Chad, whatever you do.
At most 2 actions, and 2 actions is actually not enough to eliminate both Chef
so
and Dea. And
it just makes more sense. Like the breakpoint makes more sense, the aura makes more sense.
Skill? Okay, that's not bad. Sure. More damage, I guess.
Absolutely. Let's see that freshman and Redum pop Inzaghi
this one.
To solidify this game and make sure
are we gonna see it? That is the question. Imagine.
He has played both
He's still calculating. He's a
that
little
would
bit
be funny.
unsure about this, but it should be 9 damage. I trust in my math. I'm sure it's correct.
Yep, absolutely.
Just the question right now, though, is do we want
you
to
could live and pass.
Nagu could have played around there.
Doesn't matter. Skill, sure, whatever. No, wait, huh? Wait, you're still on Sino. Wait, huh?
Oh, is this because Mango has held so many cards in their hands, right? So it is always a potential thing that can happen.
Wait,
Inzaghi would basically be
swap skill
I
cost?
think you win even if you don't swap here.
No swap. Oh, you never swap. It's not like Sino will die anyway. Okay, whatever. Yes, yeah, Inzaghi wins. Holy. Wait, actually reverse sweep.
Unless you saving for an egg that might be coming.
Mango did not
actually reverse sweep.
A liar gilded
for Inzaghi. Unbelievable. Yeah, Inzaghi's clapping. He knows he's winning. Yeah, this is easy. Easy win for Inzaghi. And I think the reason why Inzaghi did that, because Mango has egg. And I think Inzaghi has to play around that egg. That's why he kept Wolf. For that. Because egg can clutch. It's possible for egg can clutch. That's why, you know, Inzaghi did not go for Wolf. I mean, it's not like... Yeah, there it is. There's the egg. And it's not like Nahida can kill Sino anyway. Like Mongo doesn't have Tandori. Yeah, GG.
Not too
swap off.
Inzagi's about to enter the next turn with time.
Yeah, honestly, just go Dea. You always go Dea.
Just like
Dea, and then swap right back onto
and then swap. Yeah, GG. Wow, actually reverse sweep for Inzaghi. Dude, there's still chance. There's still hope that we might be able to see Inzaghi in the grand finals with hopefully Z Crimlet. That would be a way to end this tournament. Oh my goodness. That would be a dream come true. Especially for me personally. So yeah, that would be great.
And then if you kill
because Z Crimlet, well, from his interview, right, he really wants to face Inzaghi in the tournament because I don't think Z Crimlet's ever got the chance to face Inzaghi during the during official tournament. I don't think we did get Z Crimlet versus Inzaghi during the Asia Invitationals back in January. I don't know if that happened.
Very interesting.
Let me know. Inzaghi's praying, but I don't know why you're. I mean, you already won. Yeah.
As the Sloth is praying to Lumen, making sure he gets exactly
what do you play around here? Like, what can Mongo possibly do?
It's no way you make your Lotus.
Oh, Lotus? I mean, nah. Either way, like, whatever. Okay, whatever Mongo does here. Yeah, okay, wow.
So much damage that you never
Jeez.
know what could come.
You know what? 40% win rate? Yeah, it did skyrocket to at least 55. Yeah, that did happen.
Ooh, dice are a little great for Inzaghi, thankfully.
Despite Mongo having double shaft mount engine, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. But you know what? Luckily, Inzaghi get you know, Inzaghi protected Sino really nice with the drill, macrons, and all that. If Inzaghi didn't get that, like if Inzaghi didn't get the drill and macrons on top of that, I think Sino will be very vulnerable to, like, you know, Adeptus Burst from Nashida or even Cookie. Like, yeah, the fact that Inzaghi got that and keeps Sino alive, like, that is so good for Inzaghi, and that's why he was able to win this game with reverse sweep 3-2 for Inzaghi. Holy shit. Okay, Lotus. Nah, no one cares. Like 6 stats, you have the weapon as well. Yeah, GG. You have Tada as well for +1. That's funny. Yeah, taking out Dea. Oh my god, there's another cleanup. Yeah, GG. Okay, do the funny. Go Chevros, swap for Catherine meme. Please do it. Inzaghi, come on.
You have to
please. It's fine. Anyways, congratulations Inzaghi for making a reverse sweep in the lower bracket. Holy shit. Absolute cinema.
Last-ditch effort.
Another absolute cinema moment right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Freedom into a skill, and then if you really want to be flashy, you can do a burst to
TCG moment.
Out. Should be enough damage, especially with an extra white glove to knock it and take.
Okay, I don't know why it's Inzaghi.
Can't Chev just solo Linny anyway? Like 2 and 8.
Even more damage to work with. Not sure what we're searching for here.
Okay, Inzaghi just BM. I don't know why.
Got it.
Inzaghi, you know, from the online series, because
is it not enough?
I think they're gonna have a little bit of fun after such a hard.
I mean, he would need something for Chev.
I don't know. He's just having fun at this point. Whatever. It's already over. Like
now he has it.
No, but he had enough dice to normal get actions on Chev anyway, right?
I think definitely here we take out the gamblers, take out the live, and what
else Linny heals by 1. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, Linny heals by 1. I see it. Yeah.
Damn it.
Yep, that as well.
So you need to look for
no. Interesting.
I mean, does it matter? Not really.
Not gonna use it. All right. No.
Yeah, so Linny will have 5 HP.
You can definitely do that.
After swap.
Should just be
oh no, wait. Okay, you need to play Lotus first. If you don't play Lotus,
enough dice to claim the game.
Because with Cookie's skill, you have Natita's burst and Quicken on top of that, plus the seed.
Sino just with 4 stacks is enough to do
Okay, yeah, okay, Inzaghi needs to play carefully. First of all, you play Lotus, yeah, easy.
Plays the Lotus for a little bit of flex.
Yeah. Pyro-Rest, NA, dude, NA.
Just
kill Lahida.
You could Pyro-Rest, NA.
Equip
yeah, Pyro-Rest, NA.
Chev, and then skill.
Whoa, really? Okay. I mean,
What?
sure.
The swap.
Skill?
Who died? Chev
Is
died?
skill enough?
No,
I think skill is enough, like 5 plus 2.
Just weapon on Chev, Tada, and then...
Natita has 7, so that kills. Yeah, you don't need high resonance at this point.
It's also an out. I don't know if you have enough dice though, do you?
Wait, do you have enough? Oh god, wait.
Oh, because you have the ball. Yeah, no, that would work.
Yeah.
Alright.
Exactly.
There is the line in.
Oh no, wait, yeah, never mind. You skill, you get +2 from gamblers. Yeah.
You need
And then you play White Glove, or even go for Chada for another stack for the drill. Yeah, easy. Yeah, Inzaghi got this easily, right?
Let's see the spear
Unless
go down for the hammer slammer.
This Cookie skill will go through Inzaghi's Lotus, which I don't think that will happen.
Make sure, double check.
Burst? Okay.
That's what he was calculating.
Wait, why?
For the burst line to give themselves a little bit extra.
Okay, he's calculating how much he can be at.
Stacks all the way over, and now they might reset themselves.
That's why we played Lotus. There was still the sanctifying ring over on Lini.
Oh no, okay, never mind. Yeah, Utada, yeah, whatever. 8 stacks. I thought that would reset, but never mind. Yeah, Tada.
That we never really recognized the fact that she
over
still had
Pyro, yeah, GG, whatever. Yeah.
Got Pyro.
GG, yeah.
And now it should
I was concerned a little bit right there because like, wait, why? It could have burst, but whatever. Going for high damage. How many damage? Hey, 14! 14 damage. Nice, wow.
Right?
Reverse sweep!
They show his stats as the highest damage. He needs to farm like stat equity. It's the right play. This is how the protagonist needs to play.
Yesterday with Minty a
2-3,
and once again the stress
Congrats.
down, and you can see
I have the picture from Inzaghi's sloth. Let me see if I can share it. Hold on, let me find it. I have it. Let me see if I can share it. But once again, congratulations for Inzaghi. Holy shit, that was a good series. Absolutely golden series. Just like yeah, like with Minty as well. Yeah, holy.
Because Leon's set finished in like 3 hours.
Oh no, it was on my other phone, I think. Was it? I think it was.
Good game, well fought, very difficult.
Yeah, it's on my other phone. Oh shit.
Finally having that sigh of relief because you can see it the entire time.
I don't think I can share it. Unlucky. Or maybe I can. Let me find it.
That is the protagonist of that is one of the tanks he chose to practice.
But man, that was crazy.
Of shows, they typically go down early and then they make their grand re-appearance.
That was definitely crazy.
From these two players. Whew, I can't believe that's our first game of the day, and we still have 3 more to do today, no?
At least. We have 1 more, well, I mean, no, yeah. 3 more matches, but at least 3 more games, for us at least.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yes, because later on we will be flipping over to other casters, but with this victory,
I see it, I have it.
Home will be winning because we have the Primo Gem raffle winners right below. If that is your UID, congratulations, 1,000 Primo Gems into your account for any of the next characters.
Oh my god.
Wow, nice UID. 866. Wow, okay, dude.
Is that actually an 8-6?
Last time brought it the complete distance.
Yeah. Someone had that last time. Someone with that number won that.
Yeah, I remember that number. Yes, I remember that number.
8-6.
My goodness, look at the disparity in that max dice spent.
Ooh, single strongest strike of 4.
I guess.
I mean, Sino is a beast. He does a tremendous amount of damage.
Protagonist.
Hit the limits needed for White Glove. You want to do the maximum damage of 15.
God.
Not
what
even as tenacity in the middle and
yeah, what a tag. Protagonist actually came through. Holy shit.
Average cards drawn in the first 3 rounds. The most critical rounds is 18.
Yeah.
He draws almost 2/3
the
of his
sloth.
deck. within the first
on
three.
top of my head. Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyway.
Even saw to the point where they ended up drawing out their entire deck, which is more common last patch. Now it's a lot harder to do, but still ended up.
Yeah, this was back during the Asia Invitationals in January. If you guys haven't checked that out, I highly recommend checking it out on the Astro Carnival channel as well. So yeah.
The series that does mean Inzaghi will advance. The protagonist buff remains. And next match, we will be doing KDF and Koei versus Chiqua. Both of these
okay, so next series, I'm sorry, it's gonna be a bench for me. I'm sorry, guys, but I'll let Kevin, ZSI, and the others do their yapping. Because I swear to God, if Chiqua brings another stall, no, I'm out. I'm out. I'll see you guys when Z Kermit and Dio will go next. Seriously.
1600 GMT plus 8, which is like 4 p.m.
Yep. And then afterwards, once we swap over to our other wonderful casters, Staffa and Windflower Leah, it'll be Z Kermit versus Dio, and Inzaghi's next losers match. So
I don't think we're getting a break. I mean, I hope so. We're getting like 5 minutes break. Great. But if not, and then no. Okay, perfect, good. Surely,
but that is how the lower bracket goes, though. It's all about fighting
we need to add
every single advantage.
You're free to play. What the heck?
Absolutely.
Just
But
play
with the
yourself.
conclusion of this set of 5, we're moving on to another one later on.
We don't have that.
Z Cream versus Inzaghi finals, surely. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping as well. That's what I'm hoping as well, in Claire,
Kevin, if you
for
just
the
give me your
grand
prize money and
finals.
then I'll buy you.
Because that would be great. And you know what that means?
I'll provide the service.
SUC sweep
So nice.
Pacific
But you have
Prince
to lift
Cup.
a finger.
Hey, I'm just gonna say, alright, 5-minute break. Okay. I think the people who play TFT.
I'm disappointed with how you
I'll just let them talk, whatever. I'm not gonna mute them.
Too hard.
Alright, I'll see you guys
I
in
got like a triple Galio shot too.
maybe this set. Let's see what decks they'll bring. If, I swear, okay, if Chiqua brings stall, I'm out. I'm out. I'm just gonna say it. But let's see if KDF Ankoi can beat Chiqua, because Ankoi is known in the LOR to snipe your opponent depending on what their playstyle is. So let's say Chiqua, right? So as Ankoi, okay, Chiqua knows that, or rather Ankoi knows that Chiqua is playing stall. So Ankoi will bring, you know, anti-stall. So like Bennett, Silent Herald Chongyun, yeah, and all of that stuff, right? Potentially we could see Yoimiya with Risley and Yelan.
No, that thing.
That combo deck is also popular. I'll make a video about that next week. Also, I need to mute this because I hate copyright strike. I got copyright strike from Atlantic already from their music, and I hate it. So, yeah. Anyway, did Chiqua brought stall yesterday? No. Yes, he did. He did bring Barbara Ningguang and I forgot the other one. Barbara Ningguang.
Yeah.
Xingqiu. There you go. Xingqiu. Yeah. Why Xingqiu? For shield. Because Chiqua is playing Xingqiu talent. And Xingqiu talent is really good. Like 3 usages of shield from skill alone, plus cleanse on top of that. That's yeah. So let's see if Chiqua will bring it again, or maybe different this time, like stall. Now via stall deck. Yeah. Anyways, I'll be right back, and I'll see you guys later.
Kitty, where are you? Worry, confusion, anxiety.
My plant is dying already.
All these emotions are like the aroma of a long night of endless rain. But add a drop of something unexpected, and you never know what can bloom. Life is like a soft breeze that sweeps across the land. abundant. It all comes down to careful selection. Water. Yes, the most important part of perfume is the easiest to overlook. Pure water. With no color or odor, all other ingredients have nowhere to hide. Removing all distractions allows the true form to take shape. Then I think I'll combine the air after it rains, the nectar of a feisty flower,
This new perfume
and
is really popular. Wanna try?
fried food?
Here.
Ah, with a base note of pure satisfaction.
Hello everybody and welcome back once again to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Pacific 2024. Once again, I'm one of your casters, Kojo Creations, and joining me once more is...
This is Sumi, your favorite player turned caster, and we are back for our second set of the day. It is KDF and Koi versus Chico, and I know you, Kojo, have some fun facts about this one.
Oh yes, absolutely. We'll dive into those in just a moment, but my goodness, we already had a very crazy game 5 scenario. Inzaghi was able to make it out of the clutches of defeat from Mango, and that was so tough, already having to do that twice, and we'll have to play again later today, but that is the previous match. We have to focus in on Enkoi versus Chikawa.
The name of the game here is Resistance. Chikawa brought stall yesterday. The games were so long, and if he brings it again here today, it will be up to Enkoi to keep up the mental pressure to make sure he doesn't lose his composure as the games go.
Yeah, both the mental pressure and the mental fortitude to outlast a stall game, because CJRs was able to crack down on Chikawa's stall just a little bit before unfortunately taking the last game in defeat. But this time around, we are going to have something interesting, because of course in this tournament, players actually can switch their decks between sets. So this morning, the players had a chance to switch things up, and Enkoi is someone who likes to target matchups or MUs. So
yeah, there you go, what Kojo said. Also, hi chat, I'm back.
They could look at it and they could...
Yeah, what Kojo said. Enkoi really loves to, you know, snipe someone by, you know, having decent matchups against them. So we'll see what Enkoi and Chico will bring. Because if Chikawa still brings stall, I think Enkoi will have a huge advantage. I'm just gonna say it, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Chikawa is simply built different. they are going to be able, if they were going to do it yesterday, they're going to do it today.
Yeah, you know, this is funny.
I love the confidence.
This matchup is going to be slightly interesting for me personally, because first of all, Ankoe, like I said, a veteran professional player in TCG, you know, Legends of Runeterra, LOR, not just GITCG, GDC Vocation TCG. And then we have Chikuwa, who is champion from last year's Prince Cup Japan. So having them clashing together in this series is gonna be interesting, you know.
At the players will be watching today.
We'll see what happens. And yes, the fact that he still has KDF in his name pretty much means that Ankoe is still in the team, in the professional team, and is not yet out. Or not retired, at least.
Personally, some of my
Alright, here we go.
Chikuwa putting the heart on their sleeve, and Enkoi with a very nice salute with historical significance, but the players are lining up and getting ready. We'll see their decks in just a moment.
Love the poses, love the confidence, and the players will need to bring forward that confidence into the games themselves. We could be in here for a very, very long series. It looks like Game 5.
Say, yeah, what Sumi says, we might be here for in a long series. That's for sure, and I'm not prepared for that. If that happens, I'm out. I'm just gonna say it. I'm out.
This time around.
Seriously.
No. I mean, at the very least, I expect Chikuwa to ban out Whale. Whale does very, very well against stall. It just does so much, like 5 base damage. It is so much to deal with, and you can't stall out that. So at the very least, Chikuwa will be banning it. Whether or not Nkoe will, though, is another story. If he does want to counter stall, if he is the counter picker that we expect him to be, he could bring Bennett Double Revive, and that is a deck that does very well into Whale.
Absolutely. Calling themselves the Mastermind and the Mathematician. We'll see if that comes up. Look at Chikuwa, Dice Magician, Mathematician, and Master Eye. Ooh, we're getting a little bit of Mastermind rivalry here.
Oh, it's all about the big brain plays, especially like a stall player. If you are playing stall, you need to understand.
Excuse me? Commonly used deck for Chikuwa is Raiden, Shenhe, and Frost Operative? Really? Really? Okay.
Absolutely, and it's a good time to talk about
Frost Operative, huh? Okay.
I don't have it solidified.
No, it's not.
I haven't played that deck, by the way. Like, Raiden, Shogun, Shenhe, and Frost Operative. I mean, it's just like back in the days, right? Raiden, Shogun, Shenhe, and then Chongyun. Oh man. Good old days.
I mean, Chikuwa is such a threatening opponent to face so early on in the lower bracket. Chikuwa is the champion of the Japan Prince Cup. He won the entire thing against players of similar caliber to Nkoe, and he was also placed top 3 at WGC Busan. So a lot of stages.
Yeah, WGC Busan. That was the summer tournament last year. But this year we don't have it. There's none. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened to that, but yeah. Maybe GITCG is a boring game. Like no one's watching it. Like who gives a
all the decks that Nkoe will play inside and out. Nkoe, though, is a newcomer, relatively speaking, has played in a couple Catstails Gathering, qualified through the Series Showdown, so we know he's been having excellent placements throughout the regular season, but just compared to Chikuwa's achievements, I have to admit, he is falling short.
Absolutely, but Nkoe has that drive, has that energy. You'll see him. They're going to do lots of expression on camera if they win or lose, so we'll see how this ties up. But yeah, going back to more of the sort of player information, Chikuwa specifically was very surprised to me that they are very much a stall player. Oh no!
I might
there it is, ladies
oh my god!
Like we saw yesterday. This is a very
yeah, so Ankoe brought Bennett
penalty.
Side Hero Chongyun as expected.
Wouldn't you be afraid to
And then Crab? Wow, okay. Actually, funny enough, Crab does well into Chikua's
Absolutely, we can talk about
against Chikua's stall deck here. How funny.
Versus a cube.
Well, either way,
you can get slept on.
Dude, I'm just gonna say it. Alright, if you were to hear my prediction, Ankoe will win. I'm sorry, but Ankoe will win. Alright, stall match like Crab, and then we're gonna see Ningguang again. Yeah, life sentence, right?
This matchup's like
oh man, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe you can win sometimes. I don't know.
I'm out. I'm just gonna say it. I'm out. I'll come back bringing more commentary, casting, analyzing stuff when we're about to see Z Criminal versus Dio. So I'll let the other guys in the watch party do their talking, yapping.
This is a counter pick in a sense.
We have Z, Kevin Z, SI, Sean,
here we do have the
Pilot, and yeah, potentially Blep, but I think Blep already left.
Okay, you can make an account just
because it's already late
should be really interesting in
their time over there. So yeah, all right. Hope you guys will have fun in this series, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the second half.
We'll have one from
because I personally think that second half will be the best.
Oh my god.
I'm just gonna say it. Alright.
Of this deck is to first get Benefits, preferably with talent, and then you can do your
prepare
skills on Hero and Cuban because they are prepare skills for a kind of insignificant amount of dice. You are able to get all your discounts down. Is able to double and even triple dip into the +2 damage amplification of Bennett Burst.
Oh yes, absolutely, and that healing as well. The biggest thing here is those golden troops, and golden troops reward both the 4 and 5-star artifacts. And honestly, this is the deck that really sold me on them because I was never really the biggest fan because you always have to wait for them. But if you get a perfect opener, you're gonna start throwing out cube skill for instead of 5 dice, 3 dice. That is very cheap.
Okay, actually,
powerful ability.
I don't like the hammer
boss yet. 1 dice as well if you get that second stack. You get 0 dice
there's only one
with that
Moon
Storm
Piercer,
Terror
right?
Slayer.
I really don't have
Speaking
lost
of
that
that Storm Terror Slayer is in the deck to help draw out your talents. The card the 2 cards I'm shocked about in this deck right now is the Arcane card. It is running Dave Resistance and also Liu Su.
Yeah, Liu Su is something that we actually got to see yesterday with a similar deck like this because they really want to be able to charge up that Bennett Burst. You know, is much more common practice all the way back when in earlier metas, but now as long as you're able to draw early, you start on someone else, move into Bennett, and that is very, very efficient for you.
It lets you amplify your Bennett Burst charging. It also gives you some more dice to ramp on as well. Only running 1 copy as it doesn't come up as often, and it's not the best card, the strongest card in the game right now, but the Arcane card is
okay, one last thing.
In this deck, I prefer
if Chikuwa somehow wins this, then I don't know.
If you play on turn 1, if you're running at least 2 different talent cards, it will always draw you.
I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely. With Storm Terror's Lair, maybe there's an argument against it, but making sure you have all your talents, especially against, you know, a sort of, you know, middle of the road, not necessarily not being able to play both stall and aggro with Sino and Crab, you know, you're going to want to make sure you have undercurrent curses so that way you can slow down your opponent as much as possible.
Yeah, I think right now, though, this matchup is favored against Enko.
It's only okay to be mean
like
to
it
Crab.
because Crab is technically a stall deck, and this deck beats stall. But the big issue here, though, is that Sino is able to overload your characters off, and Chico is running basically only prepare skills. And if you overload a character off their prepare skill, unlike Freeze, it will instantly cancel it. Whereas with Freeze, if you have the Tada, you can play that as you can continue on your combo.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to need to find some way to avoid these elemental auras. And honestly, with the point that you brought up there, Enkoi, you know, may have a bit of a favor into this matchup. Now, one thing I would like...
That opening is so good. That opening is so good!
What the heck? That's crazy! My goodness. Do you mind telling us a little bit why having double tenacity of the middle is the nicest opening?
It looks okay.
Crab is a shield stacking character. So basically what that means is that Crab has a passive where that he will take away the shield on the other characters every time you do an action. So
are you scared
if you
of
put double tenacity of the Millith on your characters, they will all get absorbed out of
Isn't
the crowd, letting him stack
the
up
correct plan
shields
just
infinitely.
YOLO
Effectively infinitely. I think there is a soft cap of 999, but realistically in a game
my
situation, we'll never
strategy
actually go
is literally to roll for fast
indeed.
fire,
Some of the players
like bunch
in
of
the
draw.
online
Yeah, and I
series
think
of
the
the
correct
Prince
strategy on
will
Ben is
start
just to
trying to
YOLO
hit
it.
a maximum stack of 99 crap to get 1,000 damage. That's all fun and games.
I don't get
Enkoy
this at all.
cannot stop winning here. And you know who else
I think
can also
ramping is
win?
kind of
Our travelers
bad.
at home who are watching this, head to the
Oh wait, they
Master
can't
Carnival
even double.
YouTube channel to enter the
Yeah, what the
1,000
hell?
Primo Gem round.
That's so
Two of you
sad.
can win. Go over there, find the moderators,
See,
comment,
KTM
and you'll
sucks.
be able to enter just like that.
Ooh, unfortunately
I
for
think KTM
Enkoy,
is
despite his
not
excellent
good.
open,
I wouldn't
he's able
keep
to play Devil's
KTM.
Nasty off
You
the
could
mill.
draw.
3 Electro, so it was able to play
I
one
wouldn't
of
keep
them,
KTM in
but
most
because it is
matchups.
3
Like,
aligned dice to play,
it's
only has
definitely
2
just draw.
high,
Like
you
draw is
can't even
it.
tune for
Like,
that,
the
cannot
most
get the
important
second.
cards are draw.
Yeah, looks like Enkoy may go for the full
Not KTM.
conversion,
KTM
play
is
the Power Woven,
I would
and
bolt
tune
KTM
something out.
right
But
now.
What?
do you really want to tune any of these cards? Fresh Wind, oh my goodness, that is crazy.
So typically,
Yeah,
Freshman
Freshman
would
sucks.
be
Of course
kind
you
of
do. Of course you do that.
but in this situation, I don't actually think it matters.
Okay.
Because there are
What's it even in
double
deck?
reliance
Like,
on the cube and on the herald.
I
You need
swear
to
to God,
kill them
everyone just
twice
tweets it.
in order to actually benefit from Fresh Wind, and that's
It's
just
never
something
come
that
out. It's never
typically
even
doesn't
been
come up in
close
game.
coming
Yeah,
out.
it's very fair. It's actually something I had
he
missed the
keep
other
Fresh
day
Wind?
because Fresh Wind was inside the Sino Crab
No.
deck, but they had never
How
drawn
do you
it
draw
in the
it?
first place. They still
TOTM,
had their
TOTM.
Arcane Edict available
well,
next to their
it's
name
right.
tag. So I'm like,
Yeah.
really? They actually run this card? That is
I'm
quite
just saying,
surprising. But yeah, like you said,
If that was
I think
me,
ultimately
that
you'll be
Fresh Wind was
A-okay,
literally a golden
especially
house.
with the specific
I don't
matchup
say.
advantage of Overload into Prepare
Imagine
Space.
a golden house.
I mean, Fresh Wind is
Well, you didn't like
typically
Golden
great
House
because it allows
yourself.
time
You
to
tried
snipe
Golden
away
House.
2 characters at the same time, but
No, I didn't say
can't
golden
snipe
house.
away
I didn't say I
revive,
didn't
right?
like
You
golden
always
house.
need
I
to
just
take 2
said it
characters
wasn't
for that. Fresh
mandatory.
Wind of Freedom
cut
does
it.
not activate
I cut it for our
revives, and neither
loaders,
do
yes,
gamblers.
because I want
Yeah,
because
so it's
you
definitely
You taught
an
out here?
A card to
think you taught it
get
here.
pretty efficient with it. KDF Enkoy taking
probably,
in those
yeah.
2 dice. We'll have to activate it later, but thankfully this
I
game
would
is
try here.
definitely go a little longer than just 3 rounds. Should be hitting the 5-round mark if anything.
You said that
Chico is
Lotus
doing
was
a
good.
Herald Star
I
just
should
trying
like
to ramp
put in
the
the
dice,
Lotus. That's
knowing
all
that
like,
all
yeah,
things
sure,
are
I can see
equal.
one Lotus.
KDF Enkoy will have the advantage, so he's trying to get a dice advantage and then go in for turn
So I
3
put in
as
one Lotus.
opposed to turn 2, which is when
I'm not even sure if
Barry
Lotus was
gets his
better
first
than
Yeah,
Golden
absolutely.
House.
And this
so,
makes
be
a lot of
honest.
sense too, because realistically, the way that this has always been played ever since Electro Cube was
Surely
introduced
there will be
back in
those cups here.
3.7, it's the core of Bennett and Cube that make up the most.
I hope there's
Herald
a big
is
cup
just
next
here
year.
because they are pretty similar to Electro
Surely,
Cube,
surely.
but they can definitely be sacrificed if necessary.
If there's no
You don't
Prince
like
Cup, I
it,
can
but
never
you can't
pay
do it.
S-Side back
Cube
his
is the core of this
$30.
deck. It's able to triple dip into Bennett's passive, able to do 11 damage with talent if you're able to get all 3 hits up. Herald is no select either though. With revived proc on his prepared skill, he can do 9. So both characters are able to do a lot of damage if left to their devices, but it all depends on whether or not we can get that Bennett talent off first.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Toma coming into the field. This is the typical character that you want to sit on for a while until Sino can start popping off. Chikawa getting plenty of resources that they need. They have a
What do you
Storm
do?
Terror's Lair,
Skill,
Bennett
second
talent.
life,
They also
and
got to equip 2 golden troops onto both the Cube and Bennett respectively. So this skills and burst is going to be
you
super
probably saw my
duper
bro.
cheap.
Lots of discounts
this
here,
looks
but
so nice.
not a lot of damage coming out
This is
just yet,
cool.
unfortunately.
Wait,
On
if
the
it's
other hand, though,
TTM
Enkoy
on
is going to go on
side
to Toma
though?
because Toma's skill does
Yeah.
generate shields, right? It'll generate
What?
2 shields. Unfortunately, with no crowd talent, it won't actually
I don't
instantly
get
go over
Chico's
to him.
plan
You
here.
will need to wait until he does another
Okay, look, they have
action
2
first.
cards in hand.
Absolutely.
Just go
Oh,
for it. Like,
look,
come
looks like
on.
they're trying to feel
Are you
Oh,
serious?
yeah, just go for it. What are you scared of?
Because, of course,
They
you
have
know,
to have
elemental
rolled
application
perfect
is going
dice
to be
and
the
have
name of the game
exactly
for Sino. Once he
fast
has the
vampire
overloaded
res.
in his sights, you are going to be done. And wow,
Just
Enkoy
fucking go
responds in kind
for
and moves
it.
back to Crab.
Oh my god.
This is
I mean,
fine as well because Crab's
you're
skill
against
also
Crab and you're
generates you
doing
2
nothing against
shield, and if you are
Crab.
above that,
Let's
a
go
6
about the
shield
same
breakpoint.
side.
Yes, Crab has those 2. His
Now
skill
you
will
can't
also
double
deal 2
skills,
damage as
double
opposed
skill
to
and
just
Bennett
1
swap off
base.
with Storm
Absolutely.
Terror.
And also,
What
you do
do?
have tenacity of the Lilith equipped, so you
What's
can
that RD?
take in the extra dice. Yeah,
Oh,
so
you
it's a
can,
little
GT.
bit
I'm
of a
stupid.
slow swapping
Be fine, whatever.
stalemate, but now we have to start making some actions. Chikawa, it is your time.
Oh my
to
god, you
shine.
can't see the dice
Swapping over to
card.
Bennett now, finally. The
stupid
reason we do
card.
this now is that KDF Enkoy, unless he has a woven Pyro Res and Foul Swap as his card, is not able to Foul Swap over to Sino and then Power Res skill
Let's
or
go.
8 damage to endure to
I
eliminate
swear to
Bennett.
God
And
he's
of
gonna
course,
swap
with
off
only
here.
2 cards in hand, that exact combination
He's
is
gonna hit, and
impossible.
then
So
we
now
swap Sino,
Bennett
he's gonna
cannot
swap
get sniped for
off.
the remainder of this round, and we can safely build our burst.
Watch, it's
Yeah,
gonna
very
happen.
smart to play carefully against a Sino deck, even if this one's more traditionally to the stall orientation. You know, you still have to. Wow, yeah, they even Lotus. They are really scared of ever
Are you
snipe.
serious?
I don't think that Lotus is oh wait, no, we attack into Crab.
Yep, it
So
is.
now we don't need the Woven. If we just had Woven Power Res, no, that does make sense because Crab does have Tenacity. I forgot he had that. It's been a while since I saw that card, but Tenacity of the Mill is
One
what
could
it
just
does is
swap
that at
Sino
the start
and-
of every round, it will give you 2 shield.
Yeah.
That will refresh at the
Because then
start
you
of
can
the
also
next
just
round, and if
end
you
on
take
your
damage
only
from
out.
the character
Or end on
equivalent, the first instance of it
nice.
will give you 1 aligned dice.
Yep, and that is super.
You can also
super
just
nice for
sign
Crab
up
right
or
now because they're
liven
just
them
kind of
in
chilling.
free.
They're gonna be able to take
Yeah, you
that
can
booze
liven
over to
them
Toma,
here.
really trying to scare off Chico.
Or liven
Look
it
out
up,
for my
like,
overlay.
just
I
pyro
don't
like
like
this.
this. I don't like
It's
this.
just-
Skill
just
in
bit pyro for
response,
no reason.
charging
Yeah.
Bennett a burst.
7
Guys
with
remaining here,
pyro
not sure
is
what we want to
actually
do
really
is that we could
significant.
just play the Storm
It's
Hunters there and maybe
it's
get
not
a
that
Herald Talent to be
way.
very
It doesn't
nice for
take that
slowing down
much.
Nkoe. The deck that he is running doesn't actually run a lot of dice generation, just
It's
the 2
annoying
lives, and I
enough.
guess technically the Tenacity of the Lilith to give
I mean,
extra
there's
dice.
no
So
reason
the
to do
extra
it. So
tax
that's why I
on
think
his
it's bad.
skills is going to be super impactful.
Yeah, just live it.
I
Just
think
play live
ultimately,
and
in
if he
this
passes,
situation,
you
no
have
matter
back
what,
on
I don't know why we didn't end on
learn, you
that.
can
That
end
was
pretty
it.
safely, right? Because thanks to Lotus
Whatever.
being on top of Bennett, if Nkoe really
we
wants
see
to
dice,
full
we spend
greed
dice.
line into Sino and go
Also,
for a skill,
I
it's
think
not
Chico
going to
just
lethal
wins.
him, no?
No, it shouldn't. I mean, if he has
Do
Fast
you-
Swap Power
that-
Res, it
do you
will,
think
because
that?
you know,
I don't
3
think
damage base plus Super
that-
Overload, that's 5, and then
So what do you
plus
do
Power
here,
Res is
Chico?
8. That's
Imagine
very
you had one
critical
more
break
dice,
when Chico
man.
has
Come
been
on.
playing around.
Mm-hmm.
If he wants us to do that, he needs to
Playing little
swap.
Chico.
Otherwise,
Chico
Bennett
win here.
can get sniped. We've been working so hard to avoid
Draw
this so far.
Herald, like you're
Yeah,
wasting so
Nkoe
much
takes,
time.
honestly, the
Yeah,
best line
imagine if you didn't swap
possibly,
cube verse
they're
like
going
a
to
dog.
ramp up with
You're wasting
Liven,
so much
and
time,
Cozo
and then,
will be
like,
filled
you can
up thanks
overload
to having
cube.
the
What
four
the
dice.
fuck are you
Still plays the
doing?
strategies.
Pre-play
Get Herald
fast
Talent
swap?
anyway, very
Why?
nice, but now
You play
Chico
fast
is
swap?
forced
I
to
mean, you
swap,
have
and they
to.
even pre-play the fast swap just to show Nkoe who is
Ta-da.
boss and also not to overdraw.
Yeah, the Herald Talent is going to be big. It doesn't actually do anything until Herald Revive is
whatever.
pumped. Even so, though, when that does happen, Nkoe is going to have to deal with the tax from it. Spicy Crab is a stall deck
Yours
that
is
has the
great.
dice generation
Okay,
of
when you take
an
2 damage on
aggro
Toma,
deck.
then
So it's
fire-
kind of the
fire
worst
aura
of both
actually
worlds
has it.
in that regard, but it has the survivability of the stall deck and the damage of an aggro deck to compensate.
Oh yes, absolutely. The General Mahamatra brings down punishment. Now this is actually really interesting. We're having a little bit of an Opera Epiclase
They
battle.
kept
Could you
Hydra.
tell me a
I
little
don't
bit
even
more
know.
about why both of them having Opera
Fast swap,
Epiclase and the
skill.
equipment cost is having
They
a little
keep
bit of
4
an issue
pyro.
here?
You only need
So
3.
Opera Epiclase, the way it works is that it is a 1 dice
you only
card
see
to
it.
play, and then what it will do is that if you have equal or more equips than your opponent,
Mhm.
it will generate you 1 aligned dice to your active character before you do an action at the
They
start
have
of
the
every
fast swap
turn.
powers now.
But if you have a
Why
less
did we
equipment than your
play
opponent, it won't
TSK on
actually do
side
anything.
though? It's
Yep.
not.
And that is becoming the case
not
for
Toma.
Chico because since Nkoe was able to get a very nice opener, both
God.
characters are currently
Fast
sitting at
swap
6 total equipment. Now
powers.
another extra because they played the Crab Talent, and
You
so
don't even need
Chico
to
was
fast
basically
swap? No, you
always
don't.
behind.
So
Golden Troop only costs
fine,
0
whatever.
or 2, so you know at best you're probably sitting only at 2 equip. You only have Gilded Dreams if you want to really try and match that.
You can also
I
match
don't
with Bennett
think,
Talent. Bennett
Nicholas
Talent is a
got that
4-cost equipment. If you put that on,
You
it
can
would be
overload
7 total. As
to
I believe
reduce
one of
damage
these is
by
probably a
ton.
2-cost Golden Troop.
Mm-hmm.
And then right now, Nkoe,
You can
Nkoe
play
is
for
7
next
because
turn.
3/3 plus 1 for the Crab Talent. So we need to also equip the Herald Talent in order to match.
They're gaining
So
6 health
really
per
interesting to
turn.
see the Opera Epiclase
Mm.
battle
These
once again. We saw
operas. You
it
need to get
maybe
some
more in other
operas.
Yeah,
patches, but
operas
this
are
time now
trolling
it's super
here.
awkward, so they can't even make use of it at
Let's
the
see.
moment.
You
You also
have
tune it right now if you do
Herald
want to do the
Talent.
Herald too. You will get
Four.
a
You
have
vaporized
4 or 5
Crab.
nine.
Not terrible.
You have enough.
Mhm.
Oh, wait,
But
you have
we're
exactly
once
enough.
again trying to
Yeah, Gilded
swap
plus-
cell our
Oh, you
opponent
can play
because we
Gilded.
cannot
You can
snipe
play
our Bennett
Gilded.
before the
God,
town.
you
We
can
do
fuck
actually have the
off,
fast
bro.
swap, so we can just go for it anyways,
Mhm.
and then play a bunch of cards to ramp into
also
next turn. But
kinda wanna
unfortunately, no
save
live
the
or anything,
killer
so
for
our
next
ramp
round.
isn't even that
That's
ideal.
not-
don't know what we're
Yeah,
thinking.
Chico decidedly, since they were able to move over to
You're
the
always
next
going
turn,
Bennett
and now Enkoi has 11 dice to work with. Oh, okay, yep, there's a pre-play fast swap coming into our play here. Bennett is going to be safe, but I feel like they probably had a lot of opportunities to just stick around on Harold a little bit before moving over to Bennett and starting to go for the punch.
That's what I would do.
You could have
Maybe
2-1
reveals
and
a bit more
skilled, but I
info.
believe with the way the dice work
If
out
you
here,
did
it
like
is
that.
much preferable to go into Bennett now. And then you can even swap over to Cube. It should be at least a -2 dice, so we're able to do a 3-cost rock, paper, scissors combo. And assuming we don't get overloaded, we should be able to get all 3 hits in.
Yeah, aura management, like we said, is going to be very important to this matchup. And Chico has actually honestly done a great job making sure Pyro only stays on Bennett, the one character who, you know, he cares a little, but not to the extent of Cube or Herald.
Even if we do get overloaded off of Cube, we should still be able to get at least 2 hits of the rock, paper, scissors. So that will be 8 damage going down on the side of Nkoe. So it is still quite nice.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm not sure why
4 dice, a little bit cringe. Tune out those opera places. You're probably never going to proc them, but otherwise, are we going to Cube skill, or are we going to lock down on Bennett and just use our whacking stick?
I think ending on Bennett here is fine. We want to force Nkoe to spend more dice. If he goes over onto Sino to one-shot Bennett with the power resins, that is -1 power you can use for the rest of the game.
Ooh, very interesting move going for the Herald instead. Once again, no application, so you're not going to worry too much about getting overload off the prayer skill. And thankfully, it's not like rock, paper, scissors, which is 1, 2, 3. Herald is simply 1 and 2. So that way, you can get full value of it while still sticking around.
Other way around, Sayu is 1 and 2, Herald is 2 and 1. They kind of swapped it around there. But yeah,
I just shot
we could just tune one of our cards and do a skill. We'll do 5 damage because both hits will be buffed by that Bennett burst. I kind of understand the swap off of Bennett because you're only using the power to snipe him, right? Because both Herald and Cube are big, low HP, like max HP.
You don't even
wise, right?
do
So you
anything
easily
if you
take down one
play
Sino gets his
vicious on
talent or
Bennett.
something
You
like
could
that.
kill the dude.
In conjunction with an overload, so you really only need the power for the
You
Bennett.
need
If
to
you
kill
keep him
Bennett.
alive, it kind of forces
Solve
Nkoe
the
to just
burst
have that card
altogether.
in his back pocket.
Absolutely. Chico doing the considerations of their line. And
There's
just
no
goes
point playing
in
vicious if
for
you're
a
not
skill.
killing
So this is
Bennett.
the opportunity if they really
Vicious
wanted
by
to
itself
overload
is never
with
doing
Sino, but
anything.
honestly, not too worth it. You're just going to put
skill.
yourself back to square one.
Why we've been sitting here though, and Nkoe has just been skilling on a Crab. You
Yeah,
can't.
fast swap
You
skill,
don't
and then
just
like-
need to use Tomo for shield generation. Crab on his skill will also generate 2
Now he's loading
shield
2,
for itself, so you can just sit
playing
quietly
Storm
here if your
Pair,
opponent isn't
calling
going to
him.
do anything to force you off.
Absolutely. Gilded Dreams comes out and makes Herald easily being able to skill with his
Double
5
power-
dice
the double
remaining.
opera.
It would be a pretty nice vaporize, not too much though.
We'll do a 7 damage on the initial hit, taking away some of the shields Crab has so painstakingly gotten.
Whoa.
Not doing that just yet though.
That's interesting.
What? What?
Lots of Hydro dice. We need to tune if we want to skill
Okay.
on Cube. I guess we just don't
Oh, is the
want
plan
Crab
double
to be,
opera,
or
storm
Herald to be
pair,
low, because if our
skill?
opponent has a
Yes.
fast swap onto Sino, he doesn't even
But we-
need the power res if he
No,
wants to
it's
knock
so
him out.
bad.
Yeah, very carefully Chico is trying to aura manage as much as possible. And this is a really interesting scenario that could come up because when we
This is
saw
not even
this
good.
played in this matchup last time, they ended up being able to use the
You can
lead
get
suit
clowned on by
once
Helm
more
too.
because, you know, Bennett Burst
Or like
only
a
lasts
single
2
woman
turns, so
and
you
then
need
they
to
overload
refresh
you
it at
and then-
some point
but
if
like,
you ever want to be having those massive benefits.
Yeah, I mean, 2 turns isn't a lot to work with, especially when you're spending a lot of your dice managing auras, swap stalling around your opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the Opera Abbey plays a difference,
See,
and
now you
Nkoe is still
now
able to
feel
benefit
like
off of
you're
all those dice and
fine,
have
right?
just enough to do one overload.
man.
Everybody has Pyro
Yeah,
now,
now you
so
look like a
somebody has to take the hit.
Or you feel like
At this
clown,
point in the
not like
game, you
clown.
expect Nkoe to
You
also
always
have that
look like
leave it
one.
to me. He's drawn at least
that's
half
what-
of his deck at this point in time.
That's what's fine
Very
on the
likely to
99
have it at
damage
this point,
to
as he does have
Electra.
2 in his deck.
Absolutely. Ultimately, though, the nice
It's
thing
so
about Chico
good.
playing very carefully, very methodically, is the fact that now,
What?
if
Yeah,
anyone
look,
wanted
like-
to swap over
I
to
mean, now you
Sino and
can
do Pyro
tell.
Res, it is no longer possible.
Offer
True, but even so, with all of your
That's
characters
fine.
at 6 HP,
The-
anyways,
the
you
thing
don't
is,
necessarily need it.
it's
As
still
long as
the
you have
same,
talent,
like,
all of them
you
will be
can never
knocked
keep
out of the
RPS.
revive or just altogether in Bennett's
What
case.
do?
Absolutely.
What do?
I think the best thing that you could go for here is definitely a Herald skill, because I do believe, you know, unless Sino has Gamblers, which I don't believe he does, should be enough to knock out. Yep, there we go. Nkoe's even willing to pass it over.
There's nothing to be scared of here for Nkoe. Just get the shield sniping
That's
going
too
again.
late.
Whatever damage Chico
Can't
does here
play
with the
the
Herald will be refunded
offering.
for the most part by the extra shield generation on Toma. So just
They
ramp,
would've gotten
retain
weight
our
anyway,
dice
and they
advantage,
could've
and
gotten
force our
down
opponent
for
into a bad
free, and
situation.
then
Chico must play around the
there's
overload,
plus 2
otherwise
dice
he
and
wastes
never
so,
kill
so
someone.
much dice. So as Nkoe, we can afford to spend the extra time ramping.
Honestly, you know what's a
They're
really
overdrawing.
interesting question here? What if we played Joyous instead of Days of Resistance?
It would certainly benefit a lot here as we would be able to avoid the overload, but I think it is worse into other matchups like the Kukinali.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense because, you know, Days of Resistance, the whole reason that Chikawa is running it is because you stay still on characters for a long time when using prepare skills, especially the Cube, who has the longest prepare skill, only matched up by Duval.
If you want to play an Arcane in
both
Crab,
are 3-hit
the one that
skills,
makes the most sense
it's a lot of time you need to stay on the characters. Joy's here would help us avoid our overloads, but I mean, their Day of Resistance is really great against small instances of damage. It is 4 instances of 1 damage reduction. Oh, overdraw, that's gonna hurt. Oh, Chikwa knows he messed up.
That hurt.
Face palm there.
You shouldn't have played the Tada. The Tada is what overdrew him.
Yep, the Tada caused him to overdrew, and that is a Boar Princess going away. That is a big deal, especially because you are doing a rainbow deck with Gilded. You can't get that extra little smidge of dice, and especially because with Gilded changes, that's going to make it so that it's a lot harder to get that extra dice break point.
But yeah, no, as I was talking about earlier, Day of Resistance is great against smaller instances of damage when getting peppered one by one because it is 4 instances of 1 damage resist, which is great against a deck like Kukinali, which does lots of small hits of damage. But against a deck like Sign Overload or Spicy Crab, where the damage comes all at once, it doesn't have the same punch.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 damage reduction is not enough to survive the beast that Sino is, and now Enkoi has talent. It's looking and Gamblers too. Oh my, it is getting scary.
And the dice to use them as well. Enko is setting himself up very, very nicely for an end game. And Crab also has his burst up. Unfortunately, in this matchup, not the most relevant thing in the world because, I mean, no matter how much damage you can do infinite damage and it still wouldn't matter because as long as you have that revive up, your characters are guaranteed to live on at least 1 HP.
I'm a little surprised Chikawa went for tuning the countdown to the show because you do have those 2 operas in your hand, which aren't actually doing anything. I think it is a fair and reasonable assessment, the fact that you will eventually lethal one of Enkoi's characters and you could swing that around, but at that point, it might be a little too late.
I think it's more of our hand is already so full, we're not going to play that countdown anytime soon, and it's much more likely for Opera to come in. Look at the HP on Toma. If we can eliminate him, it's the artifact difference will swing in our favor.
I'm not sure about that swap with Sino. I feel like I would have just killed.
Looking at it, Sino's now staring down Herald.
Chikua's turn looks like
go
it
for
sucks.
lethal.
He
What
can't
does
do
Chikua
anything
want
here.
to do? They can attack again.
Yeah, so bad. He lost the 4. He can't even do it one more action after this.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at the dice difference, 5 to 9.
Are you serious?
Chikua needs to swap stall a little bit, but if we swap stall, we're either going to lose our Bennett or Cube or Herald's revive, and we don't really want to do that.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure why he didn't stay Crab.
That much HP is definitely not going to be enough to make sure you can go all the way through, especially Bennett is only on
You can never get back onto Bennett to get another burst.
Refresh it if you want to see it again.
I win.
Only a single turn remaining on it. Chikwa needs to make the most of it here. I don't know if I agree with that skill on Herald. I think I would have preferred it if Chikwa went for the burst instead. As if Sino does go for the skill, as
Chikwa has 1 more dice, we just burst on Crab and I'll
we would have
lose.
been able to apply the curse of the undercurrent and slow down his game a little bit.
Or wait, what is his
could see
DC
a
on
tune
Bennett
for that. Now that is quite interesting. I think Enkoi
Maybe
once
it
again
is
is employing the
skill.
strategy they
I
did
didn't pay
earlier
attention to
turns.
that.
Just let Chikawa try and struggle a little bit while they maintain massive dice advantage over them.
And now Chico is completely out of dice. It looks like that choice was correct. His characters were so healthy. There was never a chance in the world he could have been threatened by anything unless Electric Cube came in with his massive buff.
Man, if you had the boar right now,
11
things
damage
might
every single combo.
still be
Yeah, absolutely. But
not
cleanse off this pyro.
your
and of
boar
course,
wouldn't
not
be
cleansing elements in other decks, you know, not the biggest deal in the world, but Mr. Mahamatra himself is going to just one-shot you with that pyro resin talent.
And potentially more crucially, it
you could have 2 more skills
skill, making it so you do not get the extra damage that comes from it. And with an investment as big as 5 dice on Electro Cube prepare skill, you can't afford to waste it.
Yeah, you can even see Chikawa earlier just shook their head. They're like, oh, I can't make it through this. Enkoi simply has too much dice. These Tenacity of the Millith and the Opera Epic Place difference are just snowballing them into a very nice position.
Finally swapping back once again onto the Electric Cube, but it's not like we even have the dice to use a skill. I'm not sure what artifact. No, it can't be the 2-cost Golden Troops. So it must be a 1-cost. The skill is at least 3 dice, and there's just no way for us to get to that point.
Yeah, it's currently 3 dice, and unfortunately, Chikawa never decided to play Storm Terrors because they didn't need to draw that talent, but it does help out Cube, and now this would be a chance they could have tuned 1 and then gone for an extra skill, but it is not going to be the case.
doesn't have the setup, and oh, there's a crab burst coming out, and Koei knows. This is the victory. This is the pain point. Right now, crab burst does half a shield amount, which is 6 + 1, which is 7 damage, more than enough to eliminate Bennett and also pop Cube and Harold out of the revives.
Yep, Harold is going to be the one to take the sacrifice. Here it comes. Boom! 7 and a 2 piercing across the board. Can you believe we're actually seeing a crab burst this time around?
It's been a while since I've seen one of those, but Koei is now more or less out of dice. Chico is just equipping an artifact and calling it a day. There's not much else he can do.
He just plays his
At least they're making sure they can play stall the most effectively, and Koei, of course, cannot go for a Sino skill yet, but they really have him in a chokehold here. It is such an impressive way that this deck is playing against the combo.
Importantly, though, Harold's revive is down. No fresh wind in the deck that was tuned away earlier, but that is just one more character Sino could reset a Gambler's off of, which Koei does have in hand, and at 4 stacks. Let's go.
Yep, Sino is now in his super form. He has a flat +2 damage on all of his attacks, so watch out, Chikawa. You're about to see some Mahamatra punishment coming your way.
And Koei is poised to win this game unless Chico can do something crazy to turn it back around.
No, it's not my build. They made it worse. They made him fall. They keep shooting it.
He got his artifacts early to start shield stacking
and drew
into the Opera Epic.
They know it's the worst card in their deck. That's why they keep shooting it.
Absolutely. Being able to have that great opener just became a wrecking ball because now they had plenty of time to, you know, basically just play with their food, and Chikawa cannot do anything about it because being forced onto prepare skills versus overload simply is just going to be a bad matchup.
Yeah, there's not a chance that Chikawa had in this game. I mean, it was already favored for Koei matchup-wise, but having such a more superior start in comparison to Chikawa really is just set it in.
Absolutely. I'm very surprised. You know, obviously in the first match, since players have 3 decks to choose from and 1 ban, you know, the matchup is going to be, you know, there's a chance you don't end up getting the one you want, but this time around, it just worked out so well, right?
Yeah, I mean, Koei getting the snipe on maybe one of his more pain point decks, depending on what else Chikawa brought. But even so, I think Koei brought a great lineup overall in order to counterpick Chikawa, and we were seeing it here.
Yep, and Chikawa finally evens up the equipment cost difference thanks to that Bennett talent and the Golden Troop on the cube. So now Opera Epiclase can trigger, but that's not going to be enough to save you at this moment.
No, unfortunately not. 2 characters already within breakpoint range of Sino. Crab Shield is stacking ever higher, and talent coming in as well.
One interesting point to make here is that Koei technically only has 2 characters alive, because the thing about Crab is that they take these shields immediately after you do any action. So that way, Toma's actually going to go from 3 effective HP to 1. And obviously, I think, you know, all of the characters here could easily knock out Toma.
I mean, like, 1 HP dies to anything that does damage at all, and this deck runs no healing at all. It might have a Lotus Crypt in there, but there is... if we go cube, yeah, the piercing damage.
Oh, wait, we're cooking. Very nice. Piercing damage goes through a shield. Toma is out of here.
Unfortunately, though, I don't think this is enough to turn the tides. I mean, like, Bennett Burst wore off, right? So it's not like Crab's going to take that much damage, and even if he was... our prepare skill is getting canceled.
Oh yeah, Sino's got plenty of damage in the tank, even holds down the talent for a surprise. And here we go. Oh, back to Harold. So painful.
Oh, and with no Bennett Burst right now, Harold's skill only does 3 damage. No Bennett talent to go buff it up. There's nothing we can do.
Yep. And Koei even has Gambler to take full advantage of this cube. Honestly, I know that you're trying to swap stall, but Harold talent would have definitely helped.
I don't think it makes a difference. Like, there's Gamblers that can be put on Sino soon. There's his talent as well. I mean, what does Chikawa do? I don't think there's any outs. And Crab is, as well, is on 16 shield.
Yeah, if you're not fighting the General Mahamatra, you are fighting the tank. And, you know, I think while it's a more realistic matchup that Chikawa could take, Crab is stacked up too much to the point where it's not going to be possible.
Realistically, I do not think Chikawa can break through. He will either fall to the might and punishment of Sino, or Crab's continuous shield stacking will be the one to do him in.
Yep, absolutely. It's actually really interesting to see the scenario come out. Wow, okay, Days of Resistance is on top of Bennett, but, you know, Koei once again swapping over to Crab to just take the game slow. They don't even need to worry about the fact that they don't have a fast swap because Sino is in the range to knock out everybody.
Yeah, Enkoi is slowly but surely winning this match, playing it very slow, knowing he's in the lead, and all things being equal, he will eventually take the initiative to win game 1. Chikwa trying everything in his power to desperately turn it around.
Yep, just stay in the slow lane. No need to go full speed. It is your game to win. Just take it slow, and you'll be able to get this very methodical win on a Sino Crab deck, which honestly, I mean, what other matchups does Sino Crab realistically have a really strong advantage against? I don't think too many, right?
It's great into stall. It has an okay mirror against the other Sino decks, and I think it also beats Kukinali, so it's got 3 like okay to favored matchups.
Okay, that's pretty fair. Yeah, so because of course if Enkoi wins this, they will lose the ability to play this deck again. They're gonna have to make sure they win on everything else.
That will certainly be a challenge still. I mean, in the lead right now.
Really went for NA. Just tune the pirate.
Is open decklist.
Are we gonna pirate something this game?
All 3 of the decks you brought, and we have seen players struggle on that final deck before.
Oh yes, absolutely. Hopefully Enkoi is confident with all their cooks, because if not, Hikawa could easily reverse sweep the entire game. Days of Resistance, honestly, surprisingly enough, puts in work, because Enkoi, once again, very happy to just stick on Crab. So now Bennett is only taking, like, you know, very little damage in this instance.
Oh, and the Curse of the Undercurrent as well, stopping Crab from stealing, making it so he can't stack more. And great play by sliding over to Cube, right? Because it's not just eliminating a character for Enkoi, it's eliminating the shield attack potential from Toma as well, because he had an artifact equipped.
Yeah, here is a bit of a funny play that we can definitely do. I don't think it will make too much of a difference, but Chikwa could easily move over to Herald, sacrifice them, and then use the I haven't lost yet on top of Bennett, and that way they can burst again, which will definitely give him a big power boost. But as for surviving that, probably not.
Gambler's
Whenever
Crab.
One HP doesn't really matter. All Crab needs to do right now is press the burst button, and the piercing damage will take out Cube and Bennett if he stays. But like, but if he stays on the Bennett directly, the direct damage from him will be enough to knock him out as well.
Yeah, without healing, unfortunately, Crab Burst does do 2 piercing to all opponents, and piercing goes through things like barriers and shields, so Bennett would not survive this interaction.
Crab shield right now is at 10, 12, 14. That's 8 damage right
really
now.
funny to see.
Bennett right now has 5 HP. Yeah, burst coming out. Even if Bennett attacks in here, heals with his burst as well, I don't think it's enough to save him.
Yeah, lock it in, and there we go. Both, either Cube and Bennett will die by collateral, and then it's going to be a Herald solo, and unfortunately, unlike the last matchup, is not going to be able to reverse sweep this game.
Even replacing the artifact on Crab with Gamblers, Enkoi is looking to finish the game this turn.
Look at that, Enkoi, he's cheering to the camera, go boom, and there it is. Bennett and Cube are out of the game. Herald is solo. Gamblers reset on top of the Crab. Can you believe you're seeing Crab with a Gamblers of all things?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Chico would do. And the Liu Su coming late, not able to charge that second Bennett burst up, unfortunately. And with 0 dice remaining, what are you supposed to do?
So unfortunate that Lee Su came a little late. Of course, we couldn't rely on too much. Opera Epiclace to proc just to insult injury. Boom! And there it is. A clean OTKC from a Crab of all characters.
Ooh, showing something off. Not sure what it was. Like, I'll have to ask him later, but Enkoi is proud of his victory, having a little sigh of relief. It was a very dominant match from start to finish, but even so, I'm sure he's glad he's won.
Oh yes, absolutely. Being able to take such a definitive matchup like that and have those little interactions that are making it so that you can make it through the entire thing, that is a quite impressive feat. Congratulations to Enkoi for taking this first match.
He's writing down the notes, being like, okay, this guy likes to do this. I'm going to counterpick him again, but game 1 going over to Enkoi. Chikwa bring a lot of unconventional decks, mainly the stall one. Maybe this is time to bring out the pocket pick.
Yeah, most definitely. That Ning Wong Barbara stall can do a lot. Now, of course, that Enkoi is no longer able to play that Bennett double revive deck. We're going to see something a little different. I wonder how they're going to handle the rest of the matchups, right?
Ooh, it's hard to say. I mean, Enkoi brought a lot of decks to counter it. I think he brought in, like, Herald Claymore. That's just, I mean, it's combo versus stall. What else? else can you say? The Bennett double revive deck as well was to target the Ningguang deck, and I mean, it's even a better matchup than normal because there's no overload and there's no freeze in that deck either. So once you go into cube skill, you're just going all the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that is definitely an interesting thing that we'll have to see once it comes out. I wonder, what will they pick next? There's so many different things they could do, so many options. Of course, it'll whittle down because, like you said, it is the Conquest format. You need to win with every single deck to make it through.
Speaking of winning, though, we have our raffle winners. You can see your UID up on the screen. Congratulations to you. I think we're getting a new banner soon as well, so maybe this is the time to invest.
Yes, our wonderful Emil should be coming soon. That demo is quite beautiful. You've been seeing it playing in between our breaks. But yes, 1,000 Primogens for all y'all. And we're going to have more raffles coming your way. Just give us more time to see more of these matches.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to give away two prizes. Yes, two prizes of 1,000 Primo gems per game. So if you want more prizes, be sure to wish us more games.
Yes.
Although the games might be long, so maybe not.
the games might be long. I'm like, are you sure about that? But yeah, once again, getting into this matchup, like we said earlier, it is a revenge match. These two met in the online series of the Prince Cup Pacific, and now they're here facing off once again on the big stage in real life. So this is quite wonderful. And ooh, Sino Overload versus Bennett Cube.
Okay, I mean, Sino Overload has been one of our standout decks. It's so strong into so many things. It doesn't really have any bad matchups. There's always something it can do to turn the tides. But Bennett Cube, though, very much has bad matchups. Doesn't like overloads, but maybe with the addition of Ajda in there instead of the Abyss Herald, it could actually play around the overloads more because there's no Prepare skill on Ajda. He also generates more dice as well. We could have some stuff going there.
Yeah, most definitely. The biggest thing you're going to have to worry about with traditional Sino Overload is the massive damage. But if Enkoi has some defensive utility available and Bennett Burst, they could just as easily start chewing away at Sino's HP. That Prospectors, those Lotuses, will not be enough to save you.
But this is going to be a very fast matchup. Either Enkoi is going to overwhelm Chico's defenses with the Bennett Burst into Q Prepare skill, or Chico is going to blow up all of Enkoi's characters before he has a chance to find his combo pieces. Whatever the case, we're in for a treat, especially one as fast as this.
Oh, yes, absolutely. See, I wonder if KDF Enkoi ends up taking the notes that they had from the last match, because it was so long. You could see they were clearly doing exactly what they needed to do in that matchup to make sure that Chico did not have a chance to breathe on any of their characters. I wonder if they're going to be able to do an early cube line to make sure they get some value out of it before effectively getting locked into an Ajdaha solo.
It could also be the other way around. Maybe like you go on Ajdaha first to try to blow up the Sino, force out some fast swaps from him, and then you can safely go into cube a lot more convincingly.
Absolutely. It's definitely an option. Wow, look at that. And then the last match would be that sort of a life sentence, the Ningguang Barbara Xingqiu. Very interesting stuff that we have there. Let's take a look at the deck.
Here is KDF Enkoi's combo list. Looking rather standard for the most part. You typically do like double Ajda talent, but only bring one this time in order to guarantee the Bennett talent from the Stove God and just getting it more convincingly from the Stormtraitor's Lair as well. There's less RNG in that regard. Bring a ton of dice regeneration and reduction, the Gilded Dreams, the tons of golden troops to slap those on cube and reduce the cost of his skill. Even bring in the Parametric as well for more dice generation. The card here that I'm rather curious about is that Lyra Harbor Wharf.
Yeah, maybe wants to make sure that you can have enough draw consistency throughout the game, because you will definitely make it to turn 3. There's no way you fall super early unless you make a ton of misplays. Now, Parametric, once again, the ultimate combo tool. A little weird in this deck because we do have a Prepare skill on the Electro Cube, but ultimately, I think is pretty okay.
Yeah, I think like you're able to get a lot of dice with Ajda talent with Gilded Dreams as well, so it could be very, very helpful, especially when you consider your opponent as well is going to be punching into you, especially in an aggro matchup like this. If Sino is not doing skills, Sino is not doing damage, and if Sino is not doing damage, Sino is not doing winning stuff.
Yeah, if you're not skilling, you are not winning, and here is Chico's Sign Overload deck looking quite standard, but less like CJR's, they are a big fan of that changing shifts to make sure they can keep their dice generation at bay.
Yeah, getting some extra dice to work with helps us swap stall, helps us just have that extra flexibility. I'm not sure exactly what he replaced for it though. everything comes at a cost.
Yeah, it most likely is going to be other cards that may be a little more utilizable. It is one of them is going to be Catherine, because people like to run Catherine and Leave It to Me's, which, you know, that sounds like heresy now, doesn't it?
So I believe what Chico did here is if you replace the 2 Heart of Caverinas for the changing ships, that'll be less draw to work with, but you will have technically more dice as well if you are swapping a lot, and replace the Catherine with the Vanarana. So his ramp as turn 1 will be a lot easier to achieve.
Absolutely. Being able to have permanent ramp through the means of a Vanarana. Hopefully you also get the Liben before that, but making sure you can pass those dice over, especially since you might have some funky brainwaves you have to deal with.
Here's some player data, though, now that we are in day 2. Looks like Kitty of Enkoi is a jack of all trades, master of none, but quite good in everything.
Oh, yes. Quite accurate to their style of plays with targeting matchup data. So that is going to be lots of fun. Yep.
So this is, yeah, this is like pretty accurate data. Looks like everything is more or less what you expect from what we just saw last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, an average round of 3.8. And that one's a little extended because we had to play a little bit of a stall and slow gameplay, but Enkoi had all the time in the world to make that work. And then, you know, 16 dice spent in the first round. Very interesting.
Spent in 1 round, not first round. So that's how much dice he was able to generate / consume. I'm not entirely sure if that counts as discounts, because if it would be, it might be a lot higher or lower if it doesn't. But either way, it's a very impressive amount. 16 dice is the dice generation cap.
Yep, absolutely. And let's see what Chikawa has on the other side. Woo, 21 dice spent in 1 round. Woo, we are expensive, aren't we?
Oh, average card draw in terms of 1 to 3 is 20. He's going through 2/3 of his deck within those first 3 rounds, and it's like his shape is nearly maxed out in all aspects.
Yeah, absolutely. Their shape, you know, going pretty much to every corner of it, you know, maybe especially because they're playing stall, right? We might see that average number of rounds fully fill up.
Not this game, though. He's playing a faster deck this time around, but you're absolutely correct, Kojo. If we do see more stall, we can potentially see that area of the shape max out once again. And also, Chico is the one that caused it to be so inflated in the first place.
That is very true, but no slow gameplay this time around. Sign Overload versus a Bandit Cube Core. Let's see it. Whoa, okay. Not what you want, but that is a very funny opener for Chico.
Liben is acceptable, but you would really like a countdown or something along those lines as well. So just unfortunately not having it right now in hand for Chico. And Goi, though, is a lot more fortunate. We do have the Tomatoes, we do have the Golden Troop, and that's basically all we could really ask for.
Yeah, and the Seed Box as well to make sure you can discount is quite a dice-efficient turn 1. And with these openers, we're going to open up the raffle once more. Head over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. Look for the moderator's comment and type in the player's name and your UID, and you could win 1,000 Primo Gems.
Not very good
the start of the round, though, and also be sure to scan that QR code you can see pop up in between the players' portraits. That will lead you to a feedback form. Tell us what you like about the events. Maybe you want more raffles, maybe you want bigger raffles. Be sure to let us know if there are anything in general you can improve for the stream.
Absolutely, but here's the turn 1, like I just said, Seed Box Timaeus, and we will hold on to the Golden Troop for now. Are we trying to fish out talent with this stove? I think the answer is yes.
We can also choose to do something else instead. It looks like, unfortunately, our turn 1 dice are rather cringe. We might need to tune one of the cards in hand, and Stove could be the first target of that, as it's the only card that doesn't generate dice right now.
Absolutely. There is the potential to take out the Golden Troops reward, the zero-cost variant, not the green one, the one that's grayed out right now. Definitely could be an option, but just 2 normals, not the strongest start that you could ask for.
That's fine, though. This is Bennett. Even if his start is weak, he builds towards some very, very powerful turns. The priority, just get that burst and go from there.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Chikawa, you know, on the starting it, the reason I called it out is because changing shifts is super nice to have, because since a lot of players have been trying to, you know, run without it or, you know, do something else that reduces your swap cost, it ends up, you know, sometimes there's a chance that it doesn't get drawn into. And now that Chikawa has it guaranteed, you know, maybe it's a little annoying, but you know that you're going to be able to reduce your swap costs all the time.
Being able to swap is so useful, just like making it so your opponent has to spend extra dice to match you or maybe put yourself in a better position. It's so useful. What we saw in Atlantic is that players were actually running debuffed Dawn Winery in there instead. It also was a great turn 1 start if we want to do Deia's skill into like you know, live in Dawn Winery or something along those lines. So it's a great opening.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as you can play it, you can make it work. And looks like Chikwa will probably tune one of these changing shifts out unless they feel like something else is a little more valuable to do a Sino skill and guarantee that overcharged ball.
Bennett could, KDF Enkoi could also swap off of Bennett as well. It really depends on what he wants to do. Still has 1 dice to spare, and Stove going out getting that talent.
Yeah, unfortunately, the turn order is not going to work in their favor because Enkoi is the one being the first to end. So they could probably swap to Cube. Maybe, I guess Asia is all right. It's not the best, though.
I mean, our main carry here is Cube. Ajda is just here to help us out in the mid game a little bit. And after his talent got tuned, he is a lot more dispendable than usual.
Now, this is very interesting because typically we see Sino decks who move very fast, but since Chikwa sees the opportunity that Enkoi is scared off, they will end up going just for the Liben ramp so they can have way more value into the next turn.
Does have the powers and they call in for cleanup. If Chikwa wants to go for this, he can eliminate Ajta right here, right now.
Absolutely. Oh, Dice, let's be a little more friendly now. Don't like that at all.
We need 1 power. We can't tune power on Sino. Unlucky.
Ooh, that is not good. Oh, a Dyro Woven coming in.
Oh, we had Liven to save us too. That's fine. Okay, no, we're good. We're good.
That's why he always tosses out the wonderful dice. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the gambler is actually so big here. If we want to do it, that's going to be a reset on Sino as well, letting us do another action after that with the +1 dice.
Yeah, Chikawa is locked in, just realizing that they actually have the potential to take a lethal out on Asia. Enkoi is frozen in time. They're like, oh no. Did they find it? They might have.
Chikwa has all the tools he needs here in order to eliminate Ajda, forcing KDF Enkoi onto just Bennett and Cube. And I mean, Bennett's talent is strong, but you really would like that HP buffer to work with.
Dang, Enkoi even looks down. It's like, come on, man. There we go. Now it is just Cube and Bennett. Still a very strong core, but you're facing down Psy and Overload. He is going to immediately snipe out the rest of your characters.
Good news here, though, is that Bennett has no Pyro Aura on him, so Chikwa is not able to do enough damage to take him out before he gets his burst down. So it will give Enkoi a little bit of breathing room. Even so, is still at a significant disadvantage.
Oh yes, absolutely. The likely response would be Enkoi to respond with Bennett talent, but thankfully, once again, it's definitely not the scenario that you find yourself commonly into. But changing shifts into Chevreuse, so you can probably go for another Pyro skill, or you could also go Dea, although Dea is a bit of a fringe scenario. You probably don't want to do that.
Also just play the overcharged ball, but Bennett has 2 energy, and if we play our overcharged ball and not discard it, it will actually end our turn, so we can't overload him off again, even if we do have the dice to do it. So we'll first just probably skill, apply the Electro, and give us some more damage.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think ultimately the one thing I'm worried about is the fact that if you swap to Dea, is that once Bennett does his burst, right, it's going to be, you know, that amount of damage, and then he's boosted with talent, so you could probably actually knock out Dea immediately. So, you know, not the worst thing in the world, but definitely not something you want to hand out for free.
Second Storm Tears as well. I mean, drawing is a second talent. Oh, wait, no, we didn't play second Storm Tears. What did we do?
Is the Golden Troop, I believe.
That's what happened.
Yeah, always have that little backup Golden Troop, making sure that your characters are going to cost very much less with your dice. But regardless, now
we tuned the second storm. That's what happened. Okay, that makes more sense.
But now we're in this scenario. Sino at 3 stacks, about to go super mode. Hermanubis is coming in, and 2 more Wovens to play with. Chikawa has the advantage.
Certainly, there's a lot more HP to work with in general. I mean, Enkoi is slowly getting bursted out of this game, getting chunked out one by one.
Yep, absolutely. Swap over. Thankfully, Dea is no longer at that breakpoint that I calculated earlier. If they had swapped a little faster, but now it is going to be Dea probably falls in the next turn, and then Bennett is just going to do a nice little whack, keep the Pyro on a character who is not going to do much for the rest of the game.
There's not much Bennett can do right now. I mean, enough to do 1 more skill. But next turn, if we're left on Solo Cube, that feels very, very bad. The good thing about Solo Cube is that Overload can't swap you off. You have no characters to swap to. Bad thing about Solo Cube you're playing solo Cube.
Yep, one character is usually worse than 3, and of course you can do a good amount of damage, but there's no more pyro applications, so you're going to have to fully rely on Bennett Burst to make sure you can get enough damage out there.
Cube with Bennett Burst is certainly able to do enough damage to solo carry the game, just the problem is getting it out. It's such a vulnerable character.
Absolutely, that's what happens when you hard commit, but hey, commit to the bit and you're gonna go all the way down or you're going home.
I think this deck right now that KDF and Koi brought out is very much a counter, expecting Chico to bring stall. It doesn't have very many good matchups. I mean, Cube Bennett in general is such a vulnerable deck. It has a lot of damage potential. It is great at breaking through things, that when a lot of the meta is so aggressive and as fast as it is, you don't really have time to do it unless you are facing a slower deck. And this will be the deck that Nkoi is going to struggle on. But I mean, as long as he plays it for the remainder of his game, he is guaranteed to snipe stall eventually.
Yeah, wow. Nkoi even willing to seal the deal, just making sure to play it out, hopefully drawing out maybe a clutch card like Lotus. But outside of that, it's going to be Cube versus the world.
Even if you do draw into it, it shouldn't be much help. You're going to overload off of Bennett. Yet he will live on 1 HP, so that is something to work with. You can swap back onto him later to tank some damage, but Cube solo is... I mean, he'll live at least 1 hit attack because of the revive, but even so, Chiqua should have enough damage to win.
Unfortunately, not looking too good. I think we got a Timaeus off of that. Hey, there's the White Glove, and the Fisherman's called for a cleanup. What else do we have here? Ah! Oh my goodness.
Sinotown is actually exactly what we need. If Nkoi just stays on Cube instead of swapping to Bennett, that will allow us, with the help of the White Glove and the fact that we just reached 4 stacks, to do 8 damage with no overload. Instantly popping the revive.
Yeah, instant punish for that. That is quite strong to do, and you know, even with that, they can simply just hide talent in their pocket and let Bennett fall, and then they'll do it again. Oh, I got a Lotus, and that's about it.
Nkoi cannot swap Bennett here, because if there's a Foul Slump Sino skill that will get us a Gambler's Reset, even through a Lotus, which I do believe he did just draw, so we are kind of forced to just skill on Cube. But if we skill on Cube, Daya falls, and it's a free swap into Sino, and if he has talent, if he has calling for cleanup, that's also 8 damage to pop the revive, and he has Freshman after that, we will just instantly lose, but no other choice, we'll have to go for it.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, did not go for the Lotus, but to be fair, Nkoi probably knows that it is over, and Chiqua should just be dropping onto the Sino and get in that talent, get in that call for cleanup, and knock out Cube.
Ready to do my utmost.
There is not much Nkoi can do here. He is just completely out of options. His Ajda falling early was so bad we weren't able to threaten some earlier damage with him, and no talent as well to generate more dice, hopefully even out the odds.
There we go. 8 damage goes down. Cubes come right back up thanks to their revive, but now boom, there goes a 6 damage right back at you, but now all we need is a fast swap to seal the deal.
Oh, wait, Chef Skill just wins because she discards her own overcharge ball, and Bennett's at only 1 HP. The firing squad has given their verdict, and it is that Chiqua shall win game 2.
Yeah, that is a very good move there, because Severus, we don't typically get to see her discard her own overcharge ball, but it is a main mechanic of her skill, and there it goes to Chiqua. Very nice for taking that game back from Nkoi.
We even it out 1-1 now, but that is one of the stronger decks of Chiqua gone. Can no longer play Sign Overload.
Yep, and you know, Nkoi definitely going for those matchup snipes is potentially dangerous, so that way, you know, Chiqua may end up facing once again a very similar situation to game 1.
The great thing about being a matchup sniper is if you're able to find the snipe, you have a very easy time winning. The bad thing about being a matchup sniper is if you snipe the wrong matchup, you're at a significant disadvantage.
Oh yes, absolutely. And of course, the thing about matchup sniping too is that it is going to be a little bit of an issue for you to make sure you actually play the deck properly. But I'm sure you all have been playing the game correctly at home, because we have our wonderful UIDs right here before us. If your name ID is right here, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems. Congratulations.
Yeah, be sure to invest that into the newest banner. I'm sure a lot of players do love our new characters, and I mean, shiny toy to play with, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, we are in Fontaine after all, and the next character coming up, I do believe, is Emile, right? So that's going to be a lot of fun as we say our goodbyes to this wonderful Hotel de Roche.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be super exciting to play for. Once I do get back, I can experiment with the new quest as well. Those are always very fun to do, but first off, we have to get these games done. We have at least 2 more to go. The series has been evened up 1-1. It really can go either way yet.
Absolutely. You know, maybe this is a false statement, but do you feel like that after, you know, the other day is sort of an outlier, right? But oh, actually not really. But if we end up going to game 3, I think it's almost guaranteed that we go to a game 5, huh?
I guess it really does depend. Sometimes it's because on game 3 you kind of lose your one good matchup you had. You lose the 50-50 and it's bad matchups from there, and then the player can take it, you know, take the next 3 games. But sometimes it's just that, like, the mental strain and all that. It depends on how the players are feeling at the day.
Oh yes, absolutely. Now we're just waiting for the next player, giving the players a chance to cool off, get ready for their next match. I wonder if this is the moment that Chikawa might have to pull out the Ningguang deck, no?
He still has 2 more decks to choose from. He has the Ningguang deck as well as 1 other. He can keep that in his back pocket for now if he's expecting Nkoi to bring the Bennett deck again. But if he expects Nkoi to bring another deck, maybe that's where he brings it in.
Absolutely. Yeah, there are still 2 deck options. I don't know. I just have this feeling that Chikawa is going to pick it going into this matchup. Nope. It is going to be really back to Bennett double revive. Lost really hard first off, but now they have a chance to redeem themselves versus the Herald Claymore.
And I mean, Herald Claymore against Bennett double revive, I think is so favored towards Herald Claymore. Just Herald, of course, on the side of Chikawa is always at 6 HP, so always within gravestone range. And Cube is 8 max HP, so like it's very easy to bring him within that range, especially once you consider that Sai can swirl him below that point as well.
Is this a perfect matchup, Snipe? Because now that we have this lined up, if we go into the next game, it's going to be the Agedaha Cube versus Chikawa's Stall. That's going to be really rough, isn't it?
So I think what Nkoi did here was bring 3 stall counters, knowing that eventually Chico would have to play a stall deck, assuming he brought it. If he didn't, I mean, he was a little bit cooked.
Yeah.
And as long as you're able to have that one good matchup with all 3 of your decks, you can win no matter what.
Honestly, it's really starting to shape out in his favor. As long as Nkoi is going to be able to get the proper setup that they want on Herald Claymore, you know, they should be able to take out a Chikawa. But of course, we'll see if they're running the Wagner's Weapon banner for a better guarantee, or if they're going for the full high roll double gravestone. And as for Chikawa, at least this time around, they won't have to deal with their prepare skills getting totally demolished.
Yeah, there is no overload to work on, and you do have Tada on that deck, so you are able to pop that and continue on with your combo. The problem is, I think Nkoi is just much more damage efficient with his deck, and he's also able to go in a lot earlier. With Bennett, you burst at the start of turn 2, so that's already -4 dice to work with, whereas Nkoi, he can just go in immediately on Sayu, and with so many discounts, the Wall's Gravestone is effectively free.
Yeah, unless Chikawa ends up getting a Lee Su early, or if Nkoi doesn't float, there's not really a means to go for the dodging of the elemental reactions, because you know you really want to start getting on Bennett as fast as possible, because if you don't, you're giving Nkoi more time in the world to draw that gravestone.
Speaking of, here is Nkoi's Herald Claymore deck. He is running the double Wolves Gravestone version, also running the 1 Gamblers, 2 Golden 2 Gilded Dreams, 1 Golden Troop, and 2 Caverinas, as is standard. The cards here that I think are a little bit more techie on his side is the 1 copy of Catherine, as well as the 2 copies of Rhythm of the Great Dream. I think players right now do prefer to run Parametric as opposed to that.
Yeah, they're, you know, Parametric, you know, it's a little more high rolly, but this is actually probably the most means of consistency, especially with the fact that Gravestone needs to be drawn into. You can't guarantee it with Wagner. Now, that's really interesting, right? This is basically looks like hyper magic from previous metas.
I mean, that is the idea of this deck. It runs very similar action cards to Hyper Magic. It's a turn 2 deck. You spend the first turn ramping 8 dice and sitting on Herald. Then round 2, you go in with Sai with a free Gravestone, do either 5 or 9 damage on skill, and get infinite dice with Gilded Dreams and your Tomei as discounts.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm a big fan of Rhythm of the Great Dream in this new version of the Magic engine, because that's what I experimented with initially once the changes came through with Liar's Son, because I'm like, okay, so I need at least 1 more dice reduction. So Rhythm of the Great Dream is really a great card. It's super adaptable thanks to having Wolf Gravestone as well in your deck.
But here is Chikawa's deck. We'll see how it matches up into this later on, but very, very standard for this list. The runoff Liu Su and the 1 Resistance, Day of Resistance is the two cards I really would like to point out for matchup reasons. I think in this matchup, it might matter a little bit more. It could help you reduce the damage from swirls and keep Cube and Herald healthy. But of course, Herald is always in Wall's Greystone range anyway, so maybe it's not that relevant. And Cube could very easily be brought down into that range anyways.
Yep, who knows if the breakpoint will be able to be passed or drowned. We also have Lotus to prevent that as well. Now, the interesting thing is that you did say there is Tada in this deck, which is true, but unfortunately, there's only one of them. I'd personally be a little scared of something that can freeze so consistently, like Herald Claymore, and only having one Tada to break you free.
I mean, Herald Claymore can freeze you consistently, but it has to apply the auras first, and that is something it struggles with. Yes, Herald has a prepare skill, so you can apply 2 instances of Hydro, but it's a prepare skill. You can, your opponent can force it onto the characters they want.
Absolutely, yeah. Chico, they're gonna have to rely on the and clearly Chiikawa is very good at managing auras because we saw that first round they were able to hold off Pyro Aura on all their characters until the second round. That is very good, especially fighting against a deck like that.
A hidden cost to aura management, though, is that you're also spending dice to do it. You're yes, you're denying your opponent their reactions and whatnot, but you also need to spend that 1 dice to swap every time you do. Typically, your opponent does match you to try to apply the aura on the character that don't have it, so it becomes more or less an even dice count, but there is also that cost that you have to consider, and with a deck that doesn't generate a lot of dice, it could become the difference in a matchup.
Absolutely. Hopefully, the Opera Epiclase is actually able to proc this time, because once again, since Enkoi is running the Herald Claymore, of course, Will's Greystone costs 3, and then Gilded Dreams costs 3. You may have a little bit of an equip diff here, even with Opera Epiclase.
That is very, very true. I mean, this is a deck that does equip a lot of artifacts, but Golden Troop is cheaper than Gilded Dreams, and I mean, when you throw Claymores into the mix, very unlikely to get a proc if you do play it later than turn 1.
Yeah, hopefully Chiikawa gets these Opera Epiclases early, and then Enkoi will have to face the situation that they were having earlier. But yes, we're getting right into this match, and once again, another game means another Primo Gem raffle. So for those of you watching over on Genshin Impact Official, head over to the Astra Carnival YouTube channel, type it in, look for the monitoring message, and you could win 1,000 Primo Gems.
And as well, be sure to scan the QR code in between the player ports. It will lead you to a feedback form. Let us know what you like to see and what you want to see instead. Maybe you want more raffles, you like the raffles, you want bigger raffles, or just anything in general you want us to improve or change. Be sure to let us know there.
Absolutely. A little bit of a funky start for both players, because the thing is they both have Countdown to the Show, but their other cards are a little weird.
I think Chico is perfectly fine. Countdown to the Show into Libin, Stormterror's Lair is exactly 8 dice, so I think he's more than happy to do that, especially if you start Herald as well. And Koei's also happy as well, because Countdown Libin Timaeus is a great opener, and that is also 8 dice.
That's definitely true. I think definitely the Gilded Dreams are throwing me for a little bit of a curveball there. It's odd to have that in your starting hand, but hey, if the mulligan goes, it does what it do. And okay, pretty good dice to start off with. We can definitely count down off of these. There we go.
Countdown is great, because as long as we have 3 dice, we're able to play all of our ramp. It looks like both players managed to get it.
Yep, Chiikawa even more so, having 2 variants, 3 Dendro and 3 Omni, so no matter what, they're going to be able to have this working. And they're going to go for a Bennett skill to make sure they're not falling behind in tempo.
Ooh, I mean, typically when you have the perfect countdown play, you do go for it, but I think in this matchup it does make sense. Chico is playing a turn 3 deck, because you need to spend that extra dice on Bennett on turn 2 to burst. You typically don't have your full combo until turn 3 with all of your discounts and all of that. On the other hand, Enkoi is playing a turn 2 deck, because you don't really need the same amount of setup as Bennett. You can just go in on site turn 2 as soon as you apply your auras. So he will have the momentum advantage. If Chico tries to match the ramp, he will fall behind in terms of momentum, and he's going to lose from there. So he needs to speed up his game plan.
Absolutely, and I agree with that, because Bennett has always been that rushdown character that really needs to get his burst out ASAP. So it makes a lot of sense to me that Chiikawa would try to make that happen. Yeah, there we go. Enkoi with the perfect opener, like you said, Libin into Timaeus, and now Chiikawa got your choices here. We can do some Golden Troop, we can do some drawing out with Storm Terrors, but outside of that, hopefully you get that talent card.
2 options here. We can do the Libin into Storm Terrors there to try to match the ramp of Enkoi, and because we did a normal attack there, we are still ahead overall in terms of tempo. Or on the other hand, we just go all in on the tempo angle, do another normal attack and play the Storm Terrors Lair. It will hopefully draw into our talent as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, there is Yeah, no, not too much else out of it. Unfortunately, there's not enough Oh, we do want that Golden Troop, huh? Very interesting.
I mean, Golden Troop does need time to stack up, so playing it on Herald to start getting those stacks early. And unfortunate, no talent this time.
Yeah, but thankfully, maybe Liben will be able to come in clutch. Let's see what he draws in the map. But first, the dice need to be kind to our players. Looking okay. Let's see if we can get better.
So as long as Chikuwa draws a talent, whether it's Bennett or not, he'll be fine with the Storm Terror's Lair. Because then you can play and guarantee like the Bennett talent if he draws the Herald talent, or you have a 50-50 on getting the Herald talent if he draws Bennett, but just unfortunately not finding it. So right now it is still a 25-75 on whether or not you get that.
Yeah, not feeling too great. And Enkoi was able to draw double Dunyarzad with the Timaeus as well, so they're going to be able to discount that. You won't actually use it this turn, to be honest, but hey, it's great to have it in the tank while you're slowly whittling down your opponent.
I mean, if nothing else, if you have dice to pass over, you can just play that as well, draw you into a lot of companions, thin out your deck to hopefully make your job finding the gravestone easier. Not that Ngoi needs it, it's already in hand.
Absolutely. There we go. Dunyarzad, probably going to play the second Dunyarzad. Yep, there you go. And then Timaeus as well, or a Liben if you so. Oh, that's right, the Catherine, I almost forgot.
Ooh, a lot of cards in hand right now. Getting the aura down as well, that's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Enkoi is definitely going for the prepare skill here, and then they're going to drop down the Catherine and swap over to Sayu and get Hydro applied to all the other opposing characters.
And it is also a free Catherine because of that second Dunyarzad, so don't even need to spend the extra dice for that either.
Absolutely, there we go. Ooh, a fast swap though. Are they looking to take out Herald early? I think so.
We can do that, and this is before Enkoi has placed the Curse of the Undercurrent as well. I mean, avoiding the curse when you have very little dice generation is actually so huge.
Yeah, honestly, there we go. And since the initial hit of Herald Prepare skill does do 2 and Vaporize adds another 2, Enkoi's Herald is going to be gone. Very good moves from Chikuwa, honestly.
Yeah, no curse to deal with is great. And you don't want to burst on Bennett either because you don't have his talent. And also, Herald skill is discounted by 2 dice because we played that 2-cost Golden Troop last turn.
Absolutely. Great moves. Now, once again, the Hydro app only stays on Bennett. We're going to swap to him at some point, but it won't matter if Sayu cannot swirl it.
The great thing about like the Bennett here against Sayu is that when you swap onto Bennett, you expect him to do the burst, so that's when you can swap onto Sayu safely anyways. So you are able to get a swirl eventually at that point, but with Herald down, applying that aura to swirl is going to be a lot harder if Chikuwa doesn't swap.
Absolutely. You know, just waiting through here, seeing what Enkoi wants to. It should just be Frostfield. You might as well get it out that way. You can have means to react and spread Cryo instead. Of course, it's not necessarily what you want, but hey, you need to get all the damage you can get, especially since your Herald got knocked out early.
Yeah, you need to try to get that aura down. Try to get the freeze. Try to stop Chikuwa, because at the moment, Chikuwa is very much in the lead.
Absolutely. What are we thinking? On the other side, what could they really do? They do have Storm Terrors. They could also liven ramp, although that is quite unnecessary at this rate.
No, I don't think there's a need to do that. You're already very ahead in dice. We also have the free free Gravestone equip as well with the Ancient Warrior into Golden House, which we should do. Yeah, no reason to keep our Dunyarzad there. She's already done her discount for the round.
Yeah, kill the dreams, very nice. Get a little extra dice, make sure you fix it, and the Board Princess proc as well. Oh, we're putting on the Gravestone early. We're putting on some pressure, eh?
Yeah, and with Herald always below 6 HP or less, because that is his max HP. You can't have more HP than your max HP unless you're Whale. Very cool character, by the way. Is able to do big damage on Herald.
Yeah, great moves on this side, because especially since Enkoi has noticed that Chikuwa hasn't put out the talent yet, that means they probably don't have it, and they will be able to punish them in kind for staying onto Herald and not swapping off.
Going into Cube as well, just to make sure Herald keeps his life a little bit longer. And Cube not within Gravestone range, so Enkoi cannot get that extra damage down. Does have the Liven in hand, and if you are to play it, now would actually be a pretty good time.
Yeah, this is the best time you could ever play Liven. You already saw them expend 1 Gilded, so maybe you don't have to deal with it later. Now, what will Chikuwa do? Storm Terrors or Liven? I think I will go for the Liven, honestly.
I think you go for Liven. Storm Terrors gives you 1 dice, Liven gives you 2, so yeah, just go for it. And then you gamble on the talent. Let's go.
Come on, let's see it. Come on, Chikuwa, you can do it.
And if you don't get talent, that's fine. You play the Storm Terror's Lair, and then Lyman goes net neutral in terms of dice, but you go +1 in terms of cards.
Absolutely. There we go. The end phase draw not being too kind yes yet, but Lyman may be able to save both of these players. Enkoi's already sitting pretty nice. They could get another Gilded or other pieces to their artifact engine.
So Chikwa needs to actually draw Bennett talent here. Yes, he is currently in the lead, but without the Bennett talent, like Enkoi just equipped Gravestone, he will slowly be able to take that back.
Absolutely. That lead does not last too long when you're fighting something like the Herald Claymore. Oh my goodness, stop! There's no talent!
Yikes, looks like all 3 talents were bottom deck. Chikwa not finding what he desperately needs right now. He also desperately needs a fast swap, otherwise Bennett's just going to die to Gravestone, so he needs to go find that too.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Chikwa. So there is a few options here, right? So we have Countdown to the Show. We also have the Storm Terror's Lair, but that is a lot of RNG to deal with if you're trying to make sure you find that talent.
Well, you know, Enkoi doesn't care. Enkoi press skill, Enkoi do damage, Enkoi happy.
Yes, exactly. And now Chonyun, after skilling so many times, has their burst, and literally none of these characters can survive it.
Another thing as well is now all 3 characters have aura. We can swap over onto the Sayu and start doing massive swirl damage.
Absolutely. And if we have the maintenance to make sure to hold still, we can actually wait until Chikwa...
We also have Rhythm plus Golden House. That's a 1-cost Gravestone too.
Yep, Sayu not only will benefit from Gravestone, but if they have the top deck discipline, as I call it, to wait until they swap onto Bennett, they can fast swap onto Sayu and then chain freeze, and then it's a Bennett solo for the entire turn.
Or we just greed the value early. I mean, because everyone has aura now, right? We can just get that swirl anyways. Every single one of Chikwa's characters is within Gravestone range, and Cube and Herald in particular are within 4 HP, which is enough damage to die to a single to the first part of Slice Repair Skill with Wolf's Gravestone.
Oh, look at that. Enkoi's praying. Come on, don't have it, please. I beg you.
Not sure what he's wishing for his opponents to not have those. Showing off a pin. I really do need to take a close look at that. The lighting is really bad.
I think it's just a personal pin, you know. Ooh! Very happy about that.
Wait, the Day of Resistance here is actually quite big. This takes it out of Wolf's Gravestone range for Sayu on our Prepare Skill. This will force Enkoi to stay on the Chongyun just that little bit longer.
I think ultimately you're okay with it. It looks like they're even going to do it. They dropped down the Catherine because the big thing, right, is that, you know, Chikwa still doesn't have that talent and or fast swap. So no matter what, Enkoi is in a prime position if they choose to move to Sayu or not.
Oh, and I mean, Enkoi, as decisive as always, as soon as he saw the line, he went for it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. This is going to be an Elemental Aura Clash. Rip that Hydro, but it's okay because now Bennett's frozen. No chance of bursting at all during the turn.
Rock, paper, scissors now locked in for Chikwa. That will be the revive being popped, but ooh, the Gambles equip make it so we can't do another skill. I think Enkoi miscalc there. 1 dice short.
Yeah, a little bit of a miscalc there, but that's okay. You're still holding pretty big advantage. Just make sure to keep
and you can see him. He's leaning back in his chair. He knows he made a mistake. This Gambles could cost him the game.
Yeah, most definitely. How much with Herald? I think you actually do enough damage to knock out Chongyun, or I think you're 1 off, eh?
So Herald right now will do 3 damage on the initial hit. So it'll do 5 in total. It'll be 3 into 2, which isn't actually enough to lethal Chongyun, but I mean, another cube skill will be one of your characters is falling this turn no matter what. It's just whether or not you can carry that momentum forward into the next round. If we didn't play that Gamblers, another Sayu skill would have actually been enough to lethal cube. We apply that double aura, and then Herald comes in, lethals our Sayu. And after that, it's hard to say because I think that it is still 2-cost Golden Troop on Herald, so its skill right now costs 1 dice.
Oh wait, yeah, that is pretty big. If the fact that Golden Troop is available on the Herald, it might be Gilded Dreams. We'll have to see once we get over there, but it is going to make it so that Herald could actually very cleanly sweep the game if that's the case.
It does force the swap off of Enkoi, the extra dice being spent on Gamblers. I mean, the Day of Resistance proving its worth here. If it wasn't for that, Cube would have actually gone down, and Enkoi would have been able to get a Gambler's reset, and with that, he would have been able to claim the game. So very crucial that Chikwa had that card at this exact moment.
Absolutely. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're doing everything. Going for the Cube skill. Keep Herald to the side, and here we go. This should lethal just Chonyun, I believe, right?
So it will do 2, 2, 3. So if we swap Sayu and then, we can't swap back. That's a problem.
Yep. That's going to be the lethal for Chikwa. Boom! And then here comes the other follow-up in. Enkoi last move, but no lose left to play. You're just going to have to end your turn. Yep.
Oh, that is an issue. Oh, no, with Chongyun solo, I don't think we can win this. No fresh Wind of Freedom. We have the Lotus. Hold on. It's actually still possible.
Yeah, Lotus is definitely going to make it a possibility even without the fresh Wind and Freedom. Just make sure that you can get the Gamblers off on Chongyun. Ooh, a Liar Song too as well.
No. Oh, just the Lotus isn't enough. We needed Sai to be alive. We needed one more dice. And if we didn't play that Gamblers, we would have had it. Because Chongyun would be at 1 HP, Sai would be at 2. We play the Gamblers right now. We lethal cube. Chico needs to spend at least... No, we have Electro. We spend one more action there to do that. We do Dash Swirl. And then Bennett comes in. No, we would have lost no matter what. I think Enkoi always lost here.
Very unfortunate. Oh, trying to even draw out the rest of their deck just to see if they get anything. Nope. Very unlucky. They do have the Gilded Dream, so that is nice. You can match dice tempo, but outside of that, I think 7 dice is not enough.
Oh, and the Boar Prince is coming in just a little bit late. If we had that last turn, we could have had that free Gamblers equipped. We'd have had still one more action. Everything would have been A-okay, but just not working out here for Enkoi.
Yep. Definitely equip the Lotus. Go for it. Skill, but outside of that is probably going to be it. You can't really generate any more dice in this scenario. There's no Liar Song. You have Boar Princess. You could replace some of the artifacts, but that's really the extent of it.
This should be the game for Chico, and a very critical one at that, because this is one of his weaker decks. I think he brought it over to counter something from Enkoi. I don't think it's a very strong as a standalone deck, so being able to get this out of the way is great, but that does mean he's forced onto his stall deck as his last.
Oh, not bad. Did get something off of their strategize, so they can do that. Going to put on a Lowe's. Are we going to do a second strategize? Nope, just going to hold it off.
It's not enough, though. Chico always has enough for 2 actions. And he will always die to 2 actions.
Yep, the Hydro is cleansed. Boar Princess gonna replace probably... Oh, actually, what do you replace? Probably nothing. There's not really a card in here that helps you out. It's probably just for the lethal on Bennett.
You play it so that when Bennett goes down, you get 1 extra Omni dice to work with. That it should be what it is for.
Absolutely. Go in for the Fire Stick, Bennett. Oh, no. Oh, fun.
Well, I haven't lost it. It's good.
Yeah, I haven't lost it is great. Talent is a little funny because, you know, of course, we're not going to use it anytime soon.
We also shouldn't burst here. That's actually troll.
Yeah, definitely not. There you go. Perfect. Now on 2 HP, Herald easily sweeps the Chongyun off his feet.
And Enkoi knows his defeat is imminent. He misplayed his hand a little bit too much, overplayed his welcome. Not enough dice to win last round.
Is Chikwa in the mood for... Yeah, they're going for the burst. There it goes. Boosh! And Chongyun is out of the game. GG's.
Congratulations for Chikwa for winning Game 3, and what an important Game 3 it is. This is one of his weaker decks, and I mean, Enkoi did bring a 3 next to counter the stall deck that we were expecting to see again from Chikwa. Even so, though, he is probably glad to get this out of the way now.
Absolutely, and now it is going to be the next game on, most likely, Chikwa's most comfortable deck that they have, because it is the one custom cook that they really do have solidified down. I can't wait to actually get to talk about this deck a little more, because I was a little confused on it the other day, but now I really understand why they do the way they do it.
Even so, though, he's going to be in for a tough time. Yes, he is still currently up a game. He only needs to win with 1 more deck in order to advance in the lower bracket. But the problem comes from the fact that Enkoi built all of his decks around the fact that it counters stall.
Absolutely. And with Chikwa taking the victory, you travelers at home will also take a victory with 1,000 Primo Gems. You two here have received that. Congratulations.
Congratulations to those players as well. And with a new banner just around the corner, if not already here, it'll be great to have that if we want to invest.
Absolutely. And since we're also going to another game, that means another Primo Gem raffle is coming. So stay tuned. I wonder if Chikwa is going to be able to solidify it here, or if Enkoi has the power to fight back and take it out.
I believe Enkoi will have at least a chance, a really good one at that. all of his decks do great into stall. But I am not at all surprised if Chikwa is able to make a comeback. I mean, we were doubting stall, but Chikwa brought it and he won with it yesterday. If he can do it again, maybe this is the new meta. Maybe we should all be bringing stall.
I'm sure some players over in the other regions would be very happy to hear that. But there is the potential, right? Looking at the matchups, we have Herald Claymore and Asia Q Bennett versus Ning Wong Stall. Which one do you think matches up a little better? I have my opinions on this.
I think you first take the Bennett deck. One of the weaknesses of that deck is that Overload can counter Prepare skill and so can Freeze. But Chikwa's stall deck doesn't actually have either of those. So if you bring that in, you're able to abuse the Prepare skill Bennett combo to its fullest.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely agree with that. But one thing that's definitely attracted me a little bit to the Herald Claymore is the fact that this is something that Chikwa struggled with yesterday. They were fighting against a character with Cryo, so that means they couldn't actually use Barbara and Xingqiu's skill too often without negatively affecting themselves.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, getting the cleanse off is very, very annoying, but the thing is, Herald can just apply the Hydro Aura. In that case, you don't really care, because, you know, Hydro Cleanse can't cleanse Hydro.
Yep, indeed. You can't wash something twice. Well, maybe you can, but anyways. There we go. We got the Bennett Cube and Asia deck going in for Enkoi, as we expected with the matchup. Yep, there it is.
This is all about damage for Enkoi. He can just build up the Bennett burst slowly. Chikwa's deck, it doesn't really threaten him at any point in the game, so he just needs to work on building all of his pieces together. And unlike the previous matchup, he doesn't even need to rush it. He can build this as slow as he wants. He can wait till turn 5 if he wants to.
Oh, yeah.
Just gather all the pieces and make sure that when we go in, we secure the game.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, because, you know, on the side of how stall works is that Chikwa is going to take a long time to do their setup. Of course, they aren't going to have to deal. You know, they're going to be able to cleanse off some of the elemental auras if they so desire. But otherwise, outside of grabbing, you know, some equipment, that's going to be the extent of their deck and trying to charge up their burst as fast as possible.
I think in this deck, the elemental aura doesn't matter. It's all just about the base damage, because Cube buffed with Bennett Burst on a rock, paper, scissors combo does 11 damage per rotation, and as long as you can do 2 of those, that is 22 damage coming down, even without reactions.
Absolutely. I would definitely like to dig into Chikwa's deck once we get in there, but of course we have Enkoi's deck first. We've seen it already before, and like you said, it's the one fun thing about Cube. 11 damage per rotation off of the Bennett Burst makes it so that who needs reactions? You don't need those. You can just go and brute force it.
Damage is damage, and I mean, if you can get 3 rotations, that's 33 damage. So it's more than enough to win from there. And you have 2 turns of Bennett Burst to use, right? It's very easy to do it.
Absolutely. You know, I do wonder. I guess maybe there isn't any Lee Su in this deck, right? So I guess we won't have any funny Bennett reset turns. We haven't really talked about Asia though. I wonder what element does Asia really want to absorb? I think all of them are just a net positive regardless.
Ajda in this deck doesn't really care about elemental absorptions. He's there to tank damage and generate dice. That is why he is here. And I mean, I can sort an aggressive matchup as well. He can go in early to do damage without putting Cube at risk, and forcing your opponent to spend dice as well lets you do your prepare skill that much easier. But in this matchup in particular, I don't expect Ajda to actually come in as much, because 1, his dice generation is going to happen anyway, so you don't need skill on him. 2, can't absorb Geo.
Yeah, no, can't absorb Geo when you were already Geo yourself. I do wonder how we're going to use the Stove card. Once again, really should just be to draw out the Bennett talent. I would be surprised if it was used otherwise. Parametric to continue our combo turn. Storm Terrors to decost and also draw out the rest of our talents.
Yeah, like a lot of discounts, lots of searching here. Searching for talents in particular is oh so important. You are extremely reliant on Bennett talent to make Cube work, because only 8 max HP, it is very easy to bring him below that 6 HP threshold, in which case he will no longer be benefiting from the damage buff. Especially considering that he's locked into 3 prepare skills. Even a stall deck can knock him out of that range.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, this is an interesting question while we were waiting for the players to set up. There is Tada in this deck, but of course there is no freeze matchup. Now, assuming this was a 1v1 scenario, no extra attacks, there is a very interesting debate to be put up here, because it is mostly cited that Tada is quite useful because it has a lot of micro synergy with a lot of cards. There are things like Harv Kavarina, there's Veterans Vicious that will always sync up well with it, but now that there's no freeze, you know, the big draw to it, is it okay to run this card?
I think it is. I mean, you're running it for just in case it is the matchup. But even so, if you tot out yourself, you'll draw one card at the end phase anyways. So it's okay to just cycle through your deck even more that way as well. And with the Bennett Burst will help you heal up as well. But we'll see if that becomes relevant. Here we have Chikua's stall deck here, bringing a lot of classic stall stuff. The quadruple tenacity just to get the shield second. This is the major component of the deck. It lets you have a lot of HP to work with, as well as the Heart of Cavalry is the one-cost version to heal your characters as well.
Absolutely, yeah. This one has become less common because, you know, the zero-cost version is just a lot nicer because you still get the draw and it's for free. So, I mean, who doesn't love a free artifact, right? But the one thing that I've always been very interested in for this deck is going to be that Fruit of Fulfillment. You know, they've been able to pull it out every time, and they play it every single time, and somehow they just make it work because traditionally in this Ningguang stall deck, we run a Sacrificial Catalyst.
Well, I mean, there's just no reason to run Sacrificial Fragments anymore. I mean, and also no reason to run Barber Tanks. You have Double Dawn Winery in here. That's like 4 free swaps a turn. That what? 4 free dice? I'm down. I'm down. Anyways.
Oh,
so
yes.
the reason you no longer run it is because you don't need the extra damage from Ningguang. The majority of her damage does come from the burst, and just +1 damage on an 8 damage burst doesn't really matter too much. The thing I'm surprised about is that he is not running Adeptus Temptation. That is typically one of the combinations you run in a stall deck like this, where it is burst reliant. You build towards the burst and then snipe a character with Adeptus to turn the tides.
I think with the ceasing of treasure, of course, if you do play Lotus, then is going to throw a wrench in your plans, but there's no longer a means to really heal past their certain breakpoints. Where Bennett does exist here, but Ningguang should be able to just cleanly knock out anybody who has 10 HP.
Yeah, I mean, I guess food and healing in general has become less prevalent over the years, so not running it, expecting like Ningguang to get chip damage on the other characters anyways, and then by then they will be below the breakpoints, especially considering like other than stall and maybe some mid-range decks, they're not running healing anyway, so maybe the extra burst damage from Adeptus isn't necessary.
Yeah, most definitely. And you were referencing the fact that Dawn Winery would give you 4 free swaps. Chikuwa actually did that yesterday. It was hilarious. They were just going back and forth, and they were able to swap stall to their heart's content, really.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised. I think running the Double Dawn Winery over a Barber Talent is very, very smart, because Barber Talent, I mean, you do your skill with the talent and it will give you 1 free swap a turn, but Dawn Winery gives you 2, so that's already more valuable. And it's also the consistency as well, because you don't need to have like 2 separate things ready.
You totally do not need a hand that good to win.
This will be interesting because Chikuwa did end up mulling into Fortress of Merofit. Of course, I don't think they did that on purpose, but the thing about that is with Enkoi, they're not really running a lot of those pop-off cards, right? It's more artifact-based.
Yeah, that deck is extremely artifact and just equip reliant, and of course the prohibition stack from the Portrait de Merofit will not affect that. It only works on event cards, so things like Strategize, things like Lotus Crypt, things like Treasure that will give you instantaneous value. Things that you put on characters will not be affected.
Absolutely, but something you can all rely on at home, travelers, is the raffle starting up on the Astra Carnival YouTube channel. Go ahead and head over there, look for the moderator's comment to make sure it is active, and then you can enter and potentially win 1,000 Primo Gems with 2 winners.
And we'll be giving that away every single game, so be sure to stay tuned for more of that.
Absolutely, and we can also see in between the players' 2 faces that there is a QR code. If you have any feedback for us, please let us know how we're doing, or if you want to see anything improved in the future.
KDF Enkoi starting off with the full ramp turn. As I suspected, there is no reason to rush out a Bennett Burst because this is a stall matchup. Chikuwa does basically nothing early game. It is all about building towards your neighbors, stalling out your opponent, burning out the resources so he can afford to play slowly and afford to play for the long run. As long as he gets his combo off, eventually he will become victorious.
Yeah, now this is one of the surprises that I am seeing here, is that they're starting on Ningguang first instead of Xingqiu, because Xingqiu would be the typical start for this day. And Chikuwa shakes their head. They got General's Ancient Helm instead of the Tenacity of the Millilith, 3 cost or 5 stars, I like to reference it, which is way stronger than the small one.
Could still play with Strategist. Maybe he draws into it and then he can tune 1 to equip that 3 cost Tenacity, and oh, that's bad.
Yeah, definitely not a fan of doing. Was that a normal attack?
Wow, that's really bad.
Yeah, that is not ideal. I mean, here's the thing. So one of the things that we have not commented on about Chikuwa's deck is that they like to run a star sign so they can get an easy Ningguang snipe, because they can just steal energy from Barbara and or Xingqiu. But double normal attack is not the opener you like.
No, I mean, it does only 1 damage. Like, that's actually pathetic. I would have much rather if Chikuwa just played the double tenacity and just maybe pass a dice as well. But the try to Caprine on someone, I dislike the double normal attack opener. I think you could have done so many more better things.
Yeah, most definitely. It is nice that at least Ningguang is going to have a 2-charge burst, so she needs just one more to really threaten Enkoi. And maybe that's the alternative line they're going, because they did notice that Enkoi is starting on Aizdaha, so that means Bennett Burst is not going to be active, so you can actually get a significant amount of damage on the characters who are not going to be healing at all.
I mean, that's true, but Bennett Burst does provide a little bit of healing of its own. If you're below 6 HP, no, if you're below 7 HP, it will heal you by 2 every time you do an action, so it does have that value built into it as well. But 7 HP is within a breakpoint of Ningguang Burst.
Absolutely. You know, looking at here, what can we do on the side of Chiqua? So this is actually a great time to mention it. I did mention I have lots of comments about Chiqua's deck and the way they played. So originally, this deck, specifically with Ningguang, is usually played with Kokomi in the slot of Xingqiu. And of course, if we want to go really the full reverse engineer stall, we can swap out Ningguang for Diona, and that's one I'm sure you all know are very infamous.
I mean, it's either Diona in the slot of Ningguang / Layla, or you replace Xingqiu with Kokomi, so you get that Hydra Resonance, get the extra healing. But I think Xingqiu here does make more sense over Kokomi because I think his damage reduction on his skill is better. He does more damage on his skill, which is better as well. I don't like Kokomi is such a bad third character. I'm sorry for Kokomi fans out there, but she doesn't work the best in this deck.
Hey, it's okay. I am a Kokomi fan both in the main game and in the TCG, but it does make a lot of sense. Kokomi likes to be that lone carry on the side, and with the Ningguang deck, you don't really have the opportunity. So what Xingqiu provides in here is that he not only will have that cleansing potential that Kokomi can also do with the on-demand, also having that damage reduction, and as well the rain swords if they so desire. You know, you're probably not going to do it, but hey, it is an option. That is something that can last permanently.
Yeah, I mean, Kokomi, if you do run her in there, you could calx into a Koking Burst and you have that secondary carry, but the thing is, she only really does 2 damage on normal attacks. The healing is nice occasionally to get you back up, but if you want to heal, you should go over to Barbara instead, do her burst, and if you want damage, you can just stick to Ningguang. So there wasn't really a reason not Kokomi in there, and even if you wanted damage, you can do it on Xingqiu, and he doesn't need his burst to do big damage.
Absolutely, and especially with Xingqiu's talent card being run in this deck, eventually when Chiqua draws it, they will have 3 sets of damage reduction instead of just 2. That is very beefy to break through. It's the typical debate in the Abyss of a damage reduction versus healing, but yes, let's get back into the TCG Electro Cube, huh?
I guess we're just going to a skill now, and not charging up the Bennett is rather surprising. I mean, even if we are able to take our time to get that burst, we should build towards it at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as we know that Enkoi is very willing to match the tempo and mess with the ideal game plan of a Chiikawa, slowing down with Bennett is a bad idea. He is a rush down character. He needs to get it out quick and make sure you can capitalize on it quick.
I mean, you can build towards it slowly, that's fine. It's not like Chico is really pressuring anyways. You just need to eventually build towards that burst, because if we don't build towards that burst, we will not have enough damage to chunk through Chiqua. He's already gotten 2 tenacities in hand. He could potentially try into another one as well, and once you get fully equipped with those artifacts, you need the extra damage from Bennett Burst in order to actually do any meaningful damage.
Absolutely, and also we were able to draw out Xingqiu's talent card and the Fruit of Fulfillment, so +1 damage on top of Ningguang, and also just a free nice strategize, so that's cool. Merapy is not coming out. Yeah, I think Chiikawa knows, just like, this card's gonna do nothing. We don't need to play it.
Just in the matchup, it's not very useful, and also it only gets stacked when you take damage, which I guess you are doing quite often, or healing, which is the main way a stall deck gets the stacks. And with no Barbara Melody Loop out, that's not really happening, because you don't want to play the Barbara Melody Loop unless your opponent already applied an Aura to you, because then they just get a free reaction, and you want to avoid the extra value from that.
Yeah, most of them. At this rate, though, I feel like Enkoi just swap to Aizdaha and start doing a little bit of damage, because you do have 2 golden troops to decost all of that value that you're losing right now. But like we said, Bennett Burst really needs to start coming out before Chiikawa equips a little too much.
We need to build towards eventually. I mean, Cube and Ajda just by themselves with no damage amplification do not perform the best.
I'd be willing to bet on playing Seed Storm Terra after how it swaps.
His skill is expensive, so you really should pair it with the Bennett, making most of the dice you use.
Yep, surprisingly enough, thanks to that golden true equip and is the 5-star variant, we can make sure that we can have a skill right now. See, it only costs 3, and Storm Terrors to add insult to injury. Oh my goodness.
Making it 2, drawing into the Ajda talent.
You had it. You had
right now, though.
This is so stupid.
Yeah, no, we'll be able to use Aizdaha talent maybe a little bit later, but moving on to that side, just a raw cube skill, very interesting. I think next turn we'll definitely see the movement on Bennett. I would be shocked if we didn't.
I mean, this is the problem though of no Bennett burst. We just spent 5 dice to do 3 damage over onto Ningguang. I don't know about you, but the math ain't mathing on that one.
Yeah, no, the math ain't mathing on that one. The big thing that you have to watch out when playing Sol, especially against Barbara specifically, is that she's able to re-heal the entire team with an AoE. So it's going to be, you know, like, what's the point, right? If you don't trade the damage effectively, they're just going to heal it all back, and they can keep doing it so long as they're alive.
Yeah, Barbara will provide the infinite healing when your characters take damage, and the tenacity of the milliliths will prevent that from happening in the first place, making it so your characters only take chip damage at most, unless we combine it with some big Bennett burst damage. And so if you're only taking chip damage, Barbara will eventually heal your team up to full HP, even if she only provides 1 healing every turn.
Absolutely. That healing ends up stacking up over time. Now, here's an interesting scenario. Chikuwa, because you do get +1 damage from Fruit of Fulfillment. They could go for a burst, but I don't know if it lethals Agedaha. I think they're a little off because they don't have Jade Screen up right now. Jade Screen went up, and then using burst, just like the main game, will give you a damage bonus.
So base damage on burst on Ningguang, I believe, is 6. It's been a while since I played her, so I could be wrong on this one.
It could be a little higher.
If you have Jade Screen up, it will increase the damage on burst by an additional 2 for a grand total of 8. So right now, even if we equip the weapon, it should only do 7 damage. Not like we want to do that anyways. We're playing a stall deck, right? We don't need to rush out a kill. This is the mistake a lot of stall players make. They rush to try to get a kill, and then they run out of dice. And then when they run out of dice, they can't swap, so they can't play to their advantage of slowing down the game state and forcing your opponent to waste resources. And then that's when they get taken out. That's when they lose their advantage.
Absolutely. It's such a weird stalemate that we have in the position because Enkoi and Chikuwa kind of both, you know, quote unquote, the handshake is when both players do similar actions, is that they stayed on their Geo characters and refused to budge, basically.
Agedaha now with the talent equipped, passing the turn back over Chikuwa and generating these dice. The Dawn Winery does let us, like, reduce the dice we spent a little bit, but even so, Enkoi will be at a dice advantage this round. Maybe this is where they finally find the opportunity to charge up that Bennett burst.
Absolutely, and now thanks to that talent, Enkoi does have absorption on Agedaha. So Barbara, so does Chujitsu skill. She will give them a free Hydro, which, you know, I mean, I think Agedaha can really absorb any element, but of course you don't want to give it to them for free.
More swap stalling coming out for Chikuwa, this time over onto the Xingqiu. No element applied just yet either. Enkoi could go to Bennett, could go back to Q, maybe absorb some damage. So I think the reason that Chikuwa doesn't want to go Bennett just yet is if he is put below 7 HP, that's where he can come in with the Ningguang and burst and just swoop in.
Yeah, very odd stalemate situation indeed. One of the things that's really interesting about this deck, despite being the ability to swap stall with the Dawn Winery, Chikuwa has burnt out their Dawn Winery procs before. And since they're not having more permanent dice generation, especially because they haven't equipped too many tenacities, they actually sometimes do start draining their own dice just to swap stall. And it's usually a pretty bad scenario.
I mean, it's better than just a Barber Talent, because Barber Talent only gives you 1 dice. This at least gives you 2 as well, and will instantly refund itself on top of that. So, still okay for Chikuwa. He just needs to burn down Enkoi's dice into a safe point.
Not playing around
with the confidence, Enkoi swaps over to Bennett without any care in the world. Electro is applied on top of Ningguang, so all Bennett needs to do is skill, and then not only will they get rid of shields, put a little bit of damage onto Ningguang, but push him over to Xingqiu.
So Enkoi is perfectly fine here sitting on
Bennett,
because even if we put Fruit of Fulfillment onto Ningguang and skill, 1, we don't actually have the dice for that unless we use a Woven, and 2, Bennett will live on 1 HP no matter what. So this is our time to go charge that burst.
Yep. Looks like they went only for the normal attack, really trying to hold on to those Pyro dice. I don't know. I feel like you won't use it this much. Maybe they're trying to force Xingqiu to do a skill at some point, because Xingqiu is the cleanse magnet in this deck. But now, are you really going to swap back to Ningguang for what? You won't be able to lethal Bennett.
It is Barbara coming down. She does have a General's Ancient Helm equipped, so unless we do a skill, Barbara will remain in a very healthy 3 HP.
Yep. There we go. Yeah, Enkoi really wants to force Chikuwa to be the one to take on their own Hydra application and make it their own detriment. But I think at some point you gotta skill on one of these characters. You can't just keep whacking with normal. There we go.
You just go War.
Melody Loop finally coming out. This will allow Chikuwa to heal up Ningguang a little bit while we're ramping instead of bursting. We do have that 0 cost burst, but We can't take advantage of it this round, so we'll just burst at the start of the next. It will still be 0 cost, and that way we have 2 rounds to work with as opposed to just 1.
Can you believe how incredibly clean it is to have a 0 cost Bennett talent carded burst? My goodness, that is what people dream of, because in typical Bennett combo, the big issue is that you throw out Bennett burst, but then you can't actually play it otherwise because you won't have enough dice to do other actions.
This eats GT before it eats
Not a problem here for Nkoe, and because he does it now instead of last turn, he still has an entire turn's worth of dice to work with on top of that. Unfortunately, didn't roll the best.
Yeah, unfortunately, the roll's not looking too hot, but it is 0 cost, so just throw it out there. Consume the golden troop that is on top of Bennett, and also the Storm Terror's layers. Probably just one of them. There we go. Lotus. I guess we are scared a little bit.
We're even going to get a very nice Vaporize over onto Barber. I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, no, Fast Swap Ning Burst would actually be enough to lethal Bennett, and I guess we're keeping him alive just in case we need to charge up a second burst.
Yeah, most definitely. There's also the additional factor of that if Chikawa does not have a Fast Swap onto Ningguang, they will be able to overload Ningguang and get a good amount of damage, especially with their talented burst active.
Don't think we're going to go for that this turn yet. This should be where we go on to the Electro Cube. Look at how much dice we have remaining, and the cube has gone quite a few discounts from that 2-cost golden. We could probably do 2 skills on him this round.
Yep, and we can see that Storm Terror's layer is still active, so we can get lots of shenanigans going here. And Koi, what are we thinking? Are we going to stay or are we going to move?
We could skill here, get that free damage from the overload. If we just skill and Q with Electro Aura on Ningguang, it's technically a little bit of damage wasted. But if we are able to do 2 skills on Q, we should do that instead.
Yeah, most definitely. The amount of damage, especially with the Bennett burst active. Ooh, there's the line that we had potentially seen. There it goes. Ningguang gets an overload pushed off, and now at 3 HP, you need to start putting down that healing or Ningguang will get knocked out.
Does have the Hydra Resonance to work with, but Nkoe's dice is running low as well. As long as Juko swaps all just a little bit longer, should
you can do cube skill burst.
I mean, the dice, the HP to withstand it. But even if we are able to live this round, there is still 1 more turn of Bennett burst to worry about.
Yeah, and like you said, with the full rotation, the fact that Cube has so much free reduction from their golden troops and their Storm Terror's layer, I don't know. I mean, can we actually get a double 11 like you mentioned earlier?
This turn, no. Next turn, maybe.
Yeah, that would be quite the sight to see.
To be scared
really,
of.
goes for just okay, normal attack isn't the worst thing in the world.
It's fine as well. Looks like we're out of dice now for Nkoe. This is our time to go in if we are Chikua. Looks like there wasn't quite enough dice to do a skill on Cube. Maybe if we were to do it, it wouldn't have really changed anything. And if we want his Cube, we might not have enough dice to swap off, and we want to keep our discounts going for next turn as well. So I think this is fine as well. Next turn, because we don't need to Bennett burst, we will actually have more dice to work with on Cube, and we should also have a Parametric Transformer being activated as well if we do play that.
Ooh, that would be very strong as well. They even have a seed box
and on
sure they can decost that. So that's going to be lots of fun for Nkoe, but that's all going to happen next turn now. Chikua sitting... Wait. Oh! It's 0 cost Cube!
Oh, it's 0 cost Cube!
Oh my goodness, I'm like, there's no way you did that. But that makes a ton of sense. The fact that Storm Terror's layers are both active and the Golden Troop has fully stacked up to its maximum value. And Koi, yeah, popping off. He's like, yeah, baby, look at it. Watch me go.
This is his time to shine. I mean, Cube is guaranteed to lethal at least 1 character. Chikua doesn't actually have the healing for this, I don't think.
Yeah, most definitely. They're going to drop in the damage reduction talent from Xingqiu, but it is going to be a big hit. Ouch! And they will not survive another hit. Even, I don't think, Hydra Res might save them.
Next hit does 5. Hydra Res swap Barbara. Barbara lives on 1 HP.
Yeah.
That's the only way we live right now. But Hydra Res gone. Barbara's at 1 HP. Will heal up to 2 in the end phase.
Yeah, but that is very rough. Cleanse off the Electro one. Ow! What a hit. Yeah, Chikua is gritting his teeth like, ah, man, they got me there.
I think this is game over for Chikua. There's nothing he can do. His characters are very, very low. I mean, the tenacity of the Milla will help refresh some effective HP next turn, but 1 more turn of Bennett burst to work with, and Cube can just do that again.
Yep. There is the potential line of Barbara getting Calx Arted into a burst, but I don't even think that that's helpful because, like we said, 11 HP per skill and all the way discounted thanks to a Storm Terror. Maybe not as much this turn, but still, my goodness. Like, it's just how do you survive something like that?
Cube can do so much damage, especially when we roll good like this. Depending on how many discounts Enkoi still has left on Cube, we don't get the golden troop one, unfortunately, but depending on how many discounts is on him, we could still do 2 skills this turn.
Oh yes, absolutely. Let's see here. It looks like, yeah, it's already reduced a little bit. You probably... I think you could implore 2 this turn. Or maybe, no, I think we're 1 dice short, yeah?
We're 1 dice short, unless we get Gambler's Reset, in which case that's a different story.
But there is... I guess it actually would go net neutral because there is the option for Enkoi to go for the Elemental Burst, Lightning, Lockdown, but unfortunately it wouldn't actually do anything because Dawn Winery isn't playing.
I mean, it would make it so it costs 1 dice instead of 3 to do it.
That is true.
And considering with how Chico isn't really running that much dice generation as opposed to like a classic stall deck where you run Tenchu and Vaughn and all that, spending 1 extra dice could actually be a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Chico was mad. They're not getting the Calx art, so they really want to fully heal their team to have a chance at surviving. So, and that's all the draw that is available in this deck. So unfortunately, you're going to have to work with that food or you will fall to the cube.
Good news here, though, is because Enkoi wasn't able to get that extra golden troop discount. There isn't actually enough damage right now to do 2 RPSs, and without that second RPS, he can't get that Gambler's Reset. So currently, if we're Chicoa, we are safe.
Yeah.
No reason to be scared of anything.
Let's see here. We get the RPS. What are we going to do with those remaining dice? We could move over to Age to Hutno and start stomping.
Could choose to do that. Oh, Fast Swap Bennett's skill as well is only 7 damage. Zing is just 1 HP off. I think we go for the RPS anyways, and then we can do a Fast Swap Bennett's skill on any of the other characters, which would be enough to lethal at one of them, because they will all be at such low HP and with Electro Aura to boot.
Yeah, most definitely. But that amount of extra time is going to Chicoa the opportunity to draw into that Calx art, and that is going to be a big deal, being able to reset the HP, and Bennett Burst is gone, and Enkoi needs to deploy it again at some point.
There is no drawing handle, so can't find the Calx. As long as Chico's able to lethal 1 character this turn, he will be in a significant advantage. Just needs to find that first.
Oh no, the parametric. Wait a minute. Uh-oh.
So because of the way Enkoi's dice works out, he can't even activate this parametric by himself.
Yes, it'll be Chicoa who needs to help them activate it, and I think Chicoa is going to recognize this and maybe even be prevented from using one of their elemental skills.
Ooh, this is dangerous. The lightning and lockdown, the burst of Cube coming down, as you said, Kojo, limiting the shield from Xingqiu, putting them to just 4 HP, setting us up for maybe a Gambler's Reset if our RPS goes off.
Yep, but are we going to allow it to happen? Lightning lockdown, setting the dice back to neutral, so it will cost Chicoa 1 to move around. Only 5 dice and the Hydro. Lyman cannot help you. Vanarana could help you, but outside of that, you're also going to overdraw, so watch out. Ooh, bold move.
Ning Burst right now will do 8 damage, popping the Cube Revive. The problem is that we don't actually have enough dice to do an actual
Nothing to be scared of.
Cube will live on 1 HP this turn, allowing him to complete the rock, paper, scissors combo.
Yeah, it would be quite dangerous to stay still on Ning Wong. You know, you already have to tune it so much, and then Cube will simply come back and then go for their skill, and then you're still in the same scenario that you were before.
What Chicoa might be trying to bait here for Enkoi is Burst to do 8 damage into double woven normal attack. That will do enough to lethal the Electro Cube.
And oh my, Enkoi goes in for the extra draw off of the stove, gets a parametric max value. Boar Princess as well, predicting that Cube probably will fall this turn. So lots of stuff and lots of resources that they can work with.
Unfortunately, Crown Cube falling is only a bait for Chicoa. He doesn't actually have what it takes. Whoa, that's big.
No, the Gilded Dreams. Chicoa is they're shaking their head. Nah. Oh no, that's so painful.
That's 6 dice. Oh no, that's
really
guaranteed Gambler's Reset. We don't have enough HP.
How many stacks is the GT?
All the characters are unfortunately a little too low. Even if you Hydro Res, the Cube will eventually do that 5 damage skill from rock, paper, scissors, and you're going down. Oh, it hurts.
We could swap to Barbara, tank another hit, and then we need to eat like a Lotus on Ning, and then she lives on 1. Okay, this could still be fine.
Yeah, still could be okay. Oh, but it hurts so much damage, and you're being pushed.
Lotus swap Ning, and she lives. The problem comes next turn, though.
Yep, the problem definitely comes next turn. Let's see here. Chicoa probably sees the line, but just calling out any way they can make it a little safer. What about Xingqiu swap Lotus, no?
That would work as well. They're both at the same HP.
Yeah, I guess you want to put them into that checkmate scenario though, because afterwards, like we mentioned, right, Ningguang burst has enough to take out a cube just off of the reaction. So yeah, we're gonna. Oh, okay. No, want to play it safe.
Xingqiu is better because he is less important than Ning in this deck.
Yeah. And we also have to deal with the end phase damage, right?
Only one. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that is fair.
The thing is, though, because of that, there is no Gambler's Reset. Like, Cheek was having a sigh of relief there, but he does not like what he sees.
Yeah, no, it is a relief when calm before the storm, because even after Cube goes down, Bennett and Asia are super healthy, and they're a core as well in and of their own right that can absolutely take down other opponents and games.
And Koei, though, probably not happy either. He wasn't able to get the Gambler's Reset that he so desperately wanted, so we'll just swap off and get those discounts back.
Absolutely. Boom! There we go. There goes Xingqiu. Gets a little extra dice. Of course, can't actually use anything. Wait, but there's a parametric reset.
Barbara's gone. It's solo Ning.
Yep, solo Ningguang versus 8 and 7. Definitely not going to happen from here.
And there's the Ajdaha burst as well. Unfortunately, because the Gamblers is on Cube, you can't actually burst onto Ajda right now.
Did they just miss lethal?
Oh, very bold. Oh, wait, yeah, because Gamblers reset here. Oh, my goodness.
Some more dice to work with. Probably just Vanarana, honestly.
Yeah, just Vanarana to pass it over, but that is maximum efficiency, and they're just going to stand. So it doesn't even matter if Ningguang takes out this cube. It is just going to come back, and Asia is going to go for a stomping party.
Ooh, no more healing for Ningguang. No more swap stalling for Chico. His HP dwindling. His hopes falling by the minute. Looks like Nkoe will take game 4.
Yep, absolutely. All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Probably even, you know, Nkoe's probably going to swap to Bennett after getting lethal.
I mean, even the lethal won't happen. There's the revive on Cube still. Just RPS again. What are you going to do?
True.
Burst on Ning is only going to do 6 damage right now. With the, you know, the extra crystallized shield, the Cube actually lives on 1 HP, and his revive won't get popped. So you can just RPS again and then go Bennett after.
Yep, let's see here. I believe that is Masutake reroll, so you can get a little bit of healing, but outside of that, ooh, okay, Judgment. But
little does he know, he has no cards to use.
Exactly. There is the fast swap, so it doesn't matter, of course, you know, setting up the Jade screen just to make sure that they can get a little bit of a damage boost. Ajdaha should be lethal here.
Well, and Chico is getting a taste of his own medicine, getting swap cell now by Nkoe. And of course, this is super effective because there's only one character left on Chico. He can't swap stall back. He's either forced to do a skill or just end.
Absolutely. Here we go. What are we thinking, Chico?
And this is the pain of a stall deck. When you are forced onto that singular character, it is weaker in comparison to your opponents. You are reliant on the fact that you have more HP, more sustain, and more dice than them in order to outlive them. But against a deck like this, it's not really possible.
Yep, Vanarana is just to pass it over. Chikawa knows their fate is sealed. Nkoe skill into, burst into skill actually, boom! And then go in for the big fire stick whack, I think. Nah, it still needs one more hit. There we go.
All right, one more action, we'll be good.
Yep. Play a parametric for the funny. Nah. There it is. GG's. Nkoe takes another game. Thumbs up to the camera. And there is one more. We're going to a game 5.
Yeah, rock, paper, scissors into the KO. That is what Nkoe is trying to tell the crowd, and that is exactly what happened in the game. Nkoe evens it out 2-2, and this is his 2nd time on stream in a game 5. The last time in the upper bracket, he lost, being knocked down here to face Chikawa. Whether or not that will happen again and he gets eliminated, or perhaps he overcomes his obstacles and advances, that we'll have to see in the next game.
Yeah, that was a very surprising matchup, especially with the very slow start. And unfortunately, Chikawa could not find any means to transfer that energy over to Katie or over to Barbara, right? Because that way they could have healed and survived a bit longer, but it was just not working out in their favor. And honestly, maybe even as a stall deck, they played too slow.
Maybe, but even though we weren't able to find the calcs to transfer over energy to Barbara, what's getting transferred to your accounts for the raffle winners are some juicy Primo Gems.
Look at those wonderful Primo Gems. And once again, we're in a game 5 scenario, so we have another raffle coming your way, so stay tuned for that.
And we have even more Primo Gems, so if you want to participate, be sure to go to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. There will be a lovely moderator to tell you how to participate. But we are only going to give away 2 winners for every single game. So if you want more gems, be sure to wish for a longer series.
Yep, and I mean, hey, you got your wish. My goodness, can you believe both of our games, they've been in a Game 5 scenario, neck and neck.
I mean, I still retain my title as the counselor who's given away the most Primo Gems, so if someone wants to do the math on exactly how many I've given away on cast, let me know in the comments. I'll take a peek at that later.
I think I could definitely look through that because we have our previous tournaments because we're always doing tons of giveaways, so it's going to be great for you guys to support the tournaments and let us know that you love these Primo Gem raffles, etc. through the QR code because I could definitely go calculate how many. I bet you're probably sitting at, let's see here, right? It's been these 2 matches. I bet you're sitting at maybe 10,000 or more.
Yeah, I even did a lot more, like 5 matches back in Atlantic, but that's something for another day. We have another game coming over. Enkoi is forced onto his final deck of the Herald Claymore. He's been struggling a little bit on this deck today, and Chico, of course, forced onto his stall deck. This is the Game 5 for all the marbles. Winner advances, and the loser drops.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is going to be very difficult in the lower bracket. It is going to be Herald Claymore versus Ningguang Stall or Life Sentence with a little bit of modifications from Chikua's custom package, and we'll see how this works out. Like we mentioned earlier, you have to worry about the freeze and your own self-hydro application.
Yeah, I mean, Enkoi, because he is facing a slower stall deck, can take as long as he wants for the setup. One of the pain points of Herald Claymore is sometimes in the turn 1, if you don't get all the ramp you need, you kind of struggle a little bit. But against a slower deck like this, you don't need to rush for it. You can take all the time you need to slowly gather all your pieces. And hey, save your discounts on the walls, great stuff for your artifacts instead. You can just play that at full cost and ramp for the next turn. Oh, I don't mind to tell you.
Yeah, you might as well. You may be able to heal up to 10 HP, but Gravestone realistically doesn't care about it, right? Because let's see the line for a Gravestone. We've seen it so many times at this, right? So you equip Gravestone onto your character who does a 3 damage skill, right? And then that's going to be, first you're going to do 4 damage to the opponent, right? Let's say they have some overshields, right? And from there, you should just be able to, skill like 2 to 3 times, and then it doesn't matter if they have 10 HP and shields.
Man, it's gone. And with how much dice this deck is able to generate, you can very easily eliminate stall in a single turn, but you need to make sure it's a single turn. Unlike the previous deck, you can't refresh your magic. You only have 1 use of it. You can't refresh magic like you can refresh a Bennett Burst. So you only have 1 opportunity. And if you cannot make the most of that 1 chance, you will never get it again.
Yep, as long as Chikua probably gets a little luckier. Maybe, one of the things we referenced, right, they played a little too slow. They were not willing to equip those artifacts immediately on that turn 1 because, you know what, Enkoi wasn't going to do much in the first place, right? And there was no point in doing a double normal attack, right? Ningguang does not do a lot of damage off of that. Even if you charged up your burst, won't matter when you can't actually make full utilization of it.
Yeah, I think what both these players need to do is fish for the setup. Get set up first, get set up faster, and then profit from there. Don't try to rush in the damage. There's no need to do that. You'll have plenty of opportunities down the line.
Absolutely. The better setup you have, of course, you don't get lucky with cards that help you draw. Okay, that's definitely fair. But as long as you can get your setup, you will have more opportunities to Ningguang Burst and or Barbara Burst.
Man, this list is so bad.
The name of the game for Enkoi is to find the puzzle pieces, find all of our magic, find our gravestones, equip it, and then wait until we have all of our setup, and then go in with everything all at once. For Chikua, stall. I mean, that's his deck. So we wait out the magic for Enkoi. We try to bait him into using his resources prematurely. We want him to use it in like a little bit of a trickle. A little bit of magic here, a little bit of magic there. We absorb damage here, we absorb damage there. We don't want it to come in all at once because then that is too much for our characters to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as long as Chikua is able to weed out Enkoi's damage pop-off with the Gildeds, you will run out of resources in his deck. You're going to have to worry on raw damage with Claymore at the end.
Yeah, I mean, even with the raw damage on Claymore, it is still a lot, but it's not nearly enough to break through all of the shields and heals of this stall deck. So as long as Chico was able to bait out the dice, like a little bit here, a little bit of there, he should be able to win. But on the other hand, even if he does do that, without the setup, without the artifacts to tank the damage first, he will never reach a point where he's able to win.
Absolutely. Now, what's going to be fun about this matchup is that this time Fortress of Meadowfeed is actually going to be quite relevant because things like Liar Song, Boar Princess are all going to be disabled if you have this Fortress of Meadowfeed active.
And unlike the last game, I mean, Herald already applies a lot of Hydro anyway, so you don't need to be scared of doing the Barber Melody loop to get your healing, and that will charge up the Faltka that much faster. So it'll be a very different matchup for Chico. It's going to be played very, very differently, but the game plan for both players remain the same.
Absolutely. There's also Passing of Judgment. We got to see it played last time to no effect, though. So it is possible that this can also stop one of Enkoi's damage pop-off turns, but it is to be seen how else this will shape up. Hopefully they get those draws right. That's just the most important thing.
This actually looks winnable
if
for
Chico gets a
Mingguang,
clean start, they're going to hold a very much
which
be
is
able to
annoying.
match up with the tempo of KDF Enkoi.
The thing is that there's that if he doesn't get it, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Both of these decks are so reliant on their setups, but unlike Enkoi, this deck doesn't run countdown. It's going to be a lot hard to find your pieces if you don't have them in your opening hand.
Let's hope for a livened start for Chico. And as we get this match started, it is the start of the Primo Gem raffle, the last one that me and you will be doing today, but don't worry, we have plenty more coming down the line. But 2 chances to win 1,000 Primo Gems, so head over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel and enter with the moderator.
Yeah, be sure to let us know what you... And also, when we get into game, there will be a little QR code in between the player portraits occasionally. Be sure to give that a scan. It'll lead you to a feedback form. And in there, you can tell us what you like about the stream, what you dislike, what we can improve, and if there's anything you want us to do on here on the cast, put it in there.
Absolutely. You can give Sumi more opportunities to give away tons and tons of Primo Gems. I'm sure you're hitting the record at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be another long series for us, though thankfully this time it's not in the middle of the night.
I know, right? That was me yesterday, but that's going to be A-okay. You know, I do expect some slow moments in this match, but at the end of the day, I'm very excited to see these two go head-to-head. Enkoi was excited for this matchup. Maybe it's a little too early, but regardless, this is Enkoi versus Jigwa. Game 5, let's go!
Ooh, we can see Enkoi keeping the Gravestone turn 1. That's typically not something you do, but I think that he's doing this because of what we said earlier.
Chat,
right?
I'm back.
All the time he needs to fix
See,
pieces.
I told you,
so
it's so
you can equip it
predictable.
early, you don't need
Like,
to find it later,
just
and
watch.
you will have the
Enkoi
insurance.
will
You
win
always
this
have
whole
that
thing.
Gravestone
Like,
ready.
moves Gravestone, potentially round 2 OTK, round 3 OTK, doesn't matter. As long as Enkoi gets moves Gravestone early, gets as many dice as possible in one round, to the point where Chico can do nothing and just sit back and, you know, just watch the disaster unfold.
Okay, hear me out. Keep strategize and toss count.
Yeah. Also, a lot of people from yesterday's watch party are leaving. I mean, I don't blame them because yesterday the whole tournament lasted for like what, 10 hours? Like, yeah, Kevin G is sleeping.
Chico, the main defensive tool in this
SI
deck
is
are the
still
Tempest
here,
Zealots
like,
and
damn.
Ancient Helm, but the turn you play
And,
them, they don't actually
yeah.
give you shield, so this is
I
a
mean,
window of opportunity
like,
that
dude,
could
we're not
capitalize
even
on,
at
although
the
most
half
decks aren't
point
able to.
of the tournament yet. Like,
Yeah, well, I don't know why.
Okay, well, let's fix those
Yeah.
dice first, my friends. Already
also,
leading
let me
for
end
turn,
the
grab water,
poll.
take a
Who
sip.
you guys
Let's
vote
see
for?
here.
Wow, Chico?
Alright.
Really?
Problem for Chico.
You guys thought that Chico will win 55%?
Oh yeah, that's actually a lot of an issue.
Well,
Wait, Enkoi
unfortunately, I don't think Chico will win unless KDF Enkoi will somehow throw, and I don't know. Like, I absolutely don't know how.
Countdown to the show and into Gravestone doesn't actually work, huh?
But yeah.
No, this is fine for Enkoi because he can just play the countdown to fix his dice, and he can still play the Gravestone at full cost and just strategize.
And now I'm
instead.
back
Yeah.
because
Pull for anything alive and or Tomato would be
yeah.
nice. Ooh, unlucky. This is fine
He
though.
fell
This is
asleep.
fine.
This is okay, you know, thankfully, Chikawa is not going to do anything
I
the first turn. There is
Kevin
a
signed up
artifact
for
equip,
only
but it's only
one.
the
He's
healing
not
one,
even
right? So it's
planning on
not going to be the
playing.
biggest deal.
He
I'm not
can
sure.
swap Herald, Golden Troop Chongyun, and then Ancient Courtyard, Rhythm of the Great Dream, free Gravestone equip into skill. This is a perfectly okay
He has more of
play
an
for
NA
Enkoi.
sleep
Yeah,
schedule.
it will reveal your hand a
than
little
any
early, but
people
you
here.
gotta do it if you want to make sure
There
that
you
you can
go.
get that Gravestone shenanigans up. In
There's also
Chikawa's seats
Cats
before they
there
start equipping
gathering
things like
as
tenacity
well.
and/or barriers from Ningguang and
Honestly,
Xingqiu
this
respectively
this
to make
season
sure
of
that you
Cats
could
Still
not
Gathering is
Gravestone
so
hard.
point flipping. I mean, I don't know, but a lot of people are, or few people actually.
Yeah, definitely an okay line.
I
because
guess,
they do have Ancient Courtyard and Gilded Dream, so they are going to make utilization of that. But outside of that, here comes the next
thing,
turn.
Bennett.
A very healthy ramp with
Bennett,
the
Harold,
on run, I believe. I think they
Cube.
may have scooped up dice. Yes.
Like, if you played Bennett Herald Cube properly, or at least know what to do, I feel like you can counter a lot of whale players out there, that's for sure. I mean, just like what happened yesterday to me at the tournament from GITCG Weekly, like, I got beaten by Air, who started Herald. He didn't build Bennett Burst until Herald flipped, who has, you know, talent equipped, and like, of course I was playing, you know, Leila Keqing, Air, Japanese player who beat me, started Herald, you know, tanks damage until Herald flips, until I got cursed, and you know, getting cursed is bad, so I tried to play around, but even I was playing around, it's not enough.
Actually, okay, hey, Chikuwa was able to get Calx Arts, but outside of that, what else are they really doing? Because if you, the problem here is that if you skill on Xingqiu, you will get frozen.
And I think the lesson learned there is that I don't think you go to Keqing at all, which I know, it sucks.
The thing is, after that though,
but the important thing is, I think, you have to apply cryo to everyone, so that by the time you go whale, you can freeze everyone easily, and you pretty much win the game. So yeah. Anyways, how you guys doing? Hope you guys are feeling okay.
Moves back to Herald. Looks like they're probably gonna go for skill since they've accepted that Chikuwa is probably also.
But don't worry, I'll be casting the second half.
Okay, no, we're swapped. That's how it goes.
I don't know if SI will be here still.
Now he's down to 6. Enkoi is perfectly fine with swap selling right now. His hand is atrocious. He is
SI's local time. It's like what? 4 a.m. Yeah, 4 a.m. ish.
Yeah, absolutely. That is 6 with the Gravestone.
I don't know if he'll be here for the rest of the tournament.
That's what Enkoi's fishing for. That instant.
But I'm definitely looking forward
from a character, you know, not having enough shield
again,
or other
Zcrimlet
to really stop it.
versus
Chico
Dio.
is debating, what do we move? Okay, yeah, that's good.
Alright, so Enkoi right now with the cards he currently has
and yeah, Enkoi versus Inzaghi, I think. Yeah,
is a different story, because once again, unlike the previous Bennett deck, once you use your magic, it's gone.
Why he used this deck again? Because Chikuwa is a stall player and he loves this deck. And I think this is a big mistake for Chikuwa. Absolutely, like, especially against Enkoi, who is very well known, like, in targeting people's decks with matchup back in the days. Like, yeah, if Chikuwa swapped this stall deck out, I feel like Chikuwa could have got more chance to win in this series in the lower bracket, that's for sure. But the fact that he still brings stall, just as Enkoi predicted it, like, yeah.
White just wanted to stay on Chongyun and do our skills.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Enkoi will potentially advance to the grand finals. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, dude, Inzaghi versus versus Enkoi later. Oh boy.
Stuff like this happens, you just aren't able to find your pieces in time.
Well, it loses the Sino anyway.
Inzaghi definitely needs to rest. Mentally, you know, rest, and then prepare to face Enkoi.
The Hydro skill, because you're just giving Chongyun
and yeah, prepare decks as well.
That I am going to try and knock
because
you out
again,
with
in this tournament, you can change decks every time you fought someone else, you know, in every other series. There you go. So we'll see what happens later at the final series of today. Enkoi versus Inzaghi.
If we go replace the
we'll see what decks they will bring.
You can have a huge dice lead over Enkoi.
Alright, I'm not gonna talk too much. I'm just gonna wait until the game ends, because after this one, we'll definitely gonna get a break.
Okay,
That's
Who's
for
going
sure.
to break first?
Then after
Not
that,
sure.
Zekrim versus Dio. I'm looking forward to most. And yeah, after that, the last one, yeah.
But it's gone. Once you use your magic, you are not getting it back again. So
Inzaghi versus Ankoi, yeah.
super important. If you go in too early, Chico will actually be able to withstand your pressure, and because you no longer have the dice and the damage to match it, it could chip you down from there.
Yeah, so there we go. Oh, hey, maybe the Fortress of Meripede will proc this time around, almost at its maximum stacks, and Ningguang's definitely gonna do another skill, and Herald will respond in kind.
Okay, but I'll just say this. If Chikawa plays this perfectly, and I do mean perfectly, with
okay, thankfully it wasn't a fast swap, but
full value Barbara burst, like +4/+4/+4 across the board, then that could change the game potentially.
So Barbara, as long as
but
you get
then again, Ankoi needs to gather all the resources that he needs so that, you know, you can just throw them all out in the upcoming rounds and just sweep, you know, just go for OTK potentially.
KDF Ankoi has gilded, which I mean, we can see that, right? And they can definitely discount it all.
So yeah,
is there really a point of moving off of Barbara? I mean, like what?
Here, right now, like Ankoi is building Chongyun Burst, which is really good. Barbara's at 4.
Here, if we do sacrifice Barbara,
Chikawa, I think, is definitely gonna go to Xingqiu NA. I think it's gonna be a skill.
There we go. At the minimum, Chikawa always has the dice advantage anyway, so I guess you will swap off regardless. 5 dice
but
to
I think,
play with.
oh no.
Probably Xingqiu normal attack, eh?
Normal attack is so bad. I think it's skill.
No reason not to. Yeah, Enkoi will choose to do the same. What? We might also choose to swap off onto Herald. That way we get to maintain our Golden Troop advantage.
But yeah,
definitely. There's also the option.
There's still chance, but it's a small chance. Like it's going to be.
But the artifact is probably important at Chongyun, huh?
Yeah, it's giving us extra dice to work with
70% win rate
yeah, I guess
for Ankoi, while for Chikawa it's 30% win rate. I mean 30%, it's not bad.
Okay.
It's still pretty big chance, right? 30%. So anything can happen.
With the terrible setup we have so far, because we're expecting to eventually draw into all of our tools. There's no reason to rush. If we rush, we're not as efficient with our damage, and if we're not efficient with our damage, we won't actually have enough to beat Chikawa. So we play it slow, we play it steady, and eventually accept the fact that we will win, even if we're going to.
And yeah, I know the fact that we didn't, I didn't focus much on this set. Did anything happen? I wonder.
Overdraw, because I think they'll miss it by basically just 1, right?
It could be a possibility.
No Mago Kenki SC, no Crab Mirror. Yeah.
The great thing about it is that
lost to Catherine.
Actually, like,
I think we did. I'll just
only go away once you finally use it.
Probably cross that out. Yeah,
already.
already.
Super useful for the fact that you can have a basically permanent reduction.
I mean,
just a small hand reveal. Honestly,
it was like last set, right? With Inzaghi, yeah. He got Catherine, which is really good. So I guess I'll cross that out. Why not?
Yeah, and with
Sign Overload, Egg Clutch, Rainbow Dice, all that stuff.
A lot of the work Enkoi has worked towards. And this is the great thing
we'll see what happens, especially in the next half, which I'm curious about.
Ignore whatever your opponent does.
Yeah, and this is where things get super duper.
Alright, this will be a long game, that's for sure. I'm not gonna bother casting the whole thing. I'll just wait for the
Princess, and effectively speaking,
for
you won't be able to get
Zekrimlet and Dio.
And this could be why we also pre-played that Rhythm of the Great Dream.
Yeah, like this series is so predictable. Like, come on.
They don't stack in general.
Like,
Rhythm of the Great Dream, you cannot have both effects at the same time because they are team status, and team statuses do not stack.
Unless Chico finds a way out, we'll see. But yeah. Alright, so, I'll see you guys later.
Enkoi's probably actually thinking about it. It's like, oh shoot, they already have a Prohibition to attack me, and I've been waiting for a long time. There is a chance they have Judgment, and if I don't choose to use any of these resources, I'm going to be locked into 8 die versus Chikawa's 10.
The thing is, though, even if Chikawa has 10 dice, he doesn't do a lot of damage with the 10 dice. Ningguang is 2 away from burst, so you can skill burst, which is quite painful. Maybe this is actually Enkoi's time to go in. If he doesn't, Chikawa could eliminate one of his characters. That will make it much harder for him to win in the future.
Yeah, there's another thing that they have to avoid, right? Because this time they actually do have the Calx art, so it only is 1 skill into burst for Ningguang if they so desire.
Ooh, something to note as well is that because of your prohibition, we can't actually get the full discount from Liar Song because we need to play another card to burn it first. So we're only going to discount it by 1. That's quite big.
Yep, now it's Chikawa's turn. Enkoi decided to not pop off. Will they get punished for it? Let's see.
Good. In theory, I mean, it all really does depend. We're 1 away from Chong Burst as well. We have a lot of magic to work with.
Quite difficult indeed. I don't know. I think it's okay to go for the Ningguang skill line because that way you're going to force Herald out and what? Chongyun freezes you, right? But then I guess you swap. I don't know. I guess it is a little bit of a risk to do that, huh?
Hydro finally on all 3 of Chikua's characters, though. You can't cleanse Hydro, so it'll be just here for the rest of the game. That also means we're not scared to skill on Xingqiu anymore.
Yeah, now we can finally start dishing out some damage. Getting that damage reduction online is going to be super duper helpful, while only Chongyun has the Claymore and Sayu is still equipmentless, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we were waiting for that second World's Greatest One to go in on Sayu, just not coming forth in time.
Ooh. Snapping a fast swap. I guess it's okay because everyone's applied with Hydro, but ouch!
Looks like he did play that purposefully. He burnt it on purpose. We are just going to go in now. Yeah, we're burning our magic. Okay, Ankoi's going in. We either win or lose this turn.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, thankfully, you know, Chikawa still hasn't played Passing of Judgment, so that's going to make sure that they're going to be able to continue using their magic, but it's passed back once again. Is Chikawa gonna do it?
There is the Curse and Undercurrent applied now to Chikua's team because of the burst of the Abyss Herald Wicked Torrent. Whether or not he chooses to finally try to expend the stacks this turn or wait a little bit longer remains to be seen. But yeah, Enkoi has went in with magic, and he's going to try to make the most of what he has this turn. Because next turn Prohibition will activate again. He's going to have to burn more cards for it. And since we decided to go in with the magic this turn, we need to go expend all of it to try to make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, looks like they're going to go probably for, yep, Chongyun skill? Was that? Because that might have been Golden Troop, bro.
It was Golden Troop.
Yeah, there we go. I have the feeling like that's not a normal attack, but there you go. Oh, Chongyun locked with Burst. That's a little scary, actually.
Oh, wait, and all 3 of Chikua's characters are within range of Wells Gravestone. Wells Gravestone with weapon plus a reaction will do 9 damage, and there is no Lotus in Chikua's hand. One of his characters are going to fall.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if we do the perfect line for your Anchor, you want to roll through it, right? Is the Liar Song. You also have Boar Princess stacks still available, and a second Boar Princess you really want to put on the second Gilded through the means of the Ancient Courtyard and equip the Gamblers. Enkoi is sitting in a slightly better position, especially since Chikua is way too willing to reserve this Passing of Judgment.
Minimum of 2 more actions for Enkoi, assuming he's able to get full magic. As you mentioned, Kojo, there is that Judgment still in hand. If Chikua wanted to live, he would either need to play the Judgment to deny Enkoi from using magic further this turn, or fast up to a character, tune a card, and then play the Hydro Resonance to heal a character above 9 HP.
Absolutely. Yeah, that has not come out. Chikua is still resorting to swap stalling. I'm starting to get a little worried. This is where Stall Deck is maybe pushing back a little too hard.
This could be okay as well, because the only way Xingqiu goes down here is if Enkoi burns the Chong Burst. And if we burn the Chong Burst, we might not have enough dice to get it back later.
Absolutely. Oh, there is the first Liar Song putting on the Golden Troop. And then we should, yep, there we go. Snap it off with the Gilded. Here we go. Okay.
All right.
Dice 4. Okay.
Even leaves us 1 dice to swap back over to Herald. Oh, not that we can use the Golden Troop because we did just replace it. All right, should be Burst coming. Oh, wait, we have Gamblers as well.
Yep, there we go. And there comes the Rhythm of the Great Gene and the Gamblers. That's going to be another reset, like you said. 2 actions a minimum. This is huge for Enkoi.
Oh, we didn't play the Rhythm of the Great Dream? I guess the 1 extra dice doesn't matter in this case.
Yeah, no, looks like they have enough just off of the Boar Princess. Boom! And now it's Barbara alone. Ningguang cannot do anything here.
Okay, well, Hatsutage meat rolls do bring... Oh, they don't actually bring Ningguang out of range yet, but they will suit in the end phase. I guess we're just letting Barbara tank it.
Yeah, Barbara's going to have to tank it. It's a Ningguang solo. Going to feel very, very uncomfortable, though. Barbara's going to take a lot of damage here. Ouch.
Yikes. Great play though from Enkoi. This has been a play he's been building towards since as early as turn 1, equipping Chongyun instead of Sayu, knowing that the only way he's going to break through all of the healing on Chikua's side is that Chong Burst, doing a big burst of damage all at once so you cannot heal it up slowly over the course of the game, making it so that he can eliminate one of Chikua's characters, making his victory that much closer.
Absolutely. It's, you know, kind of the concept of better late than never, because as much as Enkoi really wanted it in that turn 1, it was not able to happen. And now that Chikua is starting to swap a little too much, they have the opportunity, even if they have on-demand healing. Hydro from the Melody Loop has been applied to Barbara, and now she's gonna get frozen.
Not just yet though, because Chikua does have turn priority. That makes it so Enkoi cannot immediately eliminate her from the game. This gives him an opportunity to swap onto Ningguang.
Yep, this is actually quite dangerous now because the Jade screen comes down, cannot be broken, and the Calx Arts is available. Ningguang could easily burst down at Chongyun, so you gotta decide between Sayu and Herald who you want to move to.
I think you go Herald, you apply the Hydro, and then you just pass.
Yep, absolutely.
Both characters Hydro. Next turn, you just go into Chongyun's skill, and you kind of just win. Although there is a lot of healing you might need to worry about. You might not want to chunk her out a little bit more to make your job easier next turn.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Herald Prepare skill, though, is going to be able to take care of that, yeah.
Yeah, you want Hydro on both characters guaranteed. It just provides you so much flexibility, but we do need to tune something for that, though.
Most definitely. Probably one of the golden houses, as, you know, at this rate, you have spent your guild. The only thing you're waiting for is your second Wolf's Gravestone, which at this rate, I have a feeling you're not going to Sayu anytime soon.
I mean, Sayu with the Wolf's Gravestone is like your backup carry option if things do go wrong and Chongyun does fall. I mean, Catherine in this game has been pulling so much work, just allowing Enkoi to snipe characters, going over to Chongyun safely without being retaliated upon. Typically, she is a character that's very contentious among the player base. A lot of players think she's unnecessary, but in a matchup like this, she is pulling her weight.
Yeah, she's absolutely pulling her weight, especially with the fact of a swap stall on the side of Chikua. There's the first prepare skill. Should be, I think we're gonna just do only one and then pass, right, like you said?
I don't think there's a reason for us to tune our entire hand to do another skill. I mean, it's not like his revive has popped, right? So he doesn't do a lot of damage with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Xingqiu Talent coming a little too late. He's already gone, man.
And no more extra damage reduction on the side of Chikua. Our hand is full. We need to start clearing some of these cards, whether by tuning or just playing them.
Yeah, thankfully we have enough rainbow dice to work with, but from here, I guess, yeah, you can't, like, what are you going to use Timaeus for, right? Like, he's not even drawing out artifacts that you necessarily need. I believe it's still Helms on them, right, and not Tenacity of the Millelith.
Barbara, I believe, has a Heart of Cavarina, the 1+1, and Ningguang is the General's Ancient Helm. So there is still a lot of helpful artifacts in the deck if we can pull them out.
Yeah, honestly, I would just definitely put down the Timaeus then. Get Tenacity of the Millelith, because you know that Enkoi is not going to be able to lead you this turn, and make sure you get some dice value into the next one. Really? That is a shocker. You're going to skill?
Skill on the Melody will pop the Herald Revives. That's like a less stuff for us to deal with. Better pop it with 1 damage and get some healing off than pop it with Ning's skill to do 3. So it's just more efficient this way.
Yeah, more efficient this way, but I don't know. I really want to have Timaeus do something here, but you know what? If it doesn't work out, that's a-okay.
Can always just play him later. We still have a lot of dice to work with if we do want to play him. Ooh, okay.
I think we might be getting a little indecisive here, right? Because getting a tune, you know, possibly just to extend the timer, but in general, right, if you have this kind of dice, you should probably snap out the Herald rewrite before they're going to be a problem later if they ever get talent.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if this swap was the correct play, and as I predicted, Enkoi will just end the turn, going for a Chongyun solo next turn to hopefully have enough damage to win.
Absolutely. It really is a missed opportunity that Judgment really is not effective on Enkoi anymore, because now they have only, what, like a Lotus that you can block, and then, you know, there are some other things later, but that's about it.
Chikua cannot end on Ningguang this turn, because if he does, she's going to get frozen, and Barbara cannot make up for the lack of damage. You need to somehow end on Barbara, and even if she gets chunked down, that's fine. If you can fast up into Ningguang and do Calx Burst, and then eliminate Chongyun, Enkoi's going to have a lot harder time of winning. We need to swap over to Barbara eventually.
Yeah, it should just be the Hydra Resonance. You can even split it up a little bit. Yeah, even tunes Timaeus. Go for 1 Hydra Resonance here. Or actually, you don't even need to. Just move over to Barbara, double Hydra Res on top of her, and that way the Matsutake meat rolls healing over time is going to make them both a 10.
Barbara already has Matsutake meat rolls equipped onto her, so you might just want to save that second one for a little bit of extra value. Oh, there's no second one in hand. Sorry, both were played already. Thought there was a second one.
No healing from Chikawa. Oh my, that is quite scary.
Yeah, so smart play for Chikawa to swap back over onto Barbara, because if we didn't, Ningguang would have been frozen and we couldn't have utilized her burst, which at the moment I believe does do 9 damage, which is a lot. I think it is the Jade Screen on Barbara right now, so even with a Lotus, Chongyun will fall.
Yep, absolutely. This may be the crucial judgment turn. I may have been hampering on it, the fact that it wasn't played during the Gilded Pop-Up, but this is still the opportunity to make sure that you can stop any form of counterplay that Enkoi has.
Well, very nice. We finally drew into that second gravestone. If we want to go into Sayu instead, we might choose to do it. We have double golden houses as well to discount it, but unfortunately, our last Rhythm of the Great Dream was consumed earlier, so we cannot equip it for free.
Yep, but still a 1-cost gravestone is very, very nice. So yeah, actually, yeah, with the fact of being able to open up the other hypercarry, just make sure you skill on Chongyun, and then you're back to square one with a Sayu Claymore equip. It's gonna be a monster to deal with.
You know, better go on to Sayu
the Mihoyo staff.
Gravestone.
It was
like we're
in LA.
Jico needs to withstand a lot of damage. I think as long as he can win this turn, he would have done enough to chip away Enkoi's HP in order for him to take it from there. And also, as I said, Enkoi, once he uses his magic, he's not getting it back, and he's already consumed the majority of it.
Yep, and no more fuel to play with. Decides for Herald skill again, just trying to push the turn back over to Chikawa so they don't have to. No! The Calx Arts got burned!
Yeah, the overdraw coming in. Not that we need that second Calx Arts. One Ningguang burst is more than enough to win most games. As long as we are able to snipe away that Chongyun, Chico will be in a very fine position indeed.
Absolutely. There we go. Hydro Res, first off. There we go. Now, Barbara and Ningguang are not seeing a fall anytime soon. Okay, swap over to Ningguang. I see.
Yeah, because Herald is locked into that prepared skill. She will tank the hit just fine. Now, though, we might want to swap back. Otherwise, Ningguang will get frozen. And without her burst, we're not very threatening. We don't even have Xingqiu around to do damage.
We swap back
wow. A little bit expensive, but it is technically efficient. With Dynasty of the Middle, it's a very similar idea to Veteran's Visage. Equip it early, so that way, when your opponent attacks into you, still gain that dice.
Yeah, and we are expecting Enkoi to hit back, maybe swap into Sayu or something along those lines. Skill again on Herald. We just can't open up Chongyun. At this point of the game, even if Jico has very little card draw, we must expect him to have the Calx Arts in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. You've given so much draw, even without something like Wharf earlier. You know, you're not going to expect that they don't have anything. At this rate, I would be surprised if the players don't even have. They probably have 10 or less cards.
They're 2 hours behind schedule.
Yeah, not at all. If that is the case. Enkoi, though, here is put in a tough spot. Jico has been doing a great job absorbing these hits. Will finally go into the Chongyun, but this could be his fatal mistake.
Absolutely. There's that fast swap on Ningguang, and then Chongyun would simply fall, and then there's no more Frost Field available. Honestly, probably should have. I guess Chikawa has the restraint to never lethal Herald, huh?
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, because. You know, Barbara, of course, she only deals 1 damage, so once they proc the revive, they still can't have a free swap over. And it seems to be Enkoi has already burned the fast swap. We saw them break 1 just to make sure that they could use their other cards during the Gilded Pop-Off turn. And now, I guess you don't have another one, huh?
No, you don't. You only have 1 Catherine, 1 fast up in this stack. So after that Catherine stack is used, there are no more fast actions for Enkoi. And also, so because of that Catherine, she forces you to do a fast action the first swap you do. So it's forced to spend 2 dice on the swap stall instead of just 1.
Yeah, and look at Chikawa sitting nice and clean with the Dawn Winery. Has been able to get 2 free swaps off of all of this shenanigans. Well, there is one thing that's interesting, though. I guess, you know, the best thing that Enkoi can do, if we're definitely doing a lot of swap stall gameplay, right, is just try to reset the counter of the curse.
Oh, very smart. Now that the fast swap is burnt, is safe into swapping on that Ningguang. If Enkoi stays in order to skill, we can build that burst nice and safely, but If he swaps off, maybe this is our chance to burst. Okay, Sayu here is the correct swap to go to. If we stay on Harold, we get our revive pop for free and also get Ningguang free energy. If we go over onto Chongyun, he just dies the Calix burst. So going over to Sayu, we get that extra value from Gravestone and also get a swirl going as well.
Yep, we'll probably see the Gravestone come out in just a moment. Chikawa tuning to get enough dice, but also because their hand is way too full, they really need to start getting rid of some cards. Here we go. Skill. And now
it is actually just a normal attack. Does not want to consume the curse of the undercurrent just yet. This way, burst is still a threat, and Enkoi needs to waste more dice on the swap stall.
Yeah, this is quite the surprise. Oh man, Enkoi still moving back to Herald though. My goodness.
Is so painful to watch.
Enkoi can never move to Chongyun so long as Chikuo has at least 4 dice, because that's when the burst can come out, and that's when he will be taken out. And with the way things are going, it looks like Enkoi is slowly but surely getting chipped out. He was not able to break through Chikuo with that one decisive turn, and this is the consequence.
Absolutely. Yeah, there is one thing I haven't really refactoring in. It's the fact that Catherine, because she's already been disabled from the first move of the match, so that means that, you know, she hasn't actually been riding much fast swap, because you do have the potential to fast swap over to Chongyun, right? Because this is actually where it would happen right now, but otherwise, it's a bit of an issue, you know, without having that fast swap to use.
Yeah, it is a serious concern, because Chikuo, as long as he swaps stalls correctly, his Ningguang will never be in threat. That does sometimes mean he needs to expend a little bit of extra dice, but as long as he can snipe the Chongyun of Enkoi, he will win eventually.
Yeah, this is one of the issues of Catherine as the reasoning very early on when we never really use the card. It makes your play very much predictable, and you know, when you have to always do a fast swap on your first move and no other means to redo it, now this freeze line is nearly impossible.
Yeah, it's very hard for Enkoi to benefit here, and I mean, even if both players just swap around and do a single skill every single turn, Chikuo will eventually win out because he has the shields to tank it. Enkoi does not.
Yeah, absolutely not. Oh, it's a slow burn, but that is how the stall deck is going to go. And look at that! Enkoi is officially out of cards.
Nothing left in the tank. We have used all of our magic, all of our resources. There is nothing left for us. Man, if we maybe got that Liar Song earlier on our big combo turn, that could have finally helped us broken through, but just coming too little, too late. Now Chikuo has had his opportunity to heal all of his characters up, has his setup all locked and loaded, and there's just nothing we can do here. It's going to be a slow drowning for Enkoi.
Absolutely. There's even the judgment that never needed to be played in the first place. There's still like a Liar Song and a Lotus. I have a feeling Chikuo is gonna throw it out at some point just to mess with Enkoi. It's just like, hey, you had like that one, the last card you can play, right? Well, not anymore.
Yeah, and Enkoi doesn't really have any characters to swap style to. No good options. Will just be forced to skill on Herald. If he swapped over to Sayu, now that she's taken a hit from Ningguang, she is actually within burst range. Burst of Ningguang right now does do 9 damage.
Yep, once again pushing them to the checkmate scenario. Chikuo can now be a little more aggressive, probably just throw a normal attack at Herald, push them up to revive. Yeah, there is no Herald talent in this scenario either, eh?
Yeah, and every single time we do a Herald skill, Chikuo just swaps the Ningguang as he is locked into that prepared, so he can take 2 hits with his shields on Ningguang safely, getting some extra value on top of that. And yeah, man, the swaps are free because of Don Winery, and this forces Enkoi to spend more dice. And if Enkoi normal attacked on Herald, that is so incredibly dice inefficient that he will never have enough damage anyways.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wonder at what point Chikuo gets rid of the Curse of the Undercurrent, I guess it would probably be when Ningguang bursts. I don't know. I feel like you can get rid of it at any time at this rate. You know, you always have Hydro applied to yourself. You can't cleanse it. You know that Chongyun's locked out. He can't actually do anything in this scenario. So you might as well put down a Melody Loop, perhaps.
There's no reason to, though. All of your characters are perfectly healthy anyways. So there's no point in clearing it. It's just spending extra dice for no reason, and you never know when Enkoi might reset it. So just keep it as it is. Don't spend the extra dice.
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, it's one of the interesting value propositions from the Herald is that if you already have Curse of the Undercurrent available, there's no point in trying to refresh it because there's a maximum stack of 2. You can't go any further than that. So it's definitely something I run into. I'm just like, I don't want to burst because I already have it on them.
Ooh, looks like Chikwa is changing things up, replacing one of the Von with the Don Juan for his swap stall this turn. He's going to be able to carry less dice into the next round, but he will have more of them to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, of course, now that you can see visually that Enkoi is out of cards and has already used multiple of their Gildeds and Liar Sons, etc., this is the chance for you to just, you know, kind of quadruple dip into Dawn Winery, and then once Enkoi is out of dice, start just knocking him out left and right.
So we do have one more free equip of Gilded. We take it off Chongyun and put it back on with the Liar Song and also the Tamea stacks. But after that, after we use that, it's done. We officially have no more magic. And even with the magic we currently have, I still don't think it's enough for Enkoi to actually win.
Here is a fun question. Now that Jade Screen and all Tenacity shields are gone, does Lotus into Chongyun actually help him survive on at least one? Because right now, we have +1 damage for the Fruit of the moment. That is the furthest the damage boost goes. Ah.
He lives on 1 HP, but it doesn't matter because, I mean, you just break it with Barbara and then what?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, without... Oh, well, they haven't used that Catherine fast swap yet.
That's true, but you don't care about the damage on Barbara.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
Just fast up on Chongyun, Lotus, and then like Liar, all of that. You only have 5 dice afterwards. You can only do a single skill, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, that is the issue. I'm imagining that without all of that, even the last card being Countdown, so unfortunate because you can't do anything with that.
And there's the Curse of the Undercurrent. This is why we didn't consume that last stack. It makes so we have a little bit of more value to work with. We don't give the extra dice tax to Enkoi.
Yep. You know, I think Chikwa will actually draw their last card in the next round. So that is going to be quite funny. Let's see what is sitting at the bottom of the deck, right? But now 10 dice to work with versus 1. Even if there's a reset, what is it really going to bring you?
If we are tracking Enkoi's cards correctly, we know he doesn't have any Boar Princess left. So even if he was able to fast one to Chongyun, Liar Song Gilded, he wouldn't actually have enough dice to do a skill. So we should be able to safely swap into Ningguang here. And yes, we are.
Yep. Probably skill. Oh, Gravestone on Desayu. Okay, not the worst thing in the world, but no moves left. Oh no. Goodbye, Herald. It was nice knowing ya.
The reason we didn't use our magic here is even if we are able to do another skill in Herald, it just doesn't matter. Oh, what are we doing here?
I think we're finally going to enjoy our turn to its fullest. Go onto a skill of Barbara, get rid of that Curse of the Undercurrent, and knock out Herald for good this time.
No more Herald to work with, and we can now swap. Oh, we actually can't.
No,
Still
we
one
can't.
curse to work with.
Yeah, even if you have double Dawn
Okay,
Winery,
the game's over, right?
You can only dip in 4 times, and now I believe, you know, I just thought, I think Chikwa has swapped more than 4 times, right?
Chikwa has swapped a lot of times, but yeah. 4 dice remaining. We can't skill again on Bar. We can normal attack if we want to, but it's kind of bad.
Yeah, looks like Chikwa got this. Wow.
She's only on the General's Ancient Helm, so throughout the
Okay,
course of the remaining
here's I think what happened, because I didn't, first of all, I didn't pay attention, right? So
Oh wow, goes for
it's
the Hydra,
either
really wants to keep Barbara
Chikwa
nice and
Hyrule
healthy and doesn't even
with
put the nasty on.
early
I suppose
equipment,
Ivana
I
Veronica
think,
can take it. Oh my goodness, it's Egg.
or early, you know, good early board state. There we go. Like double Dawn Winery, Fortress of Merkid, Vanarana, and all that stuff. Meanwhile, Enkoi, I don't know, he probably did not roll that good compared to Chikwa, and I think that's what happened.
We can see a deck like Enkoi's who's only able to use other effects once.
Bro, bottom deck Egg.
And now we have a very interesting situation here because, like we talked about, there is the
doesn't even need Xingqiu. How funny.
This time, Morton of America is finally
wow, there's Judgment as well on top of that. Wait.
All disabled.
Yeah, no magic for Enkoi this round. He needed to use it last round, but just wasn't able to find the correct opportunity. And now, finally, in this final round, it doesn't.
Yeah, like Enkoi decked out, 3 cards left. Dice are a bit of a cringe.
You can snap.
Like,
you know,
it's,
through this
yeah,
and just use,
Chikwa
like, you know,
1,
maybe
wow.
Lotus, or even Countdown. I mean, Countdown is way too much cost. But
what a
the
game.
problem, right, is that in general, like, especially if Chikwa ends up playing that passive,
what
Judgment,
an
you can only
absolute
ever
game.
dip into one of these cards.
Oh.
Ah, you hate to see it.
Lotus going away. Not that it matters. All three of our characters
at this point, Chikwa is chilling.
Anyway, so
absolutely.
Just get that Gilded Dreams, get it played, get the dice, and hopefully, maybe this round we do something.
Yeah, no, I don't think
Ended
so.
up using the golden houses to decost everything
yeah,
even the Timaeus, right?
Whatever, right?
But I think didn't even.
And then what?
Didn't even use the Timaeus, but I think Enkoi knows it's over. Going for this last ditch effort. Getting the
Chikwa finally won with his stall deck.
But here is the threat that he's been.
I mean, that's also what happened yesterday, right? Against
the perfect top deck discipline. Here it
against
Ningguang.
CJR, yeah.
Actually, no. They have to burst. Yeah, they can't do a skill.
Skill only does 3.
Yep.
Same thing happened.
No reason not to.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Funny enough. Was it the same matchup? Oh no, wait, it wasn't. It was double Cryo Senora, right? With Thunder Manifestation.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Right.
It really doesn't.
I guess it doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't matter. You could have gone for the normal attack, but regardless,
wait.
It's just a Ningguang with 7 dice and still more to play with. So we're gonna see Ningguang probably just take the game right here.
I mean, what?
There is.
Okay, what Enkoi can do? Swap.
Really do here. I mean, the undercurrent is cleared as well.
Oh my God, skill. Okay.
So much
3
damage.
damage. Yeah.
Running no
whatever.
healing. All of this
wait.
is permanent damage too.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait.
We can definitely tune out the rest of our hand.
There's
and
Frost
go in
Field.
for another skill. This is going to last into the next 2 rounds, but after that, you know, at that rate,
wait, Chikwa can just NA. Just NA.
Is going to be able to take the game.
What do you discard here?
Sure. There's just not much Enkoi can do here. I mean, next round he could
you never discard calcs.
Yeah,
strategies. Wait, why not even Judgment? Like, Judgment is pointless at this point.
Yeah, most definitely.
Like, 0 cards, 1 card left in hand. Yeah, what? Okay, sure.
Oh yeah, no, I guess you get to play more swings. So yeah, it is actually going to be a double freeze. Barbara may be in a little bit of danger, but regardless, I think
2 hours
as
behind
long as Ningguang lives, it will be all over for Enkoi.
Oh my God.
Even gives the turn priority over on Chico. You can see his defeated face. He knows this is over. There is nothing he can do to turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, you can see the wow,
Lotus, okay.
and Lotus, my goodness.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. Skill from Ningguang will be
okay, at this point, Enkoi needs to high roll really good. Dice.
He doesn't have enough damage to win, and that's what's important.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Herald
not bad.
The taxation through the
double NA, sure, and then what?
Burst, but
Nothing.
Chikwa has the mental taxation on their side. They have remained calm the entire time. Even their heart rate,
yeah, Chikwa is calm
below
the
100s
entire time. Damn.
Unfortunately,
Saving Judgment for BM, trust.
Slowly be picked apart by Ningguang.
I gotta say,
saving Judgment for next set.
Probably because the stall deck is his comfort deck. If he's
oh my God! Wait, if Chikwa wins,
confident in it, whether that's comfort or beliefs, or if he believes it is
wait, freeze. Okay.
It's working one way or another. Enkoi has nothing left to win.
Yeah, it's cooked. Wait, that means we're gonna have Inzaghi versus Chikwa later. Oh my God, dude! If Chikwa brings stall again in the last match, in the last series for today, I'm out. Like, I'm seriously out. Like, seriously? Oh, come on. Calcs are for BM and egg? Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah. At this point, just concede. Just straight up concede. Please concede so that we can save time. Please, thank you.
Nothing he can do. Next turn as well, the Frostfield from Chongyun will
I mean, respect for Enkoi to not,
to delay the game just that little bit longer, and it will be
concede. I mean, honestly, if I was in Enkoi's shoes right now, I would concede. I would say, you know what, fuck this, I'm out. Like, seriously, yeah, at this point, just give up. Yeah, seriously. Okay, Enkoi, just end the round. Come on. Just end the round. Pick it. Yeah, there you go. Nice.
Oh my goodness.
But it was, even
wow.
with the defeat, it was still a great showing from
Dude, how long this series is? 2 hours?
Win conditions, but
almost.
Unfortunately, did not have the clock in hand to win.
What?
You can see the sigh of relief. That was a long series.
Yeah, this might be the longest series ever. Not even Atlantic
so it's only a 3-minute delay.
But
Oh my god, not even Atlantic can
you know, had basically full reign to do
despite
having to snap through Maripede, and you know, if was forced to snap
yeah, Chico won. Who would have thought? I honestly thought Ankoe won, but it looks like.
But you know, Chico was confident enough to just survive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like Ankoe rolls not.
It was a great showing.
Really good. Or rather, he did not get what he wants. You know, during round 1, round 2, round 3. But man,
do you think you can make a lineup that beats stall? And I was wondering why the fuck he asked me that way his opponent didn't play stall, and now it
Ankoe could have won that easily if he high rolled. I'm just gonna say it. If he high rolled, potentially get all the cards he needs for round 1, round 2, round 3, he could have won that. Maybe. Maybe, just maybe. But man, alright, so there you guys have it for the first half of this tournament.
Just like magic.
And we're about to head into the second half. Oh boy. We're like, what, 6 hours in? Dude, we're 6 hours in. And we're not even on the second half. Oh my god. Dude, don't tell me this will be much more longer than yesterday. I'm done. Like, okay.
Great so far. It's what
no way. Dude, there's just no way.
KDF and today. Do you think we're going to see more of it tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely we are going to see it tomorrow. If Chihuahua is winning on this deck, they're going to stick with their comfort pick. But yes, that's going to be the last
at this point, Ningguang stall is Chihuahua's comfort pick. Dude, okay, honestly, Injagi, please, if you're listening to this, don't ban Whale from Chihuahua. Instead, you ban Ningguang stall, and then you say, fuck it. Okay, even if Chihuahua won with his Whale deck, it's fine. You know what? Move on. Just beat his other decks with your 3 decks, and that should be easy, right? Seriously, like, I'm not joking. Just ban his Ningguang so that everyone, you know, me, the viewers, and many other people as well will save their time and sleep early. Come on. Oh man.
It's actually fairly close for the most part. Strongest single strike.
Oh my god, look at that average rounds. 5.8.
More or less even. Average cards drawn is actually favorable.
Definitely a sign of stall player.
I'm gonna go sleep. I just want to sleep Crimson decks.
A lot of combo.
Yeah, you wouldn't suspect
almost 6 rounds average.
But it was really interesting how
average
set was supposed to be over by now.
And then getting those extra dice eventually from the tenacity of Miller, so that's probably what is swinging it around.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but if you do, oh, forgive me.
Just looking at the post-match data here,
it will never happen again. Day 1 was 10 hours. Yeah, exactly, right?
Match our 2 players were, but with that being said, that will unfortunately be
second half. Injagi, please.
Dio and Chihuahua.
Please ban his Ningguang. Just don't ban his Whale. Fuck it.
And you know, these 2 players are
like play Bennett
and they have to knock each other out. But
against his Whale, right?
Purposely
played
combo into Chihuahua so they could counter stall, but now Inzaghi, the combo master, has to face
I really hope that we're not gonna see Chihuahua play Ningguang again, especially, you know, against Inzaghi. We'll see what happens. But if we see that Inzaghi doesn't ban Ningguang from Chihuahua, I'm out. Like, I'm seriously out. I'm just gonna say it. I'm not gonna spectate another stall match like the last one. Hell no.
But I suspect that players want to stick with their comfort. If they
I really want to make a highlight, especially Inzaghi versus Z Grimlet, because both of them are champions, right, from their respective Prince Cup, like Southeast Asia, Japan, like, come on.
Inzaghi versus Chihuahua coming right back at you for the final.
Dude, if Inzaghi won against Chihuahua, and then we might, there's a chance, high chance, that we might see Inzaghi versus Z Kremlin in this tournament.
Really interesting to see. So we are going to just be here, and wow, it's been
yeah, so we're gonna get a long break. If you guys come from Asia, I recommend that you guys eat dinner, especially for me. I'm gonna eat dinner before we head into the second half. But we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll make a 15-minute break, because I think yesterday it was like 25 minutes break. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. I forgot. But yeah.
You know, even the elusive magic dice can have its counters. The ability to drain all those resources and not ever be threatened.
And I'm gonna mute the whole stream because I'm afraid of the copyright. I'll play some music on the background. What kind of music actually? Let me see if I can.
Didn't really find his Tomases early. Didn't find his gravestones that early. But even so, what is done is done. We cannot change
Find
it.
some soothing music
yes, but this
while
will
waiting.
be the end for us for now. I'm so glad I got to cast this with you, Sumi. 2 years of this, and now finally on the live stage. It has been a pleasure to work with you on this, and we'll be moving on to a break, but we'll be right back with our other casters.
Alright, so they're doing break, yeah. Oh, it's a short break. Okay, I'll try to get dinner right now and then. Alright, so they're obviously gonna play trailers again when the 10-minute mark hit. Alright. Alright, so I'll see you guys in 13 minutes. And get some snacks, eat dinner early maybe, get some water, stay hydrated as always, and I'll see you guys later in the second half. Alright.
Hello, travelers, and welcome back to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. I am your caster for the second half today, also known as Leah. Well, Leah, also known as Leah, aka Windflower. Okay. Staffa, take it away.
Good start. My name is Staffa, everyone, and welcome back to the show. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the exciting games we've been having here in day 2 of the knockout stages. I know we've been enjoying them. My Dodo here has been enjoying them. Gotta keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't go anywhere.
We've been watching these
It's
games
Dodo.
over with the players. I'm not going to lie to you. My brain has been melting with this last
Oh my god,
games
people are gonna
that,
spam that
these
so
two
much in the
players
chat.
were going at it.
Especially in
my brain fully
SEC.
melted yesterday.
Dodo.
I'm still working on that, but it's okay, right? We'll be
Also,
fine.
welcome back, chat. Alright. Who's ready for the second half of this long ass series? Man. And yes, I just had my dinner. It was quick, right? Was it? I think it was alright.
I do think we're going to be going into Z, Kremlin, and Dio, our last upper bracket.
Yeah, this is going to be a match that determines our first grand finalist. So it is a match with a lot of impetus to it after all. And as we can see from our knockout stage brackets, we have managed to narrow down our top 8 to our top 4.
Our top 4 indeed. So just to rehash, it will be Z, Kremlin versus Dio in that upper bracket final. The winner will be advancing to the grand final, while the loser drops down into the lower bracket final and will be facing off against the winner of Inzaghi versus Chikuwa, our 2 previous Prince Cup champions. So there is a long journey ahead of the lower bracket players, but at least for the upper bracket, we're going to be resolving that right here and now.
Only one player will be able to get that free pathway all the way through the upper bracket into the grand finals without facing defeat even once. So I'm imagining that both Z, Kremlin and Dio will be very eager to claim that spot for themselves.
Just a reminder about the prize pool, by the way. So making it into the top 4 is honestly an incredible bump up in prizes. 4th place is 3,800 USD. 3rd place is 5,000. 2nd place is 8,000. And 1st place is 16,000. The total prize pool for this tournament is 60,000 USD. So quite the big jump between placements.
Yeah, that is quite a lot there. And the prize pool going to be a very big prize for all of our players. But I imagine even more so is that pride of being able to say that you are the new champion of the Prince Cup.
And that golden card back, which I think all players here in the top 8 have actually already won that golden card back. It's just when it's going to be issued sometime later, but they'll have
they don't have any specific dates to issue the new golden card back. Also, they haven't showed the visuals on what the golden card back looked like. I mean, they already showed it before. It was like a few months ago. But in this tournament, I don't think they showcased it, the new golden card back that these top 8 players will receive.
We also have Primo Gem winners over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know, it's weird. Because last year they did show, right, for top 8. Like they showed the golden card back, what it looks like, and all that stuff. So, but this one they didn't show it, which is weird. I don't know why, but okay.
Make your way on over to that Astro Carnival YouTube channel to enter into that. Also, just make sure you're keeping up with the socials. I believe that our Cat Seals Gathering community tournament has already started. If you're unfamiliar with what that is, first place prize is actually 1,000 USD. There's also unique card backs.
Right, Cat Seals Gathering is open.
3 games in those tournaments to take it home. So.
And yeah, this season for Cat Seals Gathering is much more coin flippy, I guess, compared to last patch with Conwhale and all that stuff. So I don't know.
Started in TCG. So if you have any interest at all, if you've not really tried the game but are interested after watching all of this, or you tried it in the past and maybe dropped it for one reason or another, it's time for you guys to pick it back up.
And maybe we'll be casting over your matches, right, Staffa? I mean, it's been a while since we've cast together, actually. You and I were at the Asia Invitational in Shanghai, along with some of the players you're going to be seeing here today. Inzaghi, Z, Kremlin, and Chikuwa were all actually at the Asia Invitational earlier this year.
Yeah, they were.
That is indeed the case, so it is really
sad
good to see
I'm
that
not
their
there.
names have managed to make it this far once
clap.
again. Consistency, very important when you're playing at this sort of level. And Dio.
But hey, at least Minty got into the top 8.
Take down the throne.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that.
Speaking of challengers, they are getting ready to
if
go
Minty
here.
did not get or did not secure top 8 at
Limo,
least, I'm gonna be so mad.
The wonderful Venegam, if I'm pronouncing
But yeah,
his names
okay,
correctly.
here
But
we
there's
go.
Here, getting ready to go. He will be up against
Alright, let's
Dio
see what
in
decks
this
they will
upper
bring.
bracket final.
Here we go.
So here is our decks here as well. And
Ooh.
Whale. Looks like
Whale's banned, no shit.
No, it's not whale banned. It's
Oh my
Kuchi.
god, Dio is bringing his sauce again.
That important.
The
right?
Bennett.
It's not because Whale is strong. It's because Cutting
The
is
Bennett.
so overpowered that we've never seen
Lecter.
her in so many patches.
Thunder Manifestation. Oh my god.
Ban rate.
Yeah.
Kuching is pick ban right now.
Like Whale
I mean,
had a
I think this is pretty much the same, right? Everything's the same. Nothing changed, I think.
Cutting has had a 100% ban rate so far, so I think statistically, she is stronger than Whale.
Did you catch what decks they picked, or are we too focused
Yeah,
on the whale?
okay. Yeah,
No,
Kuching
I was
is
not
too
fast
broken,
enough
real.
for
Nerf her,
to be
not the
Cutting
whale.
those decks.
Oh. By the way, if you're unfamiliar, Staffa and I both like to tell puns, so we're going to be having a pun off. But here's some information on the left about Z Crimlet. We have brand new tags here, by the way. These players chose
Kevin
them
Z
today.
Believer, Overthinker. Nah, no way these are real. What the hell? Okay, someone screenshot that. I really want to screenshot that, but what the hell? Kevin Z Believer, Overthinker, Lamau.
Contender tag he chose, and he suggested Heart Rate Hero.
Heart Rate Hero.
Heart Rate
Honestly,
Hero? Oh
not
my
having
god.
cardiac
Nah,
disorder
Mongo
or Heart
took
Rate
that.
Hero
Sorry, Secretlet.
there is a travesty in
Mongo
and
got
of
it with
itself,
not
but it's okay, we can keep those
199.
titles in
Almost
mind.
to 200, but
Wins it, honestly, so
yeah.
it's better. But here
Jeez.
are Dio's tags: Underdog, TCG God, and Mastermind. So
Wait, is
it's
that
very
you?
interesting considering
TCG
he
God?
chose that
Wow, someone
Underdog
took
tag
TCG God.
because he's in the upper bracket final.
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, underdog tag, and then you pair
Hoyo
with
running all down.
TCG God,
Kuching and Sino gonna definitely nerf.
like
Oh
there's
my
a-
god.
there's
Yeah, don't nerf the
inconsistency
whale.
here.
Forget the whale. Nerf Kuching instead.
Some players in the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament.
Oh my
that,
god.
You know, they have so many expectations riding on their shoulders, and they just want people to think they're the underdog.
Yeah, I
They
think
want
these
people to think they're,
tags,
like, the
I
dark
think
horse or something,
you can
so that they're not
change
drawing
it.
attention to themselves. Maybe it's
Or rather,
something
you can
similar
suggest
that.
to the staff, I
I
guess.
do know that Dio, other than inheriting
Kevin Z
King's
Believer,
luck here
Overthinker.
in the Pacific
And then
Prince
the
Cup
third one
tournament,
should be a Heart Rate
he's
Hero.
pretty relaxed here. I
But
think we're gonna
yeah,
see some
too bad
player stuff
Mongo
in a
took
moment.
that.
Yeah, we
Alright.
have a little bit something for you guys to check
That was
out.
funny.
So
I
let's
like
go
that.
ahead and put that up.
Also, I forgot to turn off the fan. There we go, let's turn on. So that there'll be
Hello, I'm
less
Zico
noise.
Red. I'm from Indonesia, and my favorite character from Genshin are Lini and Lynette. I feel lucky because as a top ranker from the group stage, I get more safety before getting eliminated in this local stage. But I also expect that this offline stage will be more difficult than the group stage. I feel lucky because as a top ranker from the group stage, I get more safety before getting eliminated in this local stage. But I also expect that this offline stage will be more difficult than the group stage. It does help because I get a lot less nervous compared to the first times I play offline. But with the fast-paced updates in Genius Invocation TCG, the experience and the cards and knowledge of the meta decks at the time probably won't help much. If I ever make it to the finals, the player I'm hoping to face the most is Inzaghi because
Yes, please
I've known
make
him
it
the
happen.
longest out of all the other players.
Inzaghi versus Z
He's also
Crimlet
met
Grand
at the previous Prince
Finals.
Cup and is
Yes,
also champion.
please.
So,
Please, please, please let that happen.
TCG, right when the update came out in Genshin.
Like,
At the
seriously.
time, I wasn't playing any other card game, so it came at the right time. And for the new players, my advice is to understand more about the cards and mechanics first before.
Also,
worrying
yeah,
about
Kevin
the
Z
strongest
Believer,
deck.
but doesn't brought the
But here are
Kazuha
our
freeze.
players' deck selection. It looks like Z Crimlet is going to be running this Herald Claymore deck
game
up
1.
against Geo's
yeah.
Manifestation. It's Fire
Alright, I'll
Station,
talk
but
more
with
about it.
Enjo.
Also, I need to start recording.
Pyrolector.
Right, because this will be my next highlight video.
Dio is the only one who's been running this deck so far. It's an interesting concept.
And then hopefully the next one will be the next highlight video. I hope. If Injagi did not ban Whale and bans the Ningguang stall deck from Chikawa, we'll see what happens later.
You were the one that actually named the Manifestation double pyro deck Fire Station during the Asia Invitational, right? That was you coining that title. I have been using it ever since because I absolutely love it. It's really interesting seeing two different overload decks for Dio. I think he might be running the same lists that he played yesterday, just having full confidence in them. But usually Freeze has been the dominant reaction.
Okay, this will be a quick series. I'm gonna call it with double overload decks from Dio. And then, you know, Kunali, Sign Overload, and then Herald Cell Chongyun. I feel like this series will be a very quick one. I hope that this series will end in 1 hour, at least. I hope so. But then again, these players, you know, will take their time thinking, strategizing before they make a move. So, yeah.
So obviously the Z and Z Crimlet must stand for Kevin Z Believer.
It has to, right?
Kevin Z Crimlet.
So any player out there whose name starts with a Z is the follower of the Kevin Z religion.
Yes, I guess, you know, the Honored One has started his own group here because Z Crimlet Believer, so many players at the live tournaments have actually shouted Kevin Z out, so I believe it for one. But here is Dio's list. This has been such a joy to watch, you know, this Pyrolector making its first time appearance at a competitive event like this. And I mean, it's Overload with Manifestation, right?
Yeah, I think Enzo would be very happy to know that he gets a chance to show up here on the big stage. And we've already seen this deck in action once or twice, but it is very similar in the sense that you want to be able to take advantage of Bennett's burst to empower units like the Manifestation, who already deal quite a lot of damage on their own. And the Lecter has
Judgment. I don't think like Judgment will do much damage, but also against the Herald Cell Chongyun, maybe. I could be wrong, actually. Like, it blocks Lyre Song, maybe Lotus and all that stuff. Yeah, I can see it. Alright, who am I gonna vote for? I'm not gonna be biased here.
Being able to do that
so I think
very impressive, of course, but
this first game will go to Dio.
There's so many tools and utilities being added in terms of card draw,
you know what? I'm going for Z Crimlet. If Dio somehow high rolls this game, then good for him, right? But if not, because again, we did see what happened yesterday, right? With Dio and him playing his deck, right? Like getting draw from the deck can be a struggle. So let's see how Dio can overcome, right, these obstacles in playing this aggro Bennett deck. We'll see what happens. Okay, I'm back after dinner. What's happening? Oh, nothing much. It's just that Z Crimlet and Dio brought the same deck from yesterday, so nothing changed pretty much. Whale is still banned, obviously, maintains the 100% ban rate. Hopefully that will be not the case later for Injagi and Chikawa. But
I mean, this should be going very fast for this match one of this third set of the day. Z Crimlet, the Kevin Z Believer, up against Dio.
Time to focus up, casting, analyzing these good plays.
Yeah, so Z Crimlet did take top 4 in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament last year. He has some other placements in the Catskills Gathering tournaments as well as making top 6 of the Asia Invitational. Meanwhile, Dio does have placements, but in comparison to the rest of the top
game
four,
number
newer player.
1.
I think that Underdog underdog tag.
I'm rooting for Z-Crimlet to win this one.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from there, but
anything can happen. Like,
looks like we're gonna be jumping
I don't
into
know.
game number
Maybe
one.
Dio will somehow get his cards that he needs. Like, there you go. Vanarana Liben. Jeez.
And a guaranteed top 2 finish.
I mean, regardless of who wins or loses here, both of these players will be playing something tomorrow, so we're just gonna have to see how the cards draw. Also, Z-Crimlet, our cardiac contender, already having one.
Alright, here we go. What's Dio's Arcane plus Tada?
By the way, there is a raffle ongoing over on Astro's YouTube channel. If you head over there, you can figure out how to enter it.
For this deck, it's
2
Judgment.
winners per match, 1,000 Primo Gems each. So just a shout out to that. Also, make sure you're following our socials here to stay up to date with all of our news, just in case we have any more.
And yeah, I think
events coming up
SI
later.
is sleeping.
Yeah, we've got plenty of stuff going on, so you guys do not want to miss it. And of course, the raffle is ongoing as well. So plenty of things to look forward to. But for now, it does look like we're going to have priority
let me,
on Dio's side.
hold on.
Immediately skilling on Bennett. Both players going to be starting off on pretty classic openings, Bennett and Herald respectively. And Z-Crimlet does have the tools to potentially do some floating, though maybe having all 2 weapons in hand already means that Wagner
I left the watch party.
I do think Dio acted
I think the NAE people are probably tired, and they're definitely not gonna watch the whole thing. That's for sure. I mean, unlike me, you know, during Atlantic, because I have to stream it.
That's my
so
prediction. As for Z-Crimlet,
good thing this time around
and even indicates that he should be passing 3 dice over, but
it's Asia time, so yeah.
Wagner gonna pull
anyway,
that final weapon.
right, Z-Crimlet, that was definitely
on,
countdown opener. So countdown into Wagner, I think. Whoa. Doesn't want to proc Liben because overdraw issues makes sense. Okay. Dio is smiling. What the hell is he smiling for? Dio feels like a fucking villain in this tournament. What the hell?
The undercurrent, just in case Dio is able to proc that revive right now. Of course,
dude.
We know Dio's
oh my god.
Go for
thank you for your sacrifice. Hey, no problem.
Secretly doesn't know that. You know, Dio's sitting on 5 dice.
At least I'm having fun, right? Analyzing, seeing these players, you know, doing what they're doing.
If you may not have noticed,
see if they're coping, see if they're not, all that good stuff.
He was straight up motioning to us, watching here. And yes,
plus,
like
no one's doing this in the TCG in the GI-TCG community. Like, I'm the only one who's doing this, right? Like hosting watch party, doing casting, analyzing all the plays that these players are doing. There's also Blep, right? But Blep is making a video, and I mean, you all know his videos, right? They are highly, very well edited, right? And it takes time, right, for Blep's video to get out because the edits are, yeah, like, it takes a lot of work.
All these players know.
I mean, I could do the same edits, but
they are keeping track of everything played, so. Z-Crimlet already going for that strategize as well, but maybe we'll see that judgment this round.
Yeah, that information is going to be very useful overall. I'm not too sure if
sorry about that, but yeah.
Use the judgment just yet.
That's why when I make videos, it's just all about just record the replay, make thumbnails, all that stuff.
Things kick off around round 3, and that also depends on whether or not you're able to get the swirl started from the Herald into Sayu.
Like, okay, so for the videos after this one, expect Dio's deck. I'll definitely be playing Dio's deck for sure. Absolutely, and then another combo deck, which I'm not gonna spoil it, but you will see it somewhere either probably Wednesday. Yeah.
Really gonna be helping him here. You really want Bennett talent.
Yeah, Bennett talent.
And then on Friday, there's going to be a special video on Friday night.
if not in your starting hand, then ideally drawn at this stage.
So hope you guys look forward to that, and yeah. Alright, here we go. Let's focus up
there is no
on this match. So yeah, Bennett building, Bennett burst. No talent card, unfortunately. So what do you do? Do you still Bennett burst? I don't think so.
On the Chongyun, because that will put the lightning rod onto him, and basically Dio can just go for.
There's a lot of food
because with a lightning rod, manifestation skill does 3 base +1 +2 from overload, and then Pyro-Res is in that deck. Of course, we know Dio doesn't have it, but the threat would be there.
I don't think he gambled with the countdown.
I wonder how Dio's gonna respond.
Yeah, I think he's gonna swap TM. Build potentially.
It is actually a very interesting
Lecter,
situation because now that I think
maybe
about it,
Lecter skill, and then TM burst. Oh, not TM burst. Sorry, TM skill, not burst. They don't have burst yet. Bennett has, but no talent.
So if Dio had gone for what
skill
expected to be the usual line and bursted there,
there's curse though, which is annoying to deal with.
Breakpoints a little bit.
Yeah, okay, honestly,
does not have Bennett talent.
Curse?
Try to pull it out, does not get it. Ends up burning a card.
Oh yeah, burning one card from countdown. He didn't, oh my god.
He burned, I haven't.
I love how both of these players are just laughing off. Now that's a good sign of having fun, right? And not just being serious all the time. So that's a good sign. I approve. Okay, now what? Yeah, Dio miscounted that 100%. Oh my god.
Honestly, out of everything,
oh
I think
man,
burning I haven't lost yet is one of the better cards for
Z
Dio to
just wins game 1.
Compared to
like
Quick Swap,
the curse from Herald's talent against this deck is too strong.
Doesn't have
it's
as
too
much
strong.
value in this particular matchup, I feel.
Like, okay, curse. Like, if you're gonna kill Herald again, you'll get cursed again. Like you're gonna get cursed for at least 3 additional dice, which is a lot.
Talent activating, but looks like Dio is going to play that Woven to pass
Woven,
just to not overdraw. He's sitting at
Woven for Vanarana pass. Oh my god.
Not a mistake Dio wants to make again. Secretly going for this golden house.
Dinnerzard pass.
Grimlet does have
wait, do you
double
pass?
Shielded, even double golden house in hand.
No, you're gonna overdraw.
Dinnerzard play
7
is a.
You need to burn one more card. But what do you burn?
It's fine. I think that Z-Crimlet
do you burn one card? Let's see what Z-Crimlet thinks here. Do you just pass and accept to burn one card or no?
Just did with
countdown. Okay.
Yeah.
Or you could play. Actually, you could place. Weapon early. Yeah.
So it's a little bit
there you go. Yeah, this is better.
Yeah, it is meant to make sure that
just
you
play
don't
early.
overdraw.
I mean, just play the weapon. Yeah.
So potentially saving
that countdown was so bad. I mean, it overdraws 1. Wait, I actually don't know what it burns. Did it burn Bennett talent? If it burns Bennett talent, now that could be okay, still no Bennett talent. Unlucky.
Card, but it does not have that
now, yeah. Honestly, Z-Crimlet just wins. Okay, go next. Oh man.
On top of the +1 with Wolf's Gravestone, so it's only just a +1 damage across the board. So, kind of trading dice generation for damage there.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't match.
Still no Bennett talent. I mean, might as well do something like go for get all pyro maybe. Ooh.
Honestly, why this deck is constructed
re-rolls and still got the same dice. Oof, unlucky. It burned Ito. Okay, thank you.
And is mainly just in the deck so that you have 3 different weapons for
I haven't lost yet. Yeah. Thank you.
Fast swap and the ability to take out
that was
Herald. However,
I mean,
no gamblers or
it sucks, right? It still sucks that.
Do you even want to? I guess we're gonna go for it. There's one of the Leave It to Me going down.
Thunder Manifestation. No gamblers, by the way.
Honestly, normal attack will do it.
No
Normal attack is
gamblers.
important enough here,
Oh, NA.
and
NA
this is
just
fine from
just
Dio.
kills.
Getting rid of the Herald right now is going to make their
Like
life a lot
NA
easier
does
as well, because there is only a single piece
1
of
plus
hydro
1,
application
1
currently
because of
on
the
Enjo.
passive, and then
So
plus 2
there is
overload.
no risk of Sayu coming in
Okay,
and
not
scoring hydro to the
bad.
other
Still
characters. There's
cursed
no
for
risk of
2.
manifestation being frozen.
Not
and he
that
is still at full
bad.
HP, not to mention with
Okay,
a lot
Chef
being
Mouse
played,
are out. That's
this
really
manifestation
good.
is
Okay, now
completely
you have
safe
to
take out
worry
Herald right now.
about
That
round 3
Lotus
OTK.
generating an electric
Judgment.
eye
Okay,
from
nice.
Chef Mao.
That will
There's the
prevent
judgment that I was talking about.
absolutely nothing
You were
from
right,
Z-Crimlet's hand other than
round
boar.
3 is a very crucial round for both of these decks.
Yeah,
so
other than board,
Dio
that's
is going to be
it.
shutting
Oh my
down
god, that's so
anything
funny.
Z-Crimlet can try to do with event cards. However, we look
Z
at Z-Crimlet's
Crimlet's
hand, there's only one event card
feelings right now
Granted,
is like,
War
oh,
Princess is pretty
judgment.
important.
There's nothing
War
to
Princess
judgment
is pretty
here.
important, but what Dio is playing
Oh,
this passive
man.
judgment to deny is going
That's
to be
funny.
hyper magic combos, things like Liar Song, like War Princess,
Okay.
and other things that could
So still
enable
cursed,
characters
right?
to easily equip weaponry and start
swap?
pushing out a
Ooh,
lot
okay.
of pressure. Like you said, Z-Crimlet only has
I
War Princess
think
in hand. That's the
you
only thing that will be
skill-
affected by passing of judgment, so it's not going to hurt as much. But what does hurt is
I
the fact
think
that
you
he
skill
doesn't have
here
those action cards to play
on
this
Thunder
round.
Manifestation.
Double
Discord
killed it with
2.
only
Yeah, you have to
the golden
discord
houses
2.
to
On
discount it off of.
Swap
Means that
Bennett,
they're
okay.
not gonna get as many actions as they would love to have this round.
You can't really board
Lotus,
Princess
maybe?
and equip a different
Is that
weapon,
another
but what you
Lotus on Dio's
is
hand?
play Tamias for a
Man, I
zero
swear,
cost
they should-
golden, which is still some dice generation there. I mean,
These
it's
producers should up their screen ratio. They should do just like what I do during my tournament.
Bennett's talent is still
Like you're able to see both both cards from both sides
because otherwise Dio would have totally
with the
Bennett bursted
screen
at some
ratio.
point already.
But okay,
So
whatever. Anyway,
Gio's just gonna be switching
so,
between
okay, so
characters,
swaps
making
back.
sure
Oh, swap
that none of the
Stony.
characters drop
Okay.
below that Wolf's Greystone threshold, just in case Z-Crimlet
Could
does
potentially
end up
swap
replacing the
again.
weapon
I
at
can
some
see it.
You know, I was talking with the players
So that
earlier, and I mentioned to
Bennett
Dio
will not
with
get
some of the other
sniped
players around that I think he
because
inherited
Bennett
King's
is such
luck
a
in the Atlantic
valuable
Prince Cup tournament
resource.
because he's had some high rolls.
Like if you let Bennett die, it's
And
GG.
he actually laughed at that. I think he liked that joke, but this game not looking like a Ting high roll for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, not really getting the things that he needs, that Bennett talent most of
Yeah,
all.
still no better talent.
I can't
Unlucky.
really remember the
Yeah,
full
that's
deck list and whether or
the
not he has cards to be
disadvantage,
able to
right?
pull out Storm Terror, but
If
I
you don't get better talent, then
Yeah.
well,
This
what are you gonna
doesn't
do?
run
I
a
guess
lot of
you go
value
aggro, right?
like
Whatever.
that.
Swamp TM again.
But he should
Okay,
be
and then
at some
pass.
point. As for Z-Crimlet having so many dice at his disposal, but not being able to
Z-Crimlet
go
can
for
actually
a
kill.
second action here with War Princess. Actually, no, he already played Tamias.
Thunder Manifestation.
Things are actually
If
perfectly
Z-Crimlet
fine here. In fact, Z-Crimlet is looking
re-equips
very comfortable,
Wolf's Gravestone to
without
Sayu,
Bennett first, Dio loses a lot of the early pressure that this deck wants
but
to play
is it
off of.
worth it though?
Because
That
he ended
is
up
the
spending dice to
question.
take
Is it
out
worth
Abyss
it?
Herald when Curse of the Undercurrent was
I
already
think here's
applied,
what's
which
gonna
means that Herald
happen.
really doesn't need
Sayu's
to do too
skill.
much more. That
Okay,
means
never
that
mind.
Dio's actually
It's Dio's turn,
in an
so
awkward
yeah.
spot.
Ending
Z-Crimlet
on
is
Abyss
able
Vector.
to
Yeah,
quite
this makes
freely
sense.
attack here,
But at the
even
same
finally pulling out
time,
that Wolf's
you're
Gravestone to
spreading
play for
Hydro
free.
Aura onto
And yeah, this is
Bennett
gonna hurt
and
quite a
Thunder
lot.
Manifestation,
This is
which is
going
really
to
bad because
quite
Chongyun will
affect
just
tuning away
freeze.
the other weapon to go
Yeah,
for this Sayu
with fast swap.
There
If
goes
Z-Crimlet gets fast swap, yeah,
revive,
well.
and the follow-up attack is
So yeah,
going to be
that
taking
judgment
out
play
either
from
Bennett
Dio.
or Lecter.
Oh,
This is
that
not
was
looking good for
unlucky.
Dio at the moment. However, I guess
He
the
could have
silver
saved that for
lining
next
is
round,
that,
but
Sayu does have that lightning rod on her.
But then
so
again, he doesn't know, right? He
Z-Crimlet's gonna have
doesn't
to be
know
careful
what's
going into next
behind, you know, Z-Crimlet's hand. So better to be safe than sorry, I guess.
Still at full HP. Once the
Because
next round
imagine if
comes around,
Z-Crimlet
Passing of Judgment
has
will be gone, so he'll be
Lyre
able to use his
Song.
utility tools once again. And because Dio
Yeah, just
doesn't
Lyre
have
Song
any
actually.
dice left,
Like
Enzo is going to be the one that
Sayu
needs to
here can
tank
actually
this
go
hit,
for
which means
another
that
skill and then
the
potentially
Elector
get
will
double kill.
immediately be
Yeah.
removed from play.
yeah, I mean,
So I can see
Dio
why
probably going to
Dio
have to
played
be
Judgment
forced to
there,
sacrifice his
but
Pyro
yeah, it is
Abyss
what it
Lecter
is.
here. Just you don't really want Bennett to
Even
go down
though
without
there's
using
nothing to
burst,
Judgment
and
here,
manifestation
which is
is probably your biggest source of damage dealing right now. You want those overload reactions. Not having Electro would be really painful.
Especially if it's gilded draws.
So
yeah.
I mean, Dio can't even
There's also
generate
that,
any dice to pass the turn, but it will just be a sweet Madame.
Okay, that's
on to
fine.
Bennett.
Making sure that Ben is topped up a little bit more. Ideally, Dio
Dio just lose this. Like, how the hell can you win?
Manifestation are still below that Wolf's Greystone threshold, and if Z Crimlet
Gamblers, yeah, with Boar, no more judgment.
This is fine though,
yeah,
because, you know, that break
this is
point
cooked.
is really important. The Sweet Madame healing Bennett from 5 to 6 means that you can't swing with the normal attack.
If only, maybe Dio replaced
Bennett, that is good enough for now. I think healing above 6 isn't actually
Judgment
going to
with
fix those
Waff,
breakpoints anymore, because
Fresh Wind of Freedom.
with Wolf's Greystone will bring it into
He
Greystone
might actually won this,
so I think the
right?
Sweet Madame was perfect. This
Like apply Pyro, double kill with Pyro Resonance and all that stuff, especially with Gamblers.
Another potential action
Yeah.
of the Z Crimlet to actually remove Bennett.
But I can see why Judgment, right? Because you're playing Bennett combo deck, not just an aggro deck like double Cryo Signora and all that, you know, other aggro. So yeah, this is a Bennett deck, and then I can see why Dio
I believe it is, right?
brought
I think there is egg in
Judgment
deck.
instead of
What if
Waff,
you played egg on Pyrolector
because it makes
and
sense.
fast swap the Pyrolector skilled, and then you sacrifice Pyrolector?
Okay,
go
still
over
no Bennett talent,
Manifestation,
which is
Pyro Res skill
super unfortunate.
with gamblers.
But yeah.
Pyro Res
So
skill,
next
that is-
game,
hold on. If you
I think
were
Z
to
Crimlet will
revive
play
Pyrolector,
Kunali,
that
and then
would be
Dio
2
will
dice.
run it
You
back.
go over, you would need to switch,
Absolutely.
that would be-
I
so you
think
would need
Dio
like 3 dice,
has to
then
run
would
it
cost
back
6 dice to do
with
the
this
skill, which
deck
does 3
until
damage,
he
so
wins
buys 1
a
Pyro to
game.
Sayu.
I think that's what's gonna
Afterwards, you need
happen.
a 4th dice. No, not a
If
4th dice,
Dio
because
gets
Z Crimlet doesn't
unlucky consecutively until
So,
0-3, now, yeah, this series might be really, really quick then.
So I'm
Like,
actually not
3-0 for
sure
Z
that Dio has the
Crimlet,
dice for that.
advances to
Will
the
be
grand
tuning
finals, like,
away
damn.
that gamblers. Looks like we're just gonna be applying Pyro
Yeah, no bad
now,
talent.
and yet Sayu is actually within
No fast swap for Z
range of the
Crimlet.
manifestation
Like, at
skill
this
Pyro
point,
Res,
Z
I
Crimlet can just chill. Yeah, absolutely.
Is
Yup.
potentially quite painful. We already know that manifestation skill will do 3 damage.
Oh yeah,
base
Dio
plus
discarded the
1 from
gamblers.
Lightning Rod, then plus 2
Yeah.
from Overload, and then plus another
Sure.
3.
Yeah, this is
which would be
doomed.
exactly 9
Like, Z
damage.
Crimlet can just
Tasayu
end the
would
game
be
right here,
within
right now.
range,
Emerge.
which is quite dangerous.
Fast
Looks like
swap.
Z Crimlet
Oh, he
also
got the fast
recognizes
swap because from
possibility of
Countdown.
actually the quick
Okay,
swap over
yeah,
to
it's
Chong
cooked.
Yun. So he has the opportunity to freeze
I mean,
Bennett.
wait. Oh.
A quick swap into manifestation
Wait,
happens
is it
and Chong Yun
gonna
gets
transfer?
lethal, then Sayu
It
can
does,
come in and
okay.
start whacking.
Fast
Very
swap.
importantly, that Lightning Rod is moving from Sayu and onto Chongyun, so a skill will go from manifestation onto
Yeah,
Chongyun,
fast swap,
not
Pyro
Sayu.
Resonance. Chongyun will get
That
killed,
is
but
kind
then
of
again,
scary
Sai will just
considering
sweep.
I think Sayu's the one you really want to take out.
Yeah.
I mean, Chongyun can sweep
Either
himself.
way, this is
Chongyun can do a
cooked.
lot of damage,
Especially
but
with no
committed
with no
Wolf's
Bennett
Greystone onto
talent.
Sayu, and
Yeah.
unlike the previous variation of Herald Claymore where you run
Egg
Wolf's Greystone
instead.
for characters, you don't have that here.
Oh,
and Egg does get played.
okay.
Yeah, there is the
Okay.
egg bringing back the Pyro.
I
Lecter
see,
for
I
the
see.
second time, and it will be a swap
wait,
on over
that's
to
3
him.
gamblers.
But,
Hello,
I mean,
2
Z
dice.
Crimlet swapping over to Sayu has that gamblers in hand, has so much dice generation. You have at least 2 actions here. I really think that Z Crimlet is going to be able to take this one home.
Okay.
Dio ending, passing that electro dice forward, and here we go.
I think. Oh my god.
Troop
on Sayu
to play Boar Princess. You don't have to deal with Judgment, so
I
you can play that Boar Princess and go
I mean,
for
let
a replace.
me
with
clarify. This is Wolf's Gravestone, right?
Well, you
Has
already
to be.
have a Boar Princess stack.
Let's see how many
Z Crimlet
damage.
Boar Princess
Let's find
is a
out.
skill that still has liars
Yeah,
on,
that's
so
a
he's
lot
gonna
of
play
dice,
all of
right?
that right
Yeah,
now to
yeah. Z
generate
Crimlet can
a
just win
ton
this.
of dice value. And there is a
match.
possibility that
Finish it
Z-Crimlet
early.
could
Yeah,
end
7
right
guys,
here.
gamblers.
With gamblers,
Still
he's able to
7.
generate a
Yeah,
lot of
GG.
plays. Yeah, I think Z-Crimlet wins.
This
GG.
is going to be 3 actions. So
Yeah,
this
that
game
is
refresh
Wolf's
is going to bring
Gravestone.
Z-Crimlet
Yeah,
up to 6
okay.
decks. You can
Yeah,
skill
this is
2 more
cool.
times on Sayu. It does not matter what Dio does here, unfortunately, because
Yeah, just go next.
one hit to either Bennett or Manifestation will bring them down.
Can
in
Pyro
range,
rest?
be taken out on
Herald
the next
Curse?
skill.
Wait, is it
We're going to
cursed?
Bennett,
Oh my
but
god,
this
you're
is not
right.
gonna do anything.
Dio
-3,
is still
the
cursed
next
from Herald.
prepared skill is going to
Oh,
take
damn.
Bennett
Yeah, that
out.
sucks.
There was
I mean, either way,
There's
yeah,
still another
I pretty much
follow-up
predicted
attack
that
coming,
this
so
will happen.
Manifestation's gonna take a hit, and even if you
Like,
survive it, Z-Crimlet
yeah,
has more than
like,
enough dice
nah.
to follow up after that.
Burst.
Oh, ending
Okay.
with the Sayu burst. There it is. Z-Crimlet taking game 1.
Z-Crimlet beautifully
Okay,
played
this
right
will
there
be
and
a quick
demonstrating to us
series,
why
that's for
he
sure.
is
Alright, go
one
next.
of the veterans
Okay,
of the Genshin
Z-Crimlet will play
TCG
Kunali,
scene, claiming
and then
game
Dio
number
will
one
run
in
it
very
back.
quick and easy fashion.
Let's see if my prediction will be correct.
I mean,
I hope so.
as expected of the Kevin Z believer, bringing Kevin Z's deck to the Pacific Prince Cup tournament and performing super well with it. Game 1 already over here, and I do believe we're gonna have our raffle winners here in a moment as well, as you know, along with Z-Crimlet winning that game. But yeah, what a game 1.
Yeah, I think it was really wonderfully played right there, and a little bit of luck did end up playing into it.
Yeah,
because
the
Dio
Wagner
not
draw,
drawing that Bennett
or
talent
Wagner round
all
1.
throughout the
It's really
entire
good.
game
Aw,
really made it
man,
difficult for
I did
him
not
to actually
win.
play for that.
Yeah, but we have our raffle winners finally, so if you see your UAD down below, you've won 1,000 Primo Gems each.
Okay, for next
Congratulations, and
game,
if you make your way on over
if
to the Aster Carnival YouTube
Z-Crimlet
channel, you
did
can
play
enter into our next Primo
Kunali,
Gem
and then
raffle.
Dio
So
runs
every
it
single
back.
game you see today
I think
will
I'm
have
still going
two
for
raffle
Z-Crimlet.
winners. We've already
Absolutely.
had 2 sets
Like
go to game
Kunali
5
against
today,
Dio's
Mustafa.
cooking. Cooking, yeah.
All of the matches we've had here in the
Z-Crimlet
knockout
just
stage
wins
so far,
easily,
only one
100%.
series has not
Or maybe
gone to
Sign
a game
Overload,
5.
actually. He
So
could,
we've been having
Z-Crimlet
really
could play
close
Sign
matches
Overload.
all throughout.
We'll see.
So many Primo Gem raffles.
But
I'm
Z-Crimlet
sure you
here
guys are
can
enjoying
have
it.
a
Hopefully, you've been finding this entire tournament
smooth
entertaining.
series
We've
right
heard that you
here,
guys have
just,
been
you know,
actually
aggro, all
scanning
that
those
stuff.
QR codes and giving feedback as well. So
With
thank
Side
you very much for
Overload.
everyone who's been doing that.
Yeah, thank
Just
you so
top
much
deck,
for
the
submitting your
drill,
feedback. I mean, of course,
countdown.
everything matters. You have your voice be heard.
Yeah.
Tell us what you like and dislike. We definitely appreciate, you know, your feedback because it helps us improve what we're doing here. We love to bring these live events to you. We love seeing our players, you know, perform so well and have a lot of fun here. And we love it when you guys have fun too watching us. So, yeah, thank you so much for leaving your comments.
But with that, it means that Z-Crimlet already being able to start off with pretty strong momentum for themselves. Definitely a quicker game than we've been seeing today as well, since there's no stall really.
I
being played
really
between
hope
these
this
two
will be
players.
a
So
quick
hopefully that is the trend
3-0
going
series,
forward,
but I
because I'm
could be
still a
wrong.
big fan of these
3-1
more
sure.
aggressive plays. I think it's
But
a
as
lot
long as
cooler.
it's not going to
You know,
be
I
a
was talking to Z-Crimlet
3-2
before
series,
these
please no.
matches,
And thank
he's
you.
someone that, you know, follows the meta and
Alright, let's
tweaks
see
it to
what
his own preference.
Z-Crimlet
He
will
actually
play.
dislikes aggressive type decks because
What
they
will he
rely
bring to the
so much
table?
on
Is it going to be
getting
Sign
realigned
Overload
dice. Like, it relies
or
so much on dice rolls. He
Kunali?
prefers decks that don't rely on dice rolls.
I'm
and you
going
can
to
fix your
guess
dice,
that
more like
Z-Crimlet will
combo,
play
hierarchy, etc.
Kunali. Yep.
But yeah, I mean,
Yep.
speaking of which, we're
I knew
gonna
it.
go
Yep.
into this game
Hey, I'm just too good, man. Yeah, runs it back and then Kunali. If Dio gets unlucky again for the second time with this deck,
so
like,
Z-Crimlet
I think
he's running an aggro deck, even though he says he
I
dislikes
think Dio will have to run it back, like seriously. He has to win with this deck, otherwise, like, what are you gonna do, right?
Every single deck archetype, and you're able to bring them to bear
You just
in their
lose.
fullest form,
If you don't
so
win
that you're
with this
going to be
deck,
able
that's
to
what's gonna
counteract
happen.
anything
So
that comes
you have to
at
win
you.
this
And I
deck
think this is
for
going to be an
Dio, no
interesting
matter
matchup
what,
as well,
if he wants
because
to win.
compared to Herald Claymore,
I mean, obviously
the
they want to
Finale
win,
2.0
but
deck, it does operate on a slightly
yeah.
faster aggressive scale.
Oh man.
It definitely does, except instead of official, we've been calling it Finale 2.0 because during the Asia Invitational, we were both casting actually. This deck called Finale was very popular for official, not for Nahida, Lee, for Linny, and this is basically Finale 2.0 because that's Kuki Shinobu instead of Fischl, but she normally has her talent card with her, which triggers a revive every single round. So basically, she has better survivability than Fischl. A trend recently has been bringing characters that have those revives, like Pyrolector, like Herald,
yeah,
like
he is right.
They have
wow, everyone playing the exact 4 decks. Yeah, Whale, Sign Overload, Kunali,
well, so
and then
essentially the same
Herald
deck, but it
Chongyun.
has a different anchor.
Yeah, it's definitely a trend where we're seeing a lot of these characters that have the ability to revive come in, because it's a very easy way of countering characters that rely on very slow but very powerful.
So if Z-Crimlet wins this again, Dio will 70% will run it back with Bennett, Abyss Lecter, and Thunder Manifestation. So let's see if Z-Crimlet will be able to high roll against Dio's deck. I mean, there's high chance. I mean, just look at the cards, right? You have Tons of Food, you have Chef Mao Engine, like, yeah, Timaeus, Cookie Talent on top of that as well.
And also, I mean, basically you swap and heal a character who's taken a lot of damage, so you can draw cards that way, you can generate dice that way with that
Is this the second match of the day? No, this is the third match of today. In the upper bracket. A while ago, there were 2 matches, and that's for the lower bracket.
Some other players don't tend to bring
Whale is here just to be banned though? Yeah, exactly. Because if you don't ban Whale, you're just giving 1 free win to your opponent if you don't ban Whale. Because honestly,
usually only comes
Whale
into play
is,
a little
I'll just say this, Whale is kind of easy to play if you play Whale a lot.
As well as
you can agree to my take that Whale is actually pretty easy to play. Like, all you just have to do is feed the Whale with 12, at least 12 stacks by the end of round 3. Right? And doing that is actually very achievable.
I believe Linny
very achievable. Alright.
That was his deck. He was the star of the show.
Okay, we've been here in this screen for like few minutes now. Come on, when can we see Dio's list? I mean, Dio's list is the same. Never mind, whatever. Just get to the game.
Similar line with Finale 2.0, because you start with Cookie Shinobu, you skill, you swap to Hida, skill,
here
burst,
we go.
And then ideally
yeah,
you go
Judgment.
after that, and
so
you should clean things
Judgment
up,
against Kunali will prevent a lot of things here, like food, for example. Lyre's Song, I think.
Does make it easier for you to get those quickens out as well, because you have a little bit more control.
And I haven't lost yet. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Judgment from Dio can negate here for Z-Crimlet. So let's see if this Judgment will come in handy, especially in round 3, because round 3 that's where all of the stuff will come down, right?
The overall pressure that it could apply. So going into game number 2, let's hope that Dio is going to be able to pull that out when he needs it.
Let's see if Dio will be able to high roll with getting Bennett talent round 1, getting good dice as well. That's all Dio needs. Good dice, get Bennett talent, and that's it. That's all he needs. Seriously. And maybe round 1 Liber, round 1 Vanarana, sure. Round 1 Golden Truth as well onto Thunder Manifestation. That'd be really good by the time that Bennett's burst is out.
Looking at this deck, the
like,
concept
Thunder Manifestation will be able to skill with just 1 dice. And yeah.
Because while Lecter doesn't quite operate in that same way, he has the revive mechanic, so he is able to tank some damage. He has a bit more front-loaded damage.
Man, I can't believe we're 7 hours in, and we just barely started the second half
that increases all of his pyro damage
for today's
so I think
tournament.
He takes a position of someone you can
no
switch
Stone
to
Terror
take
or
some damage
Stone
here and
sucks.
there,
Yeah, you're just asking RNGesus to please give me better talent early, thank you. Yeah.
Here we go. This
and
is game 2
that did not happen last game, unfortunately. Yeah, like half deck in and still no better talent. Oh boy. We'll see what happens. Maybe Dio will get better talent this time around.
Taking the entire set already if
I can see it.
Right?
Well, it's It's a little bit early to say that. We've already witnessed the reverse sweep happen earlier today.
That was a reverse sweep.
So we can't exactly put all our
Alright, game number 2. Here we go. I'm rooting for Z Crimlet still in this round.
Yes, and just a reminder, there is a raffle ongoing over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. So if you head on over there, you can receive instructions on how to enter for 1,000 Primo Gems each. There will be 2 winners every match, so you better hope these sets go to Game 5 as they have for the first half.
Please no.
Because
1,000 Primo Gems is copium. Come on, guys. I mean, if it's walk-in, sure. But 1,000 Primo Gems? Come on.
Dice here, Z Crimlet also has a good amount of work
okay, Dio has Liben, good. White Glove as well, and then some other food. Still no better talent. Uh-oh. Oh my god, double Junior Zard? Okay. Okay, go next. Z Crimlet just won. Z Crimlet just won. Alright.
Top decking a Gilded off of Timaeus.
Z Crimlet rolling up to this match with the entire squad.
Alright, another quick series. 2-0 for Z Crimlet. I'm sorry, Dio, but if you don't get better talent as soon as possible, then it's pretty much cooked.
Hadn't been popular for a little while because a lot
okay,
of
going
were
Linny for Overload.
Like
Interesting.
That even forego food and things like Lumenstone with treasure. So she didn't really have any space. But now that all of those engines have been
I don't think
we are seeing the rise of these old cores
I don't know.
where decks used to be
I mean, there's tandoori chicken. Oh no, wait, that's not tandoori. That's Adeptus. Right, you don't play tandoori in Chronali. Only Adeptus. Adeptus and egg. Yeah.
Elements of Hyper Magic have taken a hit, such as Lumenstone.
Wait, did he just pass?
Now, but
Float 2?
Leaving 3 dice.
Okay, now at this point,
let's see what we draw going.
Dio needs to hope that he gets better talent
have as good as an opening hand compared to Krillin only having that White Glove and Liben to play as a form of ramp.
Cookie dies?
Because he wanted to make sure he had turn priority to maintain
I think it can happen because of the
game.
I don't. Okay, I don't think that will happen unless Dio gets fast swap. Then I can see Cookie might die.
I missed that. He floated 5 dice.
Yes.
Yeah, he floated 5.
Those were taken by
so 3 were taken by Liben, and then 2 were just floated in the air.
Really worried for a moment there.
Yeah, Cookie can die. Yeah, with tandoori, but no fast swap. There's no fast swap, so Cookie will live.
No Bennett talent yet again. It's still not looking great, especially since
it would have been great actually if Dio got fast swap. Kill Cookie, sure. Whatever. Okay. Still no better talent, even from Liben. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we are round 2 in. Let me write that properly. Okay, so we are round 2 in.
Chef Mao and Sweet Madame.
Still no talent.
2 dice from that, giving him 12 overall. And then if he swaps over to Cookie Shinobu, after that he would draw a card from the second Veterans Visage proc.
Oh my god, that sucks.
I mean, that Lightning Rod
whatever.
Is on
still no better
Shinobu,
talent,
so
round
maybe
2.
You actually do something on Link to pull it off though.
Yeah, this is cooked. At this point, just play aggro with these 2. Like, apply Pyro, apply Electro, so on and so forth. Just bounce back and forth with these 2. Like, forget Bennett Burst at this point. Forget it. Just go skill, skill. Just do the aggro thing. Right? I think that's the plan B for Dio here, which kind of sucks. But what can you do, right? What can you do?
So that cannot happen.
So actually, Z Crimlet probably knows that.
So Z Crimlet plays Lotus. Interesting. So what if Z Crimlet goes to
3+1 from
Thunder Manifestation? I don't think it's swap. I don't think.
So Z Crimlet should be able to more
I think playing like Lotus here for Z Crimlet is actually really smart.
That there is already elemental
because there's still like 3 dice.
If Dio does
like Z Kremlin can go for another
anyway,
prop arrow,
can very easily do a swap
right?
to apply Electro with Cookie's skill. And if he switches over to Nahida, sets up very nicely.
Thunder Manifestation, that could be really bad. So yeah, playing Lotus right there is really nice. Okay, swaps to... Okay, swaps to Nahida.
Ring does heal Cookie Shinobu up
Nice.
to 7, generating an Electro Dice from the first proc of Veteran's Visage, and the Electro damage
Now,
overloads
no Pyro Resonance, unfortunately.
But, I mean,
if Dio gets Pyro Resonance here, right now, right here, emerge, like, he can snipe Linny here.
If Dio had a Pyro Res in
there you go,
hand, they
Sadafo
actually
pointed
would
it
have
out.
enough
Thank you.
damage to lethal Linny as well. That's just how painful it would be overall.
Wait,
yeah.
no, there's, is that Tandoori in hand? Tandoori plus
Yeah, this is
Golden for
Tandoori.
cleanup.
Right, yeah.
Gamblers, you could actually lethal Linny right here and now if you're Dio.
I mean, you could with Tandoori and then clean up, but is it worth it?
From
Is it actually worth it?
Plus 2 from Tandoori is 9 damage.
I haven't lost yet
Dio
for Z
can
Kremlin.
actually
I don't know.
take out Linny in standby right now.
I think Dio played that Woven for time. He's really calking this line. He's thinking, is this what he wants
Woven
to do?
for time,
That Lotus on
it's
Linny
fine.
might not have been enough.
Oh wow, he's going for it. The fact that he
on
played
Thunder
Gamblers is
Manifestation.
pretty much means he's going for it. Yeah, wow.
Chicken. Oh no, here's the
Wow,
for
wow,
cleanup.
wow.
Zikrimlet's smiling. He knows.
Yeah,
Linny
Zikrimlet's
is
smiling
dead.
like,
There's
okay, yeah, I
nothing
don't
do
need,
about it.
I don't need Linny anymore. Like, there I have the summon. The Ahida is still healthy. I still have Cookie as well, ready to go for burst. I haven't lost yet as well. Yeah, Zikrimlet wins easily. 2-0. Yep, just as I predicted it.
Really agreeing with him. But he could. I haven't lost yet burst.
Yeah, I haven't lost yet burst
is a
on
possibility, and it would
potentially
give him
Cookie
enough
or
dice to use
Nahida, right?
Adeptus as well.
But I
that's
think
the
you
one that he
definitely go
has
for
in his
Nahida
hand.
burst. Because
So I think
Nahida burst is just too
because of
powerful.
the
Like
dice,
extra damage on
It
top
would
of that.
require Team
Yeah.
to fight a lot of cards to do so.
I mean, you don't go for Adeptus
You just
burst here because it's only
discard
gonna do 7.
the
His
veterans
burst is base
and then
4,
some
and
sweet
Adeptus is
madame
plus
out of
3,
the
so
way.
without that quicken,
Sure.
it actually
Okay,
will take out
Adeptus.
manifestation.
Wow,
But
no,
we
go for
are
Adeptus
going to be
burst. Oh,
playing I
okay.
haven't lost
I mean,
yet,
yeah,
Team
Adeptus
4
burst will just
burst.
deal 7, so whatever.
Oh, they do
So yeah, I
decide to go for
discarded
the
it
burst here.
because I
Not
don't think
gonna commit the
Z
Adeptus
Kremlin will
because, as
burst
you
again
mentioned,
anytime
even
soon.
With that, it would not
With
be enough
Nahida
of
or even
lethal
Cookie.
manifestation, so it would be a bit of a waste. Instead,
Because Z Kremlin
getting
only
Nahida's
has
burst
one
set
I
up
haven't
to
lost yet,
increase
or
reaction
the
damage
Ito
going
card.
forward will be pretty
So yeah, he
useful,
discarded the
because Dio still hasn't
Adeptus,
been
which
able to
is
pop
fair
that
enough.
Bennett burst, so there's not going to be a lot of
So
healing
swap.
out, and the other characters
Swap
on
and
his
what?
field are actually dropping quite low.
Sweet Madame.
Okay, so
Okay.
it is a swap onto Cookie Shinobu, a sweet
And
madame
then-
onto her to
yeah,
draw a
pass.
card,
Alright.
and rolling that
So-
quick swap out. Not sure.
Thunder Manifestation is dead because this will deal 3 damage plus 1 Zero Skanda. Yep, there you go.
That overload is going to send Dio.
And yeah, GG. Like now you're playing so Mono Pyro.
Yeah,
Like
the seeds
what?
add that extra damage, and a lot of the time you do
Mono
kind of
Pyro,
forget it
no more
exists. And
Electro.
manifestation is meant to
Like,
be the main anchor of
yeah,
this
the
deck,
Pyro
so with
Resonance
that
will just sit
gone,
in your
they will
hand
have to depend on the
and
other
just
two
cry.
characters to do most of the
Unfortunately.
damage, which isn't too much
Dude,
of a
still no
problem,
better
but
talent.
it actually hurts quite a
And
lot.
still no
If-
better
if
talent.
Enzo gets his passive pop
Round
as well,
3,
he actually
still no
does
better
hit pretty
talent.
hard
Oh
for
my
damage
god,
on
that's just so
every skill.
painful.
But Z-Kremlin
Yeah,
going to
okay,
stay
watch.
on Cookie right now
Watch
because
this. Next
now that there
round
is no
or next game,
manifestation, it's gonna be a lot harder to
Dio
pop
will
Overload.
absolutely run it back again with this deck, and then Z Kremlin will have to play his last deck, which is Sign Overload.
Yeah, it is
So,
actually hard
yeah.
to say that Z-Kremlin has completely won here yet as well, because Linny does still represent quite a good amount of his damage, and if Dio is able to position himself correctly, he can avoid a lot of the reaction damage that will be coming at him by tanking it on Enjo, who hasn't lost his revive yet, but that means that a lot of care has to be taken going forward.
So the question is, does Z Kremlin go for a skill here on Cookie Shinobu? I don't think there's anything that would immediately take her out now that manifestation is gone.
Yeah, there's no dice as well. That's
Dio
why
runs
Dio went for
egg in
NA.
the
Yeah,
bottom
yikes.
deck,
Yeah, this
if
is
I remember
cooked.
right.
He does have an egg in there
Okay,
somewhere.
NA for
Kremlin just
NA.
needs to
Alright,
do
nice trade.
one sort of skill. It can be skill, it can be normal
Nice
attack.
trade.
He just wants to build up
Yeah,
burst
man,
on
this sucks.
Kukishinobu. He doesn't have talent yet,
This
but I think he wants to
sucks.
use it for damage instead.
Oh.
I don't actually
Okay,
think
if I'm
he's in a
gonna play
position
this
where he
deck,
really
then I'm gonna
needs to
have a hard time
rely
getting
on
some
the revive
replay for
This is so
next
bad for
week.
Geo, though.
Oh
Look at
no.
those dice. 3, Animo, 2, Geo.
I you know what? Might as well just play this in the Arena of Champions because random matchmaking is flooded or swarmed with a bunch of whales and side overload as well. So yeah. Yeah, this deck. I mean, I'll be honest. Overall, aggro deck just feels sucks. Like remember back in the was it 3.6? Oh, not 3.6. 4.6. Yeah, 4.6. Where Fatsuizon was so popular with Linny, Lynette, and Farzon. Yeah. Holy balls.
I feel like he was in a very similar situation last game, and he went for it, and it really, I mean, he was in a corner at that point.
I hate how, or rather, I remember how people hate that deck because you have to. There's no dice fixer, so you just have to high roll with that deck, and that's how Minty beat me in wildcards with Fatsuizon. Oh man. Okay, NA burst, GG.
To the fact that she has the final
Sure.
remaining electro application in the
Okay,
game.
burn 3 skill, sure.
Like going for a normal attack on Kukishinobu. Dio's Pyrolector revive getting procced, and I mean that pyro damage bonus is going to be coming in, but I still don't think it's going to be threatening Zeke.
Let's see if round 4. Oh man. Round 4. Let's see if Dio will get Bennett
No
talent.
longer stay on Enjo
Oh
because
man.
Cookie's burst without a depth does
If there is
exactly
still
4
no
damage.
Bennett
So
talent
Enjo
next
would
round,
get
I'm
lethal
just gonna
here.
feel
Tusk
sorry
either
for
have to
Dio.
heal him up a little bit more.
Like you
or
should
need
have
to switch
brought
over to Bennett, which is still not really
Bennett
the time.
Cube and then someone else like Herald, right?
Sweet Madame going for a
Herald
normal attack.
H-Daha as well. H-Daha is really good because H-Daha can absorb element as well, generate dice with its talent card. Yeah.
So that's why that does 2
Like
damage.
there's a
but
lot
yeah,
of
Zeke
good
Kremlin is
options
going
for
to
Dio,
burst
that's
here,
for sure.
equips the gamblers,
I mean,
get that all set
I still
up,
respect him
and Dio is
for
now
playing
in
Lecter
a world of trouble.
because of because why not, right? At this point you're just having fun in this tournament, I guess. But yeah, I mean, he did one though with this deck yesterday against Mongo, so there's that. Sure, maybe it's just this is not Dio's lucky day.
Down to 2. I wonder. Do you even go to Nahida at this point?
Yeah, just go Nahida.
You can now, since Dio has already ended his
Yeah.
turn. And that is going
Go
to
for
do a good
skill.
amount of damage. 3 plus 1 from
And
Wicked,
I
doing 4,
think
getting that capitalizing field
yeah,
stack,
Pyro.
doing an extra from the seed,
You
and
kill.
the summon will also drop him
Oh
down
no,
to
yeah,
1
there's
HP.
Chef Mount, swap back,
So
yeah.
Zeke is basically
Yeah.
guaranteed
Alright,
to come out on
GG.
top.
Alright, please let this be a very quick 3-0 series. Thank you. Bennett talent, he got it! Finally! Okay, round 4, he finally got it. Wow! But too late, unfortunately. But yeah, oh man.
Dio coming way too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, like Sign Overload, but much worse. Yeah.
Fantastic Voyage. Because I'm pretty
Alright,
sure that's where
honestly.
it was.
It went
No
on a
food,
fantastic
Yet
voyage.
it sure did.
Judgment, Bennett burst, and then
Oh, no.
discard skill. Yeah, whatever.
Like you mentioned, this is definitely way too late. Even with passing of Judgment, Grimlet isn't going to need any action
Yeah,
cards
just
to finish this
at
off.
this
There
point,
is
just
no
go
way
for it.
Bennett
Yeah, there
is
you
going
go.
to be able to take out either Cookie or Nahida. The burst will come out, heal him just a little
Wow,
bit.
+2.
But Grimlet does have a quick swap, so he can very easily go back to Nahida and just do 3 damage.
Kukishinobu talent also came way too late for Zeke Kremlin. Not that he needed it at this point, but
Wow,
yeah,
NA.
I think if you're Zeke
Okay,
Kremlin,
dude,
you're just
nice
gonna end
BM.
Kukishinobu and do a whole bunch of normal
Nice
attacks. Why not?
BM. You could have fast swapped
doesn't even need to do this.
fast
Again,
swap
he had a
Nahida
quick
and then
swap. He
just
could've
end the
just gone to
game.
Nahida
Come
and
on,
she does enough
man.
damage to one-shot Bennett.
Not with Judgment. You do have to slow swap.
Oh, yeah.
SMH,
You're
this
right.
guy
So Judgment does
maximizing
cancel
his
something,
screen
but it's
time.
fine.
Okay, dude.
Going to take 2 games in a row.
And so quickly too. I feel like we just got
he could have also played Cookie Skill and then swap. This guy.
He will be taking set 3
this
and
guy, I
advancing
swear.
to the grand finals.
Okay, Z-Criminal will go to bathroom, I
So
think.
whoever wins this set will actually be advancing to that finals match where, I mean, you could be dueling it out for 16,000 USD and the champion title. So
an easy grand final slot is what every single player is going to be
Dude,
aiming for.
I cannot believe it.
Is through that upper bracket.
Can you imagine what Z-Criminal has gone through in this tournament? From wild cards, that's like top
so he's still gonna make sure
256 if I'm not mistaken, and then finally into top 8, and then potentially into grand finals. Holy, this guy is on a hot streak. Like damn, like from wild cards and then jump into the grand finals. Ah man, I can't fathom how lucky Z-Criminal is getting.
You said it was too early to say that last
now.
game, but look at where we are now.
Yeah, but again, we gotta make sure that we keep our
That
wits
is
about us,
crazy.
right? We never know what may happen. I think
Okay, leave it to me with judgment. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, he could have just skilled, but yeah, whatever.
No one could have predicted.
I mean, especially in the lower bracket.
I forgot
honestly, like,
judgment.
I'm more than happy to be casting the upper bracket here with you, but the lower bracket matches today were so interesting.
Alright, let's see if Dio will run it back. I think Dio has to run it back. There's
stall was so unexpected.
It's now or never, right? If you don't win, then you don't win.
Now. I think he's the only one who's
And I think if Dio swaps deck, you're just prolonging the inevitable, I think. That's just my opinion, but yeah.
As a stall
At this
player, just whittling down his opponents until they have no strength left to
come on,
fight
Dio.
back. We're not gonna see a situation
Just run it
like
back,
that here.
and then if you lose, you lose. It is what it is. I mean, it's not over yet for Dio anyway. And there you go, he runs back. Oh yeah, yup.
Oh
Yup.
no. Okay, so Z-Criminal, of course,
I can see what's happening. Easy 3-0. Yep.
Because he's
Thank goodness.
and Cookie Shinobu decks,
yeah.
no longer play them.
I'm sorry, Dio, but it's not over yet. You still have one more shot in the lower bracket finals. He still secured at least top 3. Yeah, still top 3, which is really good, right? Especially that he came from, like both of these players came from the upper bracket, which is really good. So no matter what happens here, they still get a good spot, like top 4 easily.
Impressed by Dio's confidence in the deck overall, bringing it 3 times
Yeah, I
in
knew
a
it.
row.
Like Dio has to run back. Like if you change deck, it's just prolonging the inevitable. But Dio has to win with this deck. If he can win with this deck, there is a chance that Dio can win with his other decks.
But this is actually how Kevin Z lost to Ting.
Let's see what happens. But I'm hoping that Z-Criminal will top deck drill and count down round 1.
He lost to Ting
Let's
with
go.
0-3 because he spammed the same deck 3 times in a row and never took a single win off with it.
I do remember that, yes. So it's gonna be hard to say. Like again, I do feel like there is potential in this deck. This I guess if we call Z-Criminal's deck Sign Overload, then Dio's deck could be called Eng Overload. Eng Overload.
What?
What do you mean what? It's Enjo. It's Enjo Overload. Eng Overload.
But
Eng Overload? Okay, that's actually a good one. Good one, Sadafa.
Fire Station, I still remember like
actually,
Fire
you know what?
Station was a little bit different in the past, right?
I'm gonna use that as my next video's title. Sure, and
So you can change out the Pyro characters and still have Fire Station.
Okay, you know what? That's fine. They can be a separate naming.
Eng
Either way,
Overload.
though. Sign Overload
That's
is
a good
one of the
clickbait.
premier decks of the meta. Sino has
Nice,
got
nice,
big
nice.
buffs. Chevruz works really well with him, along with Prospector's
Thank you,
Drill as
Sadafa,
well.
for
So
giving
if
me
Dio
ideas.
needs to win against this deck 3 different times,
alright.
just in order to qualify to the grand finals.
Also,
I think it's going to be a very tall order.
Dio has to win with Edge Overload, or else it's Edge Over.
Yeah, he's got to be able to win this, otherwise he'll drop into the lower bracket.
Good one. Okay, that's actually a good one. I'm not gonna lie.
He will be on a fantastic
Edge Over. Oh my god.
Anyway,
good one.
Z Kremlet's Sign Overload deck with Chevrolet.
Alright,
Being a new
Sign Overload. This is Z Kremlet's final deck
she is being paired
to
with
win
Sino is
in order to advance to the grand finals.
Which is just a lot of pyro application that really didn't exist before.
So he finally brought Dawn Winery,
so well with
I think, because I think yesterday, I think he brought 2 changing shifts, if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
It is such a painful
Yeah, I remember. Z Kremlet doesn't have Dawn Winery before,
really
now he has it. Okay.
Overload overall, but there's just a lot of value built in. Prospector's Drill. A lot of people thought it was an interesting weapon when it first came out. Many people were wondering who is going to be able to use this, then realized that it worked perfectly with Sino, with Chevrolet as a support, and we see Sign Overload was born, taking advantage of the talent, things like White Glove, Pyro Resonance, to be able to hit a maximum of 15 total damage if the conditions are all met.
Z Kremlet said in his interview that his favorite characters are Linny and Lynette, and look at his support cards, Double Countdown, Double Tada. Of course, Tada has a lot of applications in this deck specifically.
I think those are his favorite characters right before even Fontaine released. Like, but I think I remember something he said like that in the SUC. Like Linny and Lynette were his favorite characters when he saw them in the Tevat trailer.
It's a
Yeah.
It's a variant of
right
Fire
before
Station
Fontaine even released, so yeah.
Okay,
there you go.
With that. We can call it either way. It's fine. What matters is whether
just
or not
a small fun fact
it here, because otherwise we will be seeing our first clean sweep of the entire
okay, so Gio, yeah, Gio runs it back.
Finals, which
like I said, Gio has to win this now or never.
At home, you want more Primo Gem raffles, so I hope you're rooting for our underdog Dio here in this upper bracket final. I mean, just a reminder, whoever wins here goes to the grand finals. It is so exciting. There is so much on the line right now, and this is not the end of the line for either of these
and I
players.
really hope
I do believe that both of them
that Inzaghi in the next set will ban
that day one,
Chikua's comfort pick, which is Ningguang's stall, right? Just let the whale out. Actually, just let the whale out. Let Chikua win with his whale.
So,
and then just reverse sweep,
I think it's
right?
Nice that the
Easy.
players are feeling very comfortable about
come
things,
on.
but we are definitely getting down to the wire.
Inzaghi, please, come on. I know you're listening, but man.
So we'll find out if Game 3 is going to be where Dio makes their return, or if Z Kremlet will truly leave a mark on the competition.
Yeah, we're gonna have to find out if it's sign over.
Alright, game number 3. This could be the final game of this series. Or not, if Dio is able to get, you know, better talent. We'll see what happens. But with countdown, on Dio's hand, round 1, ooh, it might, I think he's gonna get it. I think he's gonna get it.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
Better talent, Crown Countdown. If Dio didn't get better talent from Countdown, and there's also Strategize as well, oh my god, that would be depressing. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it was a chain.
Okay, Vanarana as well.
I feel like Staffa is just dominating me in this. What is this? I need to step up my game.
No, so does Dio.
Oh my god, countdown into countdown. Here we go.
Countdown to the show. This should just be Dea's skill. You know, I'm gonna handle the TCG gameplay if you're not, Staffa.
Okay. Let's jump back into this for now. Looking at the opening hand, Z Kremlet has a lot to start with already. He played Countdown, so he drew into... I'm not sure which of these he drew and which he started with, but he does have Liban.
Okay, Countdown, bad talent.
He's got...
Hey! Finally, there it is. Okay. Okay, this changes everything. Another Another Bennett talent.
Dio could just go back
okay, there's all the luck win.
In game 1
finally,
that would have changed
finally, it's time. It's time. Okay, I can see Dio can win with at least 45% chance.
We were going to have the typical day start.
So unfortunately, Z-Crim did not get a drill for Sino.
Less pressure to start with.
He needs Z-Crim needs to get the drill for Sino ASAP to protect Sino at all costs, especially from Bennett Burst Onslaught.
His heart rate has not gone below 130 this entire set.
So what do you do as Z-Crimlet?
Some of the highest numbers that we've seen
like
so
you have
far,
2 dice. I think you might just I think you might as well play Sumer Resonance.
Sure
right? Might as well. Look
so,
for
the highest has been around 160-ish.
Look for the cards that you need. Liben? Okay, so sure, fine. Yeah, Liben pass. Not bad, not bad.
At all times, like, what does it mean, you know? Does it just mean that he never panics since he's already
Wait, I'm
in a state?
kinda surprised Dio did not go for skill at least, or NA.
Here. You know, I was talking to Z-Crimlet,
or at least skill, yeah.
Exactly what he
and just float
you,
1
my
dice?
lovely audience. He said, I'm boring,
he
say
float 3,
want.
but Vonarano's got 2.
Yeah,
not,
that's what he said. So, I mean, we can make up a reason for his
not
high
the
heart
other
rate.
one,
I'm sure
so
he wouldn't mind.
I don't know about that.
Reason for his high heart rate.
He's just so excited to go on a fantastic voyage.
Okay, you know what? That is the official lore canon explanation.
Okay, that was a good one from Leah.
Yeah.
Good
This
joke.
is what happens when you don't give me something to tell the audience.
Okay.
Why do you even strat anyway? Yeah, good point. There's also the I don't know why. Like countdowns are already good enough. I don't know. I mean, either way, the more cards you get, the better, right? More options.
Sino is capable of
yeah. Okay.
Full HP,
I don't think Dio will go for Bennett Burst, which is kind of funny, right? Which is kind of funny. I mean, at this point, I think Dio will play swap stalling, right? I think.
No, I didn't think so.
Yeah, fast swap Sino to Pyro Rescue, GG.
Dio
yeah.
actually does have some potential
yeah.
of playing around with this deck in this particular matchup. Because compared to
Lotus,
before,
Bennett?
Z-Crimlet is going to be playing a hyper carry composition, which means it's very important for him to keep Sino alive.
Really?
And if he's able to get Lightning Rod or Pyro application on the Sino, then that does make it a lot easier for
this feels scuff. Not building. I mean, it's hard, right? It's hard to build energy for Bennett Burst because Sino will just snipe.
Looks like Z-Crimlet is digging for something we can't quite see what
like
it is.
Sino is the sniper. Let's just say that, right?
Quick. Memorize the cards at the top, the bottom of the cards. Well, what's he gonna put back or what's he gonna draw?
Wait,
my memory is not.
Dio has Judgment anyway. He could play Judgment and go Bennett, right? I don't know. He could have played Judgment, build Bennett Burst, swap off, and then fast swap Bennett Burst.
White glove.
I think he was probably looking for Prospector's
Actually, yeah. He has Judgment. He could have prevented the fast swap, Pyro Resonance, and then he could just chill building Burst on Bennett. Yeah.
I mean, he has strategized, so you can go digging for it again.
Huh.
He can.
He could have played. Whatever. I'm not gonna say it again, but whatever.
Oh, he's not able to
Oh my god. Is that the second countdown? That is the second countdown, right? Oh my god.
Well, you know, you leave Mondstadt. It's what you start with. You always return to Mondstadt. So that's just what's going to happen here. I'm sorry.
That is true. That's what happens when you carry
Okay, at least go to Bennett.
Always finds its way back into your hand.
Now Z-Crimlet just ignores the Lotus. That sucks. He could have. Okay, the better play here for Dio is actually just play Judgment, right? Build Bennett, like what I said earlier. Just build Bennett Burst, swap off, and then just quick swap Bennett Burst. What?
Z-Crimlet has played one card at least.
What?
To not overdraw like Dio did earlier.
It is possible to early equip gamblers. You take away a bit of the surprise factor, but it would be perfect for spending 1 dice to leave one.
I think Dio is overthinking this. Like you have Judgment. What is that Judgment for anyway? Like come on.
I guess nowadays not really, right?
Gamblers is never gonna go on anyone. unless it's like a very strange.
He started first, right? He also started first. Oh no, wait, who starts first in the second round?
Is equip Prospector's Drill and Gamblers at the same time.
Don't tell me you're gonna NA.
If you just have them in hand, you don't know what else to do.
Oh no, probably Liben. Oh no, you can't even Liben because overdraw. Oh my god.
Dio is tuning something here. Is he gonna play?
No, I don't think you play Liben.
Like,
Overdraw
it's
issue.
Funny to see that
4,
when
5,
he had so much trouble
6,
finding
7.
it in the previous 2 games, but he does
Yeah,
have this time. So
Dio's gonna overdraw 1. You could play Shun's Liben. Oh, there you go.
Lecter's skill is really going to help much.
Dude,
here,
these energy could have been like
what she's meant to do in this
gone to Bennett. Like, come on,
Really?
really?
On to Sino and the changing shifts and a quick swap. D-Crimlet just
Quick
showing
swap,
Dio that he has
okay.
a free
Oh, because he already has
Only
another one.
with a
Yeah,
pop
okay,
application
fair enough.
coming into whatever character Dio
Fair
adds on.
enough.
This is a threat. And Dio
Dio started first.
Who does he want to end
And then
on
swap
to
Herald.
take
Oh my
that
god.
overload?
Okay, that's a
Probably going to
huge.
be Lecter,
It could have
but
been a misplay
so
for Dio. I don't know.
It is a
He could have
perfect setup
played
for
Judgment
Z-Crimlet.
first.
Under a more ideal circumstance,
And then
he
go
would wanted to
for,
keep that
like,
even
you
to
know,
be changing shifts combo secret, but because he knows
Skill or NA, whatever. You play Lotus onto Bennett and then Z-Crimlet can't do shit. Like, what? And then Dio will just lose because he can't even play Bennett talent in the. Oh my god, dude.
has to deal with a little bit of draw unluckiness.
Yeah, Crimlet is. Yeah, he already pre-played everything. Okay, so round 3. So obviously, Dio will now play Judgment, right? Because in this round, it's very obvious to play Judgment. Like, playing Judgment in round 3 is very obvious, and you always play Judgment round 3. Because round 3 is the round where a lot of shit can happen, right? So, playing Judgment here right now makes sense. Dea skill again. Okay. Refreshing Dea summon. Fair enough. Dude, would it be funny if... Oh my god.
just went for a second skill. It actually applies 1 Tick of Pyro because her summon's already on the board.
Yeah.
We never see that ever.
Yeah,
that
we never see that ever.
Up. You never really go for the second Dea skill because you're normally doing something on Sino at this point.
Wait, didn't CGR did the same thing against Chikwa yesterday? I forgot. But yeah.
Be able to make use of that. He would have wanted to go over the Sino, but no drill.
Dude, I don't think you play Judgment here. The fact that Dea skilled, nah, I think you save Judgment for next round. I think Z-Crimlet is expecting it from Dio to play Judgment and just ignore Judgment overall. So if Dio Judgment, there's nothing you can Judgment here. Like, yeah, Dea will just burst. Exactly. For 4 dice, yeah.
Anything again. Now the question is,
or NA actually for. I mean, you don't NA and then Liben pass. No, you don't. There's too much cards in Z-Crimlet's hand right now. Fast swap.
Someone has to go down in order to use it.
No way.
Looks like Leave It to Me is going to be.
No way you go Bennett here. No shot. Okay, maybe Thunder Manifestation. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah, this makes sense. No gamblers though. Unfortunately, that's another thing that you want in this game is gamblers.
It does. What do you know? Just because I said the pun means it doesn't work.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I don't think Dio will play Judgment here. The fact that they are skilled, I think that's a pretty much a clear signal for Dio that you don't ever play Judgment until next round. I think Dio has to end somehow first, so that Dio can go first into the next round, and then Dio can play Judgment. And I think that's the best time, I think, for Dio to actually start building energy on Bennett, or maybe just go aggro. Oh my god.
is going to come
Judgment
down
comes down.
for Dio in this round.
Judgment doesn't do shit. Oh man. Okay, Z-Crimlet just wins. Alright, there you go.
Now Z-Crimlet is actually quite happy that he ended up playing the changing shapes.
Like Dea's dead. Like Dea already got her summon out. Like sure, Z-Crimlet doesn't care about that.
Ensures that even
man.
Crimlet switches over to Sino, you're not going to need to worry about things.
Z-Crimlet has 10 cards in his hand, so he has to somehow discard at least 2, right?
And the question is,
still no drill actually. No drill for Sino. Still no weapon.
It's a little bit awkward. I mean, you could
Chef skill Liben End. You can't Liben End. Z-Crimlet has too much cards in his hand, and his hand is already good. Yeah.
And passing judgment, but looks like we're
fast
just gonna go
swap.
for a
He already
5 damage
pre-played
skill
fast swap last round, so
Sino
yeah.
is over 2 stacks.
It is still gonna hurt quite a bit.
There's also like White Glove as well, so that's plus 3 cards. So he has to somehow burn 2 more. Actually, he could play, play second White Glove, that's 8. He could play Cleanup again, because Cleanup doesn't expire until you use it, right? It's not gonna go away, or it's rather, it's not limited to 1 round or this round, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, hell, you can even pre-play. Although you can, wait, you can't. Judgment.
Wait, just tune the other
so you just play.
Are we just gonna go for skill here?
Skill?
I think this is gonna try and do as much damage to Sino as possible, because this is another situation.
Just play White Glove, and then potentially maybe Tada.
Healing, so a lot of damage that you do is more permanent.
Do you keep Tada at this point? Like you don't have.
Drill thus far, there is no damage reduction.
You don't have drill anyway, so I think. Yeah, okay, White Glove, Tada. I think you play Tada just to discard it, or okay, you discard. Okay, discard and skill. Sure, that's fine.
I think we have to play one more card. We are at 7, so play one more. Ooh, it's gonna be.
Okay, that's fine.
Makes sense if you played the second White Glove. But now leaving.
Wait, full round. Wait, Z-Crim will overdraw 1. Will overdraw 1. I think he forgot this card. Like this card is plus 1.
Will be able to
I mean, either way, I think it doesn't matter because you already have these cards: Double Pyro Resonance, Fluff, Woven, Lowe's Crisp, even. Like at this point, what are you even looking for, right? At this point, like Z-Crim already has everything to finish up this game, pretty much.
Because he's 1 dice short.
Yeah.
With Pyro Res.
Okay, Sumer Resonance. He could have burned that actually, but whatever.
Sino, base 3, plus 2 from Overload, plus Pyro Res.
It would have been enough. So it's unfortunate, but I think Z-Crimlet did know that himself. That's why he.
I don't know what Z-Crim will burn. We will never know.
Prospector's drill.
But the number of times we've seen people ending on Sino and Sino going down. Oh, there's the glitch!
Ah, he burned the drill. That's fine. That is absolutely fine. It sucks, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's not fine.
The worst thing.
But yeah, he overdrew 1 and he burned the best card possible. Unlucky.
The visceral reaction we had on the caster says,
man.
Going from cheering to seeing
I think Gio wins.
Drawn, and then it got burnt to a crisp. I guess that's what happens when you play Overload.
Okay, swap Chevres. Lecter Burst. Wow. We're actually gonna see a Lecter Burst. That's something.
That is actually
Lecter Burst is 4 cost.
I have seen.
Very expensive.
It's fine.
But at the same time, I think it's worth it.
Need Prospector's drill?
He can Sumer Res for the second one. Yeah, that's true.
Right now where he could
maybe
close out the game without using it. But if he had it, it really pushes that percentage closer to 100.
He should have used Thunder Manifestation Burst to guarantee kill.
yes.
useful here, and
that is absolutely equivalent in value to a prospect.
But I think Dio wins here.
But
like Dio just play the aggro stuff with these two. Now their burst is up. Like at this point you just ignore Bennett, which is interesting. The fact that he even got Bennett talent and didn't even go for Bennett, which is interesting. I think Dio could have gone for Bennett first if during round 2 he played Judgment and then protect Bennett and then build. Right, I feel like that would have been way better.
You ideally would want a
so we'll see what happens here. Okay, was that NA? That's NA. Yeah, 1 damage. Okay.
As the final anchor.
Not even.
It's most likely gonna be difficult.
Yeah, NA for NA. Yeah, trade.
For a while. So doing some damage here with him would feel a little bit nicer.
I think
do you burst? I think you burst no matter what.
Because Sino is in
just
threat
go for it.
from a Pyro Res skill from either Bennett or Angel. And Dio knows this, which is why he's just sitting happily on Lecter, you know, chipping away at Chevro's health. But now the Lightning Probe is on Chevro's.
Lecter's burst is really good to have, I'll be honest.
Burst, maybe?
It's like mini Gonyu Frostflake.
You want elemental burst on Enzo. It could just be a good way of
I think Dio wins.
Because the thing is, for Dio now he knows that Z-Crimlet is not going to be willing to switch onto
Z-Crimlet is able to flip Lecter here, there's a fair chance that Z-Crimlet can still go for double kill, maybe, and then Lotus protecting Sino and then wins. That can happen.
Looking a little worse for wear.
Still no burst? What? Why?
On her, and I think Z-Crimlet is just gonna be forced to normal attack. There it is, triggering Pyro Lecter's revive. The good news for Z-Crimlet is that
now do you go for burst and kill Chevrolet?
Something like Fresh Wind, Woven, and take Lecter out.
Fresh Wind is what is going to allow Z-Crimlet to come out on top here. The ideal situation is
it can happen, and I think Dio will go for burst this time.
Enzo has revived a skill
which he should have. I mean, doesn't matter as long as he get the burst out, right?
Be able to rely on that.
Dude, I swear, if Dio doesn't get his burst out, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Still have 1 remaining.
Dio actually has 2 actions here, especially if Z-Crimlet does
I think,
for the kill,
no.
You can't play that I have
so it's either burst or skill, whatever. But I think you go for burst regardless. So burst, kill Chev, or skill, sure, whatever. No burst. I mean, makes sense. You keep burst because it will cause overload. You can't play Pyro Resonance. Sure. So
Z-Crimlet hasn't been able to play for that line because he hasn't been able to find the drill. And then when he did find it, it got
he needs to swap or not swap. So he needs to end here and go first next round. So Z-Crimlet.
Wait, we're playing Fresh Wind.
Wait, this early? Really?
This is a little worrisome. But there
why?
We go. Falling
Dio will go first and then Pyro Resonance.
There's not a Woven to go for another kill here, but I think
he can't end.
He can end?
There is a possibility of ending, or if he
he can still end first. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah.
I think so,
it's the same thing. Okay, let's see if he gets drill.
Hold on.
He does.
He does get his second Woven.
Second Woven and the drill. Okay, GG. Dio wins. Oh, not Dio wins, but Z-Crimlet wins. Because with Pyro Resonance and
Bennett can still take him out. Honestly.
Huh? Why?
Oh man. Okay, you have to end first.
Huh?
You have to end first, and I think you
no, never mind. Fair enough. There's still another Lotus. It's fine. Whatever. Tell something. But I can see why. Because Z-Crimlet is playing around Woven. Makes sense.
And Dio isn't gonna be able to do it here other than end.
You can always play drill. Oh my god.
Hold on, egg.
Egg fast swap.
Egg genuinely makes a difference
just swap.
Because these Dio, does he want
there's also
manifestation? He could honestly even tank the summon on Enjo.
Oh, okay. Now I see the reason why Lotus there.
You just basically want to make.
Wait, Dio could have gone for burst, no?
Overload off of Thunder Manifestation. Bennett is coming
He could have
out.
swapped.
I mean, Secret is
I
gonna
don't
be able
know.
to take Bennett
Whatever.
out here.
Okay.
But I.
Okay, there's no
worry
flaw.
about what happens after.
Okay, at this point, Z-Criminal just wins. Just play Lotus, equip Drill, and then you win.
Alive, then as
Maybe?
long as Bennett got overloaded onto, then Sino would be able to one-shot him, and then
Let's see what the
Manifestation would
dice.
be able
Oh,
to do
dice
enough
looks
damage to
great
break
for
through
Dio.
Lotus. But if Bennett gets lethal here,
Yeah, I think Dio wins.
Oh, he did get a drill.
I think Dio wins, guys.
Right now,
I absolutely do.
Definitely not.
No fluff. Like the early fluff is so scuff. I don't know about that. Okay, so Pyro Resonance, right?
Dio can go for
Abyss Herald dies. And then Thunder Manifestation skill, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Secret lost. I feel like
because it's 4 plus 2 from overload, so 6.
Yeah, Lecter doesn't have +1 damage now, right? Egg doesn't bring it back.
The health that Sino is at with that
survive?
Lotus. I know, I think Sino
Yeah,
does
1 damage.
live here.
You know why he lives? He lives because of Prospector's drill.
You finally got it, but I mean, it's too little too late.
Man.
It's not enough.
It is not enough.
I don't know if Z-Crimlet misplayed that, but he is overthinking it. So
He's actually displaying all of his cards. Secret, are you gonna play
okay,
for that?
good.
Are you gonna do it?
Is he?
Wait, it doesn't even kill him.
It doesn't even kill. How funny.
Yup.
Yeah.
He just uses all
Okay,
of his
good
cards,
one.
gets the damage out there. But
Okay.
Egg,
At least Dio wins with this deck.
Dio.
Now, oh my god. Dude, if we're gonna get a reverse sweep again, dude, if we were gonna get a reverse sweep again, oh my god, it's gonna be stupid.
Turn things around. We are going into a game
No way we're
4.
getting a reverse sweep, right? Oh my god, no. There's just no way.
And so
Oh my god. Another 5-game series? Are you kidding me?
Taking our game 3 here. We are going to game 4.
Really? Oh, I'm so done.
Raffle winners.
Yeah, that was an impressive match.
Like even the watch
I think
party is
Z-Crimlet
done.
got a little bit of a taste of what Dio had to face in game number 1 and 2.
Egg 1! You're right, egg clutch, you're right. Sure, I'll make it count.
Having that drill earlier would have changed a lot in the game, but it does mean
Alright,
more
egg
apples,
clutch.
And for this game, we have 2 winners
Sure.
down at the bottom of the screen.
There you go. Dude, next one we might get Sign Overload mirror match.
And you know, make your way on over to Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. You guys know the drill.
Let's see if we're gonna get Sign Overload mirror match. If we did get Sign Overload mirror match, I'm gonna cross that out immediately.
To Astro Carnival's YouTube, you can enter into our raffle for Game 4. There will be 2 more.
But man, I really hope that this is not gonna be a Game 5 series again.
Yeah, it's a really
Because if we did, oh my god, if we fucking did, dude, this overall tournament will last at least 11 hours. Can you believe that? 11 hours? Much more longer compared to yesterday? Come on.
They still have a path.
You're pretty much telling me that I'm not gonna play Cat's Gathering anymore. Oh my god. I mean, you know what? Might as well. Fuck Cat's Gathering. Fuck the Whale Mirror. Like, I'm not gonna deal with that shit.
Secretly taking that tag, Kevin Z, believer, Kevin Z.
At this point, I really hope that Inzaghi bans Ningguang deck from Chikawa. And just release the whale.
Prince Cup tournament, right?
I mean,
I'm still hoping, I'm still betting on Z-Criminal to win, so that there won't be a Game 5 in this series, yeah. Please do, and thank you. Okay, okay, no mirror.
But here we
I think
go.
with Tada, like this is easy.
Onto that Sign Overload deck. It looks like
Wait, we haven't got the
Sayu deck, and we did not see a mirror matchup.
We haven't got the Tada freeze break yet, did we? We haven't, no?
already.
So we might be able to
is
see
still a
it
very
in this
powerful
upcoming
card,
game.
although
We'll see.
requires some good maneuvering. I think the Herald Claymore deck has tools to be able to deal with it because you have the Herald that can tank a big hit with that revive, and you do have two different potential carry characters, so you're not really based on a single one, and losing one or the other doesn't mean that the game is over for you.
I really don't like this matchup.
I'm surprised Gio did not went for Sign Overload Mirror. I mean, if he was in Jaggi, he would absolutely go for Mirror and be like, you know what, fuck it, we ball.
Skill with that and deal a whole lot of damage.
I think they need to somehow reduce time for move. It really doesn't look competitive.
Granted, it does
Really?
deal damage to you because
They could reduce the time a little bit.
It shatters you.
I mean,
hurts a lot.
think of it like chess, right? I mean, chess is pretty much the same thing. I mean, there is a timer. There is a timer, right, in the game.
So I think
Same
Dada
thing with
is a very
chess.
crucial card in this matchup.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's
yeah, thinking time is part of the
seen
game, though. Yeah,
previously
exactly.
in this
What
tournament of
Zakuro
really
said.
messing with the
It's like
momentum of
chess,
freeze
pretty
decks.
much. This is pretty much a game of
Freeze
chess,
does
but it's
actually
just
take a little while
trading
to
card
really
game
be able
overall.
to
So yeah.
reliably lock down a character.
Like you
'cause players are
can't
gonna try their
say
best to
that
avoid
in
it.
the chess
And then if
game,
after
right?
all of that effort, you finally get a
Unless
freeze
they
in
play
just for it to
Blitz,
be
okay?
broken
Unless they
straight
play
away,
Blitz,
your game
sure.
plan is basically ruined.
Right?
So Dio
Because
has
Blitz,
to make sure that they play this
in
like,
Blitz
properly,
mode,
make
in
sure
chess,
that
you're
they're
definitely
not
required to
too
play
dependent
fast.
on freezing Sino,
Honestly,
'cause
I
the
feel like
Krillin will always have a
Genius
way of
Invocation
potentially
TCG should have that game mode as well.
Indeed, but
With each player has their own time, like 3 minutes, for example. Right, just like Blitz in chess, where if the timer runs out, that player automatically loses. So hopefully there will be that kind of a tournament
That is actually good.
or game mode
I do hope
in the near future. Yeah, Blitz chess, but TCG, yes, please. That would be great.
Our sanity at some point.
Hopefully it's not pun.
That would be actually great and fun to see as well. But I don't think the developers will go that far. I mean, it's I don't know. At this point, if someone in the development team is very passionate in TCG overall, I think there's a chance, small chance, that they will bring something like that.
We actually did see
Like
both. The
Blitz
last one
mode,
did come
something
out
like
in
that,
time
yeah.
to keep Sino alive.
No, and he equipped it, but the other one was burnt to a
Yeah,
crisp.
the other one was burnt to a crisp. That was very sad. But yeah, this is once again
Okay,
Sino
but
Overload.
then
We've already
80% of the
seen
time is
its
spent on
capabilities.
card
You start
playing
out there,
animations.
get that damage
Yeah.
reduction. You
I mean, that's why you
get
have the
Overload
option
ideally by
Accelerate
round
Duel,
2,
right?
so that
Like
you
there's
have that
option for
overcharge
that.
ball.
So
Then you
yeah.
equip Sino with Talent at Prospector's Drill, and he starts one-shotting characters doing 10 damage consistently with cards like
Imagine
Fresh Wind
Prepare
to close
skill.
out the
Oh
game.
my goodness.
Z-Kremlet was not able to get
Yeah.
every piece of this puzzle previously.
Also,
which
yeah,
really slowed
animations.
down his
Like you
early
shouldn't
game
play.
aggression and made it difficult to
Like
punish
you shouldn't
Dio.
have dynamic skin, right?
Yes,
if you
but
want to
this
play
matchup
Blitz or something like
is
that.
going to be
This is why I think
for the Sayu
for
deck,
in this
I
tournament,
believe, and maybe
if you
I
notice,
may
like their
prove
cards
wrong, but
doesn't have
especially not
dynamic
having
skin,
Wagner
so yeah.
and Dio's
But
iterations
during
not have
in the
Wagner, it makes
Asia
it pretty
Invitationals,
unreliable in some cases
everyone
because
is
you're
equipped,
relying
or
on
rather
drawing out that
everything,
Wolf's
every
Gravestone at
card
the
is
perfect
equipped with
timing,
dynamic
and so
skin,
many
which is
times
funny.
yesterday and today
And
we've
the golden
just
card
not
back
seen
as
the
well, which is
Gravestone
pretty
in
cool.
time. I actually
But
was sitting
yeah,
with Z
that
Kremlet
was,
watching
man,
some
I
previous
miss it
games
so
today,
much.
and there were times where he'd
Will
like,
there
if only
be
there was a
another,
Wagner,
you
if
know,
only there
Asia
was a Wagner, he
Invitationals
would be able
next
to draw
year,
that Wolf's Gravestone and play
January?
it.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
that's why Z-Kremlet had the
We
Wagner
might able
variant
to
of the
see.
Herald
I mean, you know
Claymore
what?
earlier
It may be
himself.
possible to see top 4 from Atlantic and Pacific clashing together. I can see it. I can actually see it. Maybe potentially in winter, in December, or maybe January as well. But that's up for the tournament organizers to do whatever they want.
If he is lucky enough to get them both and equip them on
MiHoYo devs are cool. Project management isn't. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm silent. I just thought of a pun with the word punished. Because because Sino punishes evildoers and he tells puns.
Yes.
I'm not going anywhere with that.
Okay. Okay. It
Sadaf
seemed
was
like
like,
they were setting
okay.
up for something.
I was thinking of
GITCG World Championship when? Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
what I said, yeah, the top 4 from Atlantic, and then potentially top 4 in the Pacific. That can happen, and that could count as a World Championship because Atlantic is from NAEU, and then Pacific, you know, we have Japan. I mean, Dio is top 4, so he's pretty much guaranteed to get invited in the next tournament as well. Maybe in the near future, who knows? But yeah, we might be able to get World Championship soon, hopefully, probably like around December or January, but maybe December, I think. Maybe in December. Let's cross our fingers for that to happen. Alright, game number 4, round number 4, whatever you want to call it, here we go. Please don't be a game 5 series. Oh my god, I'm gonna hurt my ass sitting down in this chair for so long. Like, come on, man. Like, I want to play Cat Still Gathering as well. Are you kidding me? And now the watch party is even gone. Like, I think SI is sleeping right now. Let me check. I don't think he's even speaking right now. He's just... Yeah, he's out. He's sleeping. Yeah, everyone's out. Oh man. Oh yeah, raffle time.
But maybe the nerves are finally getting to him. Though it did drop.
It does look like he's calmed down a little bit more here, so that is good to see. We want to make sure that the players are feeling a little bit more comfortable.
Alright, let's go, Z Crimlet. Come on, please don't be a game 5 series, man. I swear.
Even is pretty good for Z Crimlet, but I think that Dio can take the juniors are Timea's start.
Also, I'm just gonna say this early. If next set, if Inzaghi did not ban Chikua's Ningguang stall deck, I'm not gonna cast. I'm just gonna say it. I'll just let the stream run as is. Fuck it. Also, I forgot to do the poll. Whatever.
As for Z Crimlet,
I mean, if you guys are gonna vote in the poll right now, you guys are just gonna vote for Z Crimlet, absolutely. So yeah. Ideally, top X from CN as well.
Dio actually just pulled out Leben himself, so his opening hand is pretty good.
I guess.
This is really perfect for Dio. Looks like we're gonna be going.
But I don't think that will happen because CN has their own tournament circle. I mean, sure there is Asia Invitationals, right? You have the top 4 from Southeast Asia, top 4 from Korea, top 4 from Japan, and then top 4 from CN. Yeah, but this time around, it's different.
You could play Leben
because in Pacific, like Japan, Korea, Southeast Asia is combined. They did not split like last year, which is kind of cringe to be honest, but yeah, whatever. Wow, double Timea's Liben pass. Look at Dio. He is smiling. He is like, hell yeah, this is the opener. Let's go. Oh man.
himself should probably be expecting.
And then double Liben. Okay, that's not bad. No drill though. No drill or even countdown.
He was able to get turn priority regardless.
Actually, I think that's exactly what Dio wanted now.
Hey, Z-Crim needs the top deck drill or else we are actually getting a game 5 series. Oh my god.
Into double Timea's is kind of the ideal start for Dio.
CN go separate almost everywhere. Yeah.
Ramp going into this turn and also additional ramp
for the World Championship, like I said, I think it's very likely to happen, you know, with top 4 from Atlantic and then top 4 from Pacific. I think that makes the most sense for the World Championship. But then, yeah, CN is not included for the World Championship. It's gonna scuff, but
I guess all the bad luck
we'll see what happens, right? Because
really hitting him now.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the situation where he used all of his bad luck in the first 2 games just so he
oh my god, look at Dio's hand.
Last 3 games.
No moves gravestone though for Dio's hand. Okay.
On to that Herald, and we are swapping on over to him. Z-Crim like going for a strategize.
Oh, countdown, Catherine, still no drill, which is what Z-Crimlet is hoping for.
is
but doesn't get it,
possible, but risky,
unfortunately.
because it does mean that you're leaving yourself at a dice disadvantage against Dio.
Catherine,
There
though,
is some
sure,
leeway to potentially
to
do
go
that,
around
because
freeze,
as long
yeah.
as you switch away from Dea after tanking a
I
hydro
think
hit,
at this
then
point you
will
go
be
Chevreuse.
fine.
Maybe
But
go for Chevreuse
positioning of that
Burst?
means
I
that
don't
Cripplet
know.
would have to actually skill on Dea or switch to Chevreuse to do so.
This feels a little painful.
I think you might as well, right? Just go for Chevreuse.
Dio
Chevreuse, skill, and then maybe countdown, hope for something, and then Liben pass? I think that's too much. Z-Kremlin will draw 5 with this setup, like +2, +1, and then +2 from N-Phase. So N-Phase, Liben, White Glove. Yeah. So plays Sumer Resonance?
So this is good. This is a good
Okay, he
setup.
gets the
He's
drill
got
at
talent,
least,
he's
finally.
got
Now
drill.
that's the cards he needs.
No Pyro Res, unfortunately. But if it is
So,
able to
Death-
get a overload setup,
Death skill
then
again.
it will be very nice for him.
Whoa.
Another second Dea skill. This is
That's
so
so
interesting.
interesting, actually.
I feel like this is not a line that is commonly taken.
Yeah,
but
what Leah
it does
said.
apply pyro on hit if that summon is already
Not
out
a
on the
common
board.
line you
So
go for Inside
Miss
Overload.
Herald's sitting there with
Absolutely not.
pyro application just like Tongyun.
But just to
This is
apply
good for
Pyro
Z-Kremlet
application
because
on Herald
Dio
is
wants
not
to stay on
bad,
Herald. They
sure.
want to at least skill on Herald once so that they're able to apply the Hydro that Sayu can swirl later. So if Dio does follow this typical line, Z-Kremlet can quick swap over the Sayu
With 5 dice, I think here's what Z-Kremlet's gonna do. Play
dice to play Talent and Prospectors on top of that.
Play the drill,
But I think
okay,
just
that's
getting the
3
ball
dice
will
left.
already
Play Catherine,
be a
that's
pretty
2.
good spot, and then maybe you can
And
switch
that's
back
it.
to another
You float
character to
1,
enter.
unfortunately. And then you play this guy,
feel like
the White
even
Glove.
with Prospector's Drill,
And then you have
it's
1,
not
2,
a great
3,
spot
4.
at all
Yeah, you're not gonna
for
overdraw.
Z-Kremlet because
Which is great.
Dio has
Alright.
so many actions this turn that
Fast
he's not
swap.
taken yet, but here we go.
Oh,
it will
Sino
be a
Talent?
Leave it to me.
Okay.
Quick swap on over to Sayu with Talent. This will be proccing Herald Revive and overloading onto Sayu. Interrupting
Curse
that
will
parry
come in.
skill.
Oh my god. Dude, we might actually get a game 5 series. No fucking way.
It won't affect Z-Kremlet this turn because he
Dude,
is gonna
are
be
you
looking to
kidding
end
me?
after this. He will either
I mean,
end on
okay,
Sino take
to be
advantage of
honest,
Dea's
I mean,
summon
okay, to
by
be
Pyros
fair,
away,
this
or he will
tournament
try
is
to switch
stacked with its
one
players.
or the other.
Like,
Curse
these
on the other
players
current
are
is something he will have to deal with the
very,
next
very
turn, and
good.
That could be quite annoying.
I'm not gonna compare them to Atlantic, but you get what I mean, right? I mean, just you can tell by these series, like the scores as well. Like how many 3-0s did Atlantic get compared to this one, right? So
potentially for Sayu next
Yeah.
round, and I mean that Frostfield is going to have 2-round durations as well.
Yeah, good move from Dio there, going over to Chongyun, because if Z-Kremlet
So we
did
might.
bleed
So the
out
last
to give that
game
one dice
potentially
to
is
Liben,
going to be Sun
then Sino
Overload.
would
Then
be
oh
at
my
risk of being
goodness.
instantly frozen next turn. Kremlet doesn't actually know if Dio has a quick swap that he could do so quite easily with. And Kremlet did actually
Yeah, there
have
was
to
no
pull back the
NAEU.
Tada
Yeah, that
earlier
is
with
the
Sumeru
Asia
Resonance, so he doesn't
Invitationals.
have a
Only
way
Asia,
currently to
but
break
yeah,
freeze either.
he will get cursed
Therefore,
absolutely.
He has to switch over to Chevreuse without proccing Liben yet.
Z-Kremlet could potentially get cursed for +3 additional dice, or +4 even, which I think Dio will go for full maximum value. Absolutely, yeah.
Well, maybe there's no companions left in Dio's deck. We don't have the decks in front of us, so we can't track. But you already have your double Tamaya, so maybe you don't need to tune your Zod.
Yeah, Dunya Zard is actually not important anymore. She can be used as tuning fodder
Yeah,
at some point.
Junior Zard is useless.
Dio is in a perfectly fine position. This deck
it just
will
passed, right?
usually be able to do quite a lot of damage.
Wait,
in round
really?
3 anyway, and he still has gilded.
Oh, Liben.
Golden House double Liar Song. Looks like he is gonna play the gilded right now.
Why?
too.
Yeah, we're
Oh yeah, right, that's Animal. I thought that's Cryo for some reason, but yeah, this makes sense. And then you Liben pass. Yeah, this is good for Dio. So Dio needs to get. Does Dio runs Courtyard? I think he does. Whatever. So he needs to get Wolf's Gravestone and Courtyard, and I think Dio can sweep with also Gilded. Oh yeah, no, that's already Gilded. Whatever. He has Double Lyre as well, and Golden House, Boar as well on top of that, and Gamblers. Yeah. Oh yeah. Huh?
Wait.
He is going to Liar Song it right now because he can take advantage of that discount straight away, and then he could play the other Liar Song at the start of the next round is what I assume.
Oh, I can see it.
Ooh, there is
I
the
can
Wolf's
see it.
Finally
I don't know. I mean, sure, whatever.
And that is going to be huge,
But
I
that's...
think.
I guess he can.
Going to have to deal with
He could have done that this round, but I don't know. Sure, whatever. It's the same thing. Nothing much.
Dio getting the Wolf's Gravestone precisely on the turn.
Change whatever you do, whatever. Anyway, Samara rests again. Again, wait. He already played. Yeah, this is his second Samara Resonance. Yeah. Okay, what is he looking for?
Or Tada.
I think Tada.
Oh, Tada. Okay, makes sense.
Does he have Pyro?
Maybe I think you have Gamblers as well.
Can we see the screen?
Tada or Gamblers would be very useful. Gamblers is most likely what
Come on, I mean we can see here, I guess.
Bonus just in case Dio is able to set up a situation where Simon
Overload Ball, clean up. I don't know this one.
Oh, did he? Oh, he threw it back.
Wait,
okay.
never mind.
Oh, there's Tada. I think. Oh no,
he did actually throw it back.
Maybe he was looking for.
No, Gamblers has Fresh Wind. Maybe it was Fresh Wind.
Maybe Gamblers, right?
But drew 2
Oh,
Lotuses,
maybe that is the play.
really
Gamblers.
bad,
Gamblers, and then.
Yeah, one Lotus would be useful. I don't really think you need two.
Because I think Z-Kremlin can absolutely go for double kill here. Kill, kill. But then the curse. Yeah, the curse is annoying. That's another thing.
No
Oof.
Tricky. Z-Kremlin really needing that Gamblers to be able to start.
Yeah, he needs that Gamblers to overcome that.
Think real quick.
The curse. The fact that he didn't get it. Well. Now what are you gonna do?
You can fast swap over to Sino. So
you could fast swap. Kill. Yeah, just kill Chongyun. Fuck it. Just kill. Wait. No fast swap. Okay, sure. Fair enough.
Yes, that is what he threw back. He threw that back. Indeed.
I don't think it goes Sino because or Sayu I mean because Sino is not doesn't have any element on him for now. So it's either going to be swap to Herald, which I don't think I think Dio will likely go for it, or just accept or maybe skill to refresh the Frost Field.
Including Fresh Wind.
When does Z-Kremlin even get to equip Prospector's Drill? I feel like he's always been at a dice disadvantage.
He can play the Drill as well because if he plays Drill, then his important cards, the Lotus Crisp, will get discarded, which is not what you want to go for. So, what does Curse do? +1 dice for Elemental Skill. Like instead of 3 cost for Elemental Skill and Burst, it's going to be 4 cost
for Dio
instead.
To just go ahead and attack
there you go.
Chongyun here. He will
sack Chongyun for Sayo OTK. I think that's what Dio is looking for. Wait, he has Wolf's Gravestone. Yeah. Wait. Sayu? I mean, okay, you could go for Sayu NA if.
Sayu is currently under no threat. I think Dio has decided that even if
Sino's skill can do 5
like
with talent,
drill,
but with cleanup that's +2.
That probably wouldn't be able to make full use
I don't think you play cleanup here. I mean, let's see if he goes for. You never play drill here because you don't have the higher cost cards like the overcharge ball.
But it will be an elemental skill.
Even countdown as well.
Electro application onto her. Only 2 dice left though because of the Curse of the Undercurrent.
Yeah, that is still fine. Z-Kremlin though, again, quite unfortunate, not able to get the Gamblers.
Yeah, the Gamblers.
Because if so, it would be
double kill. Easily.
Quite okay to go ahead and equip that and maybe feed the final dice to Lieben. Though I suppose he would need to switch off of Sino currently. Dio has a lot of dice left to play with this round, and he most likely will have components of the magic engine as well from Krimlet's perspective.
I mean, Dio just goes for the win here. Like, all you really need to do is equip Wolf's Gravestone and go. But I think Dio has to be a bit careful just in case Z-Krimlet does have additional dice generation.
Z-Krimlet skilled swap.
For now, just waiting for Z-Krimlet to use the rest of his dice and
you
pass
can
his
NA
turn.
here.
Z-Krimlet probably knows
But
this
that will
is
leave
going to be
Sino
over
vulnerable,
pretty soon.
which you don't want.
I mean, like, it looks like he has the HP advantage. However,
I
Dio
think,
has
yeah,
an
just
incredible
swap.
dice advantage.
Swap stall, potentially.
Z-Krimlet having nothing he needs. Look at that reaction from him, too. He knows this is so bad.
Yeah, he has to swap off of Sino here, because leaving Sino exposed when Dio still has 8 dice and
Z-Krimlet has to pre-play the cleanup, because it's not gonna expire anyway, so might as well play it for Liben. What else? How many cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? You need to play at least 3. So maybe double cleanup and then fast swap, maybe?
Okay, so this is really perfect for Dio. Going for the Herald
This
skill
is
does
really
consume that
bad for
cryo application. However, this
Z-Krimlet.
is a
Oh
prepared
man, the
skill,
fact
so
that he didn't
Z-Krimlet,
draw
this is
gamblers
where he's either going to
during
use the
that
last of his dice swapping, or he's just going to
second
end it past the
Sumer
leader.
resonance,
Dio's
that
gonna know
was
it's completely
unlucky.
safe to go over to Sayu
For
at
sure.
this point, and the hyper
Dio
application
IQ
from the
suddenly
rest of
going up?
Herald's prepared
Yeah,
skill will
absolutely.
finalize on whoever Z-Krimlet goes to.
Woven.
So this is going to be perfect.
Really?
He even
Are you gonna
drew
swap
that Heart
again?
of Cabrera,
Swap Dea?
so that's gonna be used
I think you
with
swap
the
Dea.
Fortress, as he's already played
Lotus,
for
okay,
a lot
sure.
more dice generation.
Cleanup?
Z-Krimlet
Yeah.
going for a
And then
Lotus
pass.
Crisp
Yeah,
here
okay. Fair
on
enough.
Chevreuse just to tank the rest
That
of
will
this,
block
but
2 damage. Okay.
this is going to be it.
That's fine.
This is actually going to be it.
But then
This is gonna hurt a
again...
lot. Dio still has gamblers in hand as well.
Uh...
Still has a good amount of potential dice reapplication with Liar Song and Golden House and Rhythm of a Great Dream.
Dio can go for skill again and then snipe Chevreuse out.
Enough to
Which I think, oh yeah, Gambler's equipped. Is he gonna do it? Gambler's equipped skill.
Here we go. Golden House
Kill Chevreuse. I think that's the plan.
If he chooses to equip it. There we go.
I think
it
that's
is on
the
to Herald.
Gamblers.
Actually interesting.
Gamblers, hello.
I wonder why Heart of Cabrera
Heart of Cabrera, okay, and then into Gamblers,
Are we gonna go
right?
swap the Sayu and equip Gravestone, or
No, you skill on Herald.
are we sweeping on Herald? There's the Gamblers onto Herald.
Wait, Herald sweep.
Does Herald really do enough damage?
He does. So every skill is 5 damage because
Herald
of the
can
Hyper
sweep.
Fusion
How funny.
after his revival
Yeah, double.
proc.
Oh yeah,
So
this
it's
is
3
cool.
on the first
yeah,
hit,
it's
2 on the
enough.
follow-up. This was
Wait,
plenty
is it enough?
Now Dio has 3 actions. Is this actually just gonna be a Herald sweep?
I think it is. And it's
Wow.
so rare to see something like that because yeah, Herald does do quite a lot of damage.
Is it
overall,
enough?
but
Does
it's
he have
usually
enough? I
used
don't think he has
more
enough.
as a frontline tank rather than the anchor.
Do you
getting to
burst and
actually
then
witness
skill?
him
Wait,
commit
burst
a-
4.
Well, do this
Skill
basically
plus,
is
okay,
very
and then
unique.
2,
Why
and
not
then
swap
skill
over to Sayu?
again.
You could use Rhythm of a
Oh,
Great
it doesn't
Dream,
matter. It doesn't matter.
Gravestone, and just no. We're actually just
Skill,
sweeping on
yeah,
Herald.
doesn't matter.
This won't actually take out Dea here, but it
Skill
does
again.
leave her on 1.
Yeah, Sino will live with 3 HP, but then again, if Sino kills both of them, Chong will just freeze and GG. Yep.
So Dio's gonna have 2 dice to work with here. But
This
it
is really
doesn't
good for
generate
Dio.
another action.
Yeah.
So Dio is gonna have to float 2 dice. But it's fine
Yeah,
because
it's
it's
that
just
way.
Sino solo.
Yeah, there is no way Zikrin will
Yeah,
come back
just-
from this. Sino is strong,
Honestly,
yes,
you could just...
but he's not gonna be
Yeah,
able
just
to
kill.
solo against 3 characters.
Yeah, go
even
for it. Yeah,
Fred
3 HP, just
freedom.
like what I said. Yeah.
Surging tides, the end is nigh. I cannot believe we're seeing a Herald
Oh my
sweep
God.
here. Z-Krimlet is just leaning back in his chair.
Oh my god, we're
watching
getting a
the
Game
end
5
of this game
series?
go by.
Dude, come
Honestly,
on,
this has to
man.
be a huge hit to his
Really?
mental.
Yeah, this is gonna mess with
Really?
him quite a lot, and we've already
Dude, we're gonna
seen
be here
trends
for
like this
11
in the
hours.
past.
I'm not joking.
Okay, but here's the rhythm into
How
Wolf's
the hell am I gonna
Gravestone.
get
Didn't
the
do that
highlight
before.
video out? Come
It feels
on,
like it's
man.
adding insult to injury, but it's not even going on Sayu. It's going on to Chongyun.
I mean, let's see what happens.
Oh, there's the
If
fastball.
in the next set, in the
as
final
if Dio
set
needs
between
anything more
Inzaghi
in
and
this game. This is
Chikawa.
Dio's game to win.
I swear if Inzaghi did not ban Chikwa's comfort pick, which is Ningguang stall, I'm gonna edit the highlight video and not cast that final set. No, I'm done.
First 2 games, and all of a sudden it seems like
I'm
it's going to be
absolutely
evened
done.
up.
It is going to be evened up, and this could be another reverse sweep on our hands. There is a Prospector's Drill. Here is the Gamblers, and there is maybe the Fresh
Okay,
Wind.
Lotus, Gamblers,
Still
okay.
have a Lotus. Is that still a Lotus in hand?
Sai will just NA anyway, so whatever. And then what? And
You
then
can
wait.
always just go over to Chongyun
Oh no,
and
wait.
freeze.
Dio has fast swap anyway, whatever. Yeah, fast swap. If Dio doesn't have fast swap, I think Z Crimlet wins.
Shake his head, finally drew the Pyro Res, has everything he needs, but it's way, way too late. His heart rate skyrocketing.
Wait.
He knows it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Heart rate hero.
Sino, like,
The cardiac
Chongyun's
contender
skill will do
itself.
7
Not
damage
sure
with
able to
freeze.
contend in it. Pulse Racer, that's an interesting one.
Not able to contend. Wow.
Dio going to be able to come out on top in this one. Z Crimlet, he used the countdown too. If he didn't use the countdown with Fresh Wind, he could have taken out 2 characters, but without that can only do so for 1. Which means
You know
Dio
what?
can
What's
very
funny?
safely
He's
close
also
things
cursed.
out.
Doesn't have enough dice.
Even
Yeah, it's
going
cooked.
for Fresh Wind play here. There's not enough dice left for 2 actions regardless.
No,
for
this is
Secret,
exact
but here
enough
is the
damage.
fast swap,
Like
the
7.
Gravestone
Yeah, 7
already
HP,
on
7
Chongyun.
damage.
A
Yeah,
skill
there you
will
go.
take it. Sino falls. And
Wow,
Dio
I cannot
takes
believe
game
it.
4. We
I
are
cannot
going on to a
actually
game 5.
believe it.
Oh my goodness. Once again, we are going to a full series here
Oh
in the
my
upper
god,
bracket finals. Dio
dude.
not
There's
willing
no
to just
way.
roll over and
There's
allow himself to
actually
take
no
out
way
from
we're
the
getting a Game 5
competition.
series
And we are going to be pushed to
again.
yet another best of 1 to determine who will be our first grand
Okay, that just pretty much shows that
Great reminder.
these players in the upper bracket are not to be trifled with. But holy shit, we are getting a Game 5 series. That is crazy.
Down here below, so if you
Wow,
see
nice
there,
UID.
congratulations.
136,597. Congrats.
So, make your way on over to the Credible YouTube channel where you can
At this
enter
point,
into our
I'm
next
gonna
one
start
because we're
praying
gonna
that
find
Inzaghi will
set.
ban the Ningguang stall deck. I'm just gonna say it, man. Just let the whale out. Fuck it.
To watch. You are getting so many raffles to participate in, and
Gio laughed in the beginning. Yeah, he did.
Keep their energy up because
He was able to draw, or rather, he was able to. He was farming screen time. Yeah, oh, absolutely, for sure.
I'm a little bit worried for him.
I mean, if he loses here, it is not.
I
over.
already
He
saw
does get
some
knocked
memes
out
in
into
the
lower
Billy
bracket.
Billy
Whoever gets
from the
knocked out
CN
in this
community
fifth game
about
will
that
still be
that
playing
game from
tomorrow,
yesterday.
but
It
they're
was
going to have
Gio
a
and
battle
KDF
because,
Onkoe.
it's gonna be
Yeah.
rough. They're gonna have to
Oh
play
man.
in the lower bracket final first.
They're also hosting watch party just like us.
2 games in a row,
But
basically. That's
yeah,
why
watch
the
party's
lower
gone
bracket
because
path is
everyone's
such a thorny
sleeping.
one. It
Because
is a path that
fuck
these players
this,
want to avoid at
you know
all
what?
costs. Many players did not really have that choice. They
I don't
qualified
blame
through and made it
them.
into the lower
Like
bracket
holy
to
shit,
start
this
off
tournament
with.
is so long.
we're
My
going to
god.
continue their journey on later.
Dude, it's 9
But for now,
p.m.
one more game.
It's
like,
9 p.m. right now.
what are your
Oh my
expectations,
god.
Leah?
What are my expectations? I mean, Dio's luck has been all over the
Oh
place.
man,
Really,
you need to
some
clip
games
his
have
laugh.
been incredible
Oh my god,
highlights.
yeah.
And some games have
Yeah,
been the lowest
yeah.
of
Okay,
lows.
I'll do
I
it.
mean, I guess
In
when
the
you
highlight video? Yeah, sure.
It kind
Sure,
of
sure, sure.
does.
But in extreme ends.
It
very
is funny
extreme
that
ways.
it's averaging out due to the fact that we are seeing.
If I can
both
get a
ends of
good
the spectrum.
screenshot of it, I will.
And I feel like Secret has kind of been facing that himself, not really getting the combination of cards he's been looking for.
Okay, so we
in the
are
past
getting
couple of
Sign Overload
games.
Mirror,
But if
which
I'm not wrong, this
I
last
can
match should be
definitely-
a mirror as well.
I think it
I
is
can
a mirror,
definitely
now that you mention it. We should
finally
see very
cross this one
shortly
out.
here what decks we're going to be going into this last match with. Secretly bowing his
Oh,
head,
man.
probably in exhaustion, but it is that
No one
mirror
got
matchup.
rainbow
Both
dice
these
yet.
players
How
are
funny.
locked onto their final
Round 2
decks.
OTK, not yet. So it was close, but not yet. Unfortunately, Tana freeze break, not yet.
Look at
Crab
Dio
mirror
as
match,
well.
no.
He's leaning back in his seat. I believe
Minty.
there's so much at stake here. There's so much at stake.
Minty won. That didn't happen. Unlucky. No bingo.
They've made it this far.
No Mago Kenki SC as well.
Whether or
SMH.
not they are going to have a difficult path into the grand finals. I would not want to be in their shoes for sure.
Definitely. I mean, it's cases like this where it is great being on the caster seat where we can just watch.
I'll try reduce the time as well for the highlight video, because every time in between matches I always show their deck list. So I'll try my best to reduce the length for the highlight video, because holy shit, the highlight video went for like 1 hour, more than 1 hour, which is crazy. And of course I cannot fully edit the game itself until it ends. I can only edit it, or rather what I can only edit in the highlight is before and after the match, not the match
already telling us
itself,
to be
or
prepared
during the match, right?
It has been incredible.
So there you
like
go.
In game 4,
Alright.
Dio basically had the
Oh my
best
god,
start
Sign
he could
Overload
ask
Mirror.
for.
What a way to
Really
end the
good dice
series.
rolls over
Holy
and over
shit.
again. Z-Kremlin not really able to find the combination he wanted and being forced to spend dice rotating around characters, which meant he couldn't really pressure on Sino and just delayed the game a bit too long.
I do believe that this is Dio's first live event, by the way, so he has had some online placements. He was 4th in 2024 Season 1 of Cattails Gathering, took top 8 in 2024 Season 4, and has 3 top 16s across different Asia Cattails Gathering tournaments, but no live event showings yet. As for Z-Kremlin, he has had 2. He has went to the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament from last year and got top 4. His champion, Inzaghi, is actually in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, he was also in top 6 at the Asia Invitational. So this is not Z-Kremlin's first time on the big stage.
Yep.
He does think that he's pretty much like a regular guy, and that his performance
he is
very
chill
based on
about
roles,
this
but
stage
there's a reason why he's
fright
turning up a
and
bracket
everything.
finals.
Yeah, this is not his first
Stage
rodeo,
nervousness,
while maybe
all
not
of that.
quite as well known as some players like Inzaghi, has been a regular mainstay in the TCG community for a long time. And the fact that he is battling here in the upper bracket demonstrates that he's a little bit more than just the regular
Dude,
guy
the stage pressure or the stage fright that you get, or that I got compared to Southeast Asia last year and Asia Invitationals, it's so different that, oh man, it was crazy. Yeah, Asia Invitationals is obviously a super big stage, definitely super big, compared to, you know, Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan stage in the Prince Cup last year, so yeah. It was crazy.
He was saying that it was
so the fact that Z-Kremlin, you know, was able to make to top 6 in Asia Invitationals, and he's here again, pretty much means that this is pretty much nothing, right, to him. Absolutely.
It really was seen in the community as a card you never played, because Leave It To Me was just
it is like a police chase in NFS games. While heat levels is 1, you have to chase dumb police cars and wait until heat level becomes 5 to farm more rep.
Card, but he knows why he plays it.
Yeah.
He does play it for a reason, so we can definitely approach him about that after this. Dio also having that 1 copy of Catherine for that potential consistency, but also switching some things up, instead having a Lear, Harbor, Wharf, and Vanarana.
So Dio's deck, no changing shifts. Lear, Harbor? Really? Vanarana as well? Wow. No changing shifts, no like...
Treasure Seeking Silly used to be a very popular form of card draw, but it actually fell out of
Lear Harbor, Vanarana, interesting.
Giving you 3 cards and
the
just
rest
being
is
a little
standard.
bit too slow to actually proc because it takes 3 actions to give you those 3
No
cards.
Vanarana as well. I mean,
But
yeah, okay.
Mausoleum really counters
I mean,
Treasure
yeah, you
Seeking
can.
Sealy, so
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
suspect the Wharf is there to counter Mausoleum.
Interesting. River Harbor and
I
Vanarana.
know.
At this point, you're kind of hoping to get these 2 cards very early in the game.
That's the knowledge I have on it.
Kinda sad that Mausoleum was phased out. Yeah. Mausoleum was so good last patch because of Archon Whale and stuff. Kave as well. Yeah.
Receiving end of forbidden knowledge.
Minty, literally.
Actually,
in top 32
you could play Mausoleum still in this patch with against Mirror. Wait, that's actually funny. Now that I think about it.
I do not remember.
Yeah, why is no one playing Mausoleum in Whale Mirror? How funny!
It was either Stovebot or Countdown, but he played it.
Alright, last game in this series, I did not believe like we're actually getting a game 5 in this series. Absolute something else. Okay, Z Krillin got Catherine and Dawn Winery, a very good duo right off the start. But still, no drill once again. Oh man. Same goes for Dio, but he got, I think I saw Vanarana in there.
In the same message there. This is our last raffle for
People
this
found
set,
easy way to counter it with delayed strategize. That is Leeway Harbor. Yeah.
Not in on those raffles yet. Better start now.
We're still in for a long.
Wait, he got the 2 cards that I said that he needs to get early. It's Leeway Harbor Wharf and Vanarana. Wait, this is actually really good. For Dio, what? Oh my god. Wait, Dio might actually win this. Like, Leeway Harbor is such a strong card, especially in round 1. Oh my goodness. And meanwhile, just look at Z-Krimit's hand. It's pretty much just consists of nothing. Like, just look at Z-Krimit's start compared to Dio. Like, oh my goodness. Countdown on top of that? Okay, if Dio gets Drill, it's absolutely Joe over. I'm just gonna say it, it's Joe over.
Dio ended turn early.
Okay, man, Catherine? Oh my god.
It's not like the best thing to draw, but I feel like.
Oh my god. What the fuck is that opening from Dio? Yeah, exactly. What the fuck is that? Leeway Harbor Wharf. He actually gets Leeway Harbor Wharf. The only single copy of Leeway Harbor Wharf from his deck actually gets it in round 1. That is absolutely crazy.
There is the Tada for Dio. Unfortunately, no.
So Dio needs to burn or to use 5 cards at least because end phase it will give you plus 5 cards.
What is he going to prioritize here? Z-Krillin does have
that is a card, by the way.
Application, and there
so
is
guys,
the fast swap in hand, but
yeah,
I don't think there's any way to take her out. And also
so Dio has 8. Oh, you can easily burn or use 5. You play Vanarana,
maybe played safe, fish for the drill.
potentially clean up, fast swaps or Shimmer Resonance, whatever, Lotus. Let's see.
I don't really think you need things like Pyro
That's like MMEC high roll them out. Like true! Yeah, oh my god, that brings back memories. That is so true. Yeah, during the MMEC days, dude, you really want to get Leeway Harbor Wharf, like round 1 most of the time. Oh my god, yeah, good times.
Instead of fishing, we should
oh
call
my
this
goodness.
We're digging for Prospector's Drill.
So, okay, Dio plays Sumeru Resonance. He is definitely gonna look for Drill, Sino Talent.
Oh, no.
I think you keep Countdown.
Does it have relation to the
you definitely
to the searching?
I think you keep
if he puts back the
okay, maybe not.
Wait.
Oh, that sucks.
No,
that's not the Sumeru Res you are looking for. Definitely not.
I wonder if
she was looking for Drill there for Sino, but didn't get it. I mean, Dio can still go for Strategize
You can.
But
you can,
then again, you have to worry about overdraw from these cards. So
only need one or the other.
What
If
now?
you can get both talent and drill, it is great.
Strategize? Okay, still goes for it, sure. Countdown? Sada, that's not good.
Draws into more card draw with
Okay,
countdown.
now
Are we going to
this is
expend
starting
all
to
of this
feel
dice now
downhill.
to look for things?
Like,
what do you do
like
here?
from here to here. Oh man.
Round 2 for Sign Overload, if you got lucky, is getting that overcharge ball at the beginning and then
He has to burn a lot of cards here in order to not
in
overdraw
a less than
from
ideal
these
situation, you
two.
want to at least have an overcharge
That could
ball.
suck.
So you can just go to Sino and hit, but it would
And
mean
yeah,
spending a quick swap,
no drill.
and that's not really worth doing.
Fast swap,
Well, guess
okay.
who's gonna do it?
Looks like it's happening anyway because that is a leave.
Do you
it's
kill
going down.
Dea?
I really
No, you
doubt you're gonna
don't.
be swapping over to Dea here and skilling. This should be heading over.
I think you
to
just
Sino
skill,
generating
and then
one of
Chevra
those
skill,
overcharged
whatever.
balls.
At the very least, Dio still has a little more components.
It's
in hand
okay, Z
already.
Crimlet
They
will get
have
drill from
Pyro
Strategize
Resonance,
Trust.
They have Tada, so
I
when
hope
Prospector's
so.
drill comes out,
If
then
Z
the
Crim
overcharge
is
ball
able
can
to
immediately
top
be
deck
used.
drill for Sino, then Z Crim is now way ahead than Dio, that's for sure. Plays Pyro Resonance against Dea? Really? Really? Oh, cleanup. Okay, that kills Dea. No gamblers. Oh, that feels so scuffed. That actually feels so scuffed. I don't know about that.
Do you have an overcharge ball?
Oh,
I forgot to calculate
I
the
don't know.
cleanup. Yeah, that does
Okay,
actually
so
just
for
perfectly reach the
he
breakpoint.
doesn't get it.
They're kinda
Unlucky.
gonna strategize
So
again, but not getting the cards he wants. You
7.
can see it on his
Oh,
face.
5, 6, 7.
You can
Yeah.
really
So
see it on his
he
face.
so Dio needs to play
Really happy. He leans back in his chair, just looks at the
Vanarana.
hand he has.
And then fast swap, free play fast swap, so that you get
That's for sure.
exactly 10 cards at the start of
Yeah,
the
really
next
bad for
round.
Z
Sure.
Crimlet right now. Even having to go to Sino already.
Yeah,
is
this sucks for Z Crimlet. Like
good.
you can see Z Crimlet right now. Fuck, shit, man. What is this hand? This is so cringe.
Immediately triggered overload on
Also
Dio's
dice
side
as well. Like, oof. Big
if
oof.
Z had like talent or pyro res, then he would actually be in a position to directly threaten Dio Sino, but he doesn't have those, and we can immediately kind of see the value.
Okay,
that
swap.
Leo Worf does
Maybe fast
bring
swap.
to
No,
this
you
deck,
don't.
'cause
I think you
this
fast swap next
entire
turn. Just
game,
swap.
a
Swap
lot of these combo
to
cards
Dea.
have just been missing
I think you
outright.
do.
Prospector's drill feeling a lot more prospective than
Just
it
go
is
Dea. Just sack, or maybe
in
not.
hand.
You don't
So,
sack Dea so that you can get
having
the
an extra bit of
value from
card draw
the
helps a lot,
shield
especially since Dio was
from
able to get it in
Dea's
his
summon.
starting
Yeah,
hand
makes
as
sense.
well. That is what's making a big difference right now between him and Z Crimlet.
Ooh, tuning the overcharge
Tuning,
ball.
yikes.
Tada, going for a skill
Ah, this
here.
sucks for Z
-4
Crimlet.
to Chevrolet,
I think Z
applying that
Crimlet
electro,
it
and
knows
now
what's
is Dio
gonna
going to spend
happen.
another dice as
I
well,
think
or is
Z
he simply
Crimlet
going
at
to
this
pass
point
through
is
Vanarana
just
and
accepting it. Unless maybe Z Crimlet top decks potentially drill and then able to make a comeback. Who knows?
Drill, he will most likely.
Sino will go
chances
4
are he'll
stacks
draw
next
it.
round while Geo will still have 3 stacks.
Still a good
Okay.
amount of card draw because of that
Okay,
Lear War.
Geo, play fast
Dio
swap.
can switch. He actually has a
You have
Woven in
to.
hand,
You have
so
to
if
go
really
for it.
wanted
Just
to
do
pass
it. Come
on
on.
Vanarana, he
Just
still
play.
can, but not much reason to do
Lotus?
so.
Okay.
Lotus
Okay, that's
will be
fair.
Lotus
Because
pass, so
overload.
will
Yeah,
eat
okay,
up
fair enough.
that
Fair
fire
enough.
application from Dea's summon and basically protect Chevrolet from totally getting annihilated here. But Z Crimlet's
Okay.
still on 4 dice. Wondering what
Man,
he's going to do.
Z Crimlet's
to that
hand is
overcharged
so
ball, so now he doesn't have
sad.
You
Okay.
will get one
Yeah,
off
at
of
least
the summon in end turn at least.
Z Crimlet
so
will go
he'll
for
still
woven
have one to
skill.
play
Sure,
with
whatever.
come next round.
Or and oh my god, NA.
But he really does wish that he had.
Oh, NA skill. Okay.
There's the call for cleanup. Wait, is this going to take
is
out
enough.
Chevrolet? This is enough.
Huh?
Wait, no.
What?
What? He normal attack.
Oh, because
Oh, he
the
doesn't have-
summon. No, the summon do it. It's gonna be 3.
Oh, the sun's gonna do
Chevrolet's
it.
gone.
Fair enough, yeah.
I mean, yes, but hold on. I feel like
yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, this is correct. Chevro's dead. Yeah, that's a smart play from Z-Crimlet. Because if Z-Crimlet skills there, Chevro's is not gonna die. So NA there is perfectly fine. It's normal.
Someone would have applied pyro to him.
But Z-Crimlet's hand though?
Right?
Oh
like,
man. Alright, let's see what Z-Crimlet's hand looked like.
Wait, so Chevro's skill is what
Chevro's
base?
skill is 2 base.
Oh no, it wouldn't have been enough, right?
2 base with the double
plus
calling
one.
for cleanup.
It wasn't double, it was only 1.
Oh, 1.
It was only 1, so it was 5 damage.
5 damage. Okay.
At this point, whoever gets the drill wins. Or is it? I don't think so. Even if Z-Crimlet gets the drill, I don't think it will help much. I'll be honest.
My bad.
Let's see what Z-Crimlet's hand look like.
Ooh.
Oh, dice. Oh, dude, we are so close in getting rainbow. Ah, man. So close in getting rainbow.
To be going for a kill here.
There was no electro. There was no electro. Come on, man. That could have been an easy rainbow bingo right there.
So he has a way of drilling for it. But
we almost got it. The rainbow dice bingo right here. Man.
Afterwards.
There goes the tuning. It looks like it's
but
just going
it's gonna be so obvious that Z-Crim will 100% play countdown.
And now the question is, are
but
we gonna be playing
then again, what the hell are you gonna do, right?
There's a
yeah. I think Z-Crim lost. Oh man, that is so unfortunate.
With countdown.
I can't.
Okay.
Another reverse sweep. Like, can you believe it? Another reverse sweep. We already got a reverse sweep from yesterday. It was Minty. Wait, was it? Not really. It's not a reverse sweep. But
it wouldn't actually.
Oh, it was a while ago. It was.
I
forgot who it was.
Yourself. That is an option. It wouldn't mean throwing.
It was Mongo and Injagi. Yeah, there you go. I remember.
So it's
like Mongo got 2-0 against Injagi and then Injagi reverse sweep. And then this one we have from 2-0 Z-Crimlet to 3-2 Dio.
Now that you mention it,
man,
does not have gamblers. You have to actually spend 1 dice to equip gamblers onto Sino.
Drill, yeah, Dio wins. Yep. Dio got the drill. It's Joe over.
Card draw, and I do worry that he's not. Well, he's gonna
no
summon another overcharged ball, and he has another
whatever.
actually. So two usages of Prospector's drill to discard.
Do you? Oh no, Chevro's dead. You cannot generate.
He doesn't need to use that here. Pyro
you cannot generate overcharged ball anymore.
Would do exactly 9 damage.
Yeah, it should. It should be fine. Playing White Glove here.
For time, sure, yeah.
Probably just to okay.
Yep, Gambler is called in to clean up to do 9 damage.
Wait.
Then if Z-Crimlet attacks into
Sino has Gamblers, right? Never mind. Yeah, whatever.
That,
I was thinking like, dude, if
which would be very bad.
Dio cannot end this game somehow.
But there it is, -9 taking out Shivers. Sino comes
okay,
out,
even with Gamblers, now what?
There's
wait,
not
hold
enough
up.
Dice to go for another action, actually.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you are correct.
Oh, no fluff.
So
Face strat, sure.
Too much
oh.
investment in that turn just now.
No drill still. Severe resonance. One last hope.
Honestly.
One last hope.
Already used both Woven, so what
he has to end here somehow and get fluff. I think that's the only chance for Z-Crimlet here.
I think the countdown was
he needs to end first and then go for fluff. But then again, like Dio will just go to Dea, pass, and then what?
He could have double
how can you kill Sino, Dio Sino with 11 HP because drill?
Turn on him because the summon would take him out.
Yeah.
He cannot do that anymore.
Well, I don't know if the summons this
is impossible.
Do 3 damage.
Wait, there's Tada.
Have to bring Sino
no
down
drill.
To...
Oh my god, no drill. There's still one more.
Because
come on, Z-Crimlet. Z-Crimlet needs to play drill onto Sino and then Tada to apply pyro onto Sino or Dio Sino.
Is doing right now. I don't like.
I think that's the play.
Yes, you can.
He got it.
Things like Pyro
No
Res
Tada
and
though. Oh wait, there's
Prospect
There's
Is, which he does
Tada.
finally get
Okay,
Prospect
wait.
Is.
There's hope. There's
I
hope with
guess he
Z-Crimlet.
wants to
Okay, so the
Prospect
plan
Is and
here
enter
is
early
equip
so that he can
Drill,
attack first.
play Tada, discard the overcharge ball
then
so
Dio
that
just goes
it will
to there.
apply Pyro.
Okay,
Huh?
Lotus, Gamblers, and then pass. And he's praying.
Oh no,
Look
wait.
at that player
It
cam.
doesn't
He
matter.
is
It doesn't matter. He can do that
praying.
next
This
turn.
is the final
It doesn't
game
matter.
of this
It
set.
doesn't
He really
matter.
wants to win it
He
and
can do it
advance
next
to the
turn.
finals
It's fine.
now.
It's fine. We're
And
good.
what does
We're
Dio
good.
have
So
up his
Z-Crimlet
sleeve?
has
We
to
know there's
pray.
nothing really here. But the thing is
Oh,
Z-Crimlet
this is
with
tough.
turn prio,
The fact that
if he
Z-Crimlet
can take
ends
out
here
Dio
first,
Saito
goes
in
first
one
next
hit
round,
turn,
I think
he has
Z-Crimlet
everything to do it.
has this shot.
Z-Crimlet was probably also
With
hoping to get
Drill,
fresh wind.
Tada.
Draw it. I got you, boss.
If he can draw fresh wind,
Oh my God.
Z-Crimlet has a very good chance of winning this.
Okay, Z-Crimlet wins. Z-Crimlet wins.
No?
Z-Crimlet actually wins.
Not that
Wait,
one.
he did fourth. He did fourth. He did fourth. Ah, he doesn't have
Hold on, I'm thinking.
fourth.
Oh, Dio got
He
fresh
actually
wind.
did fourth. Oh my God.
He doesn't need it, though.
Exactly, he doesn't need it.
Oh man.
Oh
really
my
likes
God,
to play
that's
tricks
why
on
he
you
was
sometimes.
praying for.
Dio
He
doesn't
needs
need it, he
fourth
gets
to
it.
win.
Krillin needs it. He doesn't get it.
No.
I don't think he has any other way of drawing cards too, because he's already used double Sumeru Res.
I think
No.
Prospect
Wait, there's
Drill
two chance.
and
Maybe?
Tada. You have to tune the talent so you.
You have
Oh
the
my
Lotus,
God,
yes.
no way.
There's a
You
Lotus.
have the
no-
Lotus,
Lotus?
to survive Dio's Sino.
Wait,
So now
wait,
Dio
wait. Dio doesn't have my residence.
Wait. Sino or he
Wait.
loses. It will be
Oh yeah,
determined
there's
in this
ball.
action.
14 health, right?
Okay, never
it's
fucking mind.
10
Yeah, just
plus one
Tada
introduction
yourself.
from
Get
Prospect
rid
plus
of.
3 from Lotus.
Yes.
You need to fish out that Pyro Res.
It doesn't
There's
matter. It
talent.
doesn't matter. It
There's
doesn't matter.
talent.
Just play the
hold on.
overcharge ball, Tada
okay, so
yourself, and
he
then
does 5
burst
damage
for the
base,
kill.
plus
Wait, is
talent
it not
is
enough?
7.
Wait, it might be not
Plus
enough actually.
Overload is 9.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
He
Oh my
doesn't have
God!
any
Wait,
call-in for
hold,
cleanup.
hold,
Pyro
hold,
Res.
hold,
You have to-
hold,
Can win
hold
here.
up.
You can't even.
That's
Tada,
14
you
HP
can't-
Sino, by the
will
way.
discard
14
the Sino
HP.
talent. Look at Secret
He needs.
He's praying so hard. Secretly
I mean, it could ignore the Lotus, so that's 11, because you could Tada yourself. Just
Dio
Tada yourself.
doesn't have enough.
No,
He
wait.
does not have sufficient.
Oh my
Hold on,
God.
hold on.
Zio
Please
has
Sino talent.
Zio has Lotus
Then
Chris as
Tadas.
well. Oh my God,
Then
this
he
is
breaks
so
Lotus.
stupid. I cannot fucking believe it.
So, when Z-Crimlet is
Also
hit,
talent.
But yeah, if you play talent, you
Wait,
immediately skill.
he auto dice.
Oh, but he has his own
No.
Lotus.
He's his own Lotus.
Okay, so this won't do enough.
Z-Crimlet wins.
Okay, -5. There goes the overcharge ball. It's gonna eat through the Lotus.
Oh
Now
my
we
God,
calculate for
Z-Crimlet wins.
Z-Crimlet does 5
Oh, the
base.
Catherine Copper! Wait, the Catherine
Wait, the
Pyro Res is still
Catherine
there,
even
Pyro Res
took
is still there,
the.
Pyro Res is still there.
Oh my God, it went Catherine out of
If it
Z-Crimlet.
was
You
Pyresis,
cannot
he
say
could have
Catherine's a
lost
bit
that.
hard.
Oh my God, no fucking way. There's absolutely no
Okay,
fucking
hold on.
way.
So
He was
Dio's
so
Sino
lucky.
also has
He
14
was so
HP.
lucky. Wait, is it enough? It has to be enough, right?
Because the overcharge
Five.
ball just hit him.
It broke the Lotus.
Yeah, it's enough. It's enough. It's enough. It's enough.
Z-Crimlet wins.
Side nuclear.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not. It's not enough. Oh my God.
Oh, there's the fresh win. Oh my God.
Off stuff.
My math is not good. My math.
Oh my God.
Z-Crimlet balls.
Oh
lower bracket. Look at
my
Dio.
God.
In
Oh my
He was one. Z-Crimlet was one dice away for burst.
tournament,
He could have
Dio
played.
has secured
Oh, he could have
himself
played Pyro
a
Resonance
spot
Burst,
in the
kill Dio, and oh my God. Okay, Golden Series. Oh my God,
game.
what
I'm
an
trying to count the
absolute
line
roller
there. Why did it
coaster
do
right
less damage? I
there.
think it was the Prospector's Drill.
Holy
It
shit.
did 10. It did 10 minus 1.
Wow.
It does 5
Wow,
base.
wow,
The talent was already used earlier,
wow.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the talent was
Oh
used
my
earlier, so it was
God.
one, or but it was missing 2.
That was
I don't
an
know.
absolute cinema.
Regardless, we
Holy
have one of
shit.
our grand
That
finalists
Lotus
signed
back
already.
and
It is,
forth,
in
and then the
fact,
Sino,
Dio, the underdog.
The Chevro's overcharge ball back and forth as well. Oh my god, that is so stupid. I cannot fucking believe it.
He's not going to be facing off in the next set. It's
at this point, alright, I'm done. I'm out. Am I gonna watch the next set? Okay, at this point, Inzaghi, for the love of God, Inzaghi, please ban Ningguang stall deck. If ever Chikawa brought that again, just ban that deck and just let the whale out. Come on. Oh my god. That is the best Sign Overload mirror match I've ever seen in my entire life. That was
a single point of
stupidly close game.
If that fresh win came one turn earlier, it would
What?
have made a difference. Dio
What the
managed
fuck
to
was
secure
that?
the reverse sweep. And that's the
Oh my god, I thought Zikrilnet
today.
had it.
Third game 5, but we've had
But I forgot Dio has also drill that protects
maybe it's gonna be a trend. Maybe our Prince Cup
Dio's
finalists will actually go to game 5 as
Sino
well,
right there and
for
is
now, let's
able
look at
to
our
win
group
with
snatch data
fucking
here.
1
Dio
HP
taking
Sino.
the victory.
Oh my god, I
honestly,
cannot
Secret
believe
had
it.
way more setup. Look at the difference in the average cards drawn through rounds 1 through 3. It's so different, and yet
No way that just happened. Alright, move on. Alright, congrats Dio for making it to the grand finals. Wow.
In that final game, that
Grand
Lear
finalist
Warp allowed
Dio,
to
holy
dig through his
shit.
deck a lot quicker and allowed him to have a better opening, thereby
From
allowing
top
him
8 to top 4
access his
to
resources a
grand
little more
finals for
safely
Dio.
and break
Damn.
certain break points.
Zikrimlet could have got the same treatment, but that last game was stupidly an absolute roller coaster. Oh my god. I fucking can't, man. I can't. Like, oh my god. What a series.
not to counter Mausoleum.
And actually another reverse sweep. I cannot believe it, man.
I feel like it just gave Dio all the resources he needs.
And
in an
here I
otherwise
thought
aggro deck that doesn't have
it's
too
gonna
much
be
card
a
draw,
quick
but
3-0 series for Zikrimlet. But holy shit, Dio just came out and said, okay, what? Fuck it, we ball. Let's go for reverse sweep, and he fucking did it.
Meeting him there.
Oh my god.
So many more games to go before
So
the
there
final
is a
happens tomorrow.
chance that Zikrimlet and Chikawa will have a rematch once again from the Asia Invitationals, or maybe Inzaghi versus Zikrimlet for the lower bracket, which is kind of sad, but it doesn't matter, right? Because Zikrimlet and Zikrimlet, Chikawa,
It's ridiculous.
yeah, Zikrimlet, Chikawa, Inzaghi, and Gio already secured top 4, which is good for both of them, because there is a chance that they might get, you know, invited for the potentially maybe World Championship.
So
maybe against
like,
top 4 from Atlantic, who knows? I can see it happening, but
and this has been a narrative that has been
that's
building
just
from
my
the very
wishful
start
thinking. Who
of
knows?
this top 8. You know,
Yeah, it's really amazing what we have seen so far. Like, I'm also a little
Oh my
bit scared
god.
because Inzaghi
Yeah,
and Chikawa have
okay,
been
I'm gonna
very
end my recording.
consistently getting to game 5, but we'll see what
I
happens.
should have run the
we'll see what
poll,
happens.
man.
I think for now we're gonna head to a
I forgot to run the
short
poll.
break as our
I'm not
players
gonna run the
prepare
poll
to go
anyway.
into this last set.
Fuck it.
We'll see you guys then.
Short break, 6 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Refill my water. Oh my god, and let us allow ourselves to cool down from that last game, because that was too much. Like, seriously, that's too much. All right, be right back. I did not expect they would play this trailer. I muted it for copyright reasons, so there you go.
Hello, travelers, and welcome back to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. Once again, my name is Leah,
we're
also
back.
known as Windflower
All right.
Leah, and Stuffa, my co-caster, my
Injagi,
wonderful co-caster, is doing
please,
lovely against next to me, so.
please,
Why are you
please,
dancing?
please, please,
Oh, I thought you were
please ban Ningguang Stallback. Just let the whale out.
because we're about to go
Just
into
let
a
it out.
You remember what I mentioned
Come on.
earlier about my brain already having melted yesterday?
Come on. Please don't please don't let this be another Game 5 series for fuck's sake. We've been here for almost 10 hours. We might be here for 11 hours for oh my god. Oh man, this is so stupid. Surely, right? Surely 3-0? Oh man.
The semi-final.
I hope so, man. I really hope so.
So make sure you're following following our socials, by the way, and you can scan that QR code as well if you want to tell us how we're doing. But keep the date on our socials. You can see when we're going to be having our next live events, when there's tournaments open for registration. If you want to make your way to the grand stage where these players are, that is how you do it. You start with those community level tournaments, which, by the way, the Cattails Gathering tournament does have a first place prize of 1,000 USD.
So yeah, there's plenty of opportunities for you guys to participate, and we have already seen so many newer names, newer players give the veterans a run for their money. So you
the moment,
know,
here's what I'm gonna do. The moment I saw Ningguang stall deck not getting banned at all, I'm fucking out.
Is so beautiful.
I'm out.
I think this
seriously.
Is
I'm not joking.
Stage as well. We've normally had.
I'm just gonna let this stream run as is. I don't care.
It's very impressive that we were hired to come.
Or I could just end the stream and just focus on Cattails Gathering. Oh my god. I could do that, but
it's cool to be here, but it's a little bit hot.
But if it's cool
I mean,
to be
I
here,
could,
that means
yeah.
Chilly, right?
Not necessarily.
I'm getting mixed feelings.
Cool doesn't
because if I'm out,
cool.
right? I mean, I'm not gonna end the stream. Okay, I'll just run it as is,
sounds like you're very
and then see what games I can, you know, cast over or look for or analyze over.
So do you have any expectations just based on what we've seen from these two players so far for the decks? Because every single set of matches, these players can resubmit their decks. So even if they brought something before, they might not bring it again. There is a chance to counter your opponent.
Well, there is one deck that a particular player has been bringing multiple times, even though it shouldn't be good in this meta, and despite that has been overcoming the odds.
Chikawa, right? Chikawa, this little stall game we've been playing.
Not again. Not again. Please no stall, I beg. I seriously beg.
But I think we can go ahead and welcome both players onto the stage for the last match of day 2.
Yes.
Interview? Oh no. Okay. Clear intro. Don't jinx it? Fuck. Well, it's too late. Alright, let's see what they will bring to the table.
So adorable, but of course, you know, just to drive
if I see it,
home again,
if I see Ningguang stall not getting banned, I am out.
Into the tournament.
I'm out.
I'm honestly impressed that they have made it this far, and it really goes to show the experience and accolades they have under their belt.
Is Inzaghi wearing jacket?
Inzaghi here actually
he is. Wait, that's the same jacket from Asia Invitationals. Okay, dude. Nice flex.
By the way, you see the tag there?
Nice flex. Yeah. If you guys don't know, this is the jacket from the Asia Invitationals, and yes, they gave us that for free, which is pretty nice of them. And yeah, this jacket is pretty cool, but at the same time, it's pretty big. At least for me, it is pretty big, and it's pretty thick. Like this jacket is good for very cold places, not just for winter, but yeah.
Because he mentioned that he prayed to it to get Lumen Stone.
Oh.
I think that's what it is.
I was talking to the commentators, they mentioned Chikawa stall.
Yeah,
no, they mentioned Chikawa stall because he played that a lot, right? So yeah. Damn,
Lumen.
jealous.
Sloth Lumen, that is the full name.
To be honest, I got lucky.
We're gonna have to confirm with him just to be sure. But on the other side, we have Chikawa, Dice Magician, Mathematician, and just honestly, right? Chikawa is a very adorable guy.
I use the pants a lot. Yeah, the pants and jacket comes with it, and I use the pants a lot. The pants is good, especially for physical activity, like jogging, biking, hiking as well. When I was hiking in
Indonesia and
in Mount Fuji, if you watch my vlog, you can see my pants.
Particularly tough for me. I lost.
It's the same
first
from Asia
best of three,
Invitationals.
and
Anyway,
I went to the
say
lowest
okay.
bracket
Interview again.
right
We already
away.
watched the interview as many
So
times
to qualify,
already.
I had to
Like
win
we're
4
already
best
in
of
day
threes in a
2,
row,
so yeah.
and 3 of those were.
I mean, to be fair,
Inzagi's
Inzagi's interview is nice, right?
So it was really tiring, but
yeah, the sloth and all of that.
So after my first loss against 8, I reviewed my games, and like every other Genius Invocation TCG player, I told myself that I got unlucky. So what I did was, the community knows me for having a sloth plushie that I bring to every live tournament for good luck. So I took my sloth and I gave him a last name. So I called him Sloth Lumen.
Sloth Lumen.
So at
Not
the
even
beginning
Sloth
of every other
Countdown.
game, I would
Come
take
on,
my
man.
plushie and pray, and I was blessed with Lumen Stones in my starting hand every game. With every live tournament I go to, my goal was always to make it to the live tournament. So once I'm here, I'll just do my best and enjoy myself. There's not really a particular player I want to face. Being in the lower bracket, if I'm going to win, I'm gonna have to basically face every other player.
And, you know, I spoke with Inzagi a little bit. He wishes he was in the upper bracket
Alright,
because
chat,
he's the
I'm
only
out.
player in the top 8 who actually lost
He did
in the
not
very
ban
first
the
set
stall
in the
deck.
top 32, and he had to win 4
Alright,
best of
chat.
3s, 4
Thank you
best
guys
of
for
5s,
joining
and
with
then
me
came
on
to the
this
best of
journey.
7 grand
I'll just
finals
let
total
this
to win
stream
all.
run itself.
So he thought it was next to
Just support
impossible,
me,
but
you
here's our
know.
deck
If you
selection
guys
for
saw
these two
ads,
players, and
please
what do
feel
we
free
see
to
the top
support
there
me.
for
That would be much
is the
appreciated.
stall deck
And
that has
once
been
again, thank you guys so much for
over
joining
and
me.
over again.
This
Before I was
whole
interrupted
series
by
has
Zagi's
been
interview,
a
I was
headache.
mentioning that Chikuwa
Like
has
with
had
the
most
double
ejected
reverse
opponents
sweep
thus far,
today.
just
Like
due to
I don't know what to
how
say, man.
much
But oh my god.
stamina it takes to go up
Dude,
against Ningguang stall,
I
and
think
how bad it feels to
I don't know,
expend all
man.
that stamina just to lose.
The fact
I mean, when you
that
think about it,
he
these two
didn't
players
ban
have already
stall,
played one
I feel
set
like
of matches
Inzagi
today.
is
This
too
has been a very
confident
long
going
day for
against
them, and they're
it.
here
I
again
don't know.
at the tail end of the day, facing
But yeah,
off against
time
each
to
other
sleep.
in
I
what's
know, right?
probably going
Yeah,
to
I'm
be
out.
another long set of
Alright,
matches,
once again,
because that is the
thank you
name
guys so
of the
much
game,
for
especially
sticking
with
with me.
Chikuwa bringing
And
that stall list
enjoy
up
the
there
stream.
with Barbara,
Um,
Shincho, and Ningguang.
You can, you know, AFK watch my stream to show your support to my channel. It means a lot to me. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Alright, I'm not gonna bother casting this series. Hell no, I'm out, dude. I'm out.
In its own right. So will Inzagi, with his protagonist energy, overcome this obstacle?
We are going to have to see Inzagi running the double Wolf's Gravestone, no Wagner weapon package, as some other players like to bring, like Z Kremlin does have that one copy of Parametric Transformer and Seed Dispensary. This list looks pretty optimized, even running Dunyarzad engine with Timaeus and a bunch of artifacts so you can actually draw them out when you play Timaeus.
Inzagi bringing one parametric is a little bit of a change compared to what we've been seeing thus far. He very often likes bringing 2 parametrics. I think it was mentioned that it was one of his favorite cards, so it looks like he switched things up a little bit, because there have been many occasions where both parametrics came out way too soon.
I'm not sure what he cut the parametric for. We would have to compare those lists, but I do notice there is a significant lack of Rhythm of a Great Dream. Instead of having 2 copies of Golden House and an Ancient Courtyard for reduction. Also, there's no Sayu skill here.
One more thing before I leave. I'm gonna edit the highlight video right now for Geo and Z Kremlin. So you guys might hear some background noise while I was editing. So yeah. Once again, thank you guys for sticking with me, and
Inzagi is not running that.
yeah.
So
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Alright.
Will we get to see it? Is the big question.
There is a singular copy of Leave It To Me as well. And I feel like in a lot of matchups, having that quick swap is really crucial for going for that, you know, that one action that really drives home the game for you. And so having it be 1 in 30 chance to draw it out is going to be...
Yeah, it does feel pretty bad, right? Having double Leave It To Me is a pretty common choice. But as for Chikawa, they are going to be bringing the Bennett Cube deck, making sure that they're able to use Electro Cube and Herald's follow-up attacks in conjunction with Bennett Burst to make big burst damage. We have Storm Terrors in order to more easily pull Bennett Burst out, Opera Epic Plays, and the very interesting choice to include that Arcane card there, the Day of Resistance, Moment of Shattered Dreams.
So there's two things I want to say about this deck. The first thing is that I believe it was KDF Enkoi who was playing it earlier and had literally 9 dice discounts between the double Storm Terror's Lair and the maxed out Golden Troop stacks on, I believe it was Ben. It was literally a 0-cost talent burst. That was, and then it was a 0-cost Electrocube skill when it's normally 5 costs. That was incredible to watch. But the other thing I want to say is that usually that deck is brought actually as a whale counter. But no one's letting whale through even though it's a whale counter.
Yeah, I think it was explained earlier when we were talking with some of the players that even if it's supposedly a whale counter, whale is still very difficult to deal with, and if you don't find the right conditions, whale still kind of overpowers you in general. I think players have an agreement overall that whale is still too powerful despite the recent nerfs, and just don't want to play against it at all.
That is honestly understandable considering how beastly of a deck the whale can be. Well, actually, it's not whale, it's Kuching. Kuching,
yeah,
100%
that's right.
ban rate.
It's
She's just so powerful.
It is not whale because, yeah, Kuching is the one with the 100% ban rate.
I mean,
My
they both
bad.
have 100% ban rate, but Kuching was first on
If
the
we
list.
average it out from the regular season, then whale doesn't have 100%.
True,
Yeah.
true. Kuching has the highest ban rate in all of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament, including the top 32.
Yeah, back to things. Chikawa actually did start with double Storm Terror's Lair in hand. Opera Epic Place is nice to have to start with, but double Storm Terrors is a bit much, and that means they don't really have any of their companions to play around either.
So, I mean, Storm Terror is going to be good because you can draw out your talent cards, but it looks like it's going to be Countdown to the Show instead of any of those Storm Terrors. There's the other Opera Epiclase showing itself, and this is probably just going to be a Bennett skill for now. I don't think you are... You can play Strategize, I guess. Probably want to play Storm Terrors instead. Yeah, there's the skill.
Yeah, if you play Strategize, you would be left with one awkward dice that you don't really have a good way of spending. So yeah, going for Storm Terrors should be the way that Chikawa wants to end his turn. Inzaghi, though, does have Dunyazard into Liban. Pulls out a Timaeus, too. Not able to get that second Dunyazard, but does get gilded. So very nice start for Inzaghi.
This is going to be really good heading into next round. I actually think that Inzaghi can also go for a skill on Herald here. And or you can even do like parametric talent pass, actually, now that I think about it. Both are valid options. Yeah, okay, so it is going to be a parametric talent pass. But you could go for a skill and apply Hydro.
Yeah, both options are good. I think if Inzaghi had a quick swap in hand, he could have considered going for a Herald skill, because then you could instantly quick swap the Sayu and spread that. But since he doesn't, he goes for the more slightly greedier parametric play. Chikawa does end up getting that Bennett talent, so that is nice as well from the Storm Terrors, meaning that he will be able to play it once the energy is full.
You know, Inzaghi's had a high heart rate this entire day, I think. Lots of very nervous, anxious moments for him in this tournament. He has made it to Game 5 today already and is definitely feeling the stress at this point. But he's contending Z Crimlet for the title of Cardiac Contender.
He does seem to be. Inzaghi, I feel like, is a player that has been dealing with a lot of pressure because he has very high expectations of himself, and he knows the community has very high expectations of him as well due to his past achievements.
That's what happens when you are a Prince Cup champion. We saw the same thing with Robot Wizard. Inzaghi said something very similar to me when I was speaking with him, that basically you have the title of Prince Cup champion and it feels like you're expected to perform. Also, on top of the Prince Cup champion title, he also has taken first place in Asia Cat Sales Gathering 2024 Season 4, Asia Cat Sales Gathering Season 2, and 2024 Season 2. So basically 3 first place in the Cat Sales Gathering on top of his first place at the Prince Cup. So lots of first place under his belt.
A very decorated list of achievements, which shows like the longer this list goes on, the more pressure that eventually gets piled onto you. Inzaghi has been able to work his way out of many close scrapes so far in the knockout stages, but it does lead you to question how long that luck will be able to last.
Indeed. I mean, Chikwa, also being a Prince Cup champion, probably has those similar expectations riding on him. He was also there at the Asia Invitational along with Inzaghi and Z Crimlet, and he is someone that the community expects to be a high performer as well. So maybe that's why he takes stall.
Well, it does seem to be working out very well for him so far. Many players have been trying to counteract it with their deck choices, and yet Chikwa has been able to just outlast them regardless. As of the current state of the game, though, the Herald has already skilled onto Bennett. So Chikwa, he could have made a decision of maybe like not tanking the next hit on Bennett, or right now maybe considering switching.
I think you could. So Chikwa can tune and play Bennett Talent, and then Opera Epiclese is gonna doubly proc. Because the equips are going to be more than Inzaghi's, I believe.
Interesting. I mean, bursting makes sense. Chikwa knows that there's a risk Inzaghi can quick swap to Sayu and then swirl the Hydro off.
Indeed, but it is Inzaghi's turn to go. The Parametric is about to proc, so, I mean, something Inzaghi could do, knowing that those Opera Epicleses are going to proc, he could actually go for a Gilded equip sooner than later, just so that Chikwa doesn't get those dice, and then he can proc his own Parametric Transformer.
That is true. Inzaghi could potentially have quite a lot of dice here. Unfortunately, only Golden House to discount the Gilded. But to ensure that the Opera...
Ooh, a countdown. All right, Drew Wolf's Gravestone. There's the other Timaeus as well. What is Inzaghi's plan here?
Having another Timaeus is great because you do have that Gilded to combo with it next round. And Wolf's Gravestone, we asked earlier, are we going to see this card? Looks like the answer to that was yes. Seed Box will even make Timaeus free, so playing it is basically a no-brainer. But then after that...
Gamblers. We don't have any quick swap, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Countdown was with the hope that he could pull out a quick swap. But this is where having only one copy of it in the deck does kind of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1 in 30 chance to draw. You have 30 cards in your deck, so if only one of them is that quick swap, then it is kind of tight. And unless you're drawing out your entire deck by round 2, it might not come in time.
Inzaghi has already equipped Wolf's Gravestone. I was thinking maybe you could consider actually switching to Sayu, like slow swapping, and then just to like test the waters and make sure Chikwa doesn't have another dice in there somewhere. But this actually makes a lot more sense. You go for the skill on the Herald. It means that Chikwa either has to tank the full damage on Bennett and risk potentially getting taken out by a Gilded proc later, or switch off, after which that second hit would apply Hydro anyway, and then Sayu is set up for a swirl.
Yeah, so Sayu getting the Wolf's Gravestone is again just to block Chikwa's double Opera Epiclese from proccing right now. So basically Chikwa does not have another action and is going to be forced to either swap off or end on Bennett. You probably don't want to end on Bennett, especially considering Inzaghi has 4 dice in hand. You don't really want Bennett to be going down. Wait, this is going to be an end.
Ooh, drawing out Golden Troop is actually really nice as well, because you can just equip that now onto Electro Q. Not gonna do it.
Not equipping it onto Electro Cube. Wait, why not?
That is weird.
Preferring the Gilded, I guess. But why? I really don't understand that, actually.
Even if you want to use Gilded on Electrocube at some point, equipping the Golden Cube on the Herald is still fine. Like, the earlier you get this artifact on a character, the more value it has, and it is free.
I think you want to put it on Electrocube, and then you just have a giga discount between Storm Terror's Lair and the 2-cost Golden Troop, because, yeah, and especially with Bennett Burst, you could go for a really high damage rock, paper, scissors combo with Electrocube, but Inzaghi doing some magic here. Sayu is cosplaying Linny and Lynette a bit as we go for a prepared skill, generating more dice with the gamblers.
Inzaghi was able to apply Golden Troop's reward, replace with Gamblers to take advantage of the Boar Princess stacks, thereby getting enough dice for an attack. And with the Gamblers equipped, gets that Gamblers reset as well. Chikuwa now has to be careful about who they decide to take this damage. Both Cube and Herald do have Revive.
Wait, doesn't matter. Wait, this is over.
Sayu will do enough damage to proc that.
This is actually just over. So you tune, you go for another prepared skill. This is going to proc Electrocube, Revive. The follow-up is going to take out Electrocube, generate 2 more dice. You tune the Gilded Dreams, and you go for another skill to take out Herald. This is it. Actually, you just whack with a normal... No, you have to prepared skill because Herald still has Revive. But look at Chico's reaction. He knows this is already over. It's over so fast.
It's a Sayu OTK.
It is a Sayu OTK. OTK meaning 1 turn kill. That is what this deck is supposed to do. Inzaghi just sitting there, hydrating, drinking that water, trying to calm himself down as his heart rate is so high right now.
He got really excited. It went up to 170 at some point, and you are right, he really is challenging Z Crimlet for cardiac contender here. But game 1 went really fast, yeah.
He's contending for cardiac contender.
Is he intending for contending?
Anyway, so congratulations to Inzaghi for taking game 1, and this is what happens when you have 2 Prince Cup champions up against each other. These games can go by pretty fast. These players know what their lines are, so veterans, 2 veterans going at it.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see because we were already thinking, okay, Inzaghi's in a pretty good spot, but is he going to be able to end this turn? Probably not. He should be able to close out next turn. And Inzaghi just says, nope, I can't find the line. I have the Boar Princess replaced with Gamblers for multiple resets. I have Gilded to be able to generate just enough dice for those follow-up attacks. And that means it's perfectly calculated to win game 1, just like you guys have just won this raffle.
Yeah, so 1,000 Prima Gems going to the both of you if you see your UID there below. Congratulations! And there will be yet another raffle over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. So you make your way on over there. You can enter into it. There's 2 winners per game, and we will be announcing them here below us. So we're gonna hope we go to yet another game 5 in this set, right, Staffa?
Sure. Sure we do. Of course.
Anyway, so looks like we're already getting ready to go into game 2. These players getting ready to go. I wonder what is going to be chosen. So I do think that Inzaghi and Chikuwa both brought the same exact decks that they brought in previous sets. I don't think there's been any change up from either of them. Looks like Inzaghi is going to run it with that Sign Overload, a deck with Chevrus, and Chikuwa could play that Bennett deck again, but he's actually going to change it up and go with Spicy Crab, another Sign Overload.
We have actually seen a lot of players in this precise matchup have difficulty on the original Sign Overload deck, because piloted correctly, the Crab can build up so much shield that even the one-shot potential from Sino is not able to take it out. And then you will have double carry potential with the Crab and Sino, which increases your options and flexibility. Inzaghi going to try and face this challenge and see if he is one of the first to defeat it.
Indeed. And I mean, this is not quite a mirror matchup, but I wouldn't say that Chikuwa is playing a stall list. Crab is more like a mid-range list. You have those overload reactions for a lot of damage, but ultimately you're trying to build up those Crab shield stacks so it can do really high damage bursts as well.
Yeah, we've already seen how many shields this crab is able to build up, and some players have gotten quite lucky with it in the past, being able to equip multiple tenacities on round 1. When that happens, the crab is able to stack up so quickly that a lot of players aren't able to keep up. So having a lucky opening draw does contribute a bit.
I guess, you know, if you equip Tenacity of the Millith early on crab, it becomes quite tenacious as the game goes on.
It does become quite tenacious. It's got that hard exterior. It's able to deal with a lot of pressure from external sources. And it's not so easily overloaded by the weight of the world.
And of course, you also have General's Ancient Helm for additional shield stacks. It is the lesser version of Tenacity of the Millith. And the main difference is that it's 2 costs instead of 3 costs. And when you're hit and you have Tenacity of the Millith on, you get a dice corresponding to the active character that has an artifact equipped. But General's Ancient Helm doesn't have that. So normally you want to put General's Ancient Helm on the General Mahamatra because you're not always going to have him be the active character.
That is true. He is a general. Is he ancient, though?
I guess Hermanubis is ancient.
That's true,
the spirit indwelling him is ancient.
I guess the helm itself is ancient, not the person wearing it, right?
It is,
It's the general's ancient helm.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, so this is Inzagi's list for Sign Overload with Chevreuse and Dea. Absolutely nothing out of the ordinary here. You have Cyno's Talent for the +2 damage bonus. You have Prospector's Drill in combination with Chevreuse Overcharged Balls. And also, of course, Tada to self-proc Prospector's Drill if you'd like to. White Glove and Fisherman for some additional damage bonuses. Fresh Wind of Freedom, so you can go again. It's like hit the go again button.
Yep.
You get a kill, and yeah. Pyres, Wovens, Gamblers.
Yep. Pass go, collect 200. We also have macarons. I'm surprised that one got you so out of everything. But yes, there is also macarons. We've actually seen this card work quite well for Inzagi before, because it actually does combine quite well with things like Prospectors and Tada, because it heals you for 1 HP every time you take damage.
It's a pretty sweet addition.
It is a sweet addition. If it's played correctly, you can give your opponent their just desserts.
I think, you know, Cyno is definitely getting ready to render his punishment. That one didn't really land.
Yeah, I think that one was a little bit.
I'm trying to figure out a way to deliver that pun anyway. So here's Chikawa's Sign Overload deck, but with Crab and Toma instead of Chevreuse and Dea. So instead of being a very fast deck, this is more mid-range as you're looking to stack those shields up on Crab.
Now, compared to the Sign Overload deck, where Cyno is the main carry here.
Still Sign Overload.
Yeah, I guess it is by definition. It is still Sign Overload. It's just not the exact same characters. This is Cyno Crab, and so Cyno is a bit more of a secondary carry with the the Crab acting as the main tank. So it means that Chikawa can take his time a little bit, build up shields on both Toma and Cyno, especially with the helms like you mentioned before, and then once the Crab becomes this unstoppable beast, it becomes very difficult for Inzagi to be able to take it out.
I think there's 2 game plans with this deck, because I mean, you can go for a bunch of Crab shields into Crab bursts, and that's traditionally what we've seen, but I think you can also run this deck in a way where you're kind of using Crab as a meat shield, and you do go for the faster damage on Cyno. So I think it really just depends on what your opponent is playing and how the cards and dice align. You'll probably be adjusting your game plan accordingly, because if you see that line where you can fast swap the Cyno Pyro Res and take out your opponent's carry, you're going to do that over stacking shields on Crab. But here we go. We are getting into game 2 already. This is our last set of the day, and with this match comes another set of raffles. So make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel for 1,000 Primo Gem raffle. 2 winners at the end of this match.
Yep. You guys should know the drill by now, so I don't think we need to explain it to you.
The Prospector's Drill.
The Prospector's Drill, yes. So I don't think we need to explain too much to you guys right there. I will note as well, Chikuwa's crab deck is actually running Fresh Wind. So it does have a little bit of that increased flexibility if it wants to go for more aggressive play with Cyno. Inzaghi, already having Prospector's Drill in his opening hand, has outpaced both Z-Crimlet and Dio by quite a lot, because of how difficult it was to get this card in the previous match.
Inzaghi having Prospector's Drill is so good, but Chikuwa has Tenacity of the Millith, which is arguably just as good, if not better. So we're gonna have to see what is going to reign on top here. But that, you know, Tenacity of the Millith is a card that you absolutely want equipped as early as possible because it just appreciates over time with those shield stacks and with the dice given back to you.
Oh, and Chikuwa going to be starting on Crab as well to try and absorb that initial Pyro hit from Dea Summon to avoid easy pickoffs with Overload later on. Even having that turn priority, gonna go ahead and try to ramp. Double Timaeus is a bit unfortunate, but still workable.
I think that's pretty good. This might just be a full ramp turn for Chikuwa. I mean, you could equip Tenacity of the Millith up front. I don't think you wanted the Gamblers. I think if you're Chikuwa, you really wanted that to be yet another Tenacity, though. Unfortunate. Or General's Ancient Helm.
Yeah, either would have worked. So getting the Gamblers is a bit unlucky, but honestly, very solid start here for Chikuwa. Feels quite safe ending on Crab as well to be able to tank that Pyro hit. As mentioned, Inzaghi actually has a chance here to catch Chikuwa off guard, but doesn't really have the cards to do so. If he had things like a Talent and Pyro Res, there genuinely could have been a chance to just whack Crab straight away, but nope, gonna ramp with Liben.
Gonna ramp with Liben, Prospector's Drill going down onto Cyno. There is Pyro application on the Crab. So one thing you should know is that Chikuwa's deck is normally gonna be running that Crab Talent, and not only does that yoink shields from your other characters who are holding them, which is why you bring cards like Tenacity of the Millith and General's Ancient Helm, but it cleanses other elements on Crab. It doesn't cleanse Pyro though.
Yeah,
it applies
because it applies Pyro, so it cleanses other things. Chikuwa actually just rolled on the 5 Omni base, so that's kind of insane. Though Inzaghi does have definitely workable dice as well. Chikuwa gonna be able to pull out that Cyno Talent, and with Pyro Res, will immediately be able to pose a threat to Inzaghi anytime any Pyro is left on a character.
Unfortunately, Chikuwa does not have overcharged balls from Chevreuse, so the Pyro application is going to be a bit different for Chikuwa. Will have to either be skilling on Crab or Toma first, or you skill on Cyno and swap off, but either way, it's going to be a bit slower to get those overload reactions going despite having the double Pyro Resonance in hand there and Cyno Talent. As for Inzaghi, Inzaghi has that Prospector's Drill equipped already. Now just needs a way to proc it. Doesn't have to die in hand, but if Cyno gets hit at all, you need an overload reaction first to generate a ball.
If Inzaghi wants to, he could even potentially Sumeru Res to try and look for Talent and Pyro Res. Crab is currently at 14 effective HP, which is probably still a little bit too high to one-shot even with all of that, but the lower he can get it straight away, the more difficult it will be for Chikuwa to leave it as the active character to tank damage.
Yes. I mean, you could definitely Sumeru Res here. You could also probably play Countdown. I mean, look at all those dice that are...
You can actually count down first into Sumeru Res, just in case you don't get anything good. It will cost a good amount of dice, but Inzaghi has 10 to play with compared to only 5 left now on Chikuwa, so it's a possible play.
Ooh, wait, this is a Catherine. That is a fast swap on over to Cyno. And are we just going to go for this without any Pyro Res? We are. There is the skill, eating 5 of those shield points and overloading Crab onto Chikuwa's Toma. There is an overcharge ball as well because of that overload reaction going down.
Yeah, this is fine as well. Inzaghi doesn't actually need to look for things like talent and pyro res. It's just an extra bonus of trying to whittle down the crab as much as possible. Because like I mentioned earlier, he's not going to find enough damage to get rid of him straight away. So his goal was just to get that overcharged ball generated right off the bat so that will be available. Especially since he already has Prospector's Drill, that makes it difficult for Chikwa to directly attack into him. Sino is already prepped and ready to stand as the active character.
Instead of playing that countdown, you know, Inzaghi swapping over to Sino and then Sino getting hit did trigger the first instance of that Prospector's Drill, which did discard that countdown. So basically there is a 2-cost countdown in the top of Inzaghi's deck right now waiting to be drawn. And that could keep getting discarded as well. Actually, there it is.
Yep, he already just redrew it right there. So that is pretty good. Inzaghi's set up in a very, very comfortable position right now.
And if Chikwa hits Sino again and triggers the second and last instance of that Prospector's Drill for this turn, then it will actually either discard the overcharged ball or the countdown because they're the same cost. But Inzaghi nodding his head, I think he's pretty happy with the position he's in right now.
Yeah, compared to what we saw from Sign Overload earlier today, I think Inzaghi has had one of the smoother openings we've seen. Chikwa gonna go ahead and end his round, capture the last dice with Vanarana, and make sure he has turn priority using a Lotus to protect Thoma just in case Inzaghi has more actions under the hood. As for Inzaghi, he can go ahead and switch, position himself in a better spot, maybe play the Gamblers, yeah, to spend that last dice, and yeah, he's gonna be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, the White Glove going to be sending in the Cauldron for cleanup cards that will be boosting damage when they're played. Every one of them gives +1 damage. They do stack into Inzaghi's deck. And of course, the Gamblers getting Sino set up for a huge, juicy turn. Meanwhile, Chikwa getting overloaded off of his Thoma and onto Sino by that Dea summon.
Inzaghi Sino is already at 4 stacks. That is when he's going to hurt the most. Chikuwa's unfortunately still only on 2, but he does have talent, so that makes up for the difference in damage a little bit. And with talent and pyro res, Chikuwa may actually... Yeah, Chikuwa can lethal Dea here.
So you don't even equip the... Oh wait, it's just a swap on the crab. Interesting. So Dea isn't very important to take out.
Yes.
Dea doesn't do anything on her own. Like, you can take her out, but you don't even want to like Gamblers to place on side or anything because you already have, I believe that's Golden Troop contributing to Sino. That's why his talent only costs 1 there. So basically, I guess Chikwa is just going to wait, wanting to use those resources on Sino instead.
Yeah, and not to mention, if he did decide to go for the lethal on Dea, it would immediately switch over to Chevrus due to the overload, and then Inzaghi would be able to apply Pyro through her instead and set up for the one-shot. So Chikwa doesn't want to give that positioning away.
Indeed, but noticeably, Chikwa does have the other Tenacity of the Millith in hand, could actually go and equip it onto Thoma at some point. I don't think he'd put it on Sino, but looks like Inzaghi is going to play that 2-cost countdown, and now the highest card in his deck is actually that overcharged ball. So when Prospector's Drill is hit, it will discard that ball and apply pyro damage to Chikwa's characters. Unfortunately, he tuned a fast swap, so he can't fast swap over the Sino, but just like Catherine.
Yep, this is where Catherine's useful. Having that consistent fast swap around, it's basically like ending your turn on Mona every single time. And he does have to Da, so he's gonna...
There we go, Pyro application. This is gonna bring Crab down to 12 HP effectively. Can Inzaghi take Crab out? No talent. There's no
talent. I don't think it would be enough. It would be 3, 5. Yeah, he's gonna try and look for talent, pyro res, anything like that. Let me think for a moment.
You probably need pyro res as well. Okay, wow, put everything back. What did we draw? There's Wolven. Wait, is that Sandori? Hold on.
Wait, it might be.
Hold on. Is that Pyro Sandori? Hold on. Hold on.
Does Inzaghi have enough? He doesn't have talent. Hold on. 3 base plus 2 to 5 due to the stacks.
Plus
3 from Pyro Res. Plus 2 from Overload.
Plus 1 from called in for cleanup.
That would be 11. But if that is Tandoori, then that would be 12.
I think that is Tandoori.
I wasn't watching close enough.
Pyro Res. There's the called in for cleanup.
Is this enough? There's a possibility my math is wrong. We'll find out. Yup.
Wait.
My math was a little bit wrong.
You don't even need the Tandoori.
You did not need Tandoori.
Did not use the fresh wind also, but it doesn't matter. The overload sending Crab onto Toma, and there is no way currently for Chikawa to go over to Sino as a fast swap. This is going to be a very fast game too.
This is great. Inzaghi is in a perfect position right now. He still has fresh wind, so he can use that next turn as well. So the only thing that Inzaghi needs to worry about is whether Chikawa can threaten his Sino with his remaining 7 dice. But I think as long as Inzaghi just switches off to another character at this stage, it is absolutely fine.
Dougie is 1 dice off going for Tandoori's skill on Toma. Yeah, it's just gonna be a swap on the Dea for now. But, man. Also has the other Leave It To Me in hand. Not that you have Nina, you have Catherine. Like, honestly, like, Chico, wait, okay, swap to Shevers. Swap to Stalling. Okay, I see. Because Chico has so much dice in hand, trying to just avoid the worst happening.
Yeah, at this point, Chevrolet, we're not going to have too much utility anymore. Chikawa will finally start attacking just to get some damage onto the board. Inzaghi will be forced to end turn here unless he wants to use Woven just to continue switching. But I personally don't think... Actually,
I think you do.
You do actually need to.
You actually want to Woven and swap to Sino because... Oh, actually,
no, but if you swap to
okay,
Sino, there is the chance he just gets 1 shot.
This is really worrisome though, because there is the Gambler's replace, and Chikawa is re-equipping talent there for the damage bonus.
Okay, we have a problem. We actually do have a problem. Sino right now does enough damage to take out a Dea. That will give another reset, so another action. But he does need enough dice to attack with Pyro Res to take out Sino in 1 hit.
Oh, you're right. Here comes Sino, the last character left, but Chikawa is 1 dice short of using Pyro Res. Does Chikawa have the damage here? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he's just slightly short. That Pyro Res would give him enough, but he doesn't have enough dice to Pyro Res and attack.
And on the side of Inzaghi, he has the Fresh Wind of Freedom ready to go and Tandoori. Okay, so yeah, Chikawa going to be forced to swap over to Toma, going to be eating that Pyro application from Dea's Summon, but we know that Inzaghi has the Fresh Wind of Freedom.
The big problem... Okay, hold on. Without Pyro applied to Sino, would Inzaghi do enough damage to take it? Oh, well, He just got his talent card, so that means he has the +2 damage on both hits.
There it is. But I mean, I think in the first place, you Fresh Wind normal attack. A normal attack would take out Toma.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Sure, yeah. Attack would take out Toma. And then you can stack the damage from the Tandoori, plus the skill, plus everything else onto Sino.
Yeah, I think this should still be Inzaghi's game regardless.
Look at those dice.
His dice are really, really bad.
His dice are really bad, but he does have that Gambler's Refresh coming. Like, this is Inzaghi's game to win. This should just be a normal attack here.
Normal attack. Yeah, normal attack should definitely do more than enough damage to finish off Toma. After that, you would still preserve the skills extra damage. Yeah, he's gonna pop the Fresh Wind.
Normal attack, right? You just go for normal attack for now. Strategizing first. What are we looking for? Oh, there's a Cauldron Field. There's a Pyro Res. That is more. That is enough.
Yeah, that's more than enough.
But I think you really
Pyro Res actually isn't even necessary here because Sino doesn't have a Pyro applied to him right now.
You just play the ball.
You play the ball ordinarily.
Just play the ball. You just play it.
Yeah, I guess with Woven, he can actually play the ball and attack twice. Yeah, he has 2 Woven, so he has enough to play the ball normally and attack twice.
Yeah,
you are correct.
Just play the ball. We
you
are
are correct.
playing a game of ball. The ball is in Inzagi's court now to take the game.
And he's going to throw it at Chikuwa really, really hard.
He is going to throw it at Chikuwa really, really hard. It's so hard that it goes very fast and it became hot.
Yeah, it causes friction burns.
Yeah, friction burns.
So it applies pyro through friction burns.
And that's why it's an overcharge ball. But Toma falls. Sino is out here. And this is going to be Inzagi's game to win. Just play the overcharge ball. You don't need to you just play it.
Yeah, play the overcharge ball, pyro res, attack, and that should be the win quite easily. Oh, wait. If you play the ball, then you pass the turn, though.
Oh, yeah, wait, you're right.
Yeah, that is a problem.
Wait, that's why.
You can't do that.
You can't just play the ball. You can't just play the ball. So, okay, back to the drawing board.
3, 5, 2, white glove. If that is Tandori, then he has enough damage.
It is Tandori, so
he should still have enough here to take out Chikuwa Sino.
Yeah, it's 5 plus 5. 3, 2. Yeah, it's 5 plus 5. It's 5 plus 5. You could also Sumeres and go look for the other Tada.
Yes, you can do that too.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Gonna do it. Where is that Tada? Oh, that's not Tada. What are we gonna put back to look for Tada?
I don't think he needed it, but yeah, if he gets Tada, he guarantees a win right here.
3 plus 2 from talent. Plus 2 from Tandori.
Plus 2 from stacks.
Plus 2 from stacks. Plus 1 from Cauldron for cleanup. Isn't that lethal? Like that is lethal.
With Tandori, it is enough. Right? With Tandori, it is enough.
Oh. There's the Tada.
Okay.
You have countdown. You have to. Okay. You have 1 animal dice. You can choose the countdown. You can choose the countdown.
Yeah, this is fine. This is fine.
This is fine.
He got the Tada. He can throw the ball in, and then with the rest, that is more than enough.
That is more than enough. I don't think he needed to do that, but there we go. Tada! We are. Tada!
Ta-da!
Pyro to Chikuwa,
Friction
Sino,
birds.
friction birds. And now this should just be plenty. Wait, what are we looking for? Strategize.
He's just trying to greed here. He's just trying to see how much damage he can pile on onto this hit.
And it is minus 12. Definitely overkill. Chikuwa, Sino falls, and game 2 belongs to Inzagi. Look at him waving with the sloth. Sloth Lumen.
It's Sloth Lumen right there, and it seems to be working out quite well for Inzagi. 2-0 so far, which is quite a difference in the trend, actually. Inzagi has, in this tournament, only been able to find a lot of success when he's been pushed into a corner, so now he's actually in the lead.
He is in the lead, but, I mean, we have seen how many reverse sweeps today, 2?
Oh boy.
So it's not over just yet. Let's keep in mind that both of these players are previous Prince Cup champions from last year, so they are both here with something to prove. Unfortunately, this is the lower bracket, so if Inzagi does take this game 3, then Chikuwa will completely fall out of the tournament in 4th place, but we have our raffle winners down here below, so congratulations, 1,000 primos each for each of you.
Yep, look closely, check whether one of these is your UID, because you have become one of our raffle winners. And we've still got more games ongoing, so you guys don't have to worry. There will be more raffles to look forward to. But now the question becomes, we asked this earlier with Z Crimlet versus Dio, are we going to actually get to see a clean sweep?
I feel like whenever you ask that, it doesn't happen. So
yeah, it does, doesn't it? Maybe I need to stop asking.
No, actually, I think our audience appreciates you asking because you are manifesting 2 more Primo Gem raffles.
I guess, but at what cost?
No cost. We're having fun here on the caster's desk.
Of course.
Okay, maybe at the cost of our players' sanity, because this
my
has
sanity
been
too, actually.
a very long day today. This is the second set these players are playing on the big stage, and so I mean they're used to it. This is not their first live event for either of them. These are veteran players that have been here before. Maybe not to Fontaine, but they've been here before, and they're used to playing these long sets. They're used to coming back for more, but game 3 could take it for Inzagi, or we could be set up with yet another reverse sweep from Chikuwa.
Now that Inzaki has already won 2 games though, it means that he only has 1 deck left. He needs to win with this 1 deck in order to move on into the next stage, and that remaining deck is a slightly different one. We got Bennett with Electrocube and Azdaha.
So this Azdaha deck is pretty similar to Herald. I think the core is that Bennett cube.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
Bennett Cube is the core because I think a lot of people are familiar with this by now, but Bennett's Elemental Burst is a +2 damage to every skill, and it actually counts individually for each attack during a follow-up. So since the Electrocube has a 3-attack follow-up skill, then it means he's able to +6 damage to the cube.
Indeed. So, I mean, Electrocube having a prepared skill with 3 different actions in it. So you skill, and then there's 2 follow-ups after that. Each of those will be buffed by that Bennett burst, especially if you have that talent equipped, so it does not matter what HP your cube is at, you get the damage bonus. It is just so good, and that's why you take a bunch of discounts like Golden Troop and Storm Terror's Lair and things like this. So your rock, paper, scissors combo does not cost 5. It might get like a 9 dice discount like we saw earlier for KDF and Koei.
Other players will usually bring the 3rd character as Herald because he also has a prepared skill, so he can take advantage of Bennett Burst as well, and is just a generally good character to act as a start and to tank damage. So we do see Chikuwa, he's going to be bringing the Bennett Electrocube Herald deck. And it's going to be interesting to see the difference in dynamic between this deck with Herald and with Azdaha.
So something that doesn't come up too often is that you cannot have any repeating characters in your decks. This is a tournament rule, and so basically Inzagi is forced to separate Herald from this Bennett Electrocube deck. I mean, you see all the important characters in this tournament are not always in the same decks, and players are just prioritizing different things.
With Inzaki wanting to put Herald in the Herald Claymore deck,
yes,
that
exactly.
means that he doesn't have it available for this one, right? Azdaha can be a pretty solid anchor and secondary carry. We've already seen it in the past with Double Dragon, but it has been a while since we've really seen Azdaha being played again here in the knockout stage. So let's have a look at Inzagi's deck list.
Yeah, so Inzagi running double Pyramid or Transformer, double Seed Dispensary, has Azdaha talent, basically a lot of forms of dice generation and discounting things like Tamaya, Storm Terrors, and Parametric for additional dice generation. Of course, you have the artifact package. You have 6 different artifacts that when you play Tamaya, you draw one of them out. And of course, you have Stove God and Storm Terror's Lair, so you can draw out both the Azdaha and Bennett talents at your disposal. And yeah, just dice generation discounts all the way down. 1 copy of Tada, how interesting.
Yeah, that's just in case you get matched up against a freeze deck, so you have some way of breaking your character out and reversing momentum. The fact that Inzagi does have that Stove God and double Storm Terrors means that he will never really run into the issue where he doesn't have Bennett talent available when he wants to burst. And we have seen how effective Azdaha can be with his talent in delaying turns, passing priority over, and absorbing those elemental applications for himself.
You can see how important Bennett talent is here because you have 2 copies of it, you have double Storm Terror, and you have Stove God. There's so many ways of drawing that talent out as well as just having double the chance of doing so. And same thing in Chikuwa's deck here, but instead of Azdaha, we do have Herald as the anchor and secondary carry. But Chikuwa choosing to bring some slightly different cards, has 1 copy of Liu Su, which is really interesting to me. So that is a card that hasn't seen a lot of gameplay since Shenhe SC was popular, but essentially it's 1 cost to play and you swap to a character that doesn't already have energy and they get an energy point.
Yeah, it's a card that changes your starting line depending on whether you have him in your opening hand. Because if you happen to start with Liu Su, then you don't actually want to open on Bennett. You want to open on someone else, Herald for example, and switch over to him so that he immediately gets 1 energy just for the cost of 1 dice for switching.
Yeah, and then you can get Bennett talent off a lot faster. Of course, Chico also having things like Opera Epiclase also has that one copy of Tada, and it's really interesting because neither of these players are playing freeze in this case, so I'm not sure when Tada is actually going to come up. I feel like that is just half of a Bestis at this point.
Yeah, Tada is not going to be very useful in this matchup unless you want to play it the same way some players use Forbidden Knowledge in the group stage and lethal a character for a quick swap. That is probably the only possibility.
Honestly, it's really fun when that happens because it's like, why are you hurting yourself? The quick swap. But here we go. We are getting into game 3. This could very well be the last game of the day because if Inzaghi wins this, he will be advancing to the lower bracket finals at the start of tomorrow's stream. But Chikowa could very well come back with a reverse sweep. We're going to have to see. Audience, who do you think is going to win? Because I think to enter our lovely raffle over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel, you actually have to vote for a player.
Yeah, you do have to make sure you include the player's name and your UID. The instructions will be in the chat over there. So if you guys don't know how to participate, that is where you will be able to do so. But as we jump into game number 3, looking at the opening hands, Chikowa actually has a pretty nice one. The Golden Troop with Timaeus and Alibin.
Chico throwing away that Bennett talent, very interesting. I feel like that's also really risky because I know we've seen quite a number of times today where Bennett does not have his talent when you need it. I think, especially in Dio and Z Crimlet's matches, that was the case. Where was the Bennett talent? So hopefully Chikowa will draw into it later. But Inzaghi, I won't hold you back. Having Storm Terror's Lair and also Seed Dispensary to discount it, will be able to draw out a talent immediately. Also keeping Stove God in his hand to immediately draw out another talent. I think Inzaghi will have Bennett talent, guaranteed.
Chikowa does have first action, so as if the players match each other in terms of actions, it means that Chikowa will always have the slight lead, and Inzaghi is the one that has a little bit of pressure to try and break out of the usual line to ensure that they do not fall behind.
Indeed, but here we go. This is it. We are getting into what could potentially be our last game here. As you said, Chikowa going first, and I wonder if we're going to see this Timaeus played. Nope, we're just immediately going to a Bennett skill.
Yeah, I get the feeling Inzaghi is going to do the same thing. Yep, gonna go ahead and start with that. Neither player wants to reveal what ramp they have in their hands, so they just go for what is the most obvious play first.
And here is finally the Timaeus drawing out the second Golden Troop, and both of them are free. That one is gonna go on to the Electro Cube, and the other one's gonna go on to Herald, and Lehman's gonna collect the last dice there. So basically, the 2-cost Golden Troop is going to be giving 2 stacks per round to every... So the character equipping artifact has to be inactive to get the 2 stacks, and then every stack will discount a skill by each stack. So next round, Herald and Electric Cube skills will cost 2 less each. That's what I'm trying to say.
Going to be very nice to have. We've already seen how effective this can be. Like, Golden Troop was a card that didn't see a lot of play until recently, but players realized that, oh, some characters are going to be on standby for quite a while anyway, so having this artifact means that once they do get their turn to act, it's going to be a lot cheaper to use their abilities. Inzaghi, he's not going to have nearly as much ramp comparatively. He does have his own Golden Troop. Ooh, Stove God ended up pulling out as her talent instead.
That's fine.
So a bit unfortunate, but he does have Storm Terrors, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Oh,
wow.
Drawing into Bennett talent. How lucky. But yeah, so I think Inzaghi is totally fine with this, going for the Golden Troop just to kind of try and match Chikowa's double Golden Troop. And then playing Lieben passing. He does have Seed Dispensary into Storm Terrors, which will draw him that Bennett talent. They'll be perfectly fine.
Yeah, there was an option for Inzaghi to instead go for a second skill on Bennett so that he can pass Chikowa in terms of energy momentum, but since his dice weren't particularly good, he kind of had to give them to Lieben, and there was the risk of just being completely outscaled by Chikowa with the double Golden Troop. Therefore, this is the line he decided to go for.
I think this is better. This is going to allow Inzaghi to match Chikowa just a little bit better because you have the dice from Lieben as well as the singular Golden Troop. Draws out that second Storm Terror. Really don't think you'd need that, but Chico going for that strategize, drawing Golden Troop and countdown to the show. Huh. Use normal attack, right? I think you oh, we're gonna skill.
Yeah, I think you could just continue attacking on Bennett for now. Chikuwa definitely in the driver's seat for this game, having the stronger start as well as turn priority. Inzaghi actually in a little bit of trouble. He hasn't been able to match Chikuwa's ramp, and the longer this stalemate goes on, the worse it's going to be for him.
Yeah, you have no good way of getting that second energy, and Bennett is in a world of trouble because a fast swap over to Herald or Electrocube could take Inzaghi's Bennett out. So he has to be really careful about what he does here. I think you actually need to go to Aishaha and play Talent. Yep, there we go. Swap Aishaha. Good.
Slow swap to as the hub plate. Yeah, you know what? You are correct. Because Inzaghi is not going to be able to outpace Chikuwa for this turn. So instead, delaying the turn and getting more dice for himself to use by the end phase will be more effective of ensuring that Bennett is actually able to get his talent out safely.
Chikuwa also swapping away from Bennett and onto Electrocube, knowing that Inzaghi is playing the swap stall game. I don't think Chikuwa wants to commit all of his dice either, though I don't think he's going to be going for any sort of skill here on Electrocube because he does have this leave-in with one stack. He probably wants to pass 2 dice over to, but probably going to have to play by ear depending on what Inzaghi does. Maybe he'll be forced to do something.
Yeah, the ideal for Chikuwa would be to switch back to Bennett and turn, because you would give 2 dice to Liven and then you continue getting stacks on the Golden Troop. But because Inzaghi has so many dice to play with, that cannot be the line that he goes for because it leaves Bennett vulnerable for too long. I think he unfortunately will not be able to give Liven a lot of dice this turn. He will need to swap stall to make sure he doesn't end turn too early.
I think Chikuwa might just actually end on Herald because you really want those Golden Troop stacks on Electrocube, and you already have 2 stacks on Herald anyway, so it's not the end of the world if you don't get the other Golden Troop stacks. It's just one dice for a skill right now. I think it's better than ending on Bennett, who could very well be lethal this turn by Inzaghi's 10 dice.
Yep. So yeah, Inzaghi will continue swap stalling here. Going to the hypostasis is fine, and Chikuwa will end on Herald to make sure Liben gets his 3 dice. And Herald is the most disposable character here, though it seems like he's still not very happy with having to do this.
Wait, Inzaghi's not even gonna go for Bennett Burst. He's gonna build up this rock paper scissors combo.
Well, that is actually the highest damage ability that Inzaghi has available. With this, he would actually be able to take out Herald straight away, so no threat of Curse of the Undercurrent. And Chikuwa would have to go over the cube to make sure that Bennett doesn't take more damage.
Do you actually just swap to Aishaha here and skill and absorb?
Can.
Yeah, you can. We're going to absorb this Electro. This is also, for every stack of absorption Aishaha gets, that is +1 damage to Aishaha's burst. So, and also you get a crystallized shield from a Geo reaction. This is really scary. Chikuwa can't really go to Bennett either because that Electro skill from Aishaha would overload Bennett off. This is
oh wow.
Oh, wait, we are going to Bennett.
He actually does it.
So it's 3 + 2, 5 damage. I mean, Chikuwa does have a fast swap.
Yeah, he does have a fast swap and burst, so I guess Chikuwa's fine with eating the damage because it would end up overloading him onto the cube anyway, so Bennett won't die. But yeah, it means he would be playing around a cube solo.
This is basically what Chikuwa is going to have to go for. I think this was a very heads-up play from Inzaghi. Instead of going to build up Bennett Burst, just uses the Electro Cube to take down Herald before there's any Curse of the Undercurrent funny business with Herald's talent. And this basically guarantees that Inzaghi is not going to be shut down going into next round. Chikuwa's Bennett also very low because of Aishaha's Electro skill. And yeah, this for Chikuwa, we already know the line. It's going to be fast swap over to Bennett, burst with talent, and then it's going to be up to Electrocube to solo it all.
Chikawa actually did just draw a Lotus, so playing that on Bennett would keep him alive, but I actually don't think it's very worth it. Because you won't have a quick swap anymore back into the cube, and Bennett would just eat more damage anyway.
Hey yo, are we actually gonna get 3-0 in this series? What?
The correct decision, because then you can use Lotus on the cube to make
are
the
you
trade a bit
kidding
better
me?
against Inzaghi.
Actually?
But 1v3 on the cube is gonna be very difficult.
What the hell? Why is Chikawa? Okay, you know what? Chikawa always play stall as his last. I don't know why. He could have played that as his opening deck, like his first game into the series. But okay. No stall, I guess, which is pretty good. Hey, I'm not complaining. 3-0 for Joggy. Oh god.
Is he gonna just sacrifice at Bennett, or is he gonna go for the lowest crisp?
Yeah, it depends on how much he wants to preserve him. Because if he does keep Bennett alive with Lotus, it means he won't have it for the cube to more easily trade against Inzaghi. And he would have to slow swap back onto the cube too. So the cube would be eating a good amount of damage before he's able to start DPSing.
Chikawa, after doing this fast swap, really...
Looks like it's a sack.
Yeah, it is going to be a sack. I was really thinking about what is the best possible thing to do here. Doesn't want to use any additional dice to protect with Lotus. Saving that Lotus for Electro Cube. Now there is Pyro Affliction on Aishtaha, but Aishtaha also absorbed the Pyro. I wonder if Inzaghi just goes for the burst here.
It is an unfortunate breakpoint because burst does 6 damage, so you would just be wasting 2 damage there, but skill only does 3. So Chikawa was quite comfortable with sacking Bennett here because it would also force Inzaghi to actually have to trade as the hub burst in order to take him out.
Inzaghi, I saw him in his player camera. He's definitely calcing the lines and kind of talking to himself as he thinks about what is the best thing to do here. Bennett is within lethal range, but then what do you do after that? Because you're going to be dealing with this Electro Cube solo with Bennett Burst and Golden Troop discounts, which is really scary on its own. Even though Herald and Bennett will fall, I mean, the whole point of this is to get that Bennett Burst and go for the Rock, Paper, Scissors combo on Electro Cube. So, but it looks like Inzaghi has made his decision. This will be Tamias. Trust that Golden Troop. Not sure if that's what he was looking for.
Yeah, I don't really think you need another Golden Troop at this point. You will go ahead and tune. So probably we will see the Azlaha burst here. And then after that, it's gonna be the Cube 1v3. But actually, with Pyro on both Azlaha and Bennett, Chikawa's not in a completely lost position.
Actually, so Tamias costs 1 to play. I think Inzaghi was just playing Tamias for the sake of playing Tamias, because you get the discount. You're gonna equip Gamblers to full cost anyway. So you play Tamias for 1, you get free Gamblers, and you also draw an artifact in the meantime, so it's just net positive.
Yes.
But yeah, there is the Gamblers, and Aishtaha is going to be taking Chikawa's Bennett out here with his burst, -6. Bye-bye.
Chikawa, not too sure how much this Rock, Paper, Scissors has been discounted. I think it has been 3 turns, so it should cost 2 currently, which will allow Chikawa to go for Rock, Paper, Scissors into 1 more skill. Therefore, Inzaghi actually won't be able to delay the turn until Chikawa is forced to end.
I think the unfortunate thing here for Chikawa is... Oh, that Herald
that's a bit late.
Is way too late. I'm actually... Oh, you play
doing it
for
the
discount. Yeah. You don't need the talented draws. But the unfortunate thing here is that you're not going to heal on Electro Cube from Bennett Burst at all. Because I don't think it heals on the follow-up, right? It only heals when you first cast.
It heals on the first cast. So it would only be the 2 HP from the initial. But with Bennett Burst, like we mentioned, that is a lot of extra damage being put onto the Electro Cube.
Oh my, it is a mirror Rock, Paper, Scissors. Who is going to win? I mean, Chikawa does more damage with this combo.
He does, but Inzaki just straight up has more characters alive. So I think he's perfectly fine with trading here, because all he's doing with the cube is whittling down Chikuwa's character and allowing the rest of his team to clean up.
Actually, so do you... No, I don't know if Inzaki has another action here. No, but you tune Electrocube Burst, that's it. Oh, the Lotus!
Ooh, the Lotus. Chikuwa's gonna try and keep the cube alive, but I don't think it's gonna be enough, actually. I really don't think it's enough. You could actually just rock, paper, scissors combo again with the cube.
That's what we're gonna do. We are tuning everything. This is going to be another rock, paper, scissors combo. I mean, you're always gonna win at rock, paper, scissors if you can go again more times than your opponent.
And Inzaki, he's already taken off his headphones. He knows.
Oh, he knows. And there goes Chikuwa's Electrocube. Unfortunately, getting swept 3-0.
Oh my god, we actually got a 3-0 series?
Prince Cup champion Chikuwa.
What?
Waving high with Sloth Lumen. That was the clean sweep.
What the hell happened? Wait.
So unfortunate for Chikuwa, falling out of the tournament at 4th
Oh my
place
god, wait, what the hell just
I
happened?
was definitely hoping to see a very impressive game and maybe a quick one as well, but I certainly wasn't expecting it to actually happen. Inzaki really seems to have locked in for this match. We were wondering if the players would have any problems with their mental or their stamina, considering it's very late and they both already played full series earlier, but doesn't seem to have mattered too much. Inzaki all smiles.
Wow, 3-0?
Fight, but this is
Finally! Wow! No stall, unbelievable. I'm kind of surprised Chikuwa didn't play stall. Huh? Like, first of all, round 2 OTK by Inzagi in game 1 into the series. Holy, that was so good. I even got a bingo because of that. That was so good.
Participated in the Asia Invitational together as well, but
what? We actually got 3-0. Unbelievable. Wait. Okay, but this stream still lasts for 10 hours though, just like yesterday. But hey, you know what? At least we did not reach 11 hours, which I honestly expected it. But luckily we didn't get it. Thank you. Okay, that was good. Wow, so we are getting Inzagi versus Z-Krimlet for lower bracket tomorrow.
And you know the prize difference between
wow.
first and third, I just want to remind you all what
Holy.
is at stake here.
And yeah, I'm
Third
playing
place
Cat's
is
Tail
5,000
Gathering right
USD,
now,
which
like
is a huge jump up from
whale
3,800,
mirror match
which is what
at the
Chikuwa finished
current
at today,
moment.
4th place. Second place is 8,000
Yeah.
USD, and then first place is double that at 16,000 USD for the Grand Championship title. And of course, all these players getting that golden card back.
So,
and,
yeah.
you get the title. You get like the bragging rights.
You get the title, you get the trophy.
Very, very
It is
interesting.
incredible and an amazing experience as well. Many of these players have won
Right,
championships
very,
before, so
very,
they're
very
gonna be eager to
interesting.
reclaim that title moving forward. And the competition is just gonna heat up even
Alright, I don't know what should I focus on, the ending of this or the whale mirror match. I'm playing whale mirror match at the moment and it looks like I can win. Oh, give me a moment. This could go somewhere actually.
Cup tournament that both these players participated in was the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament from last year. Inzaki was the grand champion of it, while Z-Krimlet took top 4. And I mean, both these players were at the Asia Invitational tournament.
I'm
as
concentrating.
well.
Hold on. This is such a serious game. I need to focus.
To see them match off against each other in the
1, 2,
lower
3, 4,
bracket
5,
final,
6,
that
7, 8,
is going to
9,
be heart-wrenching for the first set of matches
10.
tomorrow.
I can
but
discard
here's our
10.
post-match data from this set.
Inzaki got a
1, 2,
14
3,
strongest
7.
single
Not
strike,
enough.
and that's because he just pushed all of the cards together for one final hit at the end. Otherwise, having very short average rounds compared to Chikuwa, since Chikuwa prefers stall, and having quite a lot more average
7.
card draw as well.
Lots more actions taken per turn, almost an entire action on average for Inzagi, as well as more setup overall. 7 cards more on average drawn by round 3. So, I mean, Inzagi I have not had a chance to hype this up yet. He is the combo master. Every tournament he has performed well in has been when he's played combo, not aggro, not stall. And actually, he's often cooked his own combo decks in the past to counter meta. Something he told me personally was that it's actually harder to do that in this meta because Freeze is so dominant. And instead of playing his own combo cooks to counter the meta, he's forced to play.
But okay, seriously though, thank goodness we did not get another Game 5 series.
So Freeze definitely getting seen a lot less. And
that's for sure.
Got to play quite a bit of combo here, resulting in a clean sweep and the first and only 3-0 of the tournament.
Yeah, so I mean, on top of being a combo master, he's also a combo breaker because look at the score difference. 2-3, 2-3, 2-3, now 3-0. Combo breaker.
Combo breaker. Nice.
You know exactly how to break them. And I think that makes a lot of sense. With Chikawa being eliminated in the lower semi-finals, we have Dio, Z-Crimlet, and Inzaghi as the top 3 players remaining from many arduous weeks of the Prince Cup.
You know, instead of Dio being an underdog,
okay, I might
like
actually
it's more
win
accurate to call him a dark horse
in this World Mirror match.
At this point.
Let me just focus a little bit.
He's worthy of being in that grand final.
0-0.
And we're going to find out, starting tomorrow, who is going to join him. Z-Crimlet versus Inzaghi first thing
I have
when the
tons
stream
of one
starts.
cost.
Honestly, the top 3,
no, it's
top
fine.
4, so many expectations riding on everyone's shoulders. I wonder who's going to be taking it all home tomorrow.
The fact that these players have gotten this far is truly impressive.
Yeah.
And we can mention the schedule for tomorrow as well, because it's going to start a little bit later. The losers bracket final will begin at 3 p.m. GMT +8.
3 p.m. indeed. I mean, it's going to be a shorter stream overall, so it makes sense to start a little bit later. We are going to have a best of 5 here for the losers bracket final, and then the grand final, Dio versus the winner between Z-Crimlet and Inzaghi, will be a best of 7. Now the question is, can the Kevin Z believer, can the cardiac contender, the overthinker Z-Crimlet, take it into the grand finals, or will our protagonist, who fell down in the first set of matches in the top 32 and has crawled his way to the lower bracket final in the top 8, will he be able to make it into that grand final?
Okay, I might actually make a highlight for this. I'll just... Oh no, I can't because I'm not casting. Oh man, that sucks.
Demonstrating protag energy for a very long time. But I feel like
Inzaghi responded to our plea. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Inzaghi. Thank you. Oh my goodness.
With every single challenge.
You know, I told him earlier today that the reason that all of his games are going to fit, like his sets are going to 5th grades, both yesterday and today. It's because he chose the protagonist tag, and so he has to be like enduring these like really hard battles. It strengthens his resolve, and he's like. But now he finally had that 3-0 sweep.
He has to overcome insurmountable odds to truly be the protagonist. He has to earn that title, and honestly, I feel like he has.
He has, but I think that's going to be it for us here today. My name is Leah, also known as Windflower Liam. With me here is Staffa. We'll be seeing you all tomorrow for the grand finals.
Yeah, tomorrow grand finals. All right, chat. Once again, thank you guys so much for coming with me. I'm starting to regret that I did not cast over that series. I think that was great, but yeah, hope you guys had fun. Thank you, Inzaghi, for making this a quick series. I can finally focus on my games and all that stuff. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow in the final day of the Prince Cup Pacific. All right, see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.